Damn it. Dead is dead. Who knew that after dying I'd still have to work overtime, still be on a 007 schedule? And finding a job down here is even harder than it was up there. When I was up there, the bosses at least worried about their employees keeling over from overwork. Down here, they don't have to care at all. Less than $3,000 a month, and they still have me on night shift every single day. Oh, benefactor, why haven't you burned paper money and sent me cash yet? Otherwise, I can't even pay the mortgage, and won't the bank just auction my place off? Damn it, I finally scraped together a down payment, and now it's all going to be gone just like that. In the middle of the night at the entrance of the residential compound, a young man in a security uniform stands guard in boredom, grumbling non-stop under his breath. If any ordinary person heard him, their first reaction would be to think the young man had gone crazy, since everything he said sounded utterly deranged. But Song Jiong knew all too well, this place was the netherworld. Although it looked almost identical to the world of the living, everyone in the compound was dead. In his eyes, whenever he wished to see it, the cause of death of every single person would appear clearly before him. Moreover, in his dreams, he would occasionally see people visiting his grave, arranging fresh flowers and offering various tributes. At first, he thought he was mentally unstable, that all of this was just hallucination, or that he had been entangled by something, until one day, he dreamed once again of someone burning paper offerings for him. It should have been nothing out of the ordinary. Over the years, he had often dreamed of such scenes, even of people burning certain not-for-children toys when they visited graves. But those offerings had always been burned for other people's relatives and friends. This was the first time someone burned them for him. I've come to see you, Song-gu. Take this money first. If you lack anything down below, tell me in a dream, and I'll burn it all down for you. In the dream, a woman stood before his tombstone, muttering endlessly as she burned stack after stack of paper money. At first, Song Jiong hadn't taken it seriously. After all, burning paper for the dead was merely a psychological comfort for the living. Could it really be delivered to the other side? If it truly could be, why would he still be working every day, slaving away at a job? Besides, he had never seen any of the others, know any of the other ghosts, receive anything that the living had burned for them. Yet when he woke up, he discovered a pile of banknotes on the floor beside his bed. He counted them, tens of thousands in total. To Song Jiong, this was a fortune, the very definition of overnight wealth. Paper offerings could be transformed into real cash. The realization made it impossible for Song Jiong to sit still. He was already envisioning how he would soon ascend to the pinnacle of life. Song Jiong felt as though he had been struck by an overwhelming wave of happiness. Although this incident confirmed that he was indeed dead, his own life and death were for the moment shoved to the back of his mind. So long as life was no longer poor and the days could go on, what did death matter? Staring at the tens of thousands spread across his bed, newly rich overnight, Song Jiong suddenly had no idea how to spend it. A luxury car, a designer watch, or perhaps some sort of exclusive diamond or black membership card at a club. In the end, he decided to buy an apartment first. After all, endlessly renting a shabby old single room just didn't feel right anymore. Thus, he sat calmly in the sales office of an upscale residential compound and paid the down payment on the spot. If he had had more money, he would have gone to look at villas. With someone burning paper money for him, what need did he have to worry about finances? Yet after he paid the down payment, almost nothing remained, and the woman who had burned paper for him never appeared again. In the end, Song Jiong could only resign himself to working as a security guard in his own compound, slogging through night shifts to earn a little money. Even so, his savings were nearly exhausted, and this month's mortgage payment still had no source. Given the ruthless face of capitalists, his house would inevitably be taken back by them in the end. Finally, time to go home, he muttered. When the time on his phone flicked over to midnight, Song Jiong at last stopped grumbling. After handing over the shift, he hurried home, wanting to snatch a few hours of sleep. He still had to deliver takeout early the next morning as a side job. Damn it. The life of an adult is truly unbearably bitter. No one could have known that just as he lay down and drifted off, the very next second Song Jiong would open his eyes again. Before him unfolded that familiar dreamscape. It was still that fresh, clean young woman, yet this time something was different. This time at her side, she held the leash of a jet black bear dog. Song-gu, this time I brought Hot Pot, the dog you raised. His service term ended this year, and he retired with honor. I was afraid he would be lonely, so I adopted him and brought him home. You must be missing him down there as well. It is all right. I specifically asked a paper artisan to craft a paper dog modeled after Hot Pot. Let Hot Pot keep you company down below for a while longer. Tada! Look, doesn't it look just like him? The girl reached into a bag and pulled out a sooty black object. It was a lifelike paper dog, its entire body ink dark. It bore a striking resemblance to the black bear dog lying at her side. The black dog Hot Pot lay lazily beside her, tongue dark as ink, lolling as he panted. And there is another piece of good news. I am now the youngest captain in the inspection division. So how about that? Impressive, isn't it? I made captain even earlier than you did back then. Sometimes I can't help wondering, if you hadn't saved me during that mission, would you have not had to die? Her expression suddenly dimmed, and her rambling words dwindled to a barely audible murmur. I will come see you next time, Song-gu. The division just notified us of another mission. Only when the flames before the girl's feet died out did the dream abruptly come to an end. Once again, that familiar blur descended, and the tombstone before Song Zhong's eyes transformed in an instant into a ceiling. Sprawled on his bed in a starfish pose, Song Zhong's gaze went vacant for a moment. I owned a dog. How do I not know that? And from what that girl said, I was even some kind of captain while I was alive. Song Zhong let out a sigh. He finally understood why he was so destitute after death. A captain who dies in the line of duty on a mission sounds exactly like that kind of blockhead who refuses to bend the rules. And odds were in life he had been precisely that kind of person. Suddenly, he felt the hand he had stretched out of the window enveloped in something warm and damp. Turning his head, he saw a massive black dog exactly the same as in his dream licking his palm. What the hell, even this can be burned down here? At the sight of the black dog, Song Zhong was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that burning a paper dog could actually send it down to him. If they burned a paper person or something, would that work too? Though utterly bewildered as he looked at the black dog, a spontaneous sense of intimacy rose in his chest. He reached out to rub the dog's head, feeling the black dog romp about him with affectionate exuberance. He sank into deep thought. He had countless hypotheses about his present situation. He had to carefully sort through his thoughts. First of all, he should already be dead by now. Every time he dreamed of that girl burning offerings at his grave, there would be corresponding objects, even living beings, manifesting right here in his room. Secondly, in life, he should have been like the girl, a member of the inspection division, at least at the rank of captain to start with. The black dog before his eyes should be the police dog he had once raised. These 2 points could mutually corroborate one another. If the first was true, the second would inevitably follow, and vice versa. Song Zhong had already thought of a way to verify his conjectures. Hot pot, sit. At his command, the big black dog before him instantly ceased its affectionate antics. With imposing discipline, it squatted before his bed. Down. In. With each crisp order, Hot Pot swiftly executed the corresponding movement. Right, she also burned money for me just now. Damn, there's so much. With all this cash, why should I keep working as a security guard? On this side. Song Zhong's gaze shifted from Hot Pot to the bed, which was covered in banknotes. There was a lot. They were everywhere. Not only on the bed, but even under it. This time there was even more than last time. At least tens of millions. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Zhong directly dialed the security captain's number. Hello, I'm quitting. I'm done with this job. What did you say? What kind of attitude is that? Do you still want this month's salary? I don't. And besides, is that how you talk to a proper— No more pretending. I'm laying it all out now. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was distance. So here it is, I'm revealing my hand. I'm a multi-millionaire. Finishing in one breath, Song Zhong hung up the phone on the spot, not giving the other side the slightest attention. Hungry, Hot Pot? Come on, I'll take you to eat. Leashing the big black dog, Song Zhong swaggered out of his home. But just as he stepped outside, he heard a familiar female voice. Xiao Song heading out to a side job. Since when did you get a dog? Young people shouldn't push themselves so hard. If you have thoughts about the future, you can come over and sit at Jia's place sometime. There's more than one road to success. No need to work yourself to the bone every day, don't you think? Looking up, he saw a charming face beaming at him. It was his next-door neighbor, Chen Pingping. I just got a dog, taking it out for a walk. No more side jobs. Looking at the gaudily dressed woman before him, Song Zhong's lips twitched, and he hastily widened the distance between them. She was already over 40, though she maintained herself, while Song Zhong simply was not into her type. Ever since he had moved in, he had been frequently harassed by this neighbor, who kept trying to get him to come sit in her apartment for a while. Back when he had no money, he had not taken the bait. All the more so now with tens of millions lying around at home. Why would he live off a woman? Oh, what's the point of raising a dog? At your age, it'd be much better to keep a woman at home. Chen Pingping covered her mouth with a light laugh and reached out, intending to touch Song Zhong's chest. Woof. A dog's bark interrupted Chen Pingping's actions. Quite fierce. By the way, I just remembered I forgot something. I'll head home for a bit. If the elevator arrives, just wait for me, okay? Chen Pingping put her hands away, her gaze fixed on the hot pot, a playful cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Then she walked towards her home, her high heels clicking. Ding, with the crisp sound of the elevator's prompt, the elevator doors slowly opened before her. Song Zhong directly pressed the close door button, and with the hot pot in hand, he dashed out of the building. Only a fool would wait for you. Song Zhong vaguely felt that Chen Pingping had ill intentions towards him, but he couldn't quite articulate why. After carefully recalling the past 20 years of his life in this world, he finally discovered a blind spot. It seemed that aside from himself, everyone else who had died was living normally. Looking at the hurried passers-by on the main road going to work, Song Zhong scratched his head and reached out to stop a young man with a crossbody bag. Hey, does your family usually burn money for you? After receiving a retort of idiot, Song Zhong couldn't help but stroke his chin. From his response, Song Zhong received feedback. He was one of a kind. Only he could receive the offerings from the mortal realm. But would this uniqueness bring him trouble? Deep in thought, Song Zhong, after doing some extensive shopping, sat with the hot pot on a wooden bench in the street. While playing with the dog, he watched the crowd pass by, idly observing their various causes of death. Some had committed suicide. Some had drunk themselves to death. Others had been tricked by friends and beaten to death. Song Zhong found that everyone's method of dying was abnormal. He hadn't seen a single natural death all day. He hadn't even seen anyone die of illness. It seems that the people in this world are all wrongful dead. I am too. The girl in my dream said that I sacrificed myself on a mission, but I still don't know what that mission was. If only there were a way to communicate with that girl. It wasn't until evening that Song Zhong suddenly felt hungry. Though he was dead, at least the most basic 5 senses of a person remained. He still had to enjoy the pleasures of the palate. Just as he was holding the hot pot preparing to find a restaurant to eat, a black sedan stopped in front of him and the driver looked somewhat familiar. Boss, need a ride? Song Zhong looked carefully and the scene of the elder brother's death unfolded in his mind. In a villa, the driver stood gloomily in the center. The elder brother smiled coldly, blood splattered on his hands and corners of his mouth. At his feet lay a naked woman and a disheveled man. Both were lifeless with a chunk of flesh missing from their necks. The scene suddenly cut off here. Song Zhong only saw the elder brother's photo with the woman, which he tightly crushed in his hand. He was somewhat astonished. For the entire day, this was the first time he couldn't fully see the death process. For all things unknown, Song Zhong chose to refuse. Moreover, he had a car. Just got it. No thanks, I have a car. Shaking the keys in his hand, Song Zhong lit up his Bentley Continental. Woof woof. Stop barking, hot pot. The elder brother just has a bit of green on his head. Under the disappointed gaze of the black car driver, Song Zhong drove away in his Bentley Continental. The boss has a car. What should I do then? A soft whisper was drowned out in the sound of the car's tires against the pavement in the evening breeze. Sister One, are you on night duty today? Yes, you can go first. I'll take a look at the case files from the past couple of days. Inspection Division of Yuhua District, Linjiang City, Criminal Investigation Team 4 Office. Guan Kai sat alone at her desk. While looking at the computer files, she slurped on instant noodles. At her feet lay the black bear dog Hot Pot quietly. As the newly appointed Criminal Investigation Team leader just transferred from another province, she had to start everything over. She needed to work overtime to familiarize herself with the local situation. But she was already very satisfied. In her childhood, she was rescued by Song Gu from a human trafficking organization. Then she worked hard in the orphanage. Finally, with outstanding results and an impressive resume, she became the youngest Criminal Investigation Team leader in the Xia Kingdom. She achieved her current success through her journey. Guan Kai had endured pressures unimaginable to ordinary people. But everything will get better. You know, Hot Pot, the inspection division has already assigned me a car. The steam from the instant noodles rose gently. The girl stirred the noodle cup, her bright eyes sparkling as she spoke to the black dog. Then I can take you for a ride and it'll be easier to visit Song Gu. Thinking of Song Gu, Guan Kai's sparkling eyes dimmed for a moment. She recalled that undercover fool cover to save her. Song Zhong risked revealing his undercover identity ahead of time. With only his strength, he subdued a room full of beasts who trafficked minors. When Song Zhong, covered in wounds, carried his 80-year-old self out of the room, he collapsed heavily on the ground, never to make a sound again. Song Gu, feeling her owner's low mood, the big black dog nuzzled Guan Kai's calf, licking its tongue in a pleasing manner. Feeling the furry dog by her leg, Guan Kai came back to her senses. She petted Hot Pot, her attention returning to the case files. As she scrolled through the files, Guan Kai's beautiful brows slowly furrowed. The recent cases are also Case 405, the carousel murder at Yuhua Amusement Park. Reporter Park staff. Location Yuhua Amusement Park, Yuhua District, Linjiang City. Fatalities 3. Date of incident April 5th. Summary: a violent homicide occurred at Yuhua Amusement Park at noon on April 5th. 3 victims were confirmed dead, 1 survivor remains. The case is preliminarily classified as a serial random homicide. The victims shared the following 3 characteristics. 1. Each victim had visited Yuhua Amusement Park alone. No companions accompanied them. 2. All victims had confided to friends or family members that they had recently suffered severe emotional trauma. 3. All victims died in identical fashion. Each was bisected horizontally across the chest by an unidentified object while seated on the carousel. Yuhua Amusement Park has been placed under full lockdown pending further investigation. Case 401, the Suin Plaza jumping incident. Reporter Mall staff. Location 6th floor, Suin Plaza, Yuhua District, Linjiang City. Fatalities 5. First incident date April 1st. Summary: a series of fatal jumps occurred consecutively at Suin Plaza in Yuhua District, Linjiang City. Within 1 week, 5 individuals jumped from the building. None survived. Suin Plaza has been fully sealed and operations suspended. All jumpers shared the following 4 traits. 1. All were employed within Suin Plaza. 2. On the night before their deaths, each left their residence briefly for unknown reasons. 3. Surveillance footage from their residential complexes failed to trace their whereabouts after departure. 4. On the day of the incident, none displayed abnormal behavior. Each calmly stepped over the railing and fell. The investigation remains ongoing, led by Unit 2 of the Linjiang Municipal Inspection Department's Criminal Investigation Division. Case 327, the eyelid sofa incident. Reporter Lu Wenjiao. Location Room 404, Building 4, Phase 2, Tianshan Residential Complex, Yuhua District, Linjiang City. Fatalities unknown. Date of incident unknown. Summary file sealed. Guan Kai rubbed her temples, a dull ache blooming behind her eyes after finishing the dossier. Violent cases have surged recently, and most defy resolution. Even within Yuhua District alone, 4 or 5 homicide files remain unresolved and backlogged. The situation is far worse across Linjiang City as a whole. Rumors claim this past quarter has witnessed the highest number of violent crimes in recorded history. Even Guan Kai, newly transferred, has been working overtime to help organize case dossiers. Ding-ling-ling. In the hushed stillness of the office, only the soft rustle of turning pages broke the silence. Then, a shrill urgent telephone ring shattered Guan Kai's concentration. "Hello, this is the Yuhua District Inspection Department. How may I assist you?" Guan Kai asked. "No, don't. I need help. Help me. Save me. Hurry, save me now. He's coming. He's really coming. Please send help immediately. Mayam, please stay calm. Where exactly are you right now?" I'm at Unit 1802, Building 20, a Shiye residential complex, Yuhua District. Save me. Hurry." As the woman's voice dissolved into hysterical shrieks, Guan Kai strained to hear. Only ragged gasps and heavy rhythmic thuds against a door echoed faintly through the receiver. "Wah, officer, please come quickly and save me. I came home tonight and heard someone knocking at my door, so I peered through the peephole, but saw no one. At first I thought nothing of it. But moments after returning inside and sitting down, the knocking resumed. Still no one visible through the peephole. Again and again, the same pattern repeated every 10 minutes or so. At first I assumed it was a prank, but after so many attempts I couldn't bear it any longer. I watched the clock, and the moment the knock sounded again, I flung the door open. Then, I saw a man standing at my threshold, his eye sockets hollow and dripping blood, grinning widely at me. I slammed the door shut. This time he didn't leave. He began pounding relentlessly against it. "Officer, please hurry. He's breaking in. He's breaking in. Aya." With a final piercing scream, the line went dead. Guan Kai set down the receiver, her expression grave. The caller's account sounded surreal, like a malicious hoax designed to mock the authorities. Yet having just reviewed the dossiers, she sensed something deeply unnatural about this call. "Shaoli, Shiye Residential Complex. Unit 24, 1802. Alert tonight's patrol team. Immediate dispatch. We're heading there now." "Yes, ma'am." Guan Kai threw on her coat and issued crisp, decisive orders to the night shift crew. Just as she reached for her police car keys and stepped forward, woof, Huogua, the dog who'd been dozing, sprang upright with startling vigor. Guan Kai made no move to stop him as he pressed close beside her. After all, before retirement, Huogua had been a provincial-level award-winning police dog. "Let's go." The 2 humans and 1 dog burst out of the office. At that very instant, the clock on the office wall ticked its hour hand to 2 o'clock. Wail, 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 wail. Sirens wailed across Yuhua District's rain-licked streets. Guan Kai, Officer Xiao Li, and the Black Hound Huogua sped forward at breakneck pace. From the call alone, Guan Kai judged the scene critically urgent. Fortunately, Shiye Residential Complex lay near the inspection department. She arrived within 5 minutes. "Xiao Li, is the callback still failing?" "Chief Guan, the line remains unanswered. Contact Information Division. I need the resident profile for Unit 1802. Reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes, Chief Guan." "No time, we go in now." Guan Kai coordinated the operation swiftly while sprinting toward the elevator. As the aging elevator groaned upward floor by floor, she drew her sidearm. Ding-dong. 18th floor. Beneath the elevator's sweet synthetic chime, the trio stepped cautiously into the hallway. She signaled silently to Xiao Li, entering stealth mode. Together, the 2 officers and the dog crept forward until they stood before Unit 1802. The metal security door hung slightly ajar. A dark viscous puddle stained the threshold. Silence swallowed the corridor. Only their own breaths whispered in the air. Guan Kai raised her pistol with one hand and pushed the door open. Creak! A grating metallic screech pierced the quiet as the door swung inward. Guan Kai and Xiao Li surged into the apartment in unison. Inspection department. But the living room stood empty, utterly vacant. Immaculate and orderly, the space held only that single pool of black fluid. It stretched from the doorway, winding like a trail into the bedroom, whose solid wooden door stood half open. Through the narrow gap, a blinding violet crimson glared back. "Xiao Li," Guan Kai barked. She charged into the bedroom, pistol drawn. Inspection department. "Hands up now." Xiao Li followed hard on her heels. 2 black barrels leveled instantly at the room's interior. Simultaneously, Guan Kai scanned the bedroom. Her pulse spiked. A man with grayish-black skin stood with his back to her, ignoring their command entirely. From Guan Kai's vantage, she could see only his glistening wet hands, smearing something steadily across his face. Before him, a wide-spreading pool of blood soaked the floor. Lying motionless in that crimson sea was a small, delicate woman. Her pale face, smeared with gore, her eye sockets horrifyingly hollow and mangled. The caller was already dead. "Hands up now!" Xiao Li, less composed, shouted again, his voice edged with mounting tension. At Xiao Li's shout, the man stiffened, then began turning his head slowly, unnaturally. As he turned, Guan Kai finally saw what he had been smearing onto his face. A pair of eyeballs. His lips twisted into a grotesque grin as he pressed 2 mangled, bloody orbs, still glistening with tissue and fluid, into his empty sockets. Only when both gory globes adhered precariously angled to his hollow eye sockets did he raise his hands, slowly, deliberately. Is this how you want me to hold them? His grin widened manic and rictus-like, his entire facial musculature twitching violently. Meanwhile, the two bloods-licked orbs trembled, unsteady in their grotesque perch. Plop. The eyes have fallen. The dark-skinned man raised his hand, staring blankly with his mouth agape at the two eyeballs that had fallen and stuck to the ground. Suddenly, he dashed towards Guan Kai as if driven mad. Stop! As Guan Kai shouted to halt the man, she involuntarily pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The two short consecutive gunshots rang out, followed by two sounds resembling bullets piercing through cotton. Guan Kai and Xiao Li fired simultaneously, only to be horrified to discover that the bullets seemed to strike rotten flesh. They easily penetrated, yet had no effect on the man's actions. Instead, Xiao Li, in a moment of distraction, had his neck grasped by the man, lifted high with immense strength. The bizarre scene before her exceeded Guan Kai's comprehension. Xiao Li. Bang! 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 Crack! In the next second, she regained her composure. She continued to pull the trigger until the handgun's magazine was completely emptied. Guan Kai attempted to use the gun to stop the man's next move, but it failed. No matter if it was the head hard, or even the lower body, none could inflict effective harm on the man. The man paid no attention to the gunfire, instead shaking Xiao Li's neck. The adult man's body seemed like a ragdoll in his hands. The ensuing scene would forever haunt Guan Kai. The man suddenly extended two fingers, directly inserting them into Xiao Li's eyes. Ah! Accompanied by the horrific screams, the two fingers kept stirring in Xiao Li's eye sockets. The middle finger even dug out white goo from the deepest part. Looking at the glutinous flesh stuck to his fingers, the man's smile gradually faded, seemingly dissatisfied with Xiao Li. Inferior product. After tossing aside the lifeless Xiao Li, the man's gaze shifted back to Guan Kai. Although his eye sockets were empty, Guan Kai knew he was staring at her. In a flash, she felt a tremendous grip around her neck, lifting her off the ground effortlessly. Without any power to resist, Guan Kai was pinned against the wall by the man. The immense impact to the back of her head caused her to see stars. Am I going to die? Guan Kai couldn't help but this time it seemed like Brother Song wouldn't come to save her. Watching the approaching fingers, Guan Kai tightly shut her eyes. She could even feel a gust of wind rushing towards her. Woof! Hot pot run! Woof woof woof! Hearing the barking beside her ears, Guan Kai suddenly shouted with her eyes tightly closed. Hot pot, bite him, hot pot. On the other side, Song Zhong, who was dreaming, muttered continuously. He was having a nightmare. He dreamed of a man's life who liked to peep at others. At the end of the man's life, he was discovered while spying, and his eyes were brutally dug out. Then the face with its eyes gouged out kept enlarging in Song Zhong's dream. Terrified, he kept calling for his beloved dog Hot Pot. Bite him, Hot Pot. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, Guan Kai felt a peculiar rhythm in the barking that entered her ear. As the barking sounded, she felt the pressure around her neck loosen. She involuntarily opened her eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. The man, once immensely powerful and impervious to bullets, was now clutching his ears in agony, curled into a ball. And standing in front of Guan Kai was the ferocious black dog Hot Pot. At this moment, Hot Pot exuded a chilling aura. Its once shiny black fur had become dry and wrinkled. The originally imposing black dog gradually lost its vitality. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a paper dog drawn with strokes. The feeling it brought Guan Kai was even more terrifying than the eye-gouging man. Woof woof. I'm sorry. I was wrong, spare me. As Hot Pot's chilling barks rang out, the man, in the midst of rolling on the ground, he gradually transformed into a puddle of black sludge. Guan Kai stared blankly at everything before her, as if she had experienced a dream. Had she been saved by Hot Pot? Sister Guan. Sister Guan. In her daze, she suddenly heard the calls of her fellow. Support has arrived. Why is it so slow? Xiao Li is already dead. A surge of anger and sadness rose within Guan Kai. However, the anxious voices that followed instilled in her a profound sense of fear and helplessness. Sister Guan, we finally found you. Do you know? We searched the 18th floor for quite a while, only to find out that this building doesn't actually have an 18th floor. Because this building has a reflection in the lake, to avoid the superstition of the 18 layers of hell, it was only built to 17 floors. Looking at the 10 or so anxious officers before her, Guan Kai opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, she finally asked vacantly, then where is this? It's the basement, Sister Guan, room B102. Name, Guan Kai. Age, 28. All right, Captain Guan Kai, please describe in detail the events of the night of the incident. In the cramped interrogation room, facing two unknown interrogators, Guan Kai wore a cold expression. She knew she might be subjected to an internal investigation, but she didn't expect it to happen in an interrogation room. I've already said it 4 times, it was Hot Pot who saved me. Are you sure you did not make any movements during this process? No. The two interrogators hesitated and whispered to each other. She could faintly hear phrases like, a bit strange, and this time the anomaly turned out to be a dog. Then the two interrogators suddenly became serious. We apologize, Captain Guan Kai. The previous interrogation was a necessary procedure. We express our regret for your sacrifice and that of Comrade Li Zhe. You must be curious about the man's origins, right? Guan Kai nodded silently. Everything that had happened last night was too bizarre for her. Let me reintroduce ourselves. We are the Bureau of Anomalous Investigation, or you may have heard of us by the name of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. In simple terms, there are anomalies in this world that are difficult for humanity to comprehend. And the duty of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is to properly handle these anomalies. Handle. Guan Kai pondered over this term, her eyes revealing a strange expression. That's right, each type of anomaly has a different handling method. You can take a look at these documents. Then a folder was pushed in front of Guan Kai. If I look at these, do I have to join you? Upon hearing Guan Kai's question, the two members of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau exchanged glances. Then they said seriously, no, you are already part of us. Our unit's enlistment is mandatory. If you don't join, it's under control. That is the meaning of proper handling. Guan Kai nodded silently. Based on her personal experiences, if such bizarre incidents are not strictly controlled, the order of human society will quickly collapse. In silence, she opened the document pouch in her hand. The first document shattered her understanding of the world. Bizarre Investigation Files, April Revised Edition. Recently, the frequency of bizarre events has been increasing. According to investigations by the Bureau of Public Opinion, the Blue Star is about to enter the era of bizarre resurgence. Some deceased will enter the world of the living from the underworld, and these spirits pose a certain danger. According to expert research, the world is currently in its initial stage, and as time goes by, this situation will become increasingly severe. It is estimated that in half a month there will be an explosive outbreak of bizarre entities. Looking at the outrageous notifications in the document, Guan Kai frowned. The notification details also include intelligence regarding living bizarre entities. As the name suggests, living bizarre entities are the bizarre beings that are alive. Certain humans will possess the ability to communicate with control and even become bizarre entities. Generally speaking, these three abilities are progressive. First, one communicates, then controls, and finally their intellect is corroded, becoming a bizarre entity. However, there are a few rare exceptions. Some living bizarre entities can maintain their clarity despite being contaminated due to their strong will. This information was conveyed by a sentient living bizarre entity. However, regardless of the circumstances, contamination is irreversible. A sentient living bizarre entity will ultimately lose its rationality after awakening its abilities. And before awakening, supernatural events that are difficult to comprehend will occur around individuals with special constitutions. For instance, waking up in a dream due to water suddenly entering one's mouth, or having nails turn pitch black, leaving bloody scratches on the wall, and so forth. The manifestations of the supernatural are not limited to forms or states. They are not even confined to humans. Animals or objects can also become living bizarre entities. So Hotpot also belongs to the category of living bizarre entities. Guan Kai was somewhat surprised, as she never expected that the Hotpot which had always accompanied her was actually a living bizarre entity as described in the document. But the Hotpot has been completely normal until now. Guan Kai was puzzled. However, her hands did not stop, continuing to flip through the documents in the folder. In the document pouch, Guan Kai came across a document titled Classification of Bizarre Levels, First Edition. It detailed some classifications of bizarre entities and their powers. In the document, bizarre entities were divided into two types. The first type is those which come from the underworld to the human realm, while the other type consists of living bizarre entities that coexist with bizarre entities. In addition, it recorded the bizarre spiritual realms, which are special areas influenced by bizarre entities. However, whether it is a bizarre entity, a living bizarre entity, or a bizarre spiritual realm, their classifications are the same. That is the highest level S and the subsequent A, B, C, D. Level D bizarre entities are also known as pollution level entities. The lowest level of bizarre entities also constitutes the largest base of bizarre entities. Level D bizarre entities will manifest in human form and possess supernatural abilities. However, they have no concept of their own death. Therefore, their weaknesses are very apparent. If they become aware of their death, they will dissipate. Due to the overwhelming number of Level D bizarre entities, they cannot be statistically counted. Level C bizarre entities are known as obsession level entities. They also have no concept of their own death, but the difference from Level D is that when Level C bizarre entities realize their death, they enter a state of frenzy. Their obsessions will continue to solidify, and if not stopped, they will become Level B bizarre entities. Guan Kai took a deep breath. According to the information, the Hotpot is likely a living bizarre entity of the obsession level. Because the pollution level Kadied person is utterly powerless in front of the Hotpot. So, I am still a normal person, right? Guan Kai raised her head and asked the two individuals in front of her. Well, theoretically you are no longer normal. As the master of a living bizarre entity, you have likely already been contaminated. You are very likely to transform into a living bizarre entity in the near future. In the end, whether you can maintain your clarity depends solely on yourself. The voice of the personnel from the polling bureau echoed in Guan Kai's ears for a long time. She was unclear how she had exited the gate of the inspection division and how she ended up in the car. When she regained her senses, she found herself unconsciously standing before Song Zhong's tombstone, weighing the good things she had subconsciously prepared for him in her backpack. Guan Kai remained silent as she flicked her lighter. The blue smoke spiraled up once again, enveloping the tombstone of Song Zhong. Song Zhong suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the girl in his dream. Did my wealthy patron come to burn offerings for me again? I wonder how much money is being offered this time. Song Zhong was very much looking forward to it. Although he hadn't spent the money from the last offering, more money was always better. Brother Song, I encountered something very strange these past few days. They say there are anomalies in this world. I personally faced an anomalous existence and managed to escape. I was forcibly recruited into the polling bureau. As she spoke, Guan Kai's expression became somewhat hesitant. Ever since that time I burned the paper dog, the hot pot seems to have undergone strange changes. Moreover, Brother Song, I brought you this. Saying so, Guan Kai slowly unfolded a portrait in her hand. The image depicted a mustached general with a red face and phoenix eyes holding a knife and riding a horse. The only unusual thing was the fierce aura in his pair of phoenix eyes. The files of the polling bureau state that low-level anomalies fear figures like Guan Gong and Zhong Kuei. I read online that the open-eyed Guan Gong is the fiercest, though I don't know if it's true, so I burned a painting for you. If you get bullied down there, just show him my ancestor. As Guan Kai spoke, a smile emerged on her face. The idea of the open-eyed Guan Gong was merely a superstitious notion that she did not take seriously. But then she thought of what would happen if Brother Song also turned into an anomaly, and she burned this portrait for him. What expression would he have? The more she thought about it, the more the smile on her face grew. I thought about it, if there are indeed anomalies, then deities should exist too, right? With this portrait, at least you'll be able to walk sideways in front of minor anomalies. I'm clever, right? Only magic can defeat magic. Guan Kai wore a proud expression, though a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. She knew that Song Zhong would not receive the offerings she burned for him. According to the polling bureau, anomalies were merely manifestations of obsessions. However, on the other side, upon witnessing this scene, Song Zhong was directly startled awake. Damn, I can actually receive what you burned, can I? What if I get obliterated by this painting? Ancestor, you said burning money is fine, but why innovate? The bedroom light was suddenly turned on, and Song Zhong sat dumbfounded on the bed, drenched in cold sweat. Guan Gong still with his eyes open. He himself was also an anomaly. If he wasn't careful, Guan Er, you would use him as an offering for the knife. Before Song Zhong could think too much. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, the cold, murderous intent surging like a massive wave. It seemed ready to crush him. A voice of anger echoed in his ears, making him feel as if he was engulfed by a sea of corpses and blood. Damn! Song Zhong's mind went blank, and after an unknown amount of time, he finally felt a lightness in his body. At that moment, he realized that the oppressive aura had vanished. Only a chilling sensation remained on his back. He hurriedly got up and looked at his back in the mirror. But the sight that met his eyes left him astonished. A vividly lifelike portrait of a martial general, like a tattoo, was imprinted on his back, and it was a full-back image. The image depicted the general with a red-faced mustache and phoenix eyes, clad in a green robe and golden armor. Beneath him, a galloping steed, the red hair, held the green dragon crescent blade. The eyes of the portrait gleamed with a fierce aura, the long blade poised for a strike. It was the open-eyed Guan Gong battlefield image. What is this? Song Zhong was momentarily at a loss. Logically, as an anomaly, he should have been suppressed to death under this portrait right. Could it be that he was a special kind of anomaly? He also couldn't figure out what was happening to his body. Clearly an anomalous form, yet he could bear the image of Guan Gong, which embodies utmost strength and righteousness. Recalling Guan Kai's words when she burned the paper, he thought his anomalous level should be slightly higher than grade now. Woof! Suddenly the barking of the hot pot interrupted Song Zhong's thoughts. He didn't know when, but the sturdy black bear dog, it crouched low to the ground, continuously barking at Song Zhong's back. Moi! A cold, authoritative snort suddenly erupted within the room. In response to the barking of the hot pot, the figure of the bearded general behind Song Zhong seemed to come alive. His expression darkened, and his phoenix eyes narrowed sharply. A phantom of a long beard emerged behind him, ready to draw the sword. Guan Gong opened his eyes, ready to slay both spirits and demons. Oh no! Knowing that something was wrong, Song Zhong quickly picked up the hot pot, fearful for its safety. But summoning a deity is easy, sending one away is hard. As the phoenix eyes opened, evil spirits were beheaded. Centered on Song Zhong, a wave of blue blade energy rippled outward, enveloping the entire neighborhood where Song Zhong was located. The divine might surged majestic as if it were real. The originally silent night suddenly erupted with the howls of malevolent spirits. Numerous low-level anomalies were reduced to dust beneath the blade energy. And at the moment Guan Gong swung his blade, the previously peaceful neighborhood shed its hidden facade. It abruptly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse with countless hidden demons and evil spirits. Only when the Guan Gong image on his back returned to calm did the strange phenomena in the neighborhood disappear. It was as if everything that had just happened had been merely an illusion. Song Zhong's cold sweat dripped down. Just now, if he hadn't hugged the hot pot, he might have been having dog meat hot pot instead. The wails of vicious spirits outside, triggered by the blade's aura, made Song Jiong realize that his neighborhood was anything but ordinary. He felt a chill creeping up his back. To his surprise, he found that he was not affected by the image on his back. Instead, under the chill, his body gradually filled with strength. Along with that, lines of blurred text faintly surfaced in his mind. Calming down to comprehend, Song Jiong noticed that the words in his mind were becoming increasingly clear. They gradually converged into two large characters, spring and autumn. Did second master pass down his teachings? Song Jiong murmured to himself. Upon careful thought, he realized that the lines in spring and autumn depicted not profound truths. Rather, it was the brutal combat techniques that Guan Er-yi had honed on the battlefield, the 8 methods of spring and autumn. Tisk, next time I have the chance, I should burn something like Neza, wreaking havoc in the sea or causing chaos in the heavenly palace. Once I take off my clothes, I could probably subdue a large number of weird beings. Song Jiong stroked his chin using his chopsticks to mimic the sword techniques. He was increasingly curious about his past in the human world and how he ended up in this peculiar state. After all, even as a strange being, he was far too special. It seems I can only wait until I return to the human world to ask the Guan family's girl for more information. Song Jiong was increasingly looking forward to the weird invasion that Guan Kai mentioned. Knock knock. The sudden sound of knocking at the door sent a shiver down Song Jiong's spine. Looking through the peephole, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The nightmare of the peeping Tom from yesterday was still fresh in his mind. Wait a minute, why am I scared? Song Jiong chuckled self-deprecatingly, forgetting that he was currently bearing Guan Gong's visage and holding the hot pot. Taking care of that little Kalumi was probably just a matter of taking off his clothes. Without thinking, he opened the door. Outside the door, Chun Pingping, clad in a lace nightgown, was looking at him expectantly. Upon seeing the charming Chen Jie before him, Song Jiong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way around it. The peeping Tom was too disgusting, leaving a deep impression on him. Chen Jie, why aren't you sleeping so late? Song Jiong asked casually. However, he felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. The earlier blade's aura had caused the evil spirits in the entire neighborhood to wail. The woman before him lived right next door, but seemed unharmed. And she was the first to come looking for him. Not good intentions. I couldn't sleep. It seemed like there was an earthquake just now, and I felt a bit scared. Looking at Chen Pingping, who appeared on the verge of tears, Song Jiong maintained a poker face. Hee. Xiao Song, could you stay with me for a bit? No, but I'm really scared. Bang. Staring at the suddenly closed door in a daze, Chen Pingping felt her fists tighten. With a light laugh, she turned and returned to her room. Time is still long. Since you harbor misgivings about this body, then I shall switch to another. Suddenly, a cloud of blood mist exploded from the woman's body. As the blood mist dissipated, Chen Pingping's originally voluptuous body shriveled up. At the same time, the wardrobe in the room creaked open. Inside lay a variety of withered bodies quietly arranged. On the other side, Song Jiong was putting on his little sleeping. He snuggled back into his little quilt. Joking aside, his female neighbor clearly had ill intentions. In the middle of the night, right after that blade's aura was released, she came to find this blade aura wielder unharmed. The word conspiracy was practically written on her face. Perhaps she knew something. As soon as this thought appeared in Song Jiong's mind, it was quickly extinguished. Regarding the reason for his special physique, he planned to wait until he returned to the human world to slowly explore and understand. Now, recklessly contacting other unknown weird beings was akin to courting death. Surviving was the key. With this determination, Song Jiong prepared to continue his nap. Tomorrow morning, he had to wake up early to spend money. His beautiful retirement life had just begun. Dreaming happily, Song Jiong turned over. He played a tune of Ba Qiao Tiao Pao from his phone to please the Guan Er-yi behind him. This was his future treasured amulet, and he had to serve it well. The autumn colors fade, the golden crow is desolate. As the prelude to Ba Qiao Tiao Pao played, he gradually drifted into slumber. Shou Ting Ho hanging the seal and gold bidding farewell to Cao Cao. In the powerful tones of the chubby little black man, Guan Kai rubbed her dark circles. Listening to music while sleeping had become her only hobby. However, after joining the investigation bureau, she had been unable to sleep well last night. After the hot pot was confirmed to possess obsession-level power as a junior investigator of the bureau, Guan Kai was to start taking responsibility for the weird cases in Linjiang City. After yawning, she reached for her phone. The first case file assigned to her had already been sent to her phone. At the same time, it was a case that the bureau believed was within Guan Kai's capabilities. The carousel murder incident at Yuhua Park. Guan Kai's slender fingers slowly swiped the screen, her beautiful brows gradually furrowing. The more she looked at the case file, the more familiar it felt, as if she had heard of this case before. Suddenly, it seemed like she remembered something. It appeared that the incident occurred on the very day she reported for duty. On that day, it was her first day at the Yuhua District Inspection Office, and she happened to run into a team going out on duty right at the door. At that time, she had curiously asked what the police situation was and learned that it was Yuhua Park. However, by the afternoon, this case had been urgently sealed. She never expected that within just a week, she would be taking over this mysterious case. Was this a weird incident? Guan Kai continued to flip through, intrigued, and saw a video attachment. It was the inquiry video of the only survivor, Sun Chung. Hello, Ms. Sun, we are from the Yuhua District Inspection Office in Linhai City. Regarding the Yuhua Park case, we need to ask some details to solve it as soon as possible. Okay. Please describe the events of the day of the incident. That day I had just been fired. I was feeling down, so I wanted to go to Yuhua Park for a stroll. In the law enforcement recording video, the petite girl appeared. She looked like a little deer, evoking pity. I'm sorry, Miss Sun, may I interrupt? Why did you choose Yuhua Park? Upon seeing this question, Guan Kai keenly sensed that the inquirer viewed Sun Chung as a suspect. Well, I have never ridden a carousel since I was little. So whenever I encounter something unpleasant after growing up, I think about becoming a child again and riding a carousel. All right, please continue to describe the events of the incident. The moment the incident scene was mentioned, Sun Cheng's face turned pale. It seemed she recalled something unpleasant, her lips trembling as she quietly spoke. At that time, I released my stress and felt very happy. Plus, there were very few people on the carousel, just 4 of us. So I was very excited and shouted, "Oh yeah." And then ugh. The girl in the video suddenly started crying, her body instinctively curling up. Does Miss Sun need to take a break? No. I didn't expect that they would also reach out their hands at the same time. Everyone had strange smiles on their faces in the midst of the cheers of celebration. Cough, cough. We were all cut in half at the chest. Cough, cough. The law enforcement video abruptly stopped as Sun Chung suddenly retched. Watching the scene in the video where the girl's face was covered in tears and snot bent over and retching, Guan Kai furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat puzzled. This case had many uncertainties. Why were the other 3 who rode the carousel together all victims at the same time, while Sun Chung remained unharmed? Logically speaking, Sun Chung should be the so-called living weird. However, according to the investigation, there were no strange fluctuations from Sun Chung. The carousel at Yuhua Park had also undergone multiple tests and confirmed to have no strange fluctuations. What could be the reason? Dinglingaling, hello. Is this Comrade Guan Kai? Please report to Yuhua Park's carousel at 1130 a.m. sharp. At that time, your instructor will be waiting for you there. Over here. I'm here. As Guan Kai rode her little electric scooter, leading a hot pot, she strolled through the dog park until she arrived at Yuhua Amusement Park. An elderly man with a Mediterranean hairstyle was standing at the entrance, smiling and waving at her. Hello, old comrade, I am Guan Kai. May I ask who you are? Guan Kai looked at the elderly man in a white tank top, wearing reading glasses. With a somewhat uncertain tone, he replied, Chun Jin Shun from the east of the river, Dao Bao Jin. That's right, girl, and the instructor assigned to you by the bureau. Is this the hot pot? Chun Jin closely examined the black bear dog beside Guan Kai, revealing a row of white teeth. He waved his hand, casually signaling her to follow. I've heard about you, Guan girl. When one person achieves enlightenment, even their pets rise to prominence. It's rare to see a person elevate their dog, haha. Seeing the old man smiling awkwardly, Guan Kai rolled her eyes. Uncle Chun, let's discuss the case. Oh, ha, I almost forgot. Chun Jin brushed his sparse white hair, but his expression gradually became serious. Xiao Guan, you should know the difference between the bizarre and the bizarre spiritual realm, right? Guan Kai nodded. In simple terms, the bizarre essentially refers to a singular person or object. The bizarre spiritual realm, however, is a phenomenon arising from obsession and resentment, and it definitely contains bizarre elements, even multiple bizarre entities. The aura of the bizarre can be detected, while the bizarre spiritual realm under normal conditions without the right triggering circumstances is indistinguishable from ordinary things. We can be certain that the carousel at Yuhua Amusement Park is a type of bizarre spiritual realm. Listening to Chun Jin's elaborate explanation, Guan Kai gained a new perspective on the case from the Bureau's viewpoint. So only under suitable triggering conditions can we activate this bizarre spiritual realm. Guan Kai couldn't help but ask. That's right, only by triggering the bizarre spiritual realm can we hope to eliminate the bizarre elements within it, thereby completely resolving this bizarre spiritual realm. As Chun Jin elaborated, the two had already arrived in front of the carousel. So what are the conditions to activate the bizarre spiritual realm? Guan Kai looked at the carousel sealed with yellow tape and asked. According to our investigation, the victims had a significant commonality. They all suffered tremendous emotional turmoil. Therefore, as long as there's a person who has recently experienced emotional distress sitting on the carousel, there's a high probability that the bizarre spiritual realm will be activated. Upon hearing this, Guan Kai couldn't help but frown. Then how do we ensure the safety of the person triggering the bizarre spiritual realm? The files state that this bizarre spiritual realm can lead to death in an instant. That will depend on whether your hot pot is up to the task. Uncle Chin gestured towards the hot pot. Generally speaking, a girl like you who has suffered since childhood and has just seen a glimmer of hope in life, upon realizing the truth of the bizarre spiritual realm, will experience significant emotional fluctuations. That's why the Bureau assigned you to this case. Listening to Chun Jin's explanation, Guan Kai finally understood the reason she was assigned to this case. Later I will activate this carousel. You just need to relax and sit on it. We should trigger the bizarre spiritual realm. Rest assured I will stand with you on the... According to the Bureau's intelligence, with the strength of the hot pot combined with mine, we should be able to eliminate the bizarre elements within this bizarre spiritual realm. Saying this, Qin Jin circled the carousel and removed the tape. Then he picked up the hot pot and stood on the platform of the carousel. Guan Kai hesitated, looking at the old man waving at her. A gentle breeze swept by, sending shivers down her spine. The entire amusement park was now sealed off by the Bureau, prohibiting anyone from entering. The emptiness of the amusement park gave an eerie feeling. The absence of people allowed the cold wind to sweep through the park, making Guan Kai feel somewhat chilly even under the bright sun. The unknown is the greatest fear. Although she already knew that the carousel before her was a bizarre spiritual realm containing bizarre elements, just thinking of the victims' tragic fates in the files made her shiver involuntarily. Relax, if I like you cannot sense the resentment of the bizarre. Qin Jin on the carousel calmly reassured her. Although he was the only investigator in Linjiang City, close to the level of a deadly bizarre, he could not sense any traces of obsession when the bizarre spiritual realm was not activated. The only judgment from experience was that the bizarre here had not yet reached a deadly level. Otherwise, the entire Yuhua amusement park would have long since turned into a living hell. This was also the reason why Qin Jin could confidently stand on the carousel. Come on, under the midday sun, the bizarre within this bizarre spiritual realm shouldn't be very fierce. Upon hearing this, Guan Kai gritted her teeth, stepping onto the circular platform of the carousel. Only after reaching the platform did Guan Kai notice that there were still numerous bloodstains that had not been cleaned. Carefully stepping on the bloodstains, she felt strange and slippery. Don't think of anything else, just sit on the horse. Placing the hot pot at Guan Kai's feet, Uncle Chun smoothed his white hair. He pressed the activation button for the carousel. Simultaneously, at the moment the carousel started, a clear children's song began to play. Spin, 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 spin. The carousel is spinning. One circle, another circle, so colorful and beautiful. As she rode the horse, Guan Kai turned in circles, her initial tension. Under the accompaniment of the children's song, she unconsciously relaxed. It was as if she saw her gloomy childhood in the song. In a daze, Guan Kai began to hum along with the song, completely unaware that the voice of the singer had shifted from a clear child's voice to a gloomy horse female voice. Spin, 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 spin. The carousel is spinning. Happiness is in the next moment. Joyful childhood spins nonstop. Let's raise our hands. Oh yeah? Guan Kai followed the lyrics, her face radiating a happy smile. Her arms instinctively opened as if wanting to embrace something. It felt like a gentle breeze was about to sweep across her chest. Girl, get down. Suddenly, Qin Jin shouted loudly, waking Guan Kai from her blissful reverie. In that instant, she saw clearly what that breeze was. It turned out to be a sharp steel cable. In a moment of peril, a swift black shadow collided head-on with the steel cable aimed at Guan Kai. The hot pot fell back into a bizarre state akin to being made of paper. A pair of canine teeth tightly gripped the suddenly appearing steel cable. While the black dog struggled against the cable, it also provided Guan Kai with a chance to escape. In her haste to leave the carousel, Guan Kai discovered that it was enveloped by an invisible barrier. The two of them and the dog were trapped on a carousel filled with lethal intent. At that moment, Guan Kai felt the atmosphere around her gradually growing colder. Even though she was just an ordinary person, she could sense the change in her surroundings. The sun was shining brightly, yet she felt no warmth from its rays. Like a tangible grudge, it continuously stimulated her nerves, making her unable to help but curl up into a ball. Suddenly, the aged yet vigorous voice of Qin Jin rang in Guan Kai's ears. The sight of an old man in a vest who had, unbeknownst to her, changed into an old military uniform. His already dry and aged face was speckled with deathly spots, and a layer of frost had formed between his brows. His skin instantly turned a dark greenish hue, and a ghostly fire burst forth from his eyes. With hands emerging from his sleeves, his nails gradually elongated into sharp claws. Like a white-haired zombie, he jumped several dozen steps forward to block the steel cable alongside the hot pot. The eerie chill from the papier-mâché hot pot, the corpse energy of Qin Jin, and the dense malevolence of the carousel collided, making the area around the carousel feel like a haunted realm. The instinct for self-preservation paralyzed Guan Kai, making her dare not move a muscle. Spin, oh spin, spin, oh spin. The carousel is spinning. Happiness awaits in the next moment. The joyful childhood keeps spinning. Spin. The mournful nursery rhyme echoed again, and just as the last spin fell, the figures of Guan Kai and the others suddenly vanished. The once boisterous Yuhua amusement park returned to its eerie silence, leaving only the empty carousel. Following the nursery rhyme, Guan Kai found herself lying alone in the darkness when she opened her eyes again. Where am I? As she looked around in confusion, she noticed that the once bright sun had set without her realizing it. In its place was a crescent moon obscured by dark clouds. Looking at the somewhat familiar surroundings, Guan Kai was surprised to find herself lying on the road at the entrance of Yuhua amusement park. Had she fainted? Where's the hot pot? Where did Uncle Chin go? Struggling to stand up, Guan Kai felt her head spinning. Her last memory was of the solidified malevolence. It surged towards her side, and then she lost consciousness. Is this the eerie spiritual realm? Guan Kai thought uneasily. At that moment, the street light behind her flickered erratically, as if it were experiencing a power surge. Amidst the interplay of light and dark, Guan Kai vaguely saw a small figure standing beneath the lamp. She stared stiffly at the empty space below the streetlight, her mind blank. Was that a little girl? Z. The streetlight flickered again, prompting Guan Kai to take off running. The figure from before came closer to her. After running a few steps, she stiffly turned around to check her surroundings. The odd posture of her turning her head and body together was strange. According to the information, a person's shoulders harbor two flames of yang. When an ordinary person faces something eerie, they must not look back. Guan Kai recited the knowledge from the investigator's handbook. Re-observing the streetlight, everything appeared normal. Only Guan Kai knew what she had just seen. After the fright, she dared not linger in that place. Following the streetlight, she aimed to distance herself from Yuhua Amusement Park. The crisp sound of her footsteps echoed on the deserted road. The eerie silence surrounding her made her footsteps sound exceptionally sharp. Guan Kai ran for about 10 minutes before stopping to catch her breath. Her taut nerves and weakening body left her clothes drenched in sweat. Suddenly her gaze fell upon a scene that made her scalp tingle. The streetlight cast Guan Kai's shadow, stretching it incredibly long. Yet the end of the shadow was stepped on by a pair of tiny children's shoes. Ahead, Guan Kai trembled as she lifted her head only to see a pale-faced little girl smiling at her. Sister, are you playing hide and seek? Ah, what the hell? Why am I having nightmares every day now? Song Zhong suddenly sat up in bed. The blanket slid off his sharply defined muscles. His clean physique bore the image of a majestic general glaring angrily. Song Zhong felt somewhat helpless. Even with Guan Gong on his back, he couldn't fend off nightmares. Clearly just last night he had been incredibly powerful, slaying countless low-level anomalies with a single strike. But tonight, as soon as he fell asleep, he was plunged back into a blood-red nightmare. In the dream, Song Zhong saw a little girl with no parents. Due to her short stature, she often fell victim to the timid girl bore immense pressure every day. Only occasionally when riding the carousel at Yuhua Amusement Park could she feel a fleeting moment of happiness. Until one day the bullies followed her to Yuhua Amusement Park. When the girl got on the carousel, they used a rope to bind her. The tragedy occurred in an instant as the back of the young child's head was directly embedded in the carousel's horse's head. The little girl fell from the carousel and died on the spot. The dream froze at this moment, echoing in Song Zhong's mind. Only the girl's wide, innocent eyes and lingering smile remained. Perhaps in her last second before death, she was still happy. Last time it was the peeping cat I mad. This time it was the... What connection do these dreams have? Could it be that all are the anomalies experienced by that girl in reality? Arriving at this conclusion gave Song Zhong a headache. Have anomalies in reality become this rampant? In just 2 short days she encountered 2 waves of anomalies. Woof! A weak bark from a dog pulled Song Zhong's attention back. Looking at the black dog lying beside him, Song Zhong scratched his head in confusion. What a strange occurrence. Why is the hot pot looking so lifeless today? Hungry? Or was it scared by Guan Yi last night? Frowning, Song Zhong ruffled the somewhat dried fur. The pet hospital should have an emergency service at night, right? Should I take the hot pot to get checked? With a worried expression, Song Zhong held the hot pot. The evening breeze was desolate, and the tree shadows were uneven. 1 person and 1 dog stood at the entrance. Just as he hesitated over which pet hospital to go to, a black sedan suddenly stopped in front of Song Zhong. Sir, need a ride. Master, the dog is ill. Take us to an emergency pet hospital. Sitting in the rear seat of the sedan, Song Zhong wore a deeply troubled expression. An eerie dream loomed ahead. The hot pot sat listlessly beside him. He felt uneasy about Guan Kai in the real world. In setting aside the matter of burning Joss paper, she might be the only person still alive who remembered him. Hiss. Sir, we've arrived at the hospital. And he handed 10 yuan to the driver without a word and stepped out of the car. Yet, as moonlight spilled across the road, illuminating the signboard that read, "Welcome to Yuhua Amusement Park," Song Zhong sensed he had been duped. Driver. And just as he turned to confront the middle-aged man, he was startled to find the black sedan had vanished without a trace. Only empty lampposts remained, casting oblique shadows across the endless road. Woof! Feeling a tug at his pant leg, Song Zhong glanced down. The once languid hot pot now brimmed with vitality. Clamping his trousers firmly, it tugged insistently toward Yuhua Amusement Park. How had it suddenly recovered? Frowning at the exuberant dog, Song Zhong raised his gaze again toward the amusement park. If his memory, the very location where the little girl perished in his nightmare, was Yuhua Amusement Park, and everything was far too coincidental. Before Song Zhong could unravel these connections, a faint, unsettling sensation prickled his spine, an unseen gaze scrutinizing him from behind. Beneath a solitary lamppost stood a timid little girl, stealing glances at Song Zhong. Her shadow stretched unnaturally long across the pavement. Woof! Woof! Oh, big dog. To Song Zhong's astonishment, Hot Pot bounded forward, tail wagging wildly. A small, delicate hand reached out and gently stroked Hot Pot's head. Following the line of that tiny arm, Song Zhong's eyes rose to meet the girl's face. His pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Was this the little girl from the carousel in his nightmare? Were his nightmares fragments of the true tragic experiences of the wrongfully deceased? And then had this child truly endured such a harrowing childhood? Uncle, may I play with the big dog? And gazing upon her pure unblemished smile song, Zhong's expression grew complex, and silently he nodded. After all, she was just a pitiful child. And he extended his hand, and took hers. Two silhouettes, one tall, one small, walked side by side into the night wind. And, Uncle, what's the dog's name? Hot Pot. His name is Hot Pot. And, may I ask, what do you like to play most? And, I like the merry-go-round. Come, I'll take you for a ride on the merry-go-round. And, then if you ride with me, I won't need to find anyone else to play with. And yes, I'll take you there. Elsewhere, Guan Kai stared in terror at the lamplight, now utterly vacant. In moments earlier, she had followed a shadow and glimpsed a pale-faced girl beneath the lamppost. But in the next instant, the girl had disappeared. Shaken to her core, Guan Kai stood frozen in place for a full 2 minutes before her stiff limbs finally began to move again. As sensation slowly returned to her limbs, she let out a wry, hollow laugh. Nint. And for an ordinary human to become entangled in the uncanny, this was simply too much to bear. Nizi. And suddenly a frantic cry rang out behind her. And the aged voice sounded eerily familiar. Was it Uncle Chun? Guan Kai dared not relax her guard. She turned her head slowly, still rigid with tension. You scared this old man half to death. What possessed you to dash off like that? And staring at the wheezing white-haired elder before her, Guan Kai spoke in a low, steady tone. Heaven rules, earth tiger reigns supreme. And leather shoes boiled in a wok. And no need for secret codes. The anomaly lacks the ability to alter its appearance. And waving a hand dismissively, Qin Jin, now fully restored to his human form, caught his breath. This is a newly formed uncanny realm lacking the power to warp perception or sow delusion. And you're quite fortunate, Nizi. Hearing Qin Jin's words, Guan Kai could only stare blankly. Unfortunate. Was nearly being frightened to death by a pallid little girl, what he called Fortune. As if reading her thoughts, Qin Jin stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke in a calm, measured tone. And as an investigator, you will face countless uncanny realms and countless anomalies. And the first uncanny realm an investigator enters is invariably the deadliest. Your fortune lies in having entered one that has only just coalesced. It's as though others are thrust straight into the National College entrance exam, while you've been granted a brief preparatory lesson beforehand. And this will profoundly shape your future as an investigator. Qin Jin turned to face her squarely, his expression grave. Remember, even the most perilous, uncanny realm obeys immutable laws. And even an ordinary person stands a chance of survival. It is fear and an unsteady heart that truly slay investigators. And Guan Kai paused, then nodded slowly, her gaze thoughtful. Where's your dog? Qin Jin scanned the surroundings, suddenly puzzled. I don't know. It vanished the moment I entered. I assumed it stayed close to you. And Guan Kai replied, her voice edged with worry. Don't fret. It must be somewhere inside the park. Given the dog's strength, this nascent, uncanny realm poses no real threat to it. And after a moment's reflection, Qin Jin addressed her gravely. Our priority now is to re-enter the park and locate the merry-go-round once more. And did you see the entrance to Yuhua Amusement Park along the way? Guan Kai nodded. She had run all the way here from the park's main gate. Excellent. Once we eradicate the source of the anomaly, the uncanny realm will collapse. We'll all return to reality. As Qin Jin finished speaking, a chilling miasma of corpse energy radiated from his body. Ni's fingernails sharpened into vicious talons, fangs erupted from his gums, and tattered, antiquated military fatigues materialized upon him. Only then did Guan Kai notice an faded uniform resembled those worn by officers in the pre-reform People's Liberation Army, over 50 years old. Stay close, Nizi. While this anomaly remains undeveloped, we strike swiftly and decisively. With a stiff, jerking leap, Qin Jin vaulted dozens of paces forward. Guan Kai sprinted desperately, barely keeping pace under his watchful guidance. Uncle Chun, what kind of anomaly have you communed with? Amidst the howling wind, Guan Kai asked curiously as she ran. Call it fate, our shared karmic bond. You rise by virtue of your dog, who I draw strength from my father. The anomaly I commune with is none other than my late father, who passed into immortality long ago. Beneath a moon veiled by roiling clouds, an unlikely pair, one living, one undead, raced toward the gates of Yuhua Amusement Park until the signboard reading, "Welcome to Yuhua Amusement Park," reappeared before their eyes. Guan Nizi, this is your first lesson, and for you the most vital one. When an ordinary person enters an uncanny realm, they must actively seek out its source. Never retreat, never attempt to flee it. For the longer an ordinary person lingers within such a realm, the lighter consequence is being trapped in ghostly loops, the severest total dissolution of self. As Qin Jin spoke, he stepped across the threshold of Yuhua Amusement Park. Beneath dim, flickering lights, the pitch-black park yawned open, a gaping maw awaiting their entry. Silent, still, waiting. Guan Kai followed Qin Jin as they walked through the Rainflower Amusement Park. In the tranquil park, the only sound was the echo of their footsteps. Something's not right, girl. Chen Jin suddenly halted, his face marred by patches of decay shifting between expressions. Do you hear any other footsteps? Aren't our footsteps the only ones? Guan Kai replied, puzzled. She hadn't noticed anything unusual during their walk. The sound of their footsteps had been clear in the silent park. Chen Jin gazed at Guan Kai with an eerie look, his raspy voice carrying an unexplainable meaning. Did you forget, girl? I've been hopping this whole time, making no steps. At that moment, Guan Kai's mind went blank with a buzz. Just seconds ago, her brain had been racing, now it was empty. A cold sweat broke out all over her body. So that meant there had been a third person walking with them since they entered. Could it be that little girl? Guan Kai involuntarily thought of the child's shoes that had been stepping on her shadow, and the pale, smiling face she had seen when she looked up. Gulp. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Uncle Chen, can we find her? She's not here. All of this is merely an illusion created by vengeful thoughts. Chen Jin replied. Because you're an ordinary person, the disturbance affects you greatly. Guan Kai shivered at the thought of having to listen to that strange sound of footsteps continuously. She feared that a bizarre childlike face might suddenly appear from some corner. Uncle Chen, can you hop a bit slower? She said, running while feeling goosebumps. Guan Kai gritted her teeth, following the bouncing white-haired zombie ahead. After Chen Jin pointed out the presence of a third set of footsteps, the sounds grew louder in her ears, thudding again. Suddenly, a familiar tune of a carousel song reached her ears. The sound grew louder, as if the carousel was right in front of her. Uncle Chen, did you hear that? Guan Kai's mental defenses were nearing collapse. After all, this was her first time stepping into such a bizarre spiritual realm. The worst part was that she was just an ordinary person. Without the presence of Huoguo, Guan Kai felt completely defenseless against the strangeness. Don't panic, steady your mind. Chen Jin reassured her. We're almost there. Yet as he listened to the children's song, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. Logically, as a being close to a fierce level anomaly, this investigation should have been a piece of cake. However, the increasingly dense maliciousness surrounding them made his heart race. Typically, the eerie level of a carousel should not exceed the obsession level. He continued. The fact that such malevolence could manifest this strange spiritual realm is the best proof. But now the closer we get to the carousel, the more I can feel the surrounding malevolence thickening. It's even hinting at surpassing my level. Chen Jin pondered. This is simply illogical. He began to doubt whether he could eliminate this bizarre spiritual realm. If this trend continued, by the time they truly approached the carousel, his strength might be inadequate to contend with it. Something must be wrong. Chen Jin murmured. He looked ahead. The lights of the carousel were now within arm's reach. The song of the carousel was incredibly clear in Chen Jin's ears. We've arrived. Chen Jin's eyes sharpened. In the darkness, the brightly lit carousel spun solitary, while a little girl sat atop her face, a mix of tears and laughter. Spin, 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 the carousel is spinning, roar. Witnessing the bizarre scene before him, Chen Jin suddenly the zombie's signature fangs protruded unevenly. Only in the zombie state could he maximally resist the vengeful energy. Yet Guan Kai beside him lacked such ability. As an ordinary person, she had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness under the weight of malevolence. Hee hee. A light, eerie laughter echoed with the children's song in the silent park. It struck at Chen Jin's sanity again and again. Watching the spinning carousel, he gritted his teeth. The only way to escape was to quickly eliminate the source of the bizarre spiritual realm. Ignoring the onslaught of malevolence, he dashed toward the girl on the carousel. As he got closer to the carousel, Chen Jin suddenly realized that his corpse-like transformation was gradually fading. A chill ran down his spine as he instantly understood what was happening. Chen Jin's ability was merely a rudimentary connection to the bizarre, allowing for possession. When faced with an overwhelming anomaly, the corpse-like state would be forcibly suppressed. In other words, the anomaly in this spiritual realm had unexpectedly escalated to the fierce level for an unknown reason. This was a disaster. Feeling the increasingly thick, vengeful energy around him, Chen Jin bitterly smiled as he ran his fingers through his hair. If this could not be stopped, given the destructive power of the fierce level, the entire Rainflower District might cease to exist, corroded and tainted by the anomaly. The only path forward was to continue approaching the carousel. According to the experience of the Investigation Bureau, there was another method to break the bizarre spiritual realm. It involved directly participating in the process of the bizarre spiritual realm to dissolve the vengeful energy within it. However, the success rate was extremely low, and most investigators got lost on the way to the source of the anomaly. Spin, 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 the carousel is spinning round and round, so colorful and beautiful. Listening to the eerie children's song, Chen Jin trudged step by step toward the carousel. At the same time, the malicious intent directed at Chen Jin became increasingly visible. He began to see a bustling crowd before him, vendors shouting and selling. Chen Jin's expression grew serious as he observed the images crystallized by the vengeful energy. He felt that the closer he got to the carousel, the less control he had over his own body. He was able to maintain his consciousness solely due to his constitution as a living anomaly. In a daze, he spotted Guan Kai within the crowd. At this moment, Guan Kai's eyes were vacant, her mouth twisted into a bizarre smile. She moved like a zombie. Observing the scenes unfolding before him, Chen Jin felt an inexplicable sense of eerie joy. He wore a dazed smile as he gazed at everything before him until his gaze shifted to a bench not far from the carousel. On the bench sat a young man with a large black dog lying at his feet. The big black dog. Huogua. Spotting the familiar black bear dog, Chen Jin felt a sharp pain in his head. His expression cleared a bit as he opened his mouth to call for Huogua's help, but no sound came out. At the same time, Chen Jin's muddled thoughts began to churn with questions. Why did Huogua seem fine looking so obedient? And who was the man holding on to him? Song Zhong sat on the bench calmly watching the carousel, not far away. The girl on the carousel wore a radiance. It was as if she had never experienced those traumatic childhood memories. Amid the songs of the carousel, the entire Rainflower amusement park seemed to come alive. Before Song Zhong appeared the bustling crowd, vendors shouting and selling. He could even see the Guan girl who often burned paper for him. Was this a simulated illusion? Song Zhong pondered. When he arrived here, it was the dead of night. How could there be so many people in an amusement park at night? Song Zhong stretched lazily. In the amusement park, he felt a long-lost peace. Uncle, can we play a game? The girl from the carousel had run down without him noticing. Her pure eyes sparkled as she looked at Song Zhong. Sure, how do we play? Uncle, guess what I have in my hand. The girl looked at Song Zhong with childlike innocence, her hands behind her back. Song Zhong had a complicated expression. This was a game the girl often played with her peers. He had seen this scene and he naturally knew the correct answer. White rabbit milk candy. Uncle, you're amazing. Here, have some candy. Now it's your turn to put your hands behind your back, and I'll guess. Song Zhong obediently placed his hands behind his back, smiling gently. All right, it's your turn to guess. The girl bit her finger, thinking earnestly. As she pondered, Song Zhong sensed the atmosphere around them growing tense. A painful expression occasionally flashed across her childish face. Is it a stone? No. Then. A bad bug? Not that either. As one strange answer after another came from the girl's mouth. Her face grew paler, exuding boundless, vengeful energy. It isn't. A rope, is it, Uncle? Uncle. Looking at the girl's dark expression, a hint of pity flashed in Song Zhong's eyes. These answers were all pranks the girl had faced in the past. Or perhaps it could no longer be described as a prank. The final rope was the weapon that led to her death. None of those are correct. Song Zhong extended his hand, holding the white rabbit milk candy. Under the girl's gloomy gaze, he carefully tore open the wrapper. Here, have some candy. The girl, somewhat at a loss, took the big white rabbit candy. She timidly ate the candy while looking at the smiling Song Zhong in front of her. So sweet, Uncle. As a bright smile bloomed on the girl's face, the malicious thoughts that filled the Rainflower paradise gradually melted away. Watching the girl before him, Song Zhong felt a dryness in his eyes. In his dreams, despite enduring countless bullying, the girl remained a kind-hearted soul. She exerted her utmost goodwill to face this world. The response she received, however, was an endless stream of malice. She hoped that every person with their hands hidden behind their backs would bring her gifts. Yet each time, only stones fell upon her. Until the end, tragedy struck. But even after becoming strange, the girl still maintained her kindness. Reaching out to pat the girl's head, Song Zhong was about to speak when suddenly his brow furrowed. Grabbing the little girl, Song Zhong lunged forward. A howling wind swept behind him, and a shadow exuding a cold corpse-like aura suddenly appeared beside the bench. The spot where the girl had stood was marked by a small pit. Who are you? Chen Jin, with a face marred by corpse-like spots, cautiously asked Song Zhong. As the resentment dissipated, he broke free from the mental control of the carousel. While Guan Kai was still unconscious, he had already regained awareness. The moment Chen Jin awoke, he instinctively entered a zombie state. He began searching for the source of the strange spiritual realm, intending to forcibly eliminate the anomaly here. Then he saw Song Zhong and the little girl. Woof, woof, woof. Before Song Zhong could speak, the hot pot at his feet barked furiously at Chen Jin. Seeing its low attacking posture, Chen Jin thought uncertainly. Is the mysterious man in front of me the anomaly communicating through the hot pot? Kid, you must be the anomaly attached to the hot pot, right? They'll keep it short. The little girl beside you is the source of this strange spiritual realm. We must eliminate her if we want to get out. Song Zhong blinked, somewhat confused. What does this mean? Is this old man from the Yang realm? Is that girl lying unconscious beside me the one who has been burning paper for me? Little girl, can you help them get out? Uncle, my name is Wen-Xin. If I send them out, they won't come to bully me again, right? Of course not. No. The exchange between Song Zhong and Wen-Xin was interrupted by a hoarse voice. Chen Jin, still in a zombie state, said sternly. This anomaly must be eliminated. It cannot be controlled. In reality, she has already killed 3 people. As he spoke, Chen Jin suddenly lunged at Wen-Xin. He planned to perish together with the anomaly before him while he was still awake. Although normally he only possessed the strength at the level of obsession. The reason for his restriction from entering the fierce level was his aging body. If he disregarded the limitations of his body and forcibly communicated with the anomaly, he could possess fierce destructive power for a short time. Especially with his zombie body, he belonged to the top tier among the fierce level. This was also the reason why the internal assessment of Chen Jin's strength in the polling bureau had always been quite vague. At this moment, it seemed that Wen-Xin also sensed something. Her rosy little face quickly turned pale, and a chilling aura radiated from her body. Her originally cute smile transformed back into a half-crying, half-smiling expression. Be good, don't make a fuss. Song Jiong reached out and pressed down on Wan Xin's head again. The cold aura surrounding her seemed to retreat, as if encountering a natural enemy. Song Jiong pulled Wen Xian behind him and looked at the aggressive Chen Jin with dissatisfaction. Old man, have you never taken care of a child? Don't you know that you can't be fierce towards a child who has just calmed down? Seeing the man blocking his way, Chen Jin's actions slightly hesitated. He hadn't expected Song Jiong to stop him, but in the next second Chen Jin made up his mind. The hot pot had just awakened, and losing the connection with the anomaly would only result in a severe illness. But the Wen Xian before him was the anomaly, the source of this strange spiritual realm. It had to be dealt with. Step back, Chen Jin shouted, making a final warning. Then he completely released his mind, intending to summon his fierce-level ancestor by allowing the anomaly to corrode him entirely. At this moment, Chen Jin closed his eyes, waiting for his consciousness to be completely corroded. However, after a long time, he felt no signs of corrosion from the anomaly. Instead, he sensed a killing intent from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood pressing down on him. Chen Jin couldn't help but feel a hint of fear inside. Killing intent flooding the body. No, that's not right. His ancestor doesn't have such frightening killing intent. Rodents. Who do you want to retreat? An ancient and distant voice echoed in Chen Jin's ears. Chen Jin involuntarily opened his eyes. However, the scene before him made his legs feel somewhat weak. A tall, bearded warrior in a blue robe and golden armor stood behind Song Jiong with his eyes tightly shut. The warrior held a green dragon crescent blade, the blade's edge as bright as frost and snow rested against Chen Jin's neck. The distance between the blade and his neck was merely the width of a hair. Chen Jin could even feel the slight chill from the blade. Guan Guan Guan. Lord Guan Air. His teeth chattered as the white-haired zombie quickly reverted to human form. To reveal his zombie form in front of Guan Yu, that would be living a twisted life. This death couldn't even be considered a martyrdom. To punish the wicked, he would have to be the wicked himself. Chen Jin smiled awkwardly, raising his hands and stepping back. He was now filled with confusion. Why could this young man summon Lord Guan? You just implied that the anomaly must be eliminated if it kills someone. Song Jiong pointed at Guan Air behind him, and he has killed before. Let me see you eliminate one. No. What I mean is the uncontrollable anomaly that indiscriminately kills must be eliminated. Chen Jin explained with a dry laugh. The scrawny old man now seemed somewhat aggrieved. Usually he would shout for his ancestor to take charge, but he didn't expect that today he couldn't outcompete. Wen Xian is a good child, Song Jiong suddenly said softly. As his eyes gradually softened, the figure of Guan Air behind him began to fade. Go back and investigate carefully. Those she killed deserved it. Wen Xian is not the kind of anomaly you speak of, one that kills indiscriminately. As Song Jiong spoke, he gently pinched a smiley face on the little girl's face. But without investigation, there is no right to speak. Chen Jin fell silent as he helped the unconscious Guan Kai beside him. All right, then let us out. Song Jiong squatted down, tenderly rubbing Wen Xin's little head. Wen Xian, can you take them back to reality? That old man looks ugly, but he's a good person. Let him help you prove that you are a good girl who listens. As Song Jiong spoke, he glanced at the old man beside him with a hint of threat in his eyes. Wen Xian lowered her head and fell silent for a few seconds. Then she looked up at Song Jiong, revealing a big smile. Then uncle and I will make a pinky promise. All right, pinky promise. Wen Xian obediently walked past Song Jiong. Standing between Chen Jin and the others, he closed his eyes, guiding his own obsession. As the obsession enveloped Chen Jin and Guan Kai, Song Jiong suddenly remembered something. Pointing at the unconscious Guan Kai, he asked Chen Jin, what is the full name of the girl from the Guan family? Guan Kai, that girl has a nice name, Rising and Blossoming. As the figures of the old and young gradually disappeared, Song Jiong also took the black dog hot pot and stepped onto the road home. Unknowingly, the sky had brightened. Facing the brand new morning light, the shadows of a person and a dog stretched far. Linjiang City, the Bureau of Strange Investigations. Chen Jin's office. Uncle Chen, have you seen Brother Song? I should have. I'm not sure. Hey, where are you going, girl? The report isn't finished yet. Chen Jin sighed as he watched Guan Kai rush out. Adjusting his reading glasses, he turned around and began to sift through the files about Wen Xian. I see. He wasn't wrong. The three deceased were all people who bullied Wen Xian when they were young. Chen Jin rubbed his temples, having pieced together a clear line regarding the whole case. At first I thought that the survivor, Chun Chung, escaped the guillotine due to her petite stature. But I was mistaken. At that time, Wen Xian was solely targeting those three bullies. In fact, she deliberately spared the life of the stranger Chen Chung. Even after becoming a strange entity, she could still control her murderous intent. Wen Xian is truly a kind-hearted child. While Chen Jin sorted through the case details, he wrote fervently. Upon seeing the files of Wen Xian and the three bullies, a sudden surge of anger welled up in Chen Jin's heart. Should the bullied suffer a painful death? Meanwhile, the bullies live comfortably and enjoy life. Do they even have the chance to feel sorrow, to sit on a carousel under the sun? Ugh! Chen Jin scoffed derisively, simultaneously making a decisive mark. On the investigation document for Yuhua Amusement Park, he signed it with the notation, subject to supervision. Looking at the sudden influx of paperwork due to the need to supervise Wen Xian, Chen Jin felt a sense of relief. Let the saints of the investigation bureau scold him. Today the Heavenly King has arrived, and Wen Xian is a good child. The old man secretly encouraged himself. After completing the investigation report, Chen Jin pondered for a moment. He then took out another strange record form. Cautiously he wrote the two characters, Song Zhong. Number A404, Song Zhong. Strange characteristics: a man from the Summer Kingdom in black attire with a close relationship to the strange entity, Wen Xian. Under number B381. His strange ability is to summon and command the phantom of the martial Saint Guangong. The cause of his strangeness is unknown and the obsession is also unknown. Power evaluation: capable of completely suppressing lethal level strangeness, suspected to be a memo level strangeness. In a cemetery filled with tombstones, Guan Kai looked at Song Zhong's tombstone, her eyes revealing uncontrollable joy. I'm back, brother Song. As soon as I got out of the hospital, Uncle Chun told me he saw you in the realm of strange spirits. Brother Song, have you really turned into a strange entity? Guan Kai rummaged through her backpack, pulling out various images. The painting of Guangong I burned for you really well. I've prepared a lot for you. Look, this one is of Neze stirring up the sea, and this one is of the great sage heavens equal raging in the heavenly palace. And this one is said to be quite fierce, called the blind-eyed Zhong Kuei, catching ghost picture. Plus there's this money, you can take it all. With a flourish of her little hand, Guan Kai tossed large stacks of paper money. Watching Guan Kai enthusiastically burn various strange images, Song Zhong felt a headache coming on. If this girl keeps this up, he would end up completely covered in tattoos. Don't worry, brother Song, I will keep our secret. No one will know you can receive the things I burned for you. Guan Kai looked around to ensure no one was watching, whispering to the tombstone. Having seen the materials from the Bureau of Public Opinion, she knew that Song Zhong's ability was unprecedented. It's a pity we couldn't meet awake this time. But Uncle Chun is already applying for a magical item to communicate with little Wen Xian. Soon I will become the communicator for little Wen Xian, and then I can bring her to see you. Don't worry, brother Song, next time I definitely won't faint again. As Guan Kai chattered away, Song Zhong's vision gradually blurred. He knew that once the paper burned out, he would awaken. The next moment, when Song Zhong opened his eyes, he found himself buried under bundles of cash. The amount of cash Guan Kai burned this time filled his small room completely. So this is what it feels like to be suffocated. While being fed, Song Zhong felt both pain and pleasure. However, a sudden, overwhelming pressure made it impossible for him to smile. 3 waves of ancient pressure washed over Song Zhong's body. Under the pressure, he felt the most primal fear. It was those 3 images Guan Kai had burned. Having learned from the last experience, he wasn't as panicked. But just because he wouldn't panic didn't mean the pain would be absent. His entire body felt as though it was being scorched, like being burned by raging flames. Especially in his chest area, it felt like his heart was pierced by something. Song Zhong struggled to get up and looked, and he discovered that his skin was covered in various patterns. Again, Song Zhong's face contorted in pain, but his eyes were filled with anticipation. He had already witnessed the peculiarities of Guangong's images. Not only were there the vigilant Guangong and the 8-armed Neza, but the closed-eyed Zhong Kuei also fit his strange identity quite well. What does it mean to have one leg in the heavenly court and the other in the great sage heavens equal? In tattoo culture, tattoos on the legs symbolize stepping on. Does this mean Song Zhong now stands with one foot in the heavenly court and the other on the great sage? Song Zhong rested his chin on one hand, somewhat amused by his current state. With the 8-armed Neza on his chest and the vigilant Guangong on his back, the left arm held the writhing evil dragon, while the right arm held the closed-eyed Zhong Kuei. One foot on the heavenly court, the other pressing down on the great sage. Sacrificing his life to save others in life is it no holds barred after death. How thrilling. It's coming. Song Zhong's spirit lifted as he felt a surge of heat flow through his strings of glowing characters manifested in his mind, emanating divine light. These were the inheritances from the 3 images, all pouring into Song Zhong's memory. Dragon God Strength. Celestial Master Swallowing Ghosts Technique. Wishful Iron Weapon Technique. With his eyes closed in quiet contemplation, a hint of joy appeared on Song Zhong's brow. Each of the 3 inheritances was different, yet all were immensely powerful. The Dragon God Strength from Neza was the most straightforward and simple. It directly caused Song Zhong's physical strength to surge. As for Zhong Kuei's Celestial Master Swallowing Ghosts Technique, it recorded a method to devour malevolent thoughts to strengthen oneself. And the Wishful Iron Weapon Technique. Enthusiastically, Song Zhong looked at the chopsticks in his hand, which changed in length and size. So am I really strong now? Woof! Excited Song Zhong gradually calmed down, looking at the stacks of cash filling the room, his face contorting into a bitter expression. The amount of money burned this time had already affected his normal life. He never expected that one day he would worry about having too much money. No way, I need to remind Guan Kai next time I see her. Don't burn money next time, burn something useful instead. Ooh, I can't spend all this money anyway. Song Zhong kept muttering to himself, pouring dog food into the hot pot. Although he was complaining, a smile remained on his face. After all, while having too much money was troubling, it wasn't too much of a problem. With bundles of cash on him, Song Zhong swiftly left the house. The first thing he did upon exiting was to deposit money. His boss, Lianhua Bank. Song Zhong was already accustomed to the black car driver waiting for him. It seemed like every time he went out he would see him waiting at the door. Big brother, why do you wait for me every day, eh? You are my boss. Then do you know who I am? You are my boss. Looking at the simple-minded driver, Song Zhong shook his head. This big brother was good in every way, but it seemed he had lost his wits. No matter what Song Zhong asked, the big brother would always reply, you are my boss. It didn't matter. He had many mysteries surrounding him. Having one more or one less didn't change anything. Song Zhong had grown tired of probing into these trivial matters. Instead, he was impressed by the driver's superb. He even thought about whether to hire the big brother as his personal driver. Unknowingly, the black car came to a steady stop in front of Lianhua Bank. Boss, we've arrived at Lianhua Bank. The starting fare is $8. He casually handed over a 100 yuan bill while asking, do you want to be my driver? Unexpectedly, the big brother scratched his head, looking confused as he stared at Song Zhong. Boss, I am your driver. The two stared at each other in disbelief before Song Zhong helplessly shook his head. Stay here and don't move while I'll go. Deposit some money. From the trunk, he dragged out a suitcase stuffed with bundles of cash. Song Zhong strode confidently into. Upon entering the bank lobby, he saw a dazzling hall filled with brightly dressed men and women coming and going. As the most upscale bank in the city, the people entering and exiting were all wealthy. Amidst the laughter and chatter was endless human wealth. However, Song Zhong's focus was not on these people. His eyes were irresistibly drawn to the pure gold structure at the center of the lobby. In the very center of the lobby was a lotus water feature made of pure gold. Looking at the golden lotus leaves floating on the water, Song Zhong couldn't help but exclaim, what extravagance! He had been deeply shocked by this sight the last time he visited. Seeing it again, it still felt incredibly lavish. Shaking his head, Song Zhong needed to attend to business. Once he deposited the money, he could buy it and see it every day. Hello, I want to deposit money, he said amidst the curious stares of onlookers. Song Zhong threw the bag of money onto the counter and red banknotes spilled out with a rustling sound. Sir, please. Counting the money takes some time. The staff maintained excellent professionalism while smiling. They slowly helped him count the cash. Waving his hand to signal them to continue, Song Zhong leisurely surveyed the comings and goings of people in the bank. The ways wealthy people die really are uniform. It's either by execution or heart attack. How come there's also a foreign friend hanging from a street lamp? As Song Zhong surveyed his surroundings, his attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion not far away. I clearly deposited it in a demand account. Why can't I withdraw this money? Sorry, sir, large cash withdrawals require prior application. But you didn't say that when I deposited. It took less than half an hour to complete the procedures. And when I applied in advance, your bank either procrastinated or your bank manager had a stomach ache. Are you too lazy to even find excuses? At the counter, a scruffy-looking man was angrily roaring as if he was about to crush the deposit slip in his hand. Sir, large withdrawals require many procedures. We have already entered the approval process regarding your application. Oh, please be patient. So, does that mean I need to report to you about how I want to spend my own money? In a certain logic, yes. I can't. Security, come here. This gentleman wants to see our bank manager. The smiling customer manager calmly instructed the security to restrain the man attempting to withdraw. They then pressed the man into a corner of the bank into an inconspicuous small elevator. Watching the elevator ascend to the third floor, Song Zhong couldn't help but scratch his head. Goodness, is this bank a place where money only goes in and doesn't come out? How ridiculous. Does that mean the money I deposit here can't be withdrawn either? Just as Song Zhong was musing, a gentle female voice reached his ear. Sir, a total of 34 million has been counted and is ready. Would you like to deposit it as a demand deposit or a time deposit? How about not depositing? Song Zhong asked cautiously. After saying this, he felt a bit guilty. Isn't it a bit rude to say, I won't deposit after making someone count money for so long? The counter lady still smiled, as if she hadn't heard Song Zhong's previous words. Would you like to deposit it as a demand deposit or a time deposit? Song Zhong looked at the counter lady in astonishment. Did this mean he had no choice but to deposit? Crack, crack. Suddenly, Song Zhong faintly heard the sound of something hard being chewed. Mixed in was the sound of flesh being swallowed. The source of the sound seemed to be coming from above his head. Sir, the counter lady in front of him called out, but her originally warm smile seemed increasingly strange. A sudden chill filled the bank. The golden lotus water feature at the center of the hall began to show traces of blood. Sir, with the abrupt drop in temperature, all the staff who had been chatting suddenly fell silent. Their necks twisted little by little, their pupils deepening and their gazes turning cold. Like zombies, they all turned to look in Song Zhong's direction. In this frozen atmosphere, they revealed their white teeth to Song Zhong. Would you like to deposit it as a demand deposit or a time deposit? Looking at the scene before him, Song Zhong felt a vague heat rising in his right arm. Under the cover of his wide sleeves, the heavenly master Zhong Kui tattooed on his right arm slowly opened his eyes. Are there evil spirits here? Do they think I'm an easy target? Surveying the eerie scene, Song Zhong's lips curled into a cold smile. He reached out to undo his clothing, revealing the malevolent deities tattooed all over his upper body. Bang! He stepped onto a chair and arrogantly surveyed the entire room. Come, tell me what you think. Today, is it your demand deposit or your time deposit? In the bank lobby, a profound silence enveloped the space. After Song Zhong revealed his tattoos, the atmosphere grew eerily stagnant, the previously watchful staff suddenly taken aback. Expressions of confusion spread among the people. Is this person sick? Are tattoos that impressive? What about the underworld? Our bank president has dealt with society's big shots. He has at least 500 connections, if not 3,000. The bank staff with sinister grins began to approach Song Zhong step by step. If they devoured him, all that money would belong to Lianhua Bank. In their eyes, that tattooed big brother was nothing but a younger brother. But in the next moment, Song Zhong's aura suddenly shifted. Three ancient pressures surged within the lobby of the muscular upper body, seemed to bring the three fierce gods to life. An evil dragon howled as it burst forth from his flesh with an eight-armed demon riding on its back. A red hare charged forward, its phoenix-like eyes opening wide, radiating a chilling brilliance. A sword was drawn, wielded by a fierce man in a red robe and official boots, holding a malevolent spirit. As the three fierce gods materialized, the entire bank fell into a complete silence. The malevolent gazes fixed on Song Zhong became suddenly evasive. In the bank, only Song Zhong's mocking voice echoed. Come, let's talk. Should I expect to live or die? He moved a chair over and sat steadily in the middle of the lobby. With a pair of chopsticks that could stretch or shrink, he tapped rhythmically against the eerie atmosphere of the bank. The once menacing staff transformed into timid rabbits, trembling in fear, not daring to look at Song Zhong. You come and say a few words, live or die. A bank executive pointed out by Song Zhong stepped forward trembling. Oh, great brother. Let's not deposit today. Well, reschedule. What about my previous deposits? I can't decide that. As Song Zhong frowned, his expression changed. The ghostly figure of Zhong Kuei behind him reached out and plucked the executive's eyes out, swallowing them whole. All the bank staff held their breath. In the lobby, only the sound of Zhong Kuei's chewing echoed. A faint smile adorned Song Zhong's face as he pointed at a female employee. Come, tell me what will happen to my money. Spare us, sir. Our words hold no weight. Only the president has the authority to access the money deposited in Lianhua Bank. Wah. Song Zhong found it quite amusing. It was the first time he had seen a spirit cry like that. Then let your president come out to chat. You there, go call him. He casually pointed at the tearful female cashier while lazily reclining in the chair. He decided to resolve this matter at once, as he had several million deposited in Lianhua Bank. His hard-earned money stuffed into a bag could not just vanish without a trace. As Song Zhong pondered, he suddenly sensed a surge of sinister resentment. It emanated from the elevator in the bank. As the elevator descended, the resentment grew stronger. Shortly after, a brash male voice echoed from the elevator. President, calm down. Who dares to cause trouble in Lianhua Bank? Who? Song Zhong turned his gaze toward the elevator that had just opened. A plump man in a floral suit sporting a slicked-back beard stepped out of the bank, removing his watch as he strode. Let me see, which little brat. Just as the arrogant president spoke halfway, his voice caught in his throat. In the center of the bank lobby stood three ferocious gods glaring at him with deadly intent. Feeling the aura from each fierce god, he realized they could easily crush him. He silently adjusted his watch, tidied his attire, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Under the watchful eyes of the three fierce gods, he respectfully bowed to Song Zhong. Sir, how may I assist you? Song Zhong watched the comical scene before him with great interest. He had originally expected a fierce battle. However, he never anticipated that the three fierce gods' presence would wield such formidable deterrence. Observing the cowardly president, Song Zhong smiled and asked, I heard that you can't withdraw money once deposited here. You can withdraw it, must be possible. Whatever amount you want to withdraw, our bank has it. Well, I previously deposited 7 million. No problem, you can withdraw it all today. How sensible. Song Zhong nodded in satisfaction. What is your name? I am Su Jianghai. A rather grand name. Tell me, what do you need so much money for? Song Zhong suddenly asked without preamble. He was very curious about this matter. Even now, as a spirit, why bother with such material wealth? Was it an obsession before death? Hearing Song Zhong's question, Su Jianghai's expression faltered. His previously fluent speech began to stutter. This question? I don't know. I am merely a steward of Lianhua. I was originally just an ordinary bank president who wanted to continue my old profession in life. Although I am greedy, I prefer to make money in a compliant manner. But one day, a benevolent monk came to the bank. He said wealth is a filthy thing and insisted on regularly collecting the bank's deposits. Of course, I refused, but that bald monk was too powerful. He placed a strange restriction on me, stating that I must help him collect filth, and he would come to collect every year. If I failed to meet the required amount, I would be obliterated. As Su Jianghai recounted his tale, a cliched story of being threatened by a powerful figure flowed from his lips. But this year, too few people came to deposit money. I couldn't meet that bald monk's demands. So I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, forcibly accumulating deposits. Song Zhong stroked his chin, listening to the half-true, half-false story. After Su Jianghai finished, he suddenly felt a sense of disinterest. An ordinary bank president. Was the celestial master Zhong Kuei's gaze blind? The bloody aura surrounding Su Jianghai was so thick that I could barely restrain the celestial master's sword. Su Jianghai. Sir, you say? Die. Song Zhong pronounced Su Jianghai's death sentence with an indifferent. Upon hearing Song Zhong's words, Su Jianghai realized something. He instinctively unleashed the resentment within him, causing his body to swell irregularly. But before he could react, a long sword pierced through his skull. The body that had swelled with resentment, immediately, his bloated body was nailed to the bank wall like a tattered sack. As Su Jianghai perished, the celestial master Zhong Kuei, behind Song Zhong, inhaled deeply. Tendrils of sinister malevolent energy were completely absorbed by Zhong Kuei. As the malevolent energy dissipated, Su Jianghai's once robust body rapidly shriveled, until his soul was scattered. Song Zhong squinted his eyes, feeling somewhat at ease. Under the operation of the celestial master's ghost-swallowing technique, the malevolent energy, which would be a lethal poison to ordinary people, continuously nourished Song Zhong's spirit. The refreshing sensation was akin to the first sip of a cold soda on a sweltering summer day, refreshing to the core. After a full half-minute, Song Zhong finally extricated himself from this comforting sensation. He surveyed the trembling spirits in the bank, regretfully clicking his tongue. What a pity. There wasn't enough of this malevolent energy. Zhong Kuei looked down on it. He pointed to several bank security guards who had shrunk into quails and lazily ordered, pack all the money in the bank into a truck and transport it to Room 404, Building 18, Yongxi Community. Watching the bank staff scurry about directing the armored truck, Song Zhong couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had clearly come to deposit money. Now, not only had he failed to deposit, but he had also unwittingly amassed a considerable amount. He wondered if his floor would be enough to hold all this money. Song Zhong had already decided to buy the entire building for the sole purpose of storing money. Although he had no idea what use so much cash could serve, but Song Zhong's intuition told him, aside from purchasing items, this money must have other purposes. Driver to Yongxi Community. Got it, boss. Linjiang City, the Bureau of Peculiar Investigations. Inside the investigator's office. What? The chairman of Rinshang Bank is dead. Chen Jin listened to the phone call with a serious expression, constantly nodding. After hanging up, he brushed his sparse white hair and sighed helplessly. Xiao Guan, we have work to do. A prominent entrepreneur in the city, Sushi, the president of Rinshang Bank. He died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage at midnight last night. Guan Kai, who was busy reviewing materials nearby, raised her head in confusion, blinking her bright eyes. Cerebral hemorrhage. Why are we being notified about a cerebral hemorrhage? A cerebral hemorrhage is the official notification, the real cause of Su Zai's death. Is that at midnight last night his head suddenly exploded in the bank's office secret room. Meanwhile, our on-site investigator discovered. In Su Zai's office secret room, there lingered a terrifyingly strange aura. The source of the aura is the malevolent array set up in the secret room. Chen Jin, having packed up the materials, tossed a set of car keys to Guan Kai. Let's head out first. We'll discuss the details on the way. All right. Guan Kai promptly shut down her computer and, suddenly recalling something, she hesitated and said, should we bring Wen Xian along besides the hot pot? Yes, bring her. You're her communicator, not her guardian. If she's not by your side, your powers as a living peculiar will significantly weaken. Chen Jin turned to look at the little girl sitting on the sofa, playing with a dog, his tone resolute. Wen Xian, hold the hot pot tightly. We have a mission to undertake. Okay, Sister Guan Kai. Watching the obedient Wen Xian skip out of the office with the hot pot, Guan Kai felt a surge of emotions. Previously, Chen Jin's report regarding monitoring Wen Xian received a swift response from headquarters. After careful discussion at the Bureau of Peculiar Investigations headquarters and considering various factors, they canceled the order to eliminate the Yuhua Paradise. However, at the same time, headquarters issued a stern directive. They demanded that Wen Xian must be separated from the carousel to prevent her from continuously accumulating resentment in the peculiar spiritual realm of the carousel, ultimately forming a mindless and uncontrollable malevolent peculiar. For this, the Bureau of Peculiar Investigations specially used dedicated magical tools with Wen Xin's cooperation to extract her resentment from the peculiar spiritual realm and confine it in a special container. Then Wen Xian would communicate peculiarly with Guan Kai, both being under the Bureau's supervision. This is precisely the Bureau's special supervision method for peculiar cases. As a result, Guan Kai successfully became a living peculiar. In the future, through continuous communication with Wen Xian, she would gradually become a formidable investigator. However, this forced communication does not come without a cost. If an ordinary person uses such abnormal means to establish a communication relationship with the strange, then the invasion of malicious thoughts from the peculiar will be far more severe than that of a normal living peculiar. But until now, I have not felt the constant invasion of malicious thoughts that Uncle Chen mentioned. On the contrary, after communicating with Wen Xian, I have cured my long-standing insomnia. Thinking of this, Guan Kai's expression turned somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the Bureau's records are incorrect? Or is my physical constitution different from ordinary people? Sister Guan Kai, Uncle Chen is calling you. All right, I'm coming. With the sound of hurried footsteps, the bureau's office returned to calm. Only an incomplete file fluttered under the fan's breeze. Number B381, when Exine, peculiar traits, a girl in a white dress with an innocent smile capable of manifesting a deadly noose. Currently under the supervision of the Bureau of Peculiar Investigations. Supervision method extracting from the peculiar spiritual realm, communicating supervision, serving the Bureau. Strength evaluation, formidable peculiar. Communication after effects. Blank to be filled. Xiaoguan, you should understand how significant this matter is. On the way to the scene, Qinjin suddenly asked Guan Kai, who was driving. Without waiting for a response, he continued to ramble. The Su family has been in business for 3 generations, and their connections and influence in Linjiang City and the entire Xihua province are intricate. Especially the current head of the Su family, Su Shi. As the chairman and largest shareholder of Rinshang Bank, he has stirred the commercial landscape in Xihua province with his immense capital. His influence is so significant that many refer to him as Su Xihua. Thus, his sudden death will be a massive earthquake in the political and business circles of Xihua. The headquarters leadership has emphasized that this incident must be taken seriously. They require our Linjiang branch to spare no effort in thoroughly investigating the circumstances of Su Zai's death. After Qinjin finished speaking, he did not receive any response. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat strange. Guan Kai, who was focused on driving, was unaware of the underlying complexities. Next to her was Wen Xian, who was oblivious to the world, playing with the hot pot. In the entire car, only Qinjin wore a frown, deeply worried. He couldn't help but roll down the car window and light a cigarette. Qinjin looked with a grave expression at the outline of Rinshang Bank coming into view outside the window. The lotus symbol on the roof of the bank building appeared ominous under the mist. When Guan Kai and the others arrived at the foot of Rinshang Bank, they saw that the bank's entrance had already been cordoned off with yellow tape. Crossing the yellow tape, they made their way to the top floor of Rinshang Bank. Guan Kai witnessed a horrifying scene in Su Zai's office. A middle-aged thin man in a suit lay on the floor in a sprawled position. His eyes were lifeless, and there were traces of blood and white foam at the corners of his mouth. However, his clothes were impeccably tidy, and his tie was even clipped neatly. If that were all, it might truly have been a sudden cerebral hemorrhage that caused his death. However, the area above the man's eyebrows, which is typically the forehead area, was completely empty. Only a radiating, irregularly exploded brain matter remained. White viscous fluid was splattered all over the office. What's the situation? Qinjin merely glanced, and then turned to inquire of the bureau investigator on site, Xiao Jiang. Something feels off. After investigating Su Zai's office, it became clear that there were signs of long-term communication with the peculiar. Xiao Jiang meticulously described the situation at the scene. The strange array on the walls of his secret room clearly shows signs of having been there for a long time. Our initial judgment is that Su Shi was a hidden, formidable living peculiar in Linhai City. He had been communicating with some peculiar entity in the strange world through the array in his office. However, at midnight last night, he died suddenly under unknown circumstances. The cause of death has been ruled out as a backlash from communicating with the peculiar. The deadly aura remaining at Su Zai's head and the aura from his communication through the array belong to different peculiar entities. This indicates that Linjiang City may very well be facing a peculiar capable of erasing formidable presences. Qinjin's expression turned somewhat grim. He was currently the strongest investigator in Linjiang City, but he barely reached the formidable level. If a presence beyond the formidable level truly emerged, then Linjiang City would be in great danger in a short time. Give me the gloves or I'll take a look myself. Qinjin bent down and skillfully put on a pair of silk gloves. These were crafted by another formidable investigator within the bureau known as the Tailor. Their function is to sense the lingering peculiar aura on objects through contact. Moi. Qinjin suddenly let out a puzzled hum. He sensed the lingering peculiar aura on Su Zai's head through the gloves. It felt strangely familiar. Qinjin crouched in front of the corpse, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. He instinctively fiddled with the white brain matter splattered on the ground. Behind him, Guan Kai leaned against the wall, retching. However, the investigators from the Bureau of Investigation had grown accustomed to such scenes. Among them, there were even more peculiar investigative methods. In comparison, Qinjin's current actions seemed trivial. This was the Bureau of Investigation. The investigators were essentially a group of living enigmas straddling the line between reason and madness. So it was him. Qinjin's face showed a dawning realization, yet the conclusion left him horrified. This powerful aura. Wasn't it Song Zhong who had emerged midway in the bizarre spiritual realm of the carousel? But how could his aura be present on Su Zai's head? In the previous bizarre spiritual realm, Song Zhong's behavior was not that of a mindless killer. Was it related to the communication with Su Shi? Upon this thought, Qinjin let out a breath of relief. He felt somewhat thankful that Su Zai's death was connected to Song Zhong. For although Song Zhong possessed great power, he was not the type of mindlessly cruel enigma. Rather, he had shown a strong aversion to evil in the case of Wen Xian. But that's still not enough. There are still doubts regarding Su Zai's case. Qinjin murmured, his murky eyes quietly gazing behind him. On the walls of Su Zai's secret room, a bizarre array was quietly depicted. Even now, it still emitted a faintly strange aura. Have we traced the origin of this array? Looking at the scene, investigator Xiao Jiang had a peculiar expression on his face. If Song Zhong was not the problem, then the issue must lie with the enigma Su Shi communicated with. There are no records of this array in the archives of Linjiang City. We have already sent the array back to headquarters. A specialized Taoist will provide results. Chen Jin nodded upon hearing this. Those Taoists at the Bureau's headquarters were the most knowledgeable individuals regarding enigmas in Xia country. The texts they studied were the precious knowledge passed down through millennia in Xia country. They might not be the strongest living enigmas, but they certainly understood them the best. We have results. Suddenly a shout from Xiao Jiang attracted the attention of Chen Jin and Guan Kai. Chen Jin watched as Xiao Jiang's face instantly changed after the exclamation. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly stepped forward and snatched the tablet from Xiao Jiang's hands. Upon seeing the information displayed, Chen Jin pressed his lips together tightly. The wrinkles on his old face were squeezed together, and a look of terror crept into his expression. This formation, it actually comes from the Temple of Joy. Everyone shuddered at the mention of the Temple of Joy. It felt as if a cold gaze swept over them in the darkness. Even when Xian, who had already advanced to a deadly level of enigma, exhibited a flicker of barely perceptible panic in her eyes. Only Guan Kai remained confused, curiously tugging at Chen Jin. Uncle Chen, what happened with the Temple of Joy? Isn't it just a deadly enigma? Chen Jin finally regained his composure and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not that I blame you for your ignorance. Most of the detailed information about the Temple of Joy has been sealed away. It's the only known enigma that embodies belief in enigmas. The enigmas from the Temple of Joy all resemble monks with varying levels of strength. The strongest among them only reaches the level of deadly enigmas. But the most troublesome aspect is that all the monks of the Temple of Joy worship an indescribable existence. The monks of the Temple of Joy have exchanged their beliefs for the power of the unspeakable. The plans they devise and implement relate to the safety of at least tens of thousands of living beings. As Chen Jin spoke, his lips trembled slightly. That was a terrifying existence that could not be spoken of. He could only briefly educate Guan Kai on the knowledge. Listening quietly, Guan Kai still seemed somewhat puzzled. But at that moment, Chen Jin couldn't care about that. He paced back and forth in the secret room. This is troublesome. He kept murmuring, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was his first encounter with an incident related to the Temple of Joy. Chen Jin had only heard rumors about the Temple of Joy. Its beliefs were insidious, often requiring sacrifices that slaughtered entire villages and counties, or often abducting and stealing women, committing heinous acts. According to Taoist masters, this was to defy the 5 precepts of Buddhism, aiming to please that unspeakable existence. And most of the time, to stop the actions of the Temple of Joy, the Bureau of Investigation would have to pay a tremendous price. Generally speaking, wherever the monks of the Temple of Joy appeared, the local Bureau of Investigation would basically announce its obliteration. Xiao Jiang, how long until the Taoists from headquarters arrive? Chen Jin was under immense pressure now. His only hope was to wish for the swift arrival of support from headquarters. Because usually when cases related to the Temple of Joy occurred, headquarters would dispatch Taoists from the Heavenly Master's office for support. This was also the only hope for Linjiang City to overcome the crisis posed by the Temple of Joy. The headquarters communication says the Taoists have arrived at the bank. They've arrived at the bank. Why can't I see them? Chen Jin asked urgently, but suddenly noticed that Xiao Jiang's expression was quite strange. With his mouth agape, drool was continuously spilling out. He's in reality while you are trapped in greed and anger. How could you possibly see him? Only then did Chen Jin realize that he hadn't seen anyone else for a long time. Only the dazedly smiling Xiao Jiang was continuously speaking to him. Before Chen Jin could react, his eyes were captured by the gaze of Xiao Jiang. In the swirling vortex of those eerie pupils, Chen Jin felt as if his soul was being soaked in warm water. Gradually, Chen Jin's eyes lost their spark. His face also took on a blank expression. Submit to him, and he will show you bliss. Break the 5 precepts and become a true follower of the great existence. In a hazy state, only the seductive whispers echoed in Chen Jin's mind. The incantation, Liujia Secret Benediction Len, rang out. At the utterance of the Taoist formula, Chen Jin felt the world tilt. The scene before his eyes shifted abruptly, and the ambient noises swelled. When he became aware, Chen Jin found himself lying on the floor of Zux's sealed chamber. Not far off, many other investigators who had regained consciousness were sprawled about as well. Among them lay Xiao Jiang, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Only Guan Kai, and when Xian stood over him, faces tight with anxiety. Uncle Chen, are you all right? What happened to me? Chen Jin's voice was dazed as he stared at Guan Kai's worried face. Uncle Chen, you all collapsed suddenly just now. Chen and the others were struck by the evil arts of a monk from Huanqi Temple. The hoarse voice sounded again, interrupting Guan Kai's report. Chen Jin turned his head and saw a man with a Tai Chi topknot and a composed, chilly countenance garbed in Taoist robes. The man was scrutinizing the chamber's furnishings with meticulous attention. This chamber's arrangement is in fact a basic reception and transformation formation of Huanqi Temple, the man explained. The room itself is saturated with grudges. It is in effect a house full of living, uncanny presences. Thus, no one would suspect that this chamber is a rudimentary formation. Anyone inside who experiences a massive emotional surge will trigger the formation, which then amplifies their inner malign emotions. The robed man spoke as he moved and finally halted before the wall where the uncanny formation had been drawn. He studied the pattern strokes closely while continuing his explanation. You and your colleagues were probably affected when you learned the case had ties to Huanqi Temple. It was only when I invoked the Lin formula from the Liuja benediction that your minds were steadied. Perhaps you were simply too terrified of Huanqi Temple. Strange that in a room full of investigators, only 2 people and a dog were unaffected. Realizing his bluntness, the hoarse voice paused. The Taoist in robes began to concentrate on the formation with single-minded focus. Watching him ponder the pattern, Chen Jin could not help but interrupt. What about Xiao Jiang? Why hasn't he woken? There's no breath. Xiao Jiang was literally frightened to death. He must have heard the terrifying rumors about Huanqi Temple at the bureau earlier. When he saw the formation linked to Huanqi Temple, the formation stirred his fear to its utmost, and his heart ruptured. After he died, he became a vector for the formation's resentment, and that is how you were infected. Chen Jin fell silent. Such was the life of investigators. Continual contact with the uncanny meant that a single lapse could cost one's life. Collecting himself, Chen Jin rose with Guan Kai's support. He cupped his hands respectfully toward the robed man and spoke with solemnity. I am Chen Jin, director of the Linjiang City Civil Survey Bureau and leader of the task force. I am the humble Taoist Zhang Yunan, the 74th generation inheritor of the Tianshi Mansion. Is your Linjiang Bureau always this understaffed? A director who also leads a task force. I've never seen that before. Zhang Yunan cupped his hands, casually curious. Yes. Ever since that uncanny incident 20 years ago, Linjiang has been short-staffed. Investigators die and are replaced. It's a grim normality. So the ranks were never properly replenished. Chen Jin reddened. He, the director, had been plucked up after that very incident 20 years past. With investigator mortality stubbornly high, agencies everywhere suffered shortages. Chen Jin's own strength, moreover, skirted the boundary of the dangerous grade. Thus, the Linjiang Civil Survey Bureau remained perpetually self-sustaining. Zhang Yunan nodded and turned back to study the wall formation. Seeing him so solemn and intent, Chen Jin edged closer and asked cautiously, Daozhang. Simply call me Pin Dao Yunan, the man replied. Daozhang Yunan, is this Huanqi Temple case serious? Zhang Yunan glanced at the elderly man and then produced 2 printed pages from his robe. Your strength is adequate. Bring along that girl who is unaffected. You two will handle this. Let the others attend to other matters. If underpowered people get involved, they will only be offerings to Huanqi Temple's devotees. After reading these materials, be sure to destroy them. Chen Jin's mouth twitched and his face drained of color. Cases that might reach unspeakable levels usually had their details relayed orally by headquarters. Only the gravest uncanny cases were transmitted on paper. The more pages there were, the more dangerous the case. And the 2 printed sheets before him contained a vast amount of information. Guan, come here, everyone else disperse. Chen Jin barked, then began to examine the documents carefully. Due to the special circumstances of the Xuxi case in Linhai City, the following portion of the B015 Huanqi Temple dossier is hereby made available to relevant personnel. B015 Huanqi Temple. Uncanny characteristic: a temple with flourishing incense often appearing in rural locales. Upon encountering it, people instinctively believe it to be an ancient monastery with a long history, and one famed for bestowing children. After entering Huanqi Temple's main hall, a normal person's worldview is instantly warped. They will believe they have reached paradise. This phenomenon is suspected to be related to S021 redacted. Monks of Huanqi Temple are numerous and are not confined to uncanny realms. They frequently manifest in the real world to cultivate power. Ordinary people can become Huanqi monks by embracing belief in S021 redacted. Huanqi monks cultivate by worshipping the 5 desires, thereby gaining power from S021 redacted. The 5 desires are wealth, lust, fame, food, and sleep. Each Huanqi monk specializes in only one desire. For example, a food monk pursues solely the desire for food. This is known from the formation patterns returned by the Linhai City Civil Survey Bureau. The Huanqi monk involved in this case cultivates the wealth desire. The following are related records. B01501 Huanqi Wealth Desire Monk. Uncanny characteristic: these monks often wear ostentatious bejeweled attire. Their appearance stirs avarice in humans. Their sole means of augmenting uncanny power is the ruthless amassing of wealth. The more wealth a wealth desire monk controls, the stronger his power becomes. The highest known tier of wealth desire monk approaches a mimetic lethal grade uncanny entity. B0150101 Wealth Desire Monk Devotees. Uncanny characteristic: living anomalies or uncanny beings in possession of great wealth are subjugated by the wealth desire monk and used as sources of power. They are often granted the ability to drain bone and suck marrow, enabling them to kill and consume humans or uncanny beings to seize their riches. Power assessment: the highest known rank among wealth desire monk devotees is an ordinary dangerous grade, uncanny. Chen Jin and Guan Kai scanned the 2 pages over and over in their hands. Afraid of missing a single detail about the Huanqi monks, they committed the descriptions to memory. Only then did Chen Jin gingerly produce a lighter and burn the papers. Finished reading. By then Zhang Yunan had completed his survey of the wall formation. Sitting upright in the chamber, he produced several talisman papers and began to trace the symbols stroke by careful stroke. Now that you've read the files, tell me about this Renshang Bank. The wall formation is indeed used to communicate with the uncanny, but the requirements for such communication are extremely strict. Being a Huanqi devotee alone is not enough. It must also be a blood relative of Xuxi. In other words, within 3 generations of Xuxi, there are already Huanqi. Zhang Yunan's tone was decisive, brooking no doubt. This was the depth of the Tianshi Mansion's heritage. Taoists trained there were versed in many of the world's ancient uncanny phenomena. After Zhang Yunan finished speaking, Guan Kai and Chen Jin both sank into contemplative silence. 3 generations of kin. The Su family's ascent. Was it not achieved within roughly the last 3 generations? Do you mean that Renshang Bank's rise actually stems from faith in Huanqi Temple? Guan Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. Exactly. The lotus emblem above Renshang Bank likely represents Huanqi Temple. It's just that the Su family kept their connection hidden, so everyone assumed it was merely an ordinary logo. Zhang Yunan calmly blew the ink from the talisman in his hand. Yet the fact he revealed stunned Guan Kai and Chen Jin to their cores. It turned out that Renshang Bank, the colossus of the West Hui commercial district, had long since been infiltrated by Huanqi Temple. If that's true, I have some conjectures in mind, though I cannot be certain. Guan Kai's expression grew pensive as she subconsciously toyed with a piece of hot pot's meat. She had once stumbled upon a dossier in the inspection office concerning the origin of Renshang Bank's lotus emblem. As the largest commercial bank in Xia, Renshang Bank had once changed its name 20 years ago. That former name remained vivid in Guan Kai's memory. It was called Lianhua Bank. But the rename lasted only a short time, so brief it never even got a proper plaque, and then it was switched back. That lotus emblem was added then and stayed as the logo afterwards. At that time, the bank's chairman happened to be Su Jianghai, Su Zai's father, which fits the blood relative timeline. It was probably around then that followers of Huanqi Temple appeared within the Su family. As Guan Kai spoke on, Chen Jin grew puzzled. He scratched at the few white hairs he had and could not help but ask, "Girl, even I, an old Linjiang resident, never heard of this. How do you know?" "I only remember that the lotus emblem has only been common in the last decade or so." Guan Kai smiled, a trace of confidence at the corners of her eyes. "My memory serves me well. When I was poring over the inspection office files, I happened upon a civil dispute record for Renshang Bank. The registered party at the time was Lianhua Bank. Out of curiosity, I checked the related documents and learned the rest of the story." Guan Kai had not expected that those nights of rummaging through files at the inspection office would prove useful even now. That settles it. Those connected by this formation, human and wild thing, share a single fate. Su Zai's death occurred because Su Jianghai, a Huanqi Temple adherent, was eliminated. Judging from the residue of force, She was killed by an energy sent back through the formation. With Zhang Yunan's verdict, Su Zai's death was branded as the result of misused sorcery. But once Su Jianghai and his son are gone, the covetous monastics who enslaved them will surely come prowling. "I will petition headquarters to establish a long-term station in Linjiang," Zhang Yunan said, placing the freshly drawn talismans into Guan Kai and Chen Jin's hands, "to guard against the return of the covetous monks." "Master Yunan, what are these talismans for? Do they protect life?" Chen Jin toyed with the still wet ink on the paper. It was warm to the touch. "There are no talismans that outright preserve life. This is a Yang Bigong Dream Entry Talisman," Zhang Yunan answered. "It traces eerie auras and allows one to actively enter another's dream. It was with this talisman that Tangera Weizheng severed the Dragon King in a dream," Zhang Yunan said with a calm face and a hint of pride in his tone. Within the entire Tianshi Mansion, those capable of drawing this talisman quickly could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Zhang Yunan, the layman Long Jusher Zhang Yunan, was among the foremost of them. "Next, I need only to expel a small mouthful of my vital blood," he continued. "It will let the 3 of us briefly enter the other party's dream and locate the Eerie that killed Su Jianghai to learn the truth. The dog and that little girl will remain to guard. Remember, we have only 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, we will Zhang Yunan went on without noticing the pale change in Chen Jin's face. If Chen Jin's hunch was correct, this talisman would ultimately point to Song Zhong. But Song Zhong's strength. "Master Yunan," Chen Jin stammered, "perhaps we should reconsider. If that Eerie's power is... Rest assured, I examined the trace of that power. Its aura is upright and imposing. It is by no means a demon. There is the possibility of proper communication. Even if it bears malice, it matters little. Should the Eerie be governed by a mimetic pattern, I will take it as easily as plucking a fruit from a tree." Seeing Zhang Yunan's brimming confidence, Chen Jin could not fault him. After all he had encountered Song Zhong before, the being was indeed an Eri that could be communicated with. Open heaven's gate, close earth's door, preserve human form, discern the spirit's path. Incense table, altar, place the offerings, 3 clear sticks of incense, pay homage to heaven. Zhang Yunan traced his steps in precise patterns, forming hand seals as he chanted. Suddenly his body froze to a flash of keen light sparked in his eyes, his gaze like a blade. Tianshi Mansion disciple Zhang Yunan humbly petitions Human Bureau official Wei Gong, Xiancheng. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Yunan drew up his vital blood to expel it. But at that instant his face changed dramatically. The talisman, which should have been triggered with a single mouthful of blood, stalled in his throat and could not be forced out. To withdraw the ritual at that point would damage his root. With no choice, he summoned more vital blood and forced PFTUG. Blood spat from his mouth, and Zhang Yunan's once rosy face drained of color. His austere presence collapsed as if every ounce of vigor had been leached away. Then Zhang Yunan, Guan Kai, and Qin Jin all closed their eyes in unison as if asleep. On the other side, Song Zhong was soundly dreaming, blissfully counting his money. To have enough space to store his precious treasures, he had bought the entire building. Money makes even ghosts sell property. When he contacted the original landlord and showed him cart after cart of cash, the former owner nearly fell to his knees, calling Song Zhong father. In no time, Song Zhong became the building's landlord. After paying off most of the tenants with money, Song Zhong sat on the grand chair, fanning himself and sipping tea, watching bank employees haul box after box of cash into the building. What a building! They'll buy the one next door someday, he mused. Just as he was daydreaming about the future, the space before him, 3 pitch-dark shadows tumbled out from within. Damn, assassins! Startled by the sudden attack, Song Zhong instinctively yanked at his clothes. 3 vicious gods appeared hovering before Song Zhong. Then from among those 3 shadows a weak voice reached. Cough, a small accident occurred, but no matter, nothing grave. Let us see which Eri killed Su Jiang. Tianshi Mansion's unworthy disciple Zhang Yunan pays homage to the 3 Tianzuan. Zhang Yunan never expected that after entering the dream, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was the figures of several deities he was familiar with from his cultivation. They bore regal expressions and vibrant auras, clearly appearing as living embodiments of the 3 great deities. Startled, he disregarded his frail body and knelt before the 3 holy monarchs in a perfectly proper posture. He secretly observed the valiant 3 deities before him, increasingly convinced that he wasn't mistaken. The imposing figure in black with a red robe on the left was the Saint Monarch of Exorcism and Blessing, Zhong Kuei. The one on the right, riding a dragon with 8 arms, was the deity of the 3 altars of the sea, Neza. The warrior in the center with a red face and long beard holding a saber. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the revered Guansheng Emperor, the supreme monarch. Zhang Yunan, who usually possessed a cool demeanor, now appeared somewhat dazed. He could hardly believe that a dream entry talisman would bring him before these 3 holy monarchs. While Zhang Yunan was in a daze, Qin Jin was the second to awaken behind him. Upon seeing the scene before him, Qin Jin was initially startled. Then, he slowly acclimated. After all, he had already prepared himself mentally, though he hadn't expected there to be 2 more deities this time. Song, great deity. Ignoring Zhang Yunan's frantic signals behind him, Qin Jin cautiously inquired. Song Zhong recognized this voice as somewhat familiar. He peeked out, and to his surprise, among the 3 dark figures, he recognized 2 of them. Old man, how did you get down here? Did you die? Did Guan Kai also die? No, this doesn't make sense. I have no sense of it, and this is my dream, right? Song Zhong mumbled to himself, his expression gradually turning grim. The cause of Guan Kai's death was surely related to something sinister. Which damn dog killer? Did they just kill my benefactor? The more Song Zhong thought, the darker his expression became. Under the agitated atmosphere, the 3 dark figures began to sway precariously. Qin Jin sensed that something was off and hurriedly shouted, "No, they aren't dead. They are all alive and well. They temporarily entered your dream, using talismans to verify some things." Zhang Yunan, stop kneeling and speak. In a dire situation, Qin Jin could not afford to hesitate. He kicked Zhang Yunan lightly to signal him to stop being dazed. He needed to know the strength of the elder brother before him, which he had yet to fully grasp. If Song Zhong were to become enraged and directly kill the 2 of them on the spot, then Qin Jin would have nowhere to cry. Realizing that the situation was different from what he had imagined, Zhang Yunan also regained his senses. Could it be that these 3 holy monarchs were merely illusions? Was that man in black the real sinister entity? But which sinister ability could summon these exorcist deities? Not wanting to think too much, Zhang Yunan instinctively raised his head and quickly explained the sequence of events. So that's how it is. Therefore, what Su Jianghai said back then wasn't entirely a fabrication. Song Zhong stroked his chin, recalling the scene from that time. The 3 phantoms before him began to gradually retreat into his body. Before Su Jianghai died, he did indeed mention a bald donkey. But until his death, he never appeared, and I thought he was just making up stories. Song Zhong continued speaking, but his eyes were glancing at Guan Kai. He eagerly awaited Guan Kai to awaken quickly so he could tell her some things. Standing aside, Zhang Yunan finally confirmed that the 3 holy monarchs were indeed Song Zhong's power. The strange force that subdued Su Jianghai was the Song Zhong before him. Zhang Yunan's expression turned excited again, and he knelt down once more. Now it all makes sense, Mr. Song. On behalf of the Heavenly Master's mansion, I express gratitude for your benevolence. If it weren't for Song Zhong killing Su Jianghai in advance and destroying the sinister offerings of the Su family, the secrets of Rinshang Bank would have remained hidden. The financial monk would rely on enslaving the Su family to continuously accumulate his grievances. The entire Lingjiang city was like a time bomb, always in danger. Song Zhong felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. His initial thought was quite simple. The money that Guan Kai had painstakingly burned for him surely could not be taken away without reason. Mr. Song, I have one more humble request. No problem, just say it. Song Zhong waved his hand grandly. Since he was a colleague of Guan Kai, helping with a small matter was no big deal. The Jianghu is not just about fighting and killing, it's about relationships. Seeing Song Zhong so straightforward, Zhang Yunan stood up, cupping his hands with a serious expression. Please, Mr. Song, collect a few items that have been tainted by Su Jianghai's aura and burn them tomorrow at noon. When you burn them, draw this symbol on top. Zhang Yunan said while drawing a symbol on the ground. With this, I will perform a ritual in reality to break the communication array in the secret room. This was a last resort. Since the dream entry talisman only lasted for 3 minutes, and tracing it back to Song Zhong would be too costly. Otherwise, Zhang Yunan could have completed this series of rituals himself. Items tainted by Su Jianghai's aura. See if these count. Song Zhong tilted his head and turned to pull down a black cloth behind him. Under the black cloth was a neatly stacked mountain of cash. Gulp. Chen Jin stared at the mountain of cash before him, swallowing hard. Beside him, Zhang Yunan's eyelids twitched twice. Unintentionally, both of them had a common thought in their minds. Did Song Zhong rob the bank? See if there's any Su Jianghai's aura on this. Song Zhong casually pulled out a bundle of cash and tossed it to Zhang Yunan. These were all taken from the bank, and logically they should have passed through Su Jianghai's hands. Yes. There is just need you to randomly take out a bundle to burn it later. Zhang Yunan murmured a few phrases of the cleansing heart mantra and shifted his gaze away from the pile of red cash. That works, it's just taking up space anyway. Then burn more lest we have to buy the adjacent building as a warehouse. Song Zhong muttered quietly while Zhang and Chen silently clutched their chests. Can you hear this? Is that something a person would say? Buying a building to store cash. How rich are you? Just when Song Zhong was continually causing critical hits to Chen Jin and the others' minds. Guan Kai also slowly awakened. Where am I? Song Zhong, who had been paying attention to Guan Kai's condition, immediately pulled her into the room at the moment she awoke. You two, I have important matters to discuss with Guan Kai. Please feel free to do as you wish. With a bang, leaving behind an old man and a young man staring at each other. Suddenly, Chen Jin laughed awkwardly a couple of times. The wrinkled, old face revealed an expression of disrespect for age. Hee Daoist Yunan. Can you tell me, does your dream entry talisman work for that thing? What thing? You only have 2 minutes left. Is there enough time? Daoist Yunan. Why aren't you speaking? Zhang Yunan directly turned his back to sit in meditation, regretting taking this trip. Why are all the colleagues in Lingjiang so unreliable? Don't they realize how terrifying it is that a sinister entity can summon holy monarchs? At least in Zhang Yunan's limited life, he had never witnessed such bizarre events. Zhang Yunan had already made up his mind to thoroughly investigate the relevant materials of the Heavenly Master's mansion when he returned. Seeing that Zhang Yunan was ignoring him, Chen Jin shook his head ambiguously. With a reminiscing expression, he sighed in a very mature tone. Youth is truly wonderful. Brother Song, I see you again. As Guan Kai was pulled through the door, she immediately spotted the face she had been longing for. Overjoyed, she dove straight into Song Zhong's embrace. Tightly wrapping her arms around Song Zhong's waist, she was reluctant to let go. Song Zhong felt the softness in his arms, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. This girl, truly impressive. But soon after, he shook his head to clear his thoughts. He had serious matters to discuss with Guan Kai. Guan Kai, you should know that I can receive the things you burned for me. Guan Kai in Song Zhong's arms lifted her head and blinked her big eyes. I know. Didn't I faint at that time? Later, Uncle Chun told me about the scene when he saw you. It was vividly described. He said you could summon the phantom of Emperor Guan and fought him evenly. Uncle Chun said that if he were a few years older, he might not even be your match. Brother Song, you're really that amazing now. Looking at the adorably naive Guan Kai, Song Zhong felt a headache coming on. A few years older and he wouldn't be able to beat me. Old Bai couldn't even touch me. Is my Guan Kai so easily deceived by you? So did Old Bai. Cough. Did Uncle Chin ask about anything else regarding me? He asked, but I didn't tell him too much. Ooh, I also kept the paper burning thing a secret. Hee Brother Song, aren't I impressed? Looking at Guan Kai with her crescent-shaped eyes full of smiles, Song Zhong felt completely healed. This is what a lovely girl should be. Alright, time is tight, so you need to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. First, after you go back, continue to burn paper form. Just burn the kind that is particularly exorcising, and you don't need to burn money, there's already plenty at home. If you don't know what exorcising means, just ask the Taoist at the entrance. Guan Kai listened seriously, her small face filled with diligence. Secondly, when you burn paper in front of the tombstone, I can see your situation. So next time let's try something. After you finish burning the paper in the cemetery, try drawing a circle by the roadside. Just burn something casually and see if I can sense it. If I can, then, whenever you encounter danger in the future, just draw a circle and burn paper. I will find a way to help you. Let me think what else. Song Zhong spoke, quickly knowing that Guan Kai and the others would. Guan Kai's figure began to slowly fade. Knock, knock, knock. At the same time, a knocking sound was heard. Then came the respectful voice of Zhang Yunan. Mr. Song, our time is running out. I just wanted to add a few. The monk of Huan Yuan Temple will definitely return to Linjiang City. Blocking someone's cultivation is like killing their parents. This applies to both righteous and evil paths. When he returns, Mr. Song, you will definitely be his primary target. Mr. Song, you must be careful. As Zhang Yunan's voice gradually faded, Song Zhong felt Guan Kai in his arms growing lighter. Her outline also began to turn transparent. Brother Song, I might have to go back. Next time we meet, I really want to stay with you a bit longer. We will definitely meet again. Song Zhong whispered. Looking at the lovely person in his arms gradually transforming into black luminescence, Song Zhong felt a deep emptiness in his heart awakening from the dream. For the first time, he felt that having a house full of money was not something to be happy about. The one he longed for was not by his side. Who could he share this joy with? Woof woof. Suddenly the barking of the hot pot interrupted Song Zhong's thoughts. He looked down at the black bear dog wagging its tail at his feet and couldn't help but smile. It's all right, there will always be a time for reunion. I seem to have forgotten to ask Guan Kai how I died. Slapping his head, Song Zhong remembered something he had overlooked. Forget it, I'll ask next time. Humming a little tune while holding the hot pot, Song Zhong prepared to continue monitoring the work. Over 2 billion, and there are still about 5 or 600 million left to move. Since I no longer have spiritual joy, pursuing material joy is fine, right? Counting money is the happiest thing. Click. As he opened the door, Song Zhong took a few steps down the bright corridor. The corridor was filled with bundles of cash. Now the entire building belonged to him, and the residents on this floor had long been asked to leave. Except for his neighbor Chen Pingping. Song Zhong hadn't seen her in a long time. Had she been scared away by the evil aura around him? Impossible. He turned to look at Chen Pingping's room next door. Song Zhong seemed to have thought of something. If he remembered correctly, Chen Pingping had not been afraid of the eerie aura of Guan Eryi. How could she suddenly disappear? Song Zhong scratched his head, suddenly feeling a great curiosity about Chen Pingping. Especially this time, even the serious Taoists in reality were afraid of him. Yet at that time, Chen Pingping appeared unfazed, which was quite unusual. Song Zhong couldn't help but wonder. Should he go take a look at her room? Ever since he had the evil god's markings, he had become bolder. His curiosity also grew stronger. In his eyes, Chen Pingping, who was unafraid of the evil god, was definitely an intriguing subject. Let's do it. Song Zhong pulled out a large bunch of keys from behind. These were the keys to the entire building left by the developer of the Guangdong region. 403. 403. Got it. This should be the right one. Should this count as spying on my beautiful neighbor? Song Zhong secretly joked to himself. What? You say this violates the law? Look at your brother Song. Which of his actions is related to the law? In this bizarre world, the foremost principle for him, Song Zhong, is to be utterly unrestrained. With a click, Chen Pingping's door was unlocked by the key. Song Zhong slowly pushed open the door, and what greeted his eyes was a pitch-black tidiness. The entire room was impeccably clean. Sister Chun, not at home. I came to see you. Oh, I haven't seen you in a long time, and am afraid a bad guy might poke your eye out. Woof woof. Song Zhong casually mentioned the way Chen Pingping had died, but there was caution in his eyes. Chen Pingping was either hiding from him or had really left. His reckless words were merely a test. Bang, bang. He kicked open the tightly shut doors one after another. The layout of the one-bedroom apartment allowed Song Zhong very little area to search. But without exception, it was completely empty. Could she really have left? Song Zhong felt puzzled, then his gaze fixed on the tightly closed wardrobe door in the bedroom. For a long time, wardrobes always give a strange illusion that they can hide many things. Like clothes, electric rods, uneaten corpses, flayed human skin men, and so on. Swish. Woof. With a swift motion, Song Zhong opened the wardrobe and tossed the hot pot inside. At the same time, he poked his head in to look around. But apart from a few hangers, there wasn't even a single sock in the wardrobe. She really left. Song Zhong felt a bit regretful. He thought Chen Pingping would have ulterior motives towards him. Forget it, he'll find another tenant to keep me company. Pouting, Song Zhong shook his head while holding the hot pot and left Chen Pingping. As the door slowly closed, the room fell back into darkness and silence. However, in the crevice between the wardrobe and the wall, a trace of blood suddenly seeped out. In reality, within the secret chamber of Renshang Bank, the 3 individuals who had been lying on the ground due to the dream incantation slowly opened their eyes. After regaining consciousness, the 3 exhibited varying expressions. Chen Jin looked at Guan Kai with an envious expression, as if to say youth is truly wonderful. Zhang Yunan, on the other hand, appeared lost in thought. Guan Kai, however, was filled with joy. She hadn't expected to see Song Gu so soon. Overwhelmed with happiness, she also remembered Song Zhong's admonitions. She planned to ask Taoist Yunan what could ward off evil. After all, such professional matters should be left to the experts. Daoist Yunnan, what is the most effective ward against evil in our Tianshi mansion? Daoist Yunnan. Guan Kai waved her hand in front of Zhang Yunnan's dazed eyes, signaling him to snap out of it. Zhang Yunnan blinked several times before realizing Guan Kai was calling him. He had been preoccupied with memories of the bizarre sights and experiences from the strange world. The oppressive aura from the three celestial beings he encountered was undeniably real. Even the summoner of the deity Song Zhong seemed to carry an air of mystery. Could there truly be such anomalies in this world? Daoist Yunnan. Oh, you called me. What's up? Guan Kai with no choice reiterated her earlier question. The most effective ward against evil. The Tianshi mansion can ward off everything. Even our 5 black dogs are enough to scare off the lowly abnormalities from approaching our Tianshi mansion. Zhang Yunnan answered without hesitation. No, I meant magical tools or methods to ward off evil. I can't tell you that only those who enter our Tianshi mansion are qualified to know such matters. Even the Civil Affairs Bureau has no right to inquire about these secrets. Zhang Yunnan said with a serious expression. The Tianshi mansion has strict rules. Its secrets cannot be divulged to outsiders. Why do you want to know these things? Oh, I've recently been exposed to supernatural matters and feel uneasy. Guan Kai lied without a change in her expression. She vaguely realized how absurd the secret between her and Song Zhong was. Then I understand. Zhang Yunnan began rummaging through his usual attire. He pulled out a pile of miscellaneous items, including black dog blood glutinous rice yellow paper and cinnabar. The most eye-catching was a small bottle containing an unknown yellow liquid. These are the items you can access that can ward off evil. Guan Kai looked curiously at the pile, instinctively avoiding the small bottle. She began to sift through the items. Guan Kai, what do you need these for? Your family's hot pot is sufficient. The 5 black dogs are much more effective than these. Just, the more items, the more psychological comfort, right? Guan Kai replied, somewhat frustrated. None of the items before her satisfied her. Suddenly, she inadvertently caught sight of a slightly crumpled photograph. What is this? Guan Kai curiously picked up the photo and asked Zhang Yunnan. Oh, this is a group photo of all the celestial masters after the Tianshi mansion's consecration ceremony. If you just want peace of mind, this is not bad either. Don't underestimate this photo. Nearly 2/3 of the people in this photo are powerful beings capable of single-handedly dealing with formidable anomalies. After 100 years, those who fulfill their merits during the 3 officials' evaluation will serve in the heavenly court. Zhang Yunnan spoke with pride, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Oh, is there still a heavenly court now? Guan Kai was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked. Oh well, there should be, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunnan's enthusiasm deflated and his tone became somber. If there truly was a heavenly court, how could the world be invaded by anomalies? The so-called consecration had long devolved into mere formalities. Now all the Tianshi mansions, aside from their secret methods, relied solely on their own cultivation. Some Tianshi even voluntarily transformed into living anomalies to enhance their strength. With this thought, Zhang Yunnan felt a sense of melancholy. He waved his hand and tossed the long-treasured photo to Guan Kai. If you want to ward off evil, just stick this at home. It will have some effect. Some low-level anomalies that are knowledgeable will also steer clear of it. He then tucked his hands into his sleeves and left the secret chamber. He needed to return and prepare for tomorrow's array-breaking ceremony. Let's go, Guan Nizi, we need to head back to the bureau. There are many reports to write, especially regarding Song Zhong. You need to tell me all about it this time. With a worried expression, Shen Jin followed closely behind as they left the secret chamber. Although the cause of Su Zai's death had been determined, the case regarding the Huanshe Temple was far from over. The returning avaricious monk from Huanshe Temple loomed like the sword of Damocles over the city of Linjiang, making the personnel of the Civil Affairs Bureau feel as though a heavy stone weighed upon their chests. With the upcoming date and increasingly active anomalies invading reality, dark currents flowed beneath the calm surface of the real world. A storm is brewing. However, Guan Kai had no such worries. She was currently merrily shopping for items in a funeral supplies store. Can't burn money. Then let's burn something else. They'll take this one. And that one, I want that too. Forget the paper maid. Having Song Gu is enough for me. Oh, too many won't fit in the trunk. We'll take a half truck. The owner of the funeral store hurriedly interrupted, needing to call for a half truck for Guan Kai. With a smile, he indicated that a van could deliver goods to the grave. Let's go. To offer to Song Gu. Guan Kai waved her hand exuberantly. The old Wuling van rattled as it sped away. Bai Haiba, the owner of the funeral store, was in a very good mood today. Ms. Guan, who had been a regular customer at his small shop, had just placed a large order. So much so that he had to drive his own small van to deliver the goods. Hey, Miss Guan, why are you going to burn paper so late? Bai Haiba casually asked while steering the wheel. Previously, Miss Guan always visited his shop early in the morning. Guan Kai, somewhat absent-minded, casually replied, oh, it's nothing, they needed it urgently over there. Screech. A sudden hard brake almost caused Bai Haiba to jam his foot into the engine. Then they both stared at each other in astonishment. Silence filled the air of the night. Ahem. My mistake, my mistake. I was just worried I might forget how he instructed me to burn it. Huh. Guan Kai looked at the startled owner and cautiously urged, how about you keep driving, boss? As the engine restarted, Bai Haiba felt a bit jittery. He wasn't afraid of any supernatural beings. It was just that Guan Kai's odd remarks made her seem a bit crazy. She was still the captain of the inspection division dealing with murder cases daily. Bai Haibao worried that Guan Kai might be like one of those psychopathic cops from movies, especially on such a gloomy day with rain approaching. The dark night was just the right time for a serial killer to strike. Ghosts are not frightening, humans are. Until they arrived at the cemetery and dropped off Guan Kai along with her bundles of funeral supplies. Bai Haibao pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Guan Kai standing alone under the dim night sky. The chilly west wind brought a hint of moisture. In the cemetery before the tomb of Song Zhong, Guan Kai placed the funeral items in front of the tombstone. Under the night sky, she flicked the lighter. Brother Song, I'm here. As Song Zhong, who had just woken up, felt the lingering drowsiness, he realized that Guan Kai was again burning paper for him. Adjusting to a comfortable position, Song Zhong closed his eyes. The blue smoke swirled around him. When he saw Guan Kai beneath the night sky mumbling in front of his tombstone. A large flame had already ignited. I wonder what Guan Kai will burn this time. Song Zhong thought with anticipation as he looked at the dark sky. In front of him, Guan Kai had begun pulling out funeral items one by one. Brother Song, I don't know what to burn for you to ward off evil. The textbook says that the truth lies within the range of a cannon. I was thinking of burning you some tanks, planes, and cannons. You can try and see if it works. Squatting in front of the grave, Guan Kai muttered. This time she obediently didn't bring too much paper money. She only took a few sheets, ignited the paper-burning basin in front of her, and then pulled out one papercraft modern weapon after another from her large bags. Seeing this, Song Zhong's mouth twitched. If these things really materialized, wouldn't his house be crushed? It's fine. Relax, if it collapses, it collapses. It's all a token of my thoughts. Song Zhong could only comfort himself. Then he heard a segment of dialogue that filled him with immense expectation. But according to your instructions, I asked Taoist Yunnan. The little Taoist said that most of the warding off evil items from the Heavenly Master's residence are confidential. However, I still picked out something very powerful. It is said that the masters on this are officials of the Heavenly Court after their death. I'm going to burn this for you now. While saying this, Guan Kai rummaged through her pocket. Listening to her description, Song Zhong felt a mix of anticipation and confusion. Masters, Heavenly Court officials. What does this even mean? But something related to the Heavenly Court should be a good thing. In Song Zhong's expectant gaze, Guan Kai took out a folded photo from her backpack. As the photo slowly unfolded, Song Zhong's expectant gaze gradually turned to horror. The entire photo was densely packed with Taoists in robes. In the front row, 3 purple-robed Heavenly Masters sat, flanked by 4 red-robed priests. In succession, 3 rows of blue-robed Taoists stood solemnly behind them. Counting carefully, there were exactly 108 priests. It was the group photo of the 108 Taoists from the Heavenly Master's ordination ceremony. Seeing this photo, Song Zhong's heart surged with a torrent of despair. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and his Tao heart was nearly shattered by Guan Kai. Oh no, there are over 100 people in that photo. I can't possibly contain them all, big brother. Can you leave me some decent skin? Song Zhong desperately tried to stop Guan Kai's actions, but after all, he was just in a dream. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't interfere with the real world. He could only watch helplessly as the photo of the 108 virtuous and powerful individuals turned to ashes in the flames. Brother Song, when we meet again, you will definitely be even stronger, right? Guan Kai's eyes widened in innocence, filled with anticipation. Yes, I might be stronger, but there's a greater possibility that I will become a rainbow person. Song Zhong felt profoundly disillusioned, thinking life had lost all meaning. Based on the proportion of the evil gods currently manifesting in his body, he estimated that he would likely, even the little brother would have the Taoist priests glaring at him with anger. Forget it. Let it be destruction. Song Zhong stared blankly at the ceiling, awaiting the judgment of fate. As a surge of heat flooded his mind, he closed his eyes in despair. Here it comes. This must be the price of being a strong person. But in just a second, a look of ecstatic relief appeared on his face. Song Zhong did not feel any burning sensation in his flesh. Instead, his mind was filled with various Taoist scriptures and cultivation methods. Wonderful. Before Song Zhong could fully comprehend, he heard a thunderous roar. What the hell? What kind of noise is that? An earthquake? Wait, could it be? Song Zhong's pupils dilated as he suddenly remembered that Guan Kai had burned quite a few planes and cannons. Damn it. Song Zhong hugged the hot pot and jumped straight out of the window. The 2 chopsticks in his hand quickly thickened and lengthened to the extreme. The wishful weapon iron technique. Then the 2 giant pillars supported by the immense force of the dragon god held him and the hot pot safely in the air. Boom. When Song Zhong turned back to look at his little room, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. His originally cozy room had been smashed by planes, tanks, and missiles. It had been blasted to bits. The entire building began to tremble perilously from the 4th floor up. In the sky, large amounts of red bills floated down. It was as if it was raining money. The passers-by looked up at the sky in amazement, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Fortunately, all the residents in the building have been evacuated. Otherwise, if the building collapses, I would have to compensate them for their emotional distress. Song Zhong couldn't help but complain. Now he had to start considering whether he should buy a new building. Boom. Boom. Huh. Why is it still rumbling? Why is the ground beneath my feet shaking? Did Guan Kai burn a nuclear bomb? No way. Is it an earthquake? Just as Song Zhong was puzzled, he suddenly noticed with keen awareness. The pedestrians on the street were not looking at the money rain. Instead, they were all gazing up at the sky. Following their gaze, Song Zhong also looked up. To his astonishment, he discovered that the once blazing sun in the sky was emitting a faint black light. A black sun. What is going on? Before Song Zhong could figure it out, he felt the sky suddenly darken. At the same time, the entire strange world was undergoing the same phenomenon. All the strange beings involuntarily looked up at the sky, their eyes revealing an insatiable desire. Song Zhong suddenly recalled a term that Guan Kai had mumbled before the grave. Strange beings invading reality. Meanwhile, in reality, Guan Kai, who was burning something, instinctively looked up at the blood-red moon in the sky. Blood moon? What is going on? Just then a rapid ringtone interrupted her thoughts. Ding ding. Ding ding. Hello? Hello? It's your Uncle Chun. Where are you, Guan girl? Hurry back to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The strange world has invaded reality. Guan Kai hung up the phone, her expression grave. She hurriedly tossed the remaining items into the fire. As it burned, she relayed the events happening in the real world to Song Zhong. Brother Song, a blood moon has appeared on my side. Uncle Chun said the anomalies are beginning to invade reality. Not knowing if Song Zhong could hear her, Guan Kai finished burning the items and ran off. She needed to return to the polling bureau quickly to fully understand the specific intelligence. As she ran, Guan Kai pulled out her ride-hailing app. Earlier, she had come to the cemetery with the funeral homeowner because her own car couldn't fit. Now that boss guy was gone, she could only take a taxi back. Soon her phone displayed order accepted. A call then came through to Guan Kai's mobile. Hello, driver, have you arrived? So fast. Okay, I'll be right at the cemetery entrance. Hanging up, Guan Kai instantly picked up her pace. As a living anomaly, she keenly sensed the resentment in the air thickening around her. With the anomalies invading reality, it felt as though something was about to descend upon the cemetery. Unlike Qin Jin, who could communicate with the anomalies at any time, Guan Kai relied on magical tools to forcibly create a connection with Wen Xian. Without Wen Xian beside her, she was merely a vessel of a living anomaly without the power of the aberrations. But she had come in such a hurry this time that she hadn't even brought her hot pot. Guan Kai had a faint premonition. If she didn't hurry out of the cemetery, something beyond her capacity to control would happen. Boom. A flash of lightning streaked across the dark sky and heavy rain poured down. Under the light of the blood moon, Guan Kai felt an even greater panic. Breathe. Inhale. Breathe. Inhale. Breathe. 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 Amid her hurried breaths, she finally spotted the ride-hailing car at the cemetery entrance. The black sedan with its headlights on stood out strikingly against the torrential rain. Guan Kai quickly stepped forward, yanked open the car door, and dashed into the back seat. Driver 13, Yangon Street, Shihuai South Road. She swiftly relayed the polling bureau's address, then let out a sigh of relief. It should be fine now. But the next moment, the driver said something that left Guan Kai baffled. Ma'am, we've arrived. Guan Kai was taken aback upon hearing. How could they have arrived already when she had just gotten in the car? Was the driver joking? Turning her head, she was horrified to find that outside the window, amidst the heavy rain, they had already reached the entrance of the polling bureau. Suddenly, she recalled seeing a memo-level anomaly called Black Sedan Driver in the polling bureau archives. As Guan Kai grew vigilant and somewhat flustered, the driver in the front seat suddenly twisted his head a full 180 degrees. Tilting his body slightly, he peered out with a smile and asked, "Ma'am, have you seen my boss?" A 031 Black Sedan Driver anomaly characteristics: a black sedan driver who accepts orders on the ride-hailing app at midnight. Arrives at the destination the moment the passenger gets in. Characteristic includes the ability to rotate his neck 360 degrees without any blind spots upon reaching the destination. Simultaneously poses the question to the passenger, "Have you seen my boss?" Suspected to have a special relationship with S009 boss. Currently, no incidents have been reported due to this anomaly. The specific reasons remain unverified. Power level, meme level. In another realm of anomalies. Are they entering the real world? Song Zhong glanced around and suddenly noticed a bizarre sense of overlapping space. The entire anomalous realm intertwined with reality, allowing him to see scenes from the real world. Many low-level anomalies around him stepped out, entering the real world. Is that how anomalies invade reality? Song Zhong stroked his chin, observing each disappearing anomaly. He attempted to step out himself, but failed to trigger the same effect. He felt an invisible barrier ahead restricting him. It felt as if there was a net in front of him. Many anomalies could slip through, yet it uniquely barred him, making him quite annoyed. Damn, is there a distinction in treatment? Why can they pass and I can't? Your barrier is quite impressive, huh? Fine, 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 bring me my Italian cannon. Song Zhong gritted his teeth, standing amidst the ruins of his building. He desperately searched through the pile of planes, tanks, and intercontinental missiles. He pulled out high-tech weaponry from reality. Song Zhong hoisted the missile Guan Kai had burned for him over his shoulder, holding an AK-47 in his hand. Without aiming, he crazily pulled the trigger at the barrier in front of him. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, whoosh boom. Song Zhong fired shell after shell at the spatial barrier. Massive explosions created waves of spatial ripples across the barrier. Amidst the relentless artillery fire, thick smoke billowed. The low-level anomalies trying to step into reality halted under the barrage, shrieking and scattering in all directions. Seeing the ripples stirred up by his bombardment on the barrier, Song Zhong's eyes brightened. As long as there was an attack and a response, it was a good sign. He glanced back at his arsenal, then turned and jumped into a tank. With a thunderous roar, the tank surged forth through the smoke, charging directly at the barrier. Simultaneously, Song Zhong at the driver's seat tugged at his shirt, revealing 3 fierce divine shadows surrounding the tank. Charging towards the barrier were 3 phantoms from mythology. Riding the dragon Neza, the valiant Guan Gong, and the ghostly Zhong Kuei. The 3 fierce gods guarded Song Zhong's armored tank, continuously ramming into the spatial barrier. Watching this scene, Song Zhong thought fiercely. Do you even understand what combined arms means? Do you know what the 3-3 battle tactic is? It seems the barrier hasn't shattered yet. Gritting his teeth, Song Zhong continued to summon reinforcements. I still have the chief of the heavenly demolition team. Song Zhong tugged at his pant leg, revealing the fierce visage of the great sage Sun Wukong on his calf. Since he had obtained the 4 fierce gods, he had never summoned the Sun Wukong on his leg. The main reason was that it was too troublesome to take off his pants. But now Song Zhong couldn't care less. He ripped off most of his pant leg, exposing the great sage's entire form to the air. As Song Zhong slammed his foot down on the gas, the great sage on his leg seemed to come alive. With a swing of his iron rod, the crimson flag behind him flapped fiercely in the wind. A small figure stood proudly in front of the tank. With just one strike, the wind howled, and the barrier trembled twice. The small figure revealed its true form. With a pointed mouth and monkey face, the face of Lei Gong, yellow-haired and hairy, donned a phoenix wing golden crown and wore a golden chainmail. Wearing lotus silk cloud shoes, holding the divine iron from the heavenly river, and with 2 blood-stained flags behind him, he was imposing. The 2 flags adorned with dragon patterns boasted the 2 characters, Qitian. It was indeed the great sage Sun Wukong. The fierce god F4 team made their dazzling entrance. After the phantom of the great sage appeared, the dark sunlight in the sky dimmed momentarily. Then it returned to normal. As the brightness of the sky fluctuated, the great sage's fierce and cunning eyes narrowed. The sea-stabilizing needle in his hand was simply swung towards the empty ground in front of him. As the staff was swung, the iron weapon suddenly enlarged. Like a force that could crush mountains and overturn seas, it was hurled towards the spatial barrier before him. Bang! The sea-stabilizing needle struck the spatial barrier solidly, producing a massive sonic boom. The barrier vibrated constantly, as if stirred like the surface of water. Meanwhile, the lurking strange entities around covered their ears and howled in agony. With a swing of his staff, Sun Wukong unleashed a ferocious screech hidden within the gust. Ordinary strange entities simply could not withstand such overwhelming ferocity. However, Song Zhong frowned, gazing at the cracks in the barrier before him. Still unable to break through. Let's try again. Just as the 4 evil god phantoms raised their weapons, preparing to strike, suddenly Song Zhong heard a series of thuds from outside the tank. At the same time, a terrified male voice was calling out to him repeatedly. Big brother, you can't hit anymore. If you break this thing, all the strange entities will die. Hearing this, Song Zhong was taken aback. The blades and staffs that were initially aimed at the barrier came to a steady halt in midair, then dissipated along with the 4 phantoms. Song Zhong opened the hatch above him and suspiciously scrutinized the man outside the tank, who was grinning. The man before him was dressed in security attire, and the more Song Zhong looked, the more familiar he seemed. Wasn't this the security guard from the neighborhood? The guard rubbed his hands together and nodded, bowing to Song Zhong, who had poked his head out. We can't continue hitting. If this barrier shatters, all our strange entities will die here. Realizing he had found someone with understanding, Song Zhong jumped out of the tank. He hooked the guard's neck and asked with a smiling face, "Then tell me clearly, why am I the only one who can't get out? If I can't explain, I'll smash this barrier and we'll all die together again." The guard's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he began to stutter. "The reason you can't get out, big brother, is actually very simple. The maximum level of strange entities that can enter reality through me is merely the fierce grade, and some weaker memes. You, big brother, carry an unspeakable aura that is completely unmasked and cannot pass through the barrier." Song Zhong was taken aback upon hearing this. He knew that the aura the guard mentioned came from the 4 evil gods on him. Song Zhong was aware that the evil god F4 team he possessed was quite formidable. However, he did not expect that the 4 evil gods would carry an aura of unspeakable level. Without time to rejoice, Song Zhong felt a mix of amusement and frustration. These powerful auras were now the obstacle to his return to reality. Looking at the fawning guard, Song Zhong felt a surge of anger. "What are you laughing at? Why are you so happy if you can't do it?" The guard's smile froze on his face, and the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. "Forget it. Is there any other way to enter reality?" Song Zhong patted the little security guard and asked with a fierce glint in his eyes. If the guard dared to say he had no way to enter reality, he was ready to smash the barrier on the spot. If I can't go back, you all will accompany me, just in time to contribute to a harmonious society. There is, but it will be gone soon. There is a memo-level strange entity called skin peeling. It's a beautiful older sister who peels skin. She can gain others' abilities by peeling off their skin. Similarly, you can use her skin to conceal your unspeakable aura. Then you can pass through the barrier. But unfortunately, skin peeling just went out. Song Zhong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked, "That woman went out." The guard innocently pointed behind Song Zhong. Following the direction the guard pointed, Song Zhong suddenly turned around. He discovered that the long-lost Chen Pingping had already crossed the spatial barrier. Skin peeling is Chen Pingping. The two locked eyes, and Chen Pingping awkwardly smiled at Song Zhong. Damn, let her escape. Song Zhong felt a bit of a headache. He finally understood why for a while Chen Pingping had looked at him with ulterior motives. Just after he obtained the painting of Guangong, Chen Pingping had rushed to knock on his door. Perhaps at that time she was already coveting the Guangong image on him. She wanted to cut off his skin for her own use. However, shortly after Song Zhong gathered the evil god F4 team, Chen Pingping might have realized she had no chance to peel off Song Zhong's skin, which was why she started avoiding him. But thinking about it now was futile. Chen Pingping had already escaped to reality. "Big brother, you mustn't smash it," the guard said with a mournful face, tightly gripping Song Zhong's sleeve. At that moment, the sun emitting black light in the sky silently returned to its normal state. Meanwhile, the strange entities that were invading reality also ceased their actions of entering reality. The overlapping space was restored. Looking at this scene, the guard let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the overlap has ended, leaving this great figure with no place to attack, even if he wanted to. Otherwise, if things went wrong, everyone would be finished. What a sin. I just want to go home. Looking at everything that had ended, Song Zhong shouted in frustration. Did he just want to go home? Was that so difficult? Song Zhong sat amidst the ruins, cradling a hot pot. The buildings around him collapsed under the bombardment, and the eerie presence that once lingered in the neighborhood either invaded reality or fled in terror before the might of the great sage. Sitting on the ground, Song Zhong furrowed his brow, lost in thought. According to the security guard, he was now trapped in a bizarre world. The person who could have helped him escape, Chen Pingping, had already fled back to reality. This meant that the only known method for him to leave here was completely cut off. What should he do? Was he to be stuck here? If only he could send a dream to Guan Kai. If Guan Kai could burn away the disguise, he might still have a chance to escape. But how could he send a dream? As he pondered, an idea struck him. Previously, when Guan Kai came down with the Taoist from the Heavenly Master's mansion, she had used a talisman. Now that he had inherited the legacy of the Heavenly Master's mansion, he should be able to draw the same talisman. He just wasn't sure if it would work as he envisioned. Instead of overthinking, why not give it a try? Let me see. Song Zhong murmured softly, recalling the teachings of the Heavenly Master's talismans. The vast ocean of knowledge from the inheritance momentarily eluded him. Song Zhong blinked, a faint smile creeping across his lips. The sheep nose talisman for dream communication. He clicked his tongue, uncertain of its efficacy. Let me check. Black dog blood, yellow paper, an item infused with the target's aura, and a drop of blood. The yellow paper is not strictly necessary. In an emergency, paper infused with Yin energy can be used instead. Oh, I should have some blood, right? Song Zhong was unsure if his peculiar body had blood, but everything else seemed to be. Song Zhong instinctively glanced at the hot pot nearby. The hot pot must have absorbed Guan Kai's aura. Moreover, it was coincidentally a black dog. Finding paper infused with Yin energy would be much easier. It was everywhere now. Song Zhong casually picked up a red bill from the ground, satisfied as he flicked it. Alright, I have all the props. Suddenly, the hot pot, which had been sniffing around on the ground, shivered all over. Then it felt its master gently lifting it up. As he stroked its black fur, he comforted it, saying, "Good hot pot, don't worry, just a little bit of fur and a drop of blood. With the 3,000 rivers, it'll only take one scoop." Woof! Not long after, the hot pot, noticeably missing a patch of fur, sat pitifully to the side, licking its wounds. Meanwhile, Song Zhong closed his eyes, stepping into a trance, reciting incantations. Open the heavenly gate, close the earthly door, preserve the human form, and observe the ghostly path. With the incense altar set before me, I offer 3 sticks of incense in reverence. Disciple Song Zhong respectfully summons the illustrious Gao Guan Wei Gong Xian Cheng. As a drop of blood splattered onto the talisman paper, Song Zhong's eyes brightened. With this, he should be able to communicate with Guan Kai. While Song Zhong was deep in thought, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over him, and he unconsciously closed his eyes. The hot pot beside him seemed to sense something. It abruptly stood up, alerting itself to its surroundings. In reality, Guan Kai was still locked in a staring contest with the turnaround driver. Although she recalled from the information that the Bureau of Civil Investigation noted that this aberration wouldn't harm anyone. However, there was no record of a corresponding escape method. In previous cases, they managed to safely exit after answering, "I haven't seen it." But why, when I answered that I hadn't seen it, did the driver keep staring at me? The door remained locked. What is this driver? Guan Kai felt a bit overwhelmed. With her mind tense, she drooped her eyelids. A wave of intense drowsing. Damn, why do I suddenly feel sleepy? This could be deadly. Guan Kai tried to widen her eyes, but could not resist the drowsiness. Slowly her eyes closed. At that moment, the driver who was staring at Guan Kai revealed a look of sudden realization. I knew the aura was very similar. So it's the boss lady. The driver murmured, and a click echoed from the car as the locks disengaged. He opened the door and rummaged through the trunk for a small blanket. He kindly draped it over Guan Kai. Meanwhile, the sleeping Guan Kai unconsciously snuggled tighter into the blanket. At that moment in her dream, a voice that surprised and delighted her appeared. Yet she remained somewhat guarded, unable to discern whether this was the driver's bizarre ability. Guan Kai, I am Song Zhong. With the Heavenly Master's portrait you burned, I can draw the dream communication talisman to reach you. You can't respond to me. That's fine, I just listen to what I say. I received your intel earlier. This time the aberration invaded reality, and one disguise managed to escape. Her name is Chun Pingping. She is incredibly alluring, so much so that you would recognize her at a glance. She is a Mima-level aberration. If you have the chance, burn her disguise for me. Currently, only her disguise can help me return to reality. Stay safe, take care of yourself. As Guan Kai listened to Song Zhong's voice, she tried to open her mouth to speak. But how could one make sounds in a dream? After those words of take care, Guan Kai found she could finally speak. However, the dream had already ended, and she opened her eyes, returning to reality. At that moment, she was utterly certain that this was a dream sent by Song Zhong. Because the secret about burning paper was something only she and Song Zhong truly knew. Can Song Gu return? Suddenly, a fierce fire of striving ignited in Guan Kai's eyes. As long as Song Gu could come back. Don't mention the disguise, I'll burn it for you by the river. Guan Kai clenched her small fists, silently motivating herself, only to realize she was gripping a fluffy object. A small blanket. The service from the aberration is so good. Can I get out of the car, big brother? Guan Kai suddenly realized she was still trapped in the black car, and she had just taken a nap on the bizarre vehicle. While feeling anxious, she began to look around. She noticed that the driver was no longer in the driver's seat. The next second, she heard a thump. The back door of the car. Guan Kai looked toward the car door, instantly holding her breath. Under the dark sky outside the door stood the driver with that rigid face, slowly leaned toward the car door. Just as Guan Kai thought the driver was going to make a move, the middle-aged man outside the car suddenly bowed. He performed a standard gesture of protection toward Guan Kai. At the same time, he loudly announced, "Miss, please." Guan Kai stepped out of the black car, and everything before her made her doubt whether she had truly woken up. Only when she entered the polling bureau did she regain her senses. "Where have you been, girl? I couldn't reach you on the phone. Oh, I thought you were trapped by something strange on the way." With Chun Jin's anxious inquiry, Guan Kai glanced back with a hint of guilt. In some ways, Chun Jin was right. Good news, the progress of the strange invasion. What's strange? Chun Jin's expression darkened. He sensed a wave of unfamiliar malevolence emanating from behind Guan Kai. In an instant, his skin shriveled, and without hesitation, Chun Jin revealed his zombie form. Roar! The white-haired zombie charged straight toward the middle-aged man behind Guan Kai. With one claw, the air turned cold and eerie. However, in the next moment, Chun Jin's pupils constricted. His originally certain strike was unexpectedly blocked by a black car that appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The sharp zombie claws only left 5 scratches on the pitch-black car. Normally, Chun Jin could easily pierce through a car with a single swipe. He did not expect to meet his match here. The words of the middle-aged man further frustrated him. Repairing the scratches will cost 2,500. Roar! Changing tires will be 3,008. Roar! That's expensive. The headlights cost 11,000. The middle-aged man stood still while the black car swiftly moved before him. It was resisting Chun Jin's assault. Chun Jin felt helpless as the black car's sturdiness seemed to even weaken. "Uncle Chun, stop fighting. We're on the same side," Guan Kai shouted in a hurry. However, before Chun Jin could react, the black car had already opened its door and stuffed him inside. In the next moment, Chun Jin was unceremoniously dumped at the entrance of the polling bureau like a garbage bag. His old face was utterly humiliated as he lay on the ground motionless. With lifeless eyes, he gazed towards the polling bureau where the middle-aged man who had just fought him was now bowing respectfully to Guan Kai. "Miss, you were startled." In the polling bureau in the director's office, Guan Kai sat in the main chair at a loss as the driver had laid a neat white cloth on the desk and was now unveiling the takeout. He had just brought one dish at a time. He placed the food before Guan Kai and went xin. "Miss, it's midnight snack." Chun Jin, watching from the side, was taken aback and nudged Zhang Yunan. "What do you think? Guan is getting stranger by the day. The dog she raises is strange, and the child she brings, now she even has a memo-level driver. Our Linjiang branch hasn't taken in some great demon, have they?" Despite saying this, Chun Jin was quite unconcerned. In fact, he was rather excited. To him, this represented a significant enhancement in the Linjiang branch's capabilities. He had personally experienced that middle-aged man's combat power. For this reason, he even paid 13,730 for the car repairs. "I wonder if the bureau will reimburse me. Whatever, I'll write it down and let the finance department deal with it." Chun Jin mumbled to himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunan, who was sitting nearby with a pale face and his eyes closed in meditation, paid no attention to Chun Jin's words. The essence blood he had expelled from the dream symbol had severely injured him. He wouldn't be able to recover his original strength without a 3 to 5 month recuperation. But beneath his calm exterior, a storm was brewing. Chen Jin might not realize what it meant to have so many strange beings in tow. There were some old Taoists in the Celestial Master's residence who had spent their lives mastering ancestral techniques for controlling the strange. In the end, they could only manage to command dangerous great entities. Yet Guan Kai could make Mema-level entities bow down to her. This exceeded Zhang Yunan's understanding. Whether this was a good or bad thing remained uncertain. Just as Zhang Yunan was lost in thought, Guan Kai's voice suddenly rang in his ears. By the way, Uncle Chen, what were you saying about the strange invasion at the door? At that moment, Guan Kai's mouth was full of food resembling a protective groundhog. All right, the situation is far worse than we anticipated. As soon as he spoke of the matter, Chen Jin's expression turned serious. Zhang Yunan also opened his eyes. In just a few minutes of the strange invasion, there were numerous incursions into reality. However, halfway through the invasion, it inexplicably ceased. Fortunately, it didn't last too long, otherwise at this rate reality would soon be contaminated into a realm of strangeness. But the news about the strange beings cannot be kept under wraps any longer. The higher-ups have already begun planning to release related information. Soon the whole world will know about this news. The impact it will cause is unimaginable. At this point, Chen Jin's voice grew somber. The exposure of the strange beings to the world of ordinary people would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Therefore, until the last possible moment, relevant departments were reluctant to make such a choice. However, there was no other choice. The Celestial Master's residents had been busy all night. They could only come to one conclusion. This strange invasion was unlike the previous minor disturbances. It was no longer something the polling bureau alone could control. It should be on tomorrow morning's news, or our polling bureau will have to step into the spotlight exposed to the sunlight. The order of society may exist in name only after the appearance of the strange. Tonight is humanity's last peaceful dream. Guan Kai paused with her chopsticks, stirring her food slowly. She truly hadn't expected everything to happen so suddenly. Originally, the polling bureau's plan was merely to disseminate intelligence to the military. But the sudden change in plans meant the number of strange incursions exceeded the polling bureau's imagination. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became heavy. When Xian looked left and right, noticing that her uncle and the older sister beside her were silent, she only half understood what Grandpa Chen had said. In her eyes, nothing was as formidable as her brother. Then when Xian turned her curious gaze toward the driver, who stood respectfully beside them. Since Guan Kai began eating, he had been standing still beside her. When Xian jumped off the stool and bounced over to she tugged at the driver's pants leg, revealing a sweet smile. Uncle, my name is Wen Xian. One as in gentle, and Xian as in warm-hearted. Uncle, what's your name? The driver turned his head awkwardly and looked down at the little girl beside him. Upon realizing she wasn't scared of him, he forced a stiff smile. My name is Wang Chong. Wang as in tiger head and Chong as in long-standing. Guan Kai woke up early today not only because she had to protect Zhang Yunan in breaking the formation of Rinshang Bank at noon, but also because the morning news would reveal the truth about the strange invasion to the public. The news anchor stated, this station reports the highest government of Xia Kingdom has issued a statement regarding the recent bizarre events occurring across various regions. Guan Kai watched the serious spokesperson on the television with rapt attention. If Uncle Chen's notification was correct, this news would loop for 3 whole days until the ordinary populace fully accepted the fact of the strange invasion. At the same moment, all official television stations across Blue Star issued the same statement. The purpose was to help the public quickly accept the bizarre reality. The content of the news rapidly spread online, soon causing an uproar, immediately trending at the top of various search. Many netizens engaged in heated debates, expressing panic, skepticism, pessimism, numbness, and extremism, with various negative emotions swiftly spreading across the internet. The apocalypse. This is the apocalypse caused by humanity's original sin. This can't be real. What is happening to this world? Does it really want to drive people to despair? Among the countless comments, one received over 100,000 likes, quickly soaring to second place on the trending list. If suicide is considered a wasted death, can we all turn into the bizarre? Under this comment, hundreds of thousands of netizens became embroiled in a chaotic argument. However, more netizens were inspired and took action. In just 2 or 3 hours since the news broadcast, a significant number of suicide incidents occurred nationwide, prompting official explanations from various countries. The formation of the bizarre requires certain special conditions. It is not merely death that suffices. At this moment, Guan Kai had already turned off the television. Putting on her coat, she prepared to head to Rinshang Bank. At the entrance of the community, Wang Chong had been standing by the black sedan early. Although Guan Kai vaguely suspected that Wang Chang's appearance was related to Brother Song, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable having a Mema-level bizarre entity as her personal driver. Instead, when Xian holding a hot pot cheerfully pulled Guan Kai into the black sedan. Uncle Wang Chong, we are going to Rinshang Bank. Okay. As soon as Wang Chang's voice fell, Guan Kai felt the scenery outside the window change dramatically. The black sedan came to a smooth stop in front of Rinshang Bank. How fast? Guan Kai, watching Wang Chong firmly grip the steering wheel, was astonished and covered her mouth. Though it was her second time riding in the black sedan, Guan Kai still could not adapt to such a drastic change in scenery. When Xian nudged her, signaling Guan Kai to get out. Hurry, sister, or Grandpa Chun will be waiting anxiously. The group entered Rinshang Bank and into the secret room of the top-floor office. They saw Zhang Yunan arranging the altar and Chen Jin scrolling through his phone nearby. Today Zhang Yunan wore a pure yang cap. He solemnly donned a complexly embroidered robe. In front of him, the altar was filled with various items: copper coins, yellow paper, peach wood, sword, incense burner, small flags, and a bagua mirror. Once everything was set, Zhang Yunan faced the bizarre formation on the wall. He closed his eyes, lit the incense, and murmured incantations, then inserted 3 sticks of incense into the burner. Following that, a dazzling series of movements ensued. Zhang Yunan held the peach wood sword, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the yellow paper, directly thrusting toward the bizarre formation. At the noon hour, let the evil be broken. With Zhang Yunan's light, shout, the bizarre formation on the wall transformed into blood slowly flowing down. With a pale face, Zhang Yunan swayed after finishing the ceremony, collapsing backward, but was swiftly caught by the quick-witted Chen Jin. Are you alright? It's nothing, just need some rest. Once the formation is broken, the financial desires will also suffer. In the short term, they likely won't have the ability to appear again. I just need to recuperate and can only provide you with intelligence and advice. The bizarre events in reality will depend on your local polling bureau. Zhang Yunan coughed a few times. He normally wouldn't be this weak. He had overextended himself, expending too much vital blood during his dream of Song Zhong. Given another chance, he wouldn't have brought so many people into the bizarre spirit realm. Chen Jin, supporting Zhang Yunan's side. Initially, he thought that having the Taoist from the Celestial Master's mansion would ease his burden. However, he did not expect the young Taoist to be so frail. Just as Zhang and Chun were lost in their thoughts, a series of male voices emanated from Chen Jin's pocket. Hearing that lewd sound, the atmosphere between the two instantly became delicate, while everyone in the secret room turned their gazes toward them. Even the hot pot widened its dog-like eyes. Zhang Yunan looked at Chen Jin with a blank expression, subtly retracting his elbow. In the awkward atmosphere, Chen Jin's face flushed. He hurriedly explained, "It's a live broadcast. It should be the previous stream that wasn't turned off." Feeling that his explanation was making things worse, Chen Jin frantically took out his phone, trying to mute the sound. However, upon seeing the screen's contents, his expression froze. "Taoist Yunan, take a look at this." "Sorry, I have no such interests." "Zhang Yunan, you better look at this properly." Chen Jin suddenly shouted, his face serious. The others seemed to realize something and leaned in to check Chen Jin's phone. Then they witnessed a scene of utter horror. In a live stream titled Rhythm Zero, a male body was displayed bare from the waist up, wearing only a simple pair of shorts. The voice was coming from the man in shorts, as his upper body showed no good skin left. His upper body was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Suddenly, a twisted female face intruded from outside the live stream frame. As her swollen lips moved, a sharp female voice rang out. "All right, let the next artist come on stage to." Then the twisted female face left the live stream frame, while the comments below began to scroll wildly. "Why isn't that man running? Clearly he's not restrained. I started watching from the beginning. Why no? That man seems to have been injected with anesthetic. The man's body is the canvas. There will be artists entering one by one, choosing items from the table to paint on that man's body. Both the canvas and the artist seem to come from different places." Suddenly pulled into the bizarre live stream by the organ. Chen Jin and the others then noticed a small table beside them filled with an assortment of items: small knives, scissors, hooks, hammers, floral nectar, and more. The comments in the live stream continued to roll in, with more and more people entering the stream. "Is this what the news called bizarre? It seems really interesting. The upstairs is really disgusting. Hey, it looks just like a blockbuster. It seems so real. Stop barking, look some." Then in the live stream, a terrified woman, trembling like a leaf, entered. She reached for a hook, weeping in a choked voice. "Azu, I'm sorry. Sniff, sniff, I just want to live." Then a sickly smile crossed the woman's face. The iron hook in her hand swung down hard toward the man's abdomen. As the man's eyes widened, his breathing grew increasingly faint. The comments in the live stream fell silent for 2 seconds before being flooded by a barrage of messages. "Oh my God, it's all coming out. Who is this woman again? Such a vicious attack. She seems to be the man's girlfriend. Isn't this illegal? Is no one calling the police?" It seemed to have touched upon some sensitive words. The twisted woman's head reappeared in the live stream frame. "Illegal? No, 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 this will be the greatest performance of human body art in this century." As the sharp voice of the woman fell, Chen Jin and the others watching the live broadcast couldn't help but shudder. They exchanged glances, and a single thought surfaced in their minds. This is bizarre. Does the polling bureau not have any relevant information on this strange occurrence? Guan Kai couldn't help but ask. It should be a new anomaly formed from sufficient resentment encountered just now. Zhang Yunan, who had been silent, slowly spoke. "Indeed," Chen Jin continued Zhang Yunan's line, speaking solemnly. "I just contacted headquarters, and based on the data relayed back from them." He continued, "The news about the anomaly this morning was so shocking that it generated a significant amount of resentment from the general public. Resentment has gathered online, forming a large number of previously unheard-of anomalies and strange spiritual realms. This live broadcast room should be one of them. Suddenly, while speaking, Chen Jin paused. He noticed his phone was automatically switching background applications. It switched the screen back to the previous live broadcast interface. Then the screen froze. No matter how he swiped, it remained stuck on the live broadcast. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was amiss. According to his experience, this indicated that he had caught the anomaly's attention. Inside the live broadcast room, a peculiar voting round began. The previous round of the human body art exhibition has ended and the next round is about to begin. The participants for the next round will be selected anonymously by the audience. The one with the highest votes will serve as the canvas, while the remaining will be arranged in order as artists. In total, there will be 3 artists and 1 canvas. Of course, you can choose not to vote, in which case this exhibition will automatically be cancelled. Friendly reminder, both the artists and the canvas will come from our audience in front of the screen. Let's get started. Chen Jin pulled down the voting options and found dozens of choices. They were all professions, including his own name. For example, writer Sun Bing, sanitation worker Wu Qianghua, rich, second-generation Liu. Among the dozens of options, Chen Jin noticed the most eye-catching one was polling bureau member Chen Jin. What bad luck, just watching a short video and encountering this kind of thing. Chen Jin's face looked somewhat grim. After studying the voting options carefully, he seemed to ponder. It seems this anomaly has a bug. According to the prompt, he discovered a very simple way to break it. That is, if he doesn't vote, it will automatically move on to the next round of the exhibition. Continuing to not vote in the next round means no one will be harmed. But at the same time, it's also the most challenging method. The evil lurking behind the screen is hard to imagine. After a brief calm, the comments in the live broadcast what do you mean? Does it mean that as long as no one votes, no one will be drawn in? Everyone don't vote. We cannot contribute to the birth of this evil. Exactly, as long as we don't vote this round and don't vote next round, this anomaly will be like a clown. Ignoring the one-sided comments in the barrage, Chen Jin stared intently at the voting options. What to say is not important, the key is how to act. Fortunately, the voting options were still scattered. If it stays like this, there really is a chance to break it from the rules. But the next second, a bright red vote suddenly appeared in the rich second-generation Liu column. How can someone really vote? This is a matter of life and death. It must be those wealth-hating dogs, are they? These troublesome people should all be executed. Hey, aren't you in a hurry? You wouldn't be that rich second-generation Liu, would you? Chen Jin sighed heavily. Indeed, one should not hold out hope for such matters. After a vote appeared in the rich second-generation Liu column, it was as if a dam had burst. All options in the voting column received votes to varying degrees. And the one with the highest votes firmly in first place was the rich second generation. What Chen Jin never expected was that the option polling bureau member Chen Jin surprisingly ranked second. Looking at the continuously fluctuating vote count, Chen Jin raised his head. He met the worried gazes of Guan Kai and Zhang Yunan. Uncle Chen, if that's the case, you might be pulled into the strange spiritual realm to become an artist. Guan Kai nervously stared at the voting. Although Chen Jin's vote count was closely trailing the rich second generation, fortunately, there was still some distance. And there was still about a minute left in the voting time. Xiao Guan, let me borrow your phone for a moment, Chen Jin suddenly said. Guan Kai, confused, obediently handed the phone to Chen Jin. Once he had the phone, Chen Jin dialed a short number. Calmly, he connected the call. Hello, leader. It's me, Chen Jin. Headquarters should be monitoring this Rhythm Zero live broadcast room, right? Yes, that one with my vote. I request to mobilize personnel to push my ranking to first place. Yes, I've made up my mind, and my zombie body is minimally affected by ordinary people's harm. This is another way to break it. All right, that's it. After hanging up, Chen Jin found himself under the complex gazes of Guan Kai and Zhang Yunan. In the live broadcast voting, he cast a vote for himself. Uncle Chen. Guan Kai opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. It's no big deal if we don't step up as frontline investigators. Should ordinary civilians do it? Those little knives and sticks can't do anything to our zombie body. Chen Jin smiled freely, casually stroking his 3 strands of white hair. Xiao Zhang, do you have any hidden talismans, or the like? Let me borrow one. Zhang Yunan silently took out 2 pieces of yellow paper from his pocket. One for strengthening the body, one for nurturing the corpse. Using them together will help you more against the anomaly. Everyone understood that Chen Jin's journey was extremely perilous. His strength barely reached the fierce level. Even with the limitations of his body, he could not fully exert his fierce level power. And the anomaly level of Rhythm Zero remains unclear. The atmosphere among them gradually grew heavy. Uncle Chen, your vote count is skyrocketing. Soon it will reach first place. Meanwhile, in a detached villa in a certain city of Xia country, the sound of hysterical screams erupted. Keep voting. Push that damned polling bureau member up. I absolutely cannot become the canvas, absolutely not. Such matters should be borne by the damn government people. Through the unrelenting efforts of the polling bureau and the wealthy heir Liu, they finally managed to push Chen Jin's name to the top of the voting list just before the deadline. In the live broadcast room, the bold red characters, Polling Bureau Chen Jin, kept rolling in the barrage. The distorted face of a woman reappeared on the screen. Let me see which lucky one will serve as the canvas for this new art. Indeed, it seems this chosen canvas has attracted a lot of viewers. Come on, let us welcome our canvas for this exhibition, Mr. Chenjin. With a sharp female voice, Chenjin suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room of Rhythm Zero. As soon as he realized he was in the live broadcast room, Chenjin affixed 2 yellow talismans to himself and activated his zombie form. Then he lunged at the woman before him. Although our canvas looks quite wrinkled, it is very full of vitality. Just as Chenjin was about to pounce on the woman, a syringe filled with a transparent liquid unexpectedly appeared in her hand. The syringe plunged into Chenjin. Injected with an unknown liquid, a flash of shock suddenly crossed Chenjin's eyes. Is this the strange ability? Although Chenjin still maintained his zombie form, his body instantly went limp, unable to muster any strength. He could only watch helplessly as the tall woman secured him to a blood-stained wooden board. After taking a few deep breaths, Chenjin calmed his emotions. Only then did he have the chance to observe the woman before him in full. She was a tall woman, and her figure was undoubtedly enticing. However, her head was severely distorted, as if it had been smashed crooked by a hammer. Meanwhile, the tall woman adjusted the phone stand to make the live broadcast clearer. Chenjin squinted his eyes just in time to see the barrage of the live stream. Wow, is this the investigator from the polling bureau? Why does she look like a zombie? Is there yellow paper stuck to her forehead? She must be a living corpse. Oh, I heard from my second uncle that the investigators from the polling bureau are actually all living corpses. Looking at the densely packed barrage, the woman grinned, her face revealing a look of delight as she spoke. All right, dear viewers, our canvas is ready. Next, let me announce the basic rules of the exhibition. Each artist will have 1 minute to paint on the canvas body. The tools for painting can be any implements on this small table. Following the direction of the woman's finger, Chenjin turned his eyes to the small table beside him. It was filled with various metal implements. There were roses, knives, awls, and so on. The iron hook that ended a man's life in the previous live stream was also prominently among them. There are no restrictions. The artists can even choose not to harm the canvas. If the canvas dies after all 3 artists have completed their paintings, it will be considered a successful painting. The 3 artists will naturally be able to return to their own world. Conversely, if the canvas is still alive at the end, it will be deemed a failed painting. The canvas will return to reality, and the 3 artists will have to serve as the canvas for the next round, subjected to the brushes of other artists. As the rules were announced, the live broadcast room exploded. Most netizens quickly detected the loophole in the rules. As long as the selected artist refrained from causing harm to the canvas, no one would die and everyone would have the chance to return to the real world. So what does this strange situation mean? Why did the man in the last round die so tragically? Just think about it. Would you entrust your life to a stranger? If you don't kill the person in front of you, you might be killed by the next person. Especially for women, can you accept being viewed naked by tens of thousands of people at once? Chenjin listened carefully to the rules, yet an indescribable expression appeared on his face. He finally understood the meaning of this bizarre spiritual realm. If he guessed correctly, this strange spiritual realm was mimicking a performance art about human nature. In the 1970s, a foreign artist prepared 72 different implements. There were scissors, chains, whips. She promised the audience they could use these items at will without bearing any responsibility. Then she drugged herself, rendering herself immobile. However, within a mere 6 hours, she was tortured beyond recognition. This is the most famous human experiment. The strange woman before him most likely experienced something similar in life. Perhaps she was even forced into inhumane torture upon her body. Her oddly shaped head is the best proof of that. Just as Chenjin was pondering this, the woman with the twisted face. Everyone should now understand the rules. Then let us officially begin painting. Let us see who the first artist is. Welcome, Mr. Liu. The tall woman made a comical clapping gesture. Then another young man with a grim expression suddenly appeared in the room. Chenjin rolled his eyes, blinking at the newly appeared Liu. However, Liu trembled all over, not even glancing at. He merely hoarsely shouted at the woman before him. If he dies, can I go back? That's correct, Mr. Liu. The woman's face twisted even more, the bloody flesh on her face quivering, making one feel nauseous. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chenjin, who was secured to the board, felt a chill in his heart. In just a few short sentences, he had already grasped what was about to happen next. The sullen-faced Liu directly picked up a sharp steel pipe from the small table. Don't blame me. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be this damned strange situation. After I get out, I will definitely donate to your polling bureau. I'm sorry I can't entrust my life to others. Liu wore a remorseful expression, but a fierce intensity lurked in his eyes. Without saying another word, he plunged the steel pipe into Chenjin's heart in the midst of Chenjin's pleading gaze. As the steel pipe pierced through Chenjin's chest, Liu staggered back 2 steps, gasping for air. Meanwhile, the sharp, twisted laughter echoed in the small room. As far as I know, some interesting things happened before this exhibition even started. Mr. Liu, due to his wealthy heir status, was voted to the first position by those who resent the rich. In order to preserve his life and not be chosen as the canvas, Mr. Liu spent a fortune to elevate the votes for Mr. Chenjin, who was in second place. Hearing this, Liu's face turned pale. He never imagined that this strange situation could be so aware of his actions. Meanwhile, many netizens in the live broadcast room began to express their outrage towards Li Yu. But what Mr. Li Yu didn't expect was that the number of those who resent the rich was so great that his wealth was rendered ineffective under their massive numbers. His ranking remained at number 1. Until Mr. Chun Jin's sense of responsibility kicked in, wanting to replace an ordinary person as the canvas. He began to vote for himself through official channels, thus replacing Mr. Li Yu as the canvas for this round. As the woman's smile grew sharper, her next words struck like thunder, echoing in the ears of all who were watching the live. So who will still investigate who cast the first vote? Who was it that initiated this exhibition? The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly diminished by more than half. All the voting viewers trembled, their hands shaking. Unbeknownst to them, they had all become the murderers of Chun Jin. Guilt, sorrow, excitement, stimulation. Various emotions surged within the hearts of the voters. Unseen, a wave of gray resentment filled the live broadcast room. The woman inhaled, deeply intoxicated. Then she tugged at the wooden board on which Chun Jin lay, exposing his withered and aged corpse more bluntly to the live broadcast. The zombie, with 2 yellow talismans affixed to its forehead, remained motionless, nailed to the board. This is the most perfect painting I have ever seen in my life. Dear viewers, I have decided to name this painting The Disappearing Murderer. Beside him, Li Yu, the spoiled heir of immense wealth, stood frozen, staring blankly at the corpse lying motionless on the wooden plank, then doubled over, retching violently. He's dead. When can I get out of here? Gasping between heaves, he urgently questioned the woman before him. He could not bear to remain in this accursed place for even a second longer. He only longed to escape, to flee far away from this terrifying woman. You are exceedingly unlucky, Mr. Li Yu. He is not dead, and will not die. He is a Jiangshi, and you, so weak, cannot harm him in the slightest. You shall become the canvas for the next act. I've already chosen your title, the clown. Of course you'll never measure up to the vanished murderer. At these words, Li Yu's eyes snapped in terror toward Chun Jin, who lay still upon the plank. To his utter shock, the old man, who moments before had lain utterly inert, now tilted his head slowly toward Li Yu. Their gazes locked. Li Yu, confronted with Chun Jin's face mottled with necrotic patches and deep creases, froze rigid with terror. Chun Jin stretched his lips into a grotesque grin. The sight sent Li Yu into paralyzing dread. His soul shattered, his spirit scattered, until he collapsed backward onto the floor with a thud. Having finished terrifying Li Yu, Chun Jin, still supine on the plank, stirred feebly twice. Yet the anesthetic had not yet fully worn off. The sole part of his body still under his command was his head. Say, young lady, when are you going to let your elder brother down? If it's inconvenient, you're welcome to come over and give me a rub down. The anesthetic's just wearing off. I'm numb all over, legs and arms alike. Feels wretched. Realizing he remained physically helpless, Chun Jin resorted with resigned irony to verbal banter. Don't rush. Perhaps meeting the next 2 artists will change your mind. Voluntarily shed your Jiangshi state and allow yourself to be slain. After all, the next 2 are both women. Should you survive, they'll be forced to expose their upper bodies before millions of viewers. Rumors can kill, you know. With a flick of her hand, 2 new figures materialized within the cramped, suffocating black room. The 2 remaining artists whom Chun Jin had overlooked until now. The moment the 2 female artists appeared inside the live stream, their bodies trembled uncontrollably and tears welled in their eyes. Having watched the broadcast intently, they seemed to already grasp their grim fate. Look, this one's an office worker that won a schoolteacher. Both clawed their way up from rural villages inch by inch, fist by fist. Can you truly bring yourself to ruin them? Chun Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, a conflicted expression crossed his face. Have you made your choice? If you remain in your Jiangshi state 3 seconds from now, I'll need a fresh canvas. At those words, both tear-streaked girls lifted their heads simultaneously, yet cried out in starkly different voices, Uncle, please. Uncle, don't be afraid. It's fine, I don't mind. I'm tough enough. Chun Jin blinked, then broke into a broad grin. Tough enough. Ah, our village girls are tough. Suddenly Chun Jin swiveled his head toward the live stream camera and bellowed, face flushed crimson, Zhang Yunan. You damn well better be ready by now. You really want to watch these girls stripped bare? Filthy talk. A hoarse male voice cut through the air as a man and a woman stepped forward from behind the woman. It was Zhang Yunan and Guan Kai. The woman moved to act, only to find her limbs locked stiff. From behind her, Zhang Yunan's voice rang out cold and unyielding. Vast and obscure, heaven and earth sink into gloom. Thunder, lightning, wind, and fire. Officers and soldiers descend. Stabilize the dragon, secure the dwelling. Merit ascends to the celestial court. In one hand, Zhang Yunan held a bronze octagonal mirror. In the other, a talisman pressed firmly against the woman. The woman felt something searing affixed to her spine. A relentless, scorching heat that rendered her immobile. To subdue her, Zhang Yunan's brow glistened with strain, his expression etched with exhaustion. To force his way into the livestream, Zhang Yunan had expended tremendous spiritual energy performing ritual arts, using methods passed down from the Celestial Master's Bureau, to locate Chun Jin, then brought Guan Kai here with him. Aim the octagonal mirror at that small table. The hammer radiating malign chi. That's what can destroy her. Zhang Yunan shouted desperately at Guan Kai, sweat dripping from his forehead. Holding the talisman in one hand and the octagonal mirror in the other, he dared not slacken his focus, not even for an instant, to keep the woman bound. While watching the livestream, Zhang Yunan had keenly noticed the woman's head, bearing signs of prior blunt trauma. Drawing upon decades of experience exorcising anomalies, he knew such entities born from spiritual realms were invariably anchored by a powerful, unrelenting fixation. Her fixation, he surmised, almost certainly centered upon her own skull. Likewise, the original instrument of her suffering would hold the key to inflicting further damage. He was utterly certain the object capable of dispersing this entity lay among the tools upon that table, the very hammer now pulsing with dark energy. Found it. Wielding the octagonal mirror, Guan Kai swept it across the grime-streaked array of implements, and spotted a fire hammer wreathed in black mist. Gripping the fire hammer in one hand, Guan Kai summoned every ounce of strength and drove it straight into the woman's skull. The instant the hammer embedded itself in her forehead, every smartphone tuned to the livestream went pitch black. Had the anomalous realm known as Rhythm Zero dissolved? Meanwhile, at the hammer's impact, Guan Kai's consciousness wavered. Her vision dissolved into absolute darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she stood within a monochrome world. No! A shrill, anguished cry pierced the silence behind her. She whirled around instantly. She found herself inside a hotel room. A tall, slender woman sat slumped in a chair, sobbing uncontrollably. Before her loomed a gaunt man methodically torturing her with an array of cruel instruments. Scissors shredded her clothes. An iron hook pierced her arm, and a blood-drenched rose thorns intact was thrust deep into her chest. The cruelest torment occurred each time she struggled. Every act of resistance triggered another brutal blow from the gaunt man's fire hammer. All of it was captured by a camera mounted silently beside the room. Was this the memory of the anomalous realm? Guan Kai realized she could not touch anything physical. Gazing at the woman's familiar silhouette, a chilling suspicion took root. No, please. I'll return your money. I won't work for you anymore. Just let me go. The woman pleaded incessantly. She was a student at a modeling academy. The man before her was her employer, promising 10,000 yuan for a few photo shoots for a magazine. She came from a remote mountain village. Her family lived in dire poverty. Her university tuition and daily expenses were earned solely through grueling part-time labor. She'd accepted similar assignments before, but this fee was unusually high, so she'd agreed without hesitation. She never imagined such horror awaited her. Whore, didn't you volunteer for this? Don't pretend you entered this business just to model. Everyone knows you sleep and play your way to success. People like you shine brightly on the surface, but rot from within, each filthier than the last. The gaunt man's face twisted with malice as he relentlessly tormented her with every instrument at hand. In the end, the woman lay near death, her eyes vacant, drool trickling down her chin as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Satisfied, the man packed up his camera and walked out, leaving her behind. Before departing, he cast two final venomous words over his shoulder. Report me, and every video goes public. Think carefully, I have money. A few years in prison won't ruin me. But your entire modeling career. Obliterated. The woman closed her eyes in utter despair. Watching silently, Guan Kai bit her lip until it bled, her gaze freezing with glacial fury. As a woman herself, Guan Kai burned with murderous rage. The black and white scene continued shifting until the torture videos leaked online, until the man was imprisoned, until vicious rumors spread like wildfire, until the woman was expelled from school, shunned by family and friends, and hunted down by internet mobs. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she ended her life, plunging from the 20th floor, her blood staining the earth below. She was just an ordinary student. Guan Kai murmured softly, her fists clenched tight. Online slander and malicious speculation. These were the true murderers. That older sister had been coerced, helpless, violated. Yet against the tide of cyberbullying, truth meant nothing. No fact could withstand baseless accusation and collective vitriol. Guan Kai drew a slow, deep breath and resolved, once free, to restore the woman's honor. But the woman's death did not conclude the cycle. It looped back to the beginning. Please, don't. Again and again, Guan Kai witnessed the same atrocity unfold. Unseen by her, tendrils of resentment coiled from her own back, converging upon the weeping woman. Amid broken sobs, the woman suddenly turned, her face streaked with tears and snot eyes hollow with despair, yet pleading. Little sister, can you help me? Will you take my place instead? Faced with the woman's pleas, Guan Kai instinctively wanted to agree with her. But in the next moment, she realized something was off. She was still trapped in the eerie spiritual realm. In the eerie spiritual realm, nothing could be trusted. Guan Kai shook her head, striving to clear her mind. So the tragedy unfolding before her was actually created by the woman. Or perhaps this was something the woman experienced in her past life, now being presented once more. If you don't want to help me, then stay here forever. With the woman's vengeful shriek, the scene before Guan Kai shifted once again, reverting to the original scene of the woman's humiliation. No, I must find a way to escape. Guan Kai forced herself to calm down, beginning to search for a way to leave. However, after trying various methods, no matter what approach she took, she could not influence anything around her. It was as if she were a transparent soul able only to observe but not participate. It felt as though there was an invisible membrane between her and this eerie spiritual realm, obstructing her from interfering with the events occurring here. Guan Kai suddenly remembered a term that Uncle Chun repeatedly mentioned when they first entered the carousel. Lost. Was she going to become lost within it? Finally solved it. Wait, where's Guan Nizi? Guan Nizi is lost. Renshong Bank. Chun Jin, who had returned to the secret chamber, wore a look of panic. As soon as he returned, he found that Guan Kai had not returned to reality. Beside him, Zhang Yunan, who had just woken up, also changed expression and hurriedly took out his phone to check the live stream. But all he saw was the words, "Live stream has ended." The people present were instantly at a loss. The live stream had been shut down, meaning they could no longer enter the eerie spiritual realm, while Guan Kai was lost within it alone. This meant that Guan Kai could only rely on herself to find a way back to reality within the eerie spiritual realm. However, the success rate for those lost in the eerie spiritual realm returning to reality was extremely low. In the secret chamber, everyone exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere heavy with oppression. They all shared the same thought. Guan Kai would not return. Meanwhile, Guan Kai, lost in the eerie spiritual realm, was already on the verge of collapse. The sight of the woman being tormented continually assaulted her vision. Even with her eyes closed, the woman's wails and the man's unrestrained laughter would fiercely penetrate her ears. That tragic and bloody scene seemed to be indelibly stamped in her mind. At the same time, the resentment of the entire eerie spiritual realm began to slowly taint Guan Kai's body. No, I have to find a way. Otherwise, I really won't be able to return, and I won't be able to see Brother Song again. Guan Kai curled up, using her willpower to fend off the invasion of resentment. But the pressure of the resentment in the eerie spiritual realm was not something she could easily withstand, especially as she continued to empathize with the tormented woman. Guan Kai gradually felt herself losing her grip on her mind. It seemed she could hear the woman's beguiling whispers softly resonating in her ears. "Help me. Take on my burdens for a while. I'm so tired." The whispers grew louder until Guan Kai could no longer ignore them. In the haze of her consciousness, she suddenly thought of the little experiment mentioned during her last parting with Song Zhong. Draw a white circle and burn paper. Guan Kai seemed to grasp a glimmer of inspiration. If there was anyone who could help her in this situation, it could only be Song Zhong. Trembling, she took out a lighter and the paper money from her pocket, her consciousness somewhat blurred from the encroaching resentment. Struggling, she drew a small circle on the ground and ignited the few pieces of paper money that she had carefully hidden. After Song Zhong had mentioned this, she had prepared a lighter and paper money on her person, initially thinking to try it out once the situation was resolved to see if it truly worked. But she never expected that now she could only hope for a miracle. Crack! The flickering flame quickly consumed. Amidst the curling blue smoke, Guan Kai whispered with the last shred of clarity, "Brother Song. Save me." Then she slowly walked towards the woman, her eyes already devoid of consciousness, instinctively wanting to take on all the burdens for her. In the eerie world. What the hell? What's going on? Is the financier in danger? Song Zhong, who was at home studying the Tianxia Mansion talismans, yawned, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, immediately realizing something was wrong. Upon reopening his eyes, he saw Guan Kai unconscious in a black and white world. He only had time to see Guan Kai in a coma before he was sent back to the eerie world with a few pieces of paper money appearing beside him. Guan Kai burned too little paper, causing him to only get a rough idea, but he knew that Guan Kai was in a very bad situation and had encountered danger. No, I must find a way to save Guan Kai. Song Zhong awakened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He absolutely could not let anything happen to Guan Kai. He had to find a way to rescue Guan Kai. Over here. He looked down at the Tianxia Mansion talisman in his hand, his eyes suddenly brightened. In the past few days, he had spent every spare moment studying the inheritance of the Tianxia Mansion talismans. The talisman he held in his hand was a divine descending talisman. Its function was very simple. After use, it allowed one's consciousness to descend beside another person. This type of talisman was somewhat similar to summoning a spirit, but it was proactive, and the spirit was oneself. Although this talisman had just been made, and he hadn't had a chance to try it out yet, Song Zhong had no time to waste. If he delayed any longer, the situation for Guan Kai would be unimaginable. With the path of heaven and earth lend me passage. Song Zhong grabbed the paper money that Guan Kai had just burned, which still retained some of her essence, using it as a medium. In the next moment, the talisman in his hand ignited spontaneously, and his figure vanished in an instant. Guan Kai. Guan Kai. When he reappeared, Song Zhong found himself in a black and white world. Without time to think further, he immediately grabbed the Guan Kai, who was stepping towards the woman, issuing a low shout. The tattoos on his body suddenly erupted with power, causing the surrounding resentment to momentarily freeze and dissipate, allowing Guan Kai to regain her clarity. Brother Song. The restored Guan Kai, looking at the familiar figure before her, was immediately enveloped in a profound sense of safety. Although still in the eerie spiritual realm, she felt no trace of fear. On the other side, the woman and the man both revealed expressions of shock. They had never anticipated that Song Zhong could directly appear in the eerie spiritual realm they created. So you two really enjoy this kind of game. Do you want me to join you for a bit? Song Zhong's gaze landed on the two of them, a playful and chilling smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So the eerie spiritual realm, huh? You want to play this kind of game, do you? You want me, the financier, to participate, do you? Come, I'll join you. Let me see what kind of masterpiece you can draw. Before the woman and man could respond, Song Zhong sneered twice, striding forward, pulling the woman aside, and sitting beside the man, quickly removing his shirt. In an instant, the brightly colored evil god tattoos on Song Zhong's body were exposed to the air, emanating an indescribable aura. As Song Zhong's body twisted, the various evil god tattoos seemed to come alive. Not yet finished, he pulled up both of his pant legs, revealing 2 more tattoos. In an instant, Guan Gong Zhong Kue Neza, even the sinister dragon being provoked, and Sun Wukong stepping on the heavenly court, all stared at the skinny man and the woman. The skinny man and woman trembled uncontrollably. They felt as if they were locked onto by 4 indescribable existences, with survival and destruction hanging by a thread. Looking at the silent, trembling man, Song Zhong reached out and patted his face. His tone carried a hint of mockery and murderous intent. Come on, you dog, give me a few more strokes for my esteemed guests. As Song Zhong spoke, the evil spirit on him twisted, as if trying to break free from his skin. Watching the menacing Song Zhong, the thin man and the woman desperately retreated. In their eyes, the aura radiating from Song Zhong was continuously suppressing their vitality. Under the pressure brought by Song Zhong, the two of them couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. Song Zhong watched the 2 retreating figures and reached out to place his hand on the man's shrinking shoulder. Under the oppressive force, the thin man stiffened completely, revealing a look of pleading in his eyes. Don't retreat, take a good look, or should I add a few strokes? Roar. At the same time as Song Zhong spoke, his left arm was challenged by the evil dragon of Neza, emitting a series of dragon roars. Pop. Under the pressure of Song Zhong's evil spirit, the man before him instantly turned to powder. Song Zhong clicked his tongue, a hint of regret in his expression. After all, this was just a bizarre spiritual realm, and the man was merely a manifestation of resentment. The purpose was just to create emotional fluctuations in Guan Kai, generating resentment. The true instigator of the entire spiritual realm was still that tall woman. Why? Why do you all want to stop me? I just want revenge. Seeing the spiritual realm being violently broken, the woman, kneeling to one side, questioned Song Zhong in a frenzied manner, her hair disheveled. The woman's demeanor gradually became mad, and the resentment within the entire spiritual realm began to stir. Sensing the agitation of the resentment, Song Zhong raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade. The phantom of the evil spirit behind him faintly emerged, suppressing the turmoil of resentment with overwhelming force. He did not respond to the woman's question. With a blank expression, Song Zhong crouched down, gently placing his hand on the woman's neck. In the woman's panicked gaze, Song Zhong exerted a slight force with both hands. With a loud crack, the original black and white spiritual realm was frozen in this moment. The slowly dissipating woman wore a look of relief on her face. As the woman dissipated, Guan Kai suddenly felt the space around her constantly repelling her. Realizing that she was about to return to reality, she couldn't help but shout towards Song Zhong. Brother Song. Song Zhong turned to look at her and smiled. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he spoke, help. Next time don't burn things with human likeness. I'm a bit scared of that thing now. With a burst of clear light, Guan Kai slowly opened her eyes. She found herself back in the secret room before entering the live broadcast room. Guan Kai, sister. The others, seeing Guan Kai suddenly appear, were overjoyed and rushed towards her. Girl, how did you get out? Chen Jin asked curiously. Over the years, very few investigators had managed to walk out of the lost state. Guan Kai, looking somewhat fatigued, flickered her eyes. She didn't want to reveal the secret of Song Zhong's paper burning. I wasn't lost, or I was just held by the bazaar that was about to dissipate for a while. She showed me the cause and effect of the bazaar's formation. That woman was also a pitiful person. After recounting the cause and effect, the others sighed in sympathy. Those who died unjustly, those who died unjustly. How many wronged individuals are there among the bazaar that can return to reality? The group began to quietly pack their things. The sky was getting late, and they had already delayed too long in the secret room. Chun Jin, restored to his human form, supported Zhang Yunan and shouted with full energy. Let's head back to the bureau first. Yunan's body is overexerted and needs to rest. Unlike the exhausted Zhang Yunan, Chun Jin was lively and in good spirits. In the previous bizarre spiritual realm, he had nearly lain through the entire ordeal. The group helped each other as they exited the door of Rinshang Bank. Looking at the black car of Wang Chong at the entrance, Guan Kai glanced at Zhang Yunan, whose face was as pale as paper. Feeling somewhat reluctant, she spoke up. Uncle Chen, why don't we first take the Taoist back? Sure. Chen Jin's half-smile suddenly froze. He saw that 4 people and a dog had already settled comfortably in the black car. Then Uncle Chen will head back first. We'll come to pick you up later. No. Brother Wang, the Bureau of Investigation. Okay. With Wang Chang's blank reply, a gust of wind. Chen Jin twitched his lips, staring blankly at the suddenly vanished black car. A small breeze swept over the few strands of white hair on his head, and Chen Jin's heart was filled with tears. I mean, can't we squeeze in a bit? Looking up at the westward setting sun, Chen Jin's gaze suddenly became deep. It was uncertain how Zhang Yunan would react after Wang Chang's abilities were exposed. I hope he can control himself and not do anything foolish. Miss, we've arrived. In the blink of an eye, the black car had stopped at the entrance of the Bureau of Investigation. Guan Kai had already somewhat gotten used to Wang Chang's bizarre abilities. This convenience of arriving whenever summoned was truly too convenient for traveling. Just as Guan Kai was about to get out of the car, she didn't notice Zhang Yunan in the back seat had an unusual expression. Daoist, aren't you getting out? Guan Kai asked, curiously looking at the unmoving Zhang Yunan. You go back first and write the report. They'll keep old Wang company and talk for a bit. Zhang Yunan suppressed his shock and forced a calm demeanor. Sister, let's go back. I'm hungry for hot pot. Woof! Holding the hot pot when Xian tugged at Guan Kai's clothes. Guan Kai seemed to realize something as she was pulled into the Bureau of Investigation's door by Wen Xian. Wang Chong in the driver's seat quietly watched Guan Kai enter the Bureau of Investigation. Then he didn't say anything to Zhang Yunan in the back seat, merely adjusting the steering wheel. In the next second, the two and the car appeared on a secluded highway. Wang Chong turned his head to the side, quietly staring at Zhang Yunan. Looking at Wang Chong with the bizarre neck, Zhang Yunan felt even more certain about his inner thoughts. He opened his mouth and asked with difficulty, "Who exactly is Song Zhong?" Hearing this question, Wang Chong furrowed his stiff brows. This might be one of the few moments he displayed a rich... Then Wang Chang's hoarse voice slowly echoed in the confined space of the car. "You seem to not understand that, old man. Isn't it better to pretend not to know some things? Song Zhong is the boss." Zhang Yunan's expression tightened upon hearing Wang Chang's answer, confirming certain suspicions in his heart. When he first met Wang Chong, he had not harbored much doubt. He was merely curious about Guan Kai's ability to control anomalies above the fierce level. Since the fight between Chen Jin and Wang Chong was brief and took place outside the Bureau of Investigation, Zhang Yunan did not witness Wang Chang's abilities with his own eyes. He simply regarded Wang Chong as an anomaly capable of defeating Chen Jin without giving it much thought. After all, Chen Jin's power as an anomaly was barely at the fierce level. Even some powerful fierce level anomalies were beyond Chen Jin's capabilities. However, just after he got into Wang Chang's car, Wang Chong exhibited the ability to teleport. This made Zhang Yunan think of a very famous Mema-level anomaly, A031 Black Sedan Driver. Its notoriety stemmed from the Bureau's internal speculation that it was related to an unspeakable anomaly. According to the Bureau's records, the A031 Black Sedan Driver, who is Wang Chong, has been searching for... Members of the Bureau had once pursued intelligence regarding the boss based on this clue. They ultimately discovered that the boss was likely an unspeakable entity. This is the crux of the matter. Wang Chong has never submitted to humanity, yet he is now submissive to Guan Kai. Coupled with Guan Kai's close relationship with Song Zhong and the immense cost of using the dream symbol to enter Song Zhong's dreams, it made Zhang Yunan involuntarily think of a terrifying possibility. The boss is Song Zhong, and just now Wang Chong also acknowledged this fact. Upon realizing Song Zhong's identity, Zhang Yunan's expression became quite conflicted. In their brief interaction, Song Zhong had exhibited a very rational demeanor, even possessing his own code of conduct. But this was still not enough for Zhang Yunan to let down his guard against Song Zhong, and Guan Kai became a target of his vigilance as well. For it has been clearly stated in the teachings of the Heavenly Master's residence that every unspeakable anomaly is capable of easily annihilating humanity. Their bodies cannot be gazed upon, their names cannot be spoken, and their true names cannot be recorded. There was once an investigator who mistakenly wrote down the true name of an unspeakable entity and was subsequently subjected to the gaze of that evil god. Under the malevolent gaze of the evil god, he was corrupted into an anomaly within mere seconds. Every time he thought of the horrific fates of humans tainted by the unspeakable, Zhang Yunan felt a chill run down his spine. Could Song Zhong be such an existence? Chen Jin should have had some suspicions as well. Why act as if he didn't know? Wang Chong looked at the silent Zhang Yunan and suddenly spoke up. Have your curiosities been satisfied? If so, we should head back now. I hope you can understand one thing: the boss is a special existence different from what you humans define as unspeakable. If I must say, his true rank is even higher than unspeakable. It's just that due to certain reasons his power has fallen into slumber. Zhang Yunan opened his mouth to speak, but was directly interrupted by Wang Chong. Do not be curious. Do not think too much. Do not probe. At this moment, Wang Chong seemed to recall something terrifying, his eyes revealing fear, and it took him 2 seconds to regain his normal expression. Regarding the boss, you only need to know one thing: he bears no malice towards humanity. Wang Chong observed Zhang Yunan deep in thought and did not elaborate further. He turned the steering wheel again, returning to the entrance of the bureau. Observing Wang Chang's anomalous abilities, Zhang Yunan slowly nodded. Given the current situation, it was better to trust him for the time being. The first rule of the Bureau of Investigation: when encountering an unspeakable existence, do not attempt to provoke it. Zhang Yunan took a deep breath and walked into the office with Wang Chong. As soon as he entered the office, Zhang Yunan instinctively observed Guan Kai. Guan Kai was sitting in front of the computer screen, propping her chin with her hands, seemingly lost in thought about something. Zhang Yunan suddenly felt curious. Does the woman of a big shot also have worries? He pretended to casually walk behind Guan Kai and took a sneak peek. That single glance made the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. He discovered that Guan Kai was searching for some bizarre things on the Bureau's internal search engine. Can nuclear bombs cause damage to anomalies? Are there submachine guns that can kill anomalies? Zhang Yunan felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but voice his complaints. What are you planning to do? Do you want to blow up Linjiang City? Suddenly hearing a voice from behind, Guan Kai's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly closed the search page. Ah, it's you, Daoist Yunan. I was just checking what weapons can harm anomalies. No, off. Guan Kai was momentarily taken aback, not understanding Zhang Yunan's meaning. Zhang Yunan sighed and slowly said, What I mean is there are currently no weapons that can harm anomalies. In the long history of humanity, there have indeed been weapons capable of harming anomalies. However, to this day, such weapons have been lost to the sands of time, becoming mere legends. The only documented weapon that can harm anomalies is the god-vanquishing whip forged by the Heavenly Master's residents. But it was also lost during the wars 100 years ago, along with the forging methods. As he spoke, Zhang Yunan's expression grew somewhat dim. The legacy of the Heavenly Master's residents is incredibly vast, yet each generation of Heavenly Masters constrained by their talents could not unleash even a fraction of the inherited power. Furthermore, due to natural disasters and human calamities, the world has changed. Most of today's Heavenly Masters are more akin to encyclopedias, serving as auxiliary presences. Those like Zhang Yunan, who can independently face anomalies, are few and far between. Guan Kai, who listened attentively nearby, had her eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. In her heart, she had already set a goal to burn paper for Song Zhong. Daoist Yunan, what does the god-vanquishing whip look like? The Bureau's database should have information on it, but it's best just to take a look. It has already been lost. Saying this, Zhang Yunan sighed, shook his head, and left, leaving Guan Kai behind, who quickly typed on the keyboard searching for information about the god-vanquishing whip. Brother Wang, when XIN, let's go, we need to visit the underworld goods store. Excitedly, Guan Kai printed out the image of the god-vanquishing whip. She did not want to waste a moment rushing to find the store owner by at the underworld goods store to burn paper. If she delayed, the owner would close for the day. In the midst of her busyness, Guan Kai suddenly raised her head in confusion. Did she forget something? Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, Chen Jin, riding a shared bicycle, was feeling extremely frustrated. Damn it, weren't you supposed to come back and pick me up? The square dance Annies have already set up shop, and I'm still freezing out here. Chen Jin sniffed and quickened his pace. Suddenly, as he passed by the entrance of Linjiang University, he forcefully pedaled the bike and squeezed the brake lever. Looking up at the unguarded security booth lit under the sparse moonlight, Chen Jin's brow furrowed. What just flashed by? Was it resentment? Miss Guan Auntie, I really can't take this job. Add 300 more. It's not about the money, look at the time, I'm scared. The boss pleaded with a mournful expression, continuously begging the 2 men and 1 woman in front of him. The last time he accompanied Guan Kai to the cemetery, the psychological shadow it left on him was too great, making him feel nervous just looking at Guan Kai. After that, the authorities issued an announcement regarding the strange invasion. The more boss thought about it, the more he felt that Guan Kai's whereabouts at that time were suspicious. Especially this time. It was so late that the moon had already risen. Guan Kai brought a creepy man who blocked him as he was about to close the door, insisting on ordering some paper offerings. The more boss thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, hurriedly waving his hands to refuse. Guan Kai, helpless, took out a few red bills and waved them in front of boss. Add 200 more. If not, I'll come back tomorrow, but by then he'll buy it at the original price. It won't take much of your time, just an hour to make it. Do you really want to let $500 slip away? Guan Kai calmly waved the red bills while boss stared wide-eyed, his eyes spinning with the sight of the bright bills. He slapped his own face and gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Damn, this amount is enough for a massage. It must be done. Miss Guan, what are we making this time? Why the rush? Boss wore a face of determination as he opened his funeral supply shop. He then took the drawing that Guan Kai handed over. Just a glance, and boss was instantly captivated by the ancient-looking weapon depicted. The drawing showed a simple iron whip. The iron whip was 3 feet 6 inches and 5/10 long, with 21 sections, each section having 4 talismanic seals, totaling 84 seals. On the 21 sections of the whip, 4 sentences were inscribed. To strike down tyrannical rulers, to punish the disloyal, even divine beings cannot evade, sealed by the great ancestor Xinyao. At the guard of the iron whip, 4 traditional characters were also engraved, reading, When Zhong Jing, De Shu Bao. Boss stared at the shape of the iron whip, stunned. Miss Guan, this is a magical artifact. It's complex and has hidden patterns. It's very difficult to make such effects with paper. Why are you in such a rush? Can't you make it? It's not that I can't, but it will cost more. Seeing boss rubbing his thumb and forefinger together in a greedy manner, Guan Kai rolled her eyes and extended 5 fingers. Add 50 more. All right. While boss hurriedly worked on the paper whip, Guan Kai simply picked out a few She remembered Song Zhong's reminder to burn less useless stuff. In less than half an hour, Guan Kai walked out of the funeral shop with the hastily made divine whip, feeling delighted. Wang, good drive, we're leaving by boss. Miss Guan, take care, come back when you're ready. By boss waved at the three people in the black car, his face filled with smiles. But soon his smile froze. A gust of wind blew by, and the black car in front of him suddenly vanished, leaving only the empty streetlights and a messy road. Ghosts! By boss' miserable scream pierced the night sky, his heart racing. He secretly vowed never to do business with Guan Kai again. Too terrifying. Guan Kai did not notice these details. Under Wang Cheng's high-speed driving, she arrived at the cemetery in the blink of an eye. Now Guan Kai hummed a tune while lighting paper money in front of Song Zhong's gravestone. The blue smoke curled upwards. Song Gu, you said you don't want money, but you can't burn people. I thought about it, you must still need a suitable weapon, right? Ding ding ding. The divine whip. Taoist Yunnan said this is the only recorded weapon that can harm the strange. I wonder if it can be used once burned to your side. Listening to Guan Kai's muttering, Song Zhong curiously looked at the paper divine whip burning fiercely in the flames. In the inheritance of the Celestial Master's mansion, he received there indeed mentioned such a weapon, but it was only a few words, just a legend. As the flames from the burning paper extinguished, Song Zhong opened his eyes in a luxury hotel room. His previous small room was completely gone, and out of necessity, he could only temporarily stay at the highest grade Ping An Hotel in Linhai City. Opening his eyes, Song Zhong instinctively glanced at the bedside. Besides the neatly stacked cash, there was also an iron whip exuding an ancient aura and metallic sheen. Song Zhong picked up the divine whip, examining it closely. He found that the entire iron whip was seamless, but aside from the inscriptions on the whip body, there was nothing remarkable about it. Why does it not look that impressive? Song Zhong frowned, muttering softly. Holding the divine whip, he gently waved it through the air. Unexpectedly, as he swung the whip, a sudden change occurred. The whip erupted with countless golden lights, shaking the entire hotel. The hotel occupants nearby all screamed in horror at the sound of this whip. The originally pristine white walls of the hotel shed large chunks of plaster, revealing white bones beneath, filled with rotting flesh, exuding black gas. The once grand Ping An Hotel trembled under the piercing screams, with lights flickering. In the daylight, the Ping An Hotel, under the power of the whip, lost all its former splendor, revealing a scene of decay and ruin amidst the interplay of light and shadow. From a distance, it looked like a giant ghostly pit that had suddenly appeared. At this moment, Song Zhong also encountered a crisis. His gentle whip had created a large hole in the floor of his room. Centered around Song Zhong, the hotel floor directly collapsed. Song Zhong secretly exclaimed in alarm, activating the Ru-Yi weapon technique, trying to use the divine whip to support himself and prevent falling into the black hole. Unexpectedly, the black hole was bottomless, and even the divine whip stretched to its limit couldn't find a single point of support. In a moment of desperation, Song Zhong only had time to grab a hot pot to protect himself, then he fell straight into the large hole created by the divine whip. After Song Zhong fell into the large hole, the hotel emitted a large amount of resentment, gradually spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, the eerie occurrences that were once normal around the hotel were triggered into ferocity by the resentment. They crawled towards the hotel, emitting wails. It was as if thousands of ghosts were worshipping the king of hell, a scene that was spiraling out of control. Thick resentment enveloped the Ping An Hotel. Amidst the overwhelming resentment, a boisterous male voice rang out. What's all this noise about? Shut up and give me some peace for a moment. With these words, the wailing cries that echoed around suddenly ceased, and even the suffocating resentment dissipated. The eerie expressions around gradually cleared, as if they had lost their recent memories and resumed their activities. Meanwhile, from the ruins of the Ping An Hotel, a middle-aged man slowly emerged. His luxurious attire and demeanor contrasted starkly with the wreckage of the hotel. He stood by the dark gaping hole, continuously calculating the hotel's losses with a calculator in hand. Occasionally, he furrowed his brow and glanced at the dark hole, seemingly waiting for something. After a long while, rustling sounds emerged from the dark hole, and upon closer inspection, a shadow flickered within it. Clang! With a sound of metal striking the ground, an iron whip lodged itself at the edge of the hole. Then a muscular arm covered in tattoos climbed out. It was none other than Song Zhong, who had just fallen into the hole. Cough, cough, cough. Phew. Song Zhong spat out dust from his mouth and tossed the furry hot pot back to the ground. He then leaped lightly, bouncing out from the underground, continuously patting off the dust on his body. Song Zhong felt extremely vexed. He had not anticipated that the power of the divine whip would be so great, creating such a deep hole with just a simple swing. It took him quite some time to crawl out from the depths. Looking at the disarrayed room, Song Zhong felt somewhat helpless. Was he born to be a beggar, unable to stay in a decent? Last time it was an apartment, this time it was a hotel. Oh, perhaps next time he should just sleep under a bridge. As Song Zhong pondered, a pair of shiny leather shoes suddenly appeared in his view, accompanied by a melodious voice. Hello sir, I am Rong, the general manager of the Ping An Hotel. Song Zhong covered his forehead and rolled his eyes. Great, here comes the bill collector. Having smashed the entire hotel, he estimated it would surely cost a fortune. Song Zhong raised his head to scrutinize Rong, unable to suppress his curiosity. The chubby man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. His meticulously styled slicked-back hair and the little mustaches that twitched with his lips were quite comical. Especially the golden threads in his black tailcoat and the ostentatious emerald ring on his thumb, which exuded the aura of a nouveau riche. While examining manager by Song Zhong's eyes suddenly flashed with a vision of Bei's demise. Through a blood-red image, Song Zhong saw a large hand adorned with Buddhist prayer beads push manager by off a high building. TSK, TSK, TSK. Good morning, manager Bai. Song Zhong chuckled, addressing Bai Rong in front of him. To his surprise, upon hearing Song Zhong's greeting, Bai Rong yanked off his gold-rimmed glasses. His previous elegance vanished, replaced by a coarse exclamation filled with expletives. What the hell is wrong with you? You turned my fine hotel into this. Song Zhong felt embarrassed, for it was indeed he who had turned the hotel upside down. He had to acknowledge the compensation. I'll pay. Just tell me the amount. Seeing Song Zhong's sincere attitude, Bai Rong's expression softened considerably as he adjusted his glasses and began to speak. Based on the area of damage, the total cost for the hotel's repairs, cleaning fees, depreciation, and psychological damages for both myself and the staff, the total is 88,888,000. To round it off, let's say 9 million. Song Zhong patted his body, suddenly going blank. He hadn't let Guan Kai spend money recently, and his original fortune had turned to ashes in the chaos. Now he found himself in a rather tight spot. Do you think this is enough? Song Zhong forced a laugh as he struggled to pull out a few bills from his pocket. This amount isn't even enough to cover a piece of wall plaster. Bai Rong scoffed, eyeing Song Zhong up and down with skepticism about whether Song Zhong could produce this amount. Feeling uncomfortable under Bai Rong's gaze, Song Zhong also felt a bit ashamed. Am I not a walking ATM in Linjiang City? How could you think I'm broke? Song Zhong felt insulted. Dude, have you ever seen a rain of cash? Come on, close the door, let the cash flow. Wait, give me 2 minutes. Song Zhong patted the chubby man in front of him, took out a dream entry talisman, and chanted incantations as he pressed it onto his forehead. Meanwhile, in the real world, Guan Kai, who was deep in sleep, heard a familiar voice. I Song Zhong need money. Guan Kai sat up abruptly, her expression serious. Is brother Song short on money? Without time to groom herself, Guan Kai called Wang Chang. Before long, Wang Chang's black car appeared before her. Brother Wang, take me to Boss Bei's ghost goods shop. As Wang Chang turned the steering wheel, they arrived at the entrance of the ghost goods shop. Looking at the tightly shut door, Guan Kai felt a bit anxious, as brother Song rarely urged her with such urgency. After pondering for a moment, she took out her phone and dialed Zhang Yunan. Hello, Taoist Yunan, I have something to report to you. Yes, it's related to the strange occurrences. I suspect a ghost goods shop is hiding something unusual. I am applying to use some funds from the Bureau of Civil Affairs to compensate the losses of the involved parties. It's nothing, just a suspicion. Okay. I will write a report afterwards. The drowsy Zhang Yunan felt a bit confused. The Bureau of Civil Affairs had sufficient funds, it was just a shop, and if it burned down, the owner might actually profit. He just didn't understand why they needed to burn the shop for an investigation. After hanging up, Guan Kai, standing at the door of the ghost goods shop, pointed her hand and confidently directed Wang Chang. Brother Wang, get the gasoline out of the car, we're burning this shop down. Soon a fierce fire erupted. Amidst the thick black smoke, Song Zhong watched the ghost goods shop engulfed in flames, unable to suppress a smirk. This crazy girl, why is her method so brutal, yet adorable? Meanwhile, in the eerie world, Song Zhong opened his eyes again and saw Bai Rong, who was looking unkind and babbling incessantly. Song Zhong ignored him, looking completely relaxed as he moved a chair and sat a little farther away. No rush, let the money fly for a while. Guan Kai had just burned down the entire ghost goods shop. Heaven knows how much paper money was inside. He didn't want to be buried in cash right where he stood. Holy crap, what is this? Bai Rong wanted to mock some more, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a rain of red cash. Staring blankly at the flying bills, he suddenly seemed to realize something and tried to run out of the range of the cash rain. But it was too late. The cash rain, dense and urgent, buried him under piles of bills. A torrent of red bills surged forth like a wave. Meanwhile, Song Zhong, resting his chin on his hand from a distance, watched the cash flood beneath his feet, silently pondering. With so much money burned this time, how should he spend it? Perhaps he should buy the Pingon Hotel. The rain of banknotes persisted for a full 5 minutes, showing no signs of stopping, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Bai Rong, after struggling to crawl out from the pile of money, wore a dazed expression. The scene before him was too overwhelming. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. The sensation of being pelted by money was truly shocking and exhilarating. After glancing at the scattered banknotes around him, Bai Rong's eyes revealed a mix of greed and regret as his mind was consumed by one thought. Surely after compensating for his hotel, there should still be a considerable amount left. How would the other party spend it? Would it ever run out? But the thought that this money wasn't truly his made his heart ache. In the midst of such highs and lows, Bai Rong knelt hopelessly among the piles of cash. Hey Bai Fatty, wake up. Are you selling the Pingon Hotel or not? This amount of money should be enough to buy your Pingon Hotel, right? If you were selling, I'll buy your hotel. The remaining money you can help me store it, as I have also employed you. Song Zhong thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a way to handle the money. Should he move it back himself? It would be better to buy this piece of land and the future reconstruction of the Pingon Hotel. Upon hearing Song Zhong's words, Bai Rong suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Big brother, no boss. From today onwards, you will be the greatest and only boss in Bai's heart. Looking at the fawning Bai Rong, Song Zhong found it somewhat amusing. I prefer the rebellious version of you from before. Please get back to that. All right, boss. Bai Rong immediately stood up, puffing out his belly with an air of arrogance. He then took out his phone, eagerly calling the construction team. Meanwhile, in reality, Boss Bai of the Mingpin store felt a subtle sadness. After receiving a large order today, he went to a bathhouse for a foot massage after work. In a state of bliss, he was jolted awake by the ringtone of his phone, learning that his small shop had burned down. When he hurried to the scene, he saw the familiar figure of Guan Kai. Watching Guan Kai directing the control of the flames to prevent them from spreading to other shops, while also urging the expressionless man to increase the effort on his own shop. Boss Bai felt his blood pressure rising. This was outrageous. You can't just fleece one sheep. You can't let me off the hook, can you, big sister? With bloodshot eyes and a surge of adrenaline, Boss Bai felt dazed and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Guan Kai. He had made up his mind. Even if Guan Kai was truly strange, he would fight her. However, just as Boss Bai approached Guan Kai, he heard her calmly say, "The polling bureau is investigating, suspecting that there is something peculiar hidden in your Mingpin store. All losses will be fully compensated, and the compensation will be increased by 30% on top of the original amount." Boss Bai was taken aback. Then, with immense anger, he waved his arms. "Yes, big brother. Burn it over here. There are more papers here. This side has no fire. Hurry up. Reignite it. We can't let the peculiarity escape." Boss Bai, with an excited expression, directed the operations, even getting personally involved. It was imperative to ensure that his entire shop was burned clean and thoroughly. Not for the money, but primarily due to the responsibility of capturing the peculiarity as a resident of Xia country. Watching Boss Bai diligently directing, Guan Kai blinked her eyes. Was it possible that Boss Bai's excitement had triggered some resentment? Could he have the potential to be a living peculiarity? After everything, she needed to ask Boss Bai in detail. Until dawn broke, the entire Mingpin store, with the efforts of 2 men, was neatly reduced to a pile of ruins. Boss Bai finally stopped panting and sat down on the curb. Thinking of the compensation that was about to arrive, the slumped Boss Bai suddenly felt a surge of pride. This was exhilarating. It was the first time he earned money in such a thrilling way. "Boss Bai, are you resting?" Suddenly, he heard Guan Kai's voice from behind, startling him. "Boss Bai, has anyone in your family died unjustly, or have there been any recent unfortunate events?" Upon hearing this, Boss Bai thought, "Damn, the most unfortunate thing recently has been encountering you, this calamity." But upon reflection, Guan Kai's words did trigger his memories. "I won't mention the unfortunate things, but I do have an uncle, the former owner of the Pingon Hotel. He indeed died, quite tragically, in the manner of a premature demise. He jumped off a building due to a broken financial chain, and the hotel was auctioned off to someone else." Boss Bai sighed deeply. His uncle Bai Rong had no children. He had been the one who cared for him the most when he was young. If Uncle Bai Rong hadn't died, Boss Bai would have been considered a rich second generation. How could he have fallen to running a Mingpin store, making paper people? Guan Kai nodded, now certain that Boss Bai likely had the potential to be a living peculiarity. "Boss Bai, could you please come back to the bureau with me?" "Why? I'm a law-abiding citizen." "Compensation." "All right, miss. Guan, is this the car I should be taking?" Boss Bai joyfully surveyed Wang Cheng's black sedan, which had originally appeared eerie and terrifying to him, but now seemed particularly charming. As Wang Cheng turned the steering wheel, they arrived at the polling bureau's entrance. However, as soon as they entered, Guan Kai sensed something was off. Where was Uncle Chun? Normally, wasn't he supposed to be eating and staying at the polling bureau? Guan Kai slapped her forehead, stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit guilty. It seemed that at the entrance of the Renshang Bank yesterday evening, she had promised Uncle Chen to pick him up. Then, in the flurry of events, she had completely forgotten. But it didn't make sense for him not to return at all now. Guan Kai felt some concern in her heart. Calculating the time, he should have returned by now. "Boss Bai, could you please wait a moment at the polling bureau? I've already contacted my colleagues to take notes for you. I have urgent matters to attend to." Boss Bai nodded repeatedly in agreement. Without further ado, Guan Kai quickly walked out of the polling bureau. She had a vague premonition that Uncle Chun might have encountered trouble on his way back. Brother Wang first pick up when Xian and the hot pot, then drive slowly, searching along the route from Renshang Bank back to the polling bureau. Sitting in the back seat of the sedan, Guan Kai expertly directed Wang Chong. Simultaneously, she took out her phone to contact Zhang Yunan. "I was just about to call you. What peculiarity caused someone to burn down a shop?" "What a Chen Jin is missing." At Guan Kai's words, Zhang Yunan jolted upright in bed. Exhausted from overexertion, he had been admitted to a hospital in Linjiang City, yet he had not expected this turn of events. His anxiety flared. "Don't hang up, I'll use a magic implement to divinate." Zhang Yunan hurriedly produced his luopan and murmured incantations. As the needle in his luopan trembled, his face grew ashen. Such a reaction from the luopan could mean only one thing: Chen Jin had encountered danger, a threat that might claim his life at any moment. "Guan Kai, something's happened to Chen Jin. There is a high probability he has been trapped by an eerie realm. My body is too weak to employ the Dao arts now. The only way I can help is to sort through possible places where Qin Jin might have disappeared. Zhang Yunan's tone grew urgent. The disappearance of a city's Mindiaoju director was a grave matter. Do not be fooled by old Qin's frail appearance. His organizational talent and the authority he held among bureau members were not things anyone could easily replace. If Qin Jin had come to harm, the entire Mindiaoju apparatus of Linjiang City could be on the verge of paralysis. As he spoke, Zhang Yunan struggled to swing his legs over the bedside and stand. No need, Taoist. It seems we may have found him, came the reply over the line. Guan Kai's face darkened as she read the text message that had just arrived on her phone. Upon learning of Qin Jin's disappearance, everyone at the Mindiaoju had mobilized at once. Working with Guan Kai's check surveillance footage provided a crucial clue. After leaving Rinshang Bank, Qin Jin had scanned a shared bicycle, and that bike's last recorded location was at the gate of Linjiang University. In other words, Qin Jin rode into Linjiang University and vanished. Guan Kai Yuangchang, and when Xin enter Linjiang University to investigate, the others canvassed the surrounding area. Be careful, Guan Kai. Qin Jin's disappearance was too quiet. No alarm raised, no call for help. Zhang Yunan directed them over the phone with a grave voice. To make Qin Jin disappear without a sound was no trifling eerie occurrence. It would take at least a lethal grade anomaly or an active specter to accomplish such a thing. Understood. Well, act immediately. Guan Kai hung up and began to study the files the Mindiaoju had sent, a report summarizing Linjiang University's condition over the past 3 days. But the more she read, the deeper her frown grew. Not merely in the past 3 days. No unusual incidents had been recorded at Linjiang University for years. All materials indicated the university was operating normally. Even after contacting the university president, he insisted there were no problems on campus. The sole anomaly was Qin Jin's disappearance. If they wanted to unravel the mystery of Linjiang University, they would have to investigate within the campus itself. Guan Kai looked up from the documents. Wang Chong had already driven them to the gates of Linjiang University. He led the two of them and the dog Huogua toward the entrance. They had barely approached the gate when the security guard in the booth stopped them. Don't move. You people, the campus is in lockdown. New outsiders are not permitted to enter. Hearing the guard, Guan Kai hurried forward and produced her credentials. Mindiaoju, we have already contacted. Oh, really? The boss wasn't told, the guard muttered. Wait in the booth and he'll make a call. The old man eyed Guan Kai's papers suspiciously, but eventually ushered them inside with politeness. With recent eerie events, ordinary people had come to know of the Mindiaoju and its role. Once Guan Kai and the others sat down, the old guard picked up his phone. Hello, boss. It's like this, he said, voice obsequious. Ah, yes. He finished the call with flattery and then beamed with a broad smile. They're from the Mindiaoju, right? Sit and wait a moment. Someone will come to escort you. Guan Kai nodded, and, sir, I need to ask you something. Were you on duty last night? Yes, that's right, I was on duty. The guard's eyes lit up when he confirmed Guan Kai's identity. Before anyone noticed, he had produced a small stool and a packet of seeds, his face alight with amusement. That was the Mindiaoju. Surely there would be plenty of gossip to savor. Guan Kai watched the garrulous old man and asked helplessly, did you see an elderly man with white hair riding a bicycle last night? Yes. Oh yes, that white hair was impossible to miss. I remember him clearly. He was trying to come into the campus. The old guard cracked sunflower seeds and slapped his thigh, excited. Guan Kai's spirits lifted and she pressed on. Where did he go? TCH, I chased him off. Riding a bike around like that, you could tell he wasn't one of the good sort. Besides, with the recent abnormal intrusions, leadership ordered a strict lockdown to avoid disturbing student studies. Guan Kai felt a twinge of disappointment, but the guard's account matched the intelligence they had gathered. Linjiang University had been sealed since 2 days prior, as staff and students were forbidden to leave. Oh, and that old man said his phone was dead and that he needed to make a call, the guard added. Do you expect me to indulge that? I pulled out my baton straight away. The guard recounted the episode with relish, and Guan Kai's mind snapped into focus. Could it be that Qin Jin had failed to contact them because his phone had died? But where had he gone? Guan Kai was certain Qin Jin had encountered an eerie phenomenon, otherwise he would not have failed to return to the Mindiaoju. Yet one question gnawed at her: what had happened that made him forego calling for backup and instead press in alone? Master, is this the Mindiaoju's leader? At that moment, a vibrant young female voice interrupted Guan Kai. A fresh, attractive figure appeared in the doorway of the security booth. Hello, I'm Guan Kai, and this is my colleague, Guan Kai said. Hello, I'm Li Pan, president of Linjiang University's student union, the girl replied. Li Pan glanced curiously at Xin. Kids these days could get into the Mindiaoju, she thought with bemusement. The campus has been strict lately. No one is allowed to come and go at will. They say there's been a hazardous anomaly outside, so the university locked the campus down to keep students safe. The girl complained, then motioned for Guan Kai and the others to follow her in. Guan Kai fell into step behind her and asked as they walked, besides the main gate, are there other ways in or out? From her own college days, Guan Kai knew every university had a back door of sorts, either a hole under a fence that a dog could squeeze through or a removable section of railing. If Qin Jin had entered the campus, he might well have used one of those ways. Hearing Guan Kai's question, Li Pan blinked and lowered her voice. You mean him? Follow me. They followed Li Pan to a stretch of fence. Glancing around to ensure no one watched, Li Pan lifted one iron bar. With a single bar removed, the tightly spaced railing opened into a gap just wide enough for a person to pass through. At the same moment, Huogua began barking furiously. Guan Kai soothed Huogua, then crouched and picked up a strand of white hair from the ground. Chen Uncle's hair. She felt a flicker of joy. This proved Chen Jin had entered the campus. Yet that discovery brought unease. It implied something inside was stronger than Chen Jin himself. Otherwise, Chen Jin would not still be out of contact at this hour. The presence they faced within the university could be surpassing even his strength. Guan Kai lowered her head and sent Zhang Yunan a few terse messages. Linjiang University was by no means as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. Classmate, let's keep walking towards the school. Guo Kai took a deep breath, knowing that the only option was to continue investigating. Li Pan walked ahead, while Guo Kai and her group followed closely behind her. As they walked, Guo Kai scrutinized the female student in front of her, sensing no resentment from the girl. It seemed that everything at Linjiang University was functioning normally. Thank you for leading the way, Li Pan. We would like to know if anything unusual has happened at our school recently, or if there are any anomalies. Unusual at school? Not at all, everything is quite good. Guo Kai observed Li Pan's relaxed expression and tentatively asked. If I had to mention one anomaly, it would be that the cafeteria, which used to be inedible, now serves especially delicious food. After trying it once, I want to eat it again. Li Pan's eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation, as if the food in the school cafeteria was some rare delicacy. At the same time, a droplet of saliva unconsciously formed at the corner of her mouth. However, because Guo Kai was walking closely behind her, she did not notice Li Pan's abnormal behavior. Oh, right there. Since the school has been locked down, the lights go out every night at 10. Besides the usual room checks by the student council, there are many more security guards patrolling the campus, catching quite a few hormonally active boys and girls. The school has become increasingly strict, depriving us of our freedom. Li Pan complained. Guo Kai listened attentively, her mind racing as she began to analyze. The suddenly delicious cafeteria and the patrolling security guards. Everything seemed off, yet nothing felt out of place. Yet it instinctively made her feel that there was something unknown connecting the two. This gave Guo Kai a vague sense that this seemingly tranquil school was not as simple as it appeared. While Guo Kai and Li Pan chatted, a melodious music suddenly emanated from the school's loudspeakers. Oh, class is over, the cafeteria is about to open. We need to hurry, or we won't get any food. As Li Pan spoke, a bead of saliva once again escaped from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes revealed an obsessive look. This time Guo Kai noticed clearly, sending a chill down her spine. The last time she saw this expression was when she was at the inspection bureau on a drug addict they had apprehended. The frenzied desire on that face mirrored Li Pan's perfectly. What could possibly cause a good girl to show such an expression? The more Guo Kai thought about it, the more uneasy she became, and her vigilance toward the school cafeteria heightened to the maximum. Hurry up, aren't you going to eat? Guo Kai feigned a smile as she looked at Li Pan's dazed expression. Come on, let's go together. Then she followed Li Pan as they hurried towards the school cafeteria. By the time they arrived, they found a massive crowd gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria. A few middle-aged uncles in security uniforms were maintaining order at the entrance. Everyone entered one by one and left in the same manner after finishing their meals. Under the security's management, the chaotic flow of people surprisingly maintained a degree of order. Oh no, we're late, we have to queue again. Li Pan said with dissatisfaction, obediently starting to queue. Guo Kai, who was also in line, instinctively scrutinized the crowd entering and exiting the cafeteria, growing increasingly alarmed. Every person congested at the cafeteria entrance wore the same obsessed expression, as if the food served there was a rare delicacy. What made Guo Kai shiver was what she saw after the first wave of students exited. She observed that every student who came out looked listless yet wore a radiant smile, their expressions utterly satisfied. It was as if they had just indulged in a feast, emerging like zombies. Guo Kai also noticed that some students had their mouths wide open with crimson meat residue, staining their white teeth, causing her to feel nauseous. Yet she still did not sense any resentment emanating from the cafeteria. The bustling crowd, aside from their abnormal state of mind, exuded no trace of resentment. This left her feeling somewhat helpless. Guo Kai reached into her pocket, feeling the paper money inside. After hesitating for a moment, she chose not to communicate with Song Zhong. Unable to locate the source of the strangeness, even if she summoned Song Zhong now, it would be of no use. Stop looking, it's your turn. Before she knew it, the long queue had reached Guo Kai. One of the security guards urged Guo Kai and her companions to enter the cafeteria. Upon stepping into the cafeteria, Guo Kai found that aside from the larger crowd, everything inside was orderly. It resembled a factory assembly line, getting food, paying, eating, and then handling the dishes. When it was Guo Kai's turn, the cafeteria lady impatiently stirred the serving spoon in front of her. Hurry up, what do you want to eat? As the lady stirred, Guo Kai's gaze was drawn in. The entire serving line offered only one dish: boiled meat slices. In the spicy, bright red broth floated enticing chunks of meat, with no other side dishes in sight. The entire pot of meat broth emitted an alluring and strange aroma, making Guo Kai's appetite surge, while also feeling slightly nauseous. Just thinking about the origin of this meat made her lose interest in the broth. Most importantly, Guo Kai sensed a trace of resentment emanating from the broth before her. She had finally found it. The traces of the strange phenomenon. What are you dawdling for? Are you going to eat or not? The cafeteria lady urged, and Guan Kai finally snapped back to reality. Meanwhile, the students behind her in line were also impatiently shouting, "Are you going to eat or not? There are people waiting behind you. Exactly, don't hold us up from eating." Guan Kai, feeling helpless, could only imitate the others and ordered a portion of boiled pork slices. She couldn't act recklessly yet. There were too many ordinary people around. If she revealed the strange phenomenon now, it could lead to countless innocent casualties, making any significance of the revelation moot. After getting her food, Guan Kai, along with 3 others and a dog, sat down in the cafeteria to eat. Guan Kai was actually very hungry. Moreover, the boiled pork slices in her tray, tainted with resentment, emitted an unusual aroma that constantly teased her nerves. Her mouth involuntarily produced a large amount of saliva, but she forcibly restrained it. "I can't eat. The pork slices are tainted with resentment. Eating them will definitely lead to problems." Especially when Guan Kai recalled those students who, after finishing their meals, appeared like addicts. Their numb expressions instantly calmed her down. She endured her hunger, poking at the pork slices, investigating their source. Suddenly, a shiver ran through her heart. In the disturbed soup, she actually fished out a colorful piece of nail art. Immediately, a chilling suspicion arose in Guan Kai's mind. Were the pork slices made from human flesh? Wang Chong and Wen Xian had long noticed the abnormality of the food. They exchanged glances, their expressions cold, and put down their chopsticks, waiting for Guan Kai's next move. Guan Kai, suppressing her disgust, stood up to dispose of her food, but was blocked by staff stationed in the cafeteria. "What are you doing? You have to finish all your food before you can leave." "I don't want to eat anymore. Can I throw it away?" "You don't want to eat anymore." The staff seemed surprised by Guan Kai's words, exclaiming loudly as they questioned her. His shout echoed throughout the entire cafeteria. Following the staff's shout, the entire cafeteria fell silent. All the students present stared wide-eyed at Guan Kai and her companions. "You don't want to eat. How can you not want to eat? With such delicious food, how can you waste it?" Guan Kai never expected that her one sentence seemed to trigger some switch, driving all the students in the cafeteria into a frenzy. Among them was even Li Pan, who had just brought her in. The dazed students surrounded Guan Kai and her group, drooling. Simultaneously, a tide of resentment erupted, with a single thread pulling the whole body. Guan Kai sensed the entire cafeteria beginning to emanate an eerie aura due to the students' unleashed resentment. Not just the cafeteria. Investigators observing from outside the school noticed that at this moment the entire school was starting to erupt with resentment. The density of the resentment even faintly condensed into substance. Wang Chong and Wen Xian tightly protected Guan Kai while the hot pot emitted a chilling aura. Guan Kai pulled out paper money and a lighter, cautiously watching the encroaching students. At a critical moment, Guan Kai suddenly heard a familiar voice. "What's going on? Is a student wasting food? Let me see. It's you again. Yesterday you tried to use this trick to take food back to the dorm. You can't leave. You must finish eating before you can go. Hey, everyone supervise them. They must finish eating before they can leave." "Is that Uncle Chun? How did he end up here?" Didn't Zhang Yunan say that Uncle Chun was likely trapped in the strange spiritual realm? He also said that Uncle Chun was in great danger and might lose his life at any moment. So why is he suddenly here? Could it be that Uncle Chun, like the others, has also been controlled by the strange phenomenon? Guan Kai looked at the suddenly appearing Chen Jin, feeling somewhat incredulous. The Chen Jin who walked over had completely changed from his previous old cadre appearance. Instead, he was dressed in a white food service uniform, wearing a chef's hat, squeezing through the crowd. However, Chen Jin's words did not elicit any response. The surrounding students still fixedly stared at Guan Kai and the others. Sensing the growing intensity of resentment around them, Chen Jin remained calm and leaned closer to Guan Kai's ear, whispering, "It's not human flesh. If you eat the meat, you will appear normal in their eyes, and the resentment will dissipate, preventing the eerie spiritual realm from being activated. Otherwise, it will be truly dangerous. If you eat the meat, you will be seen as an ordinary person by them, and the resentment will dissipate, which will prevent the eerie spiritual realm here from being activated. Otherwise, it will be genuinely dangerous." Guan Kai looked at Chen Jin with suspicion, unsure if this was truly her Uncle Chun. Chen Jin, understanding her hesitation, extended his partially zombified arm to indicate his identity. Only then did Guan Kai feel relieved. She turned to signal to Wen Xian and Wang Chong and opened her mouth to swallow the pork slices in her tray. The surrounding students instantly returned to normal upon seeing Guan Kai eat the meat. The cafeteria, which had been erupting with resentment, now saw the fluctuations of resentment gradually settle down. "Remember, don't waste food next time." Chen Jin pretended to shout, then gave Guan Kai a glance, signaling her to follow him out. The 4 of them, along with the dog, quickly exited the cafeteria and arrived at a secluded spot. "Uncle Chen, what exactly is going on here? Why did you act on your own without calling for backups?" Guan Kai reproached Chen Jin, puzzled, as to why he would take such a risk alone. You don't understand, having more people for the investigation in this school isn't necessarily better because there is more than one strange phenomenon. The more people there are, the easier it is to trigger various taboos within the school, unleashing a wave of resentment which could completely activate the strange spiritual realm. Currently, most ordinary people in the school have been bewitched by the strange phenomenon. Once the eerie spiritual realm is fully activated, many people will die. Hurry, take out your phone and contact the people outside, telling them to stand by. They must not rush in. Chen Jin removed his chef's hat, explaining helplessly. Though filled with doubts, Guan Kai complied. Chen Jin's experience with the strange phenomenon investigation was beyond her comparison. As she sent messages, Chen Jin began to explain the situation to her. Last night, while riding past the school, I sensed a hint of resentment. Uncertain about the situation and with my phone out of battery, I feared missing the chance to capture the anomaly, so I entered the school alone. I didn't expect that once I entered the school, everything was very wrong. This school not only hides strange phenomena and living anomalies, but is also in a state where eerie spiritual realms can descend at any time. Wait, Guan Kai interrupted Chen Jin, curious. Uncle Chen, how do you know so much? I can have my father possess me. He tells me everything. How could I not know? Chen Jin rolled his eyes and continued. I discovered one of the sources of resentment in the cafeteria. A chef who died many years ago is strange. That chef is the creator of the soup, but he has intelligence and is a communicable anomaly. Moreover, the real problem in this school doesn't lie with him. He can only be considered a minor enemy in the game, while the true boss is far more terrifying. I communicated with him and agreed to help him fulfill his wish. If left unchecked, those who consume his food will completely succumb to the eerie phenomenon. When Chen Jin reached this point, his expression was serious. It was from the chef's mouth that I learned about some past events. Under the shade of the trees at Linjiang University, some secrets were revealed through the words of Chen Jin. A century ago, Linjiang was still quite barren, and Linjiang University was established with the sponsorship of a wealthy businessman returning from abroad. With ample funding, Linjiang University quickly became a nationally renowned institution upon its establishment. It attracted students and teachers from all corners of the world to come to Linjiang University. The cafeteria at Linjiang University gained fame during that time. The head chef was a local from Linjiang. Although young, his flavorful Western way-style dishes made the university's reputation soar. People from all walks of life praised the cafeteria at Linjiang University to the point of becoming addicted. Even late at night, many teachers and students who finished studying would come to the cafeteria for a midnight snack. However, the talented often evoked jealousy, which caused others in several cafeterias at the school to spread malicious rumors and embellish the truth. Gradually, some began to suspect that the head chef was adding addictive substances to the dishes, making them so delicious. Around the same time, reports of missing students began to surface. Witnesses claimed that most of the missing students had gone to the cafeteria for a late-night meal after studying and never returned. However, the head chef firmly denied ever seeing those missing students. As the number of missing persons gradually increased, rumors spread that the talented young chef's exceptional cooking skills were due to adding human flesh to the dishes. In ancient times, there was a legend that human flesh was the most delicious on earth, and a single bite would create an addiction. The rumors grew more absurd, with some even claiming to have found fingernails in their dishes. When the rumors escalated, he immediately became furious and directed people to check the cafeteria's storage. However, for reasons unknown, a corpse of a missing female student was actually discovered in the storage. Faced with the tragic corpse of the female student, the head chef was at a loss for words. In a moment of rage, he committed suicide in front of everyone, claiming he wanted to prove his innocence. At this point, Chen Jin fell silent for a moment before continuing. The chef in the cafeteria is possessed by the spirit of the former head chef, turning into a living ghost. He told me this just to clear his name. The meat in the cafeteria is not an issue. It is not human flesh. I watched him cook it today. He just occasionally throws in some small pieces of fingernails or hair to vent his frustration, yet his mind. However, this balance cannot be maintained for long. Over time, he will quickly fall into madness, and at that point, those students will also become strange beings. Guan Kai listened intently. She knew Linjiang University had a long history, but she never expected such a path. So to eliminate the head chef's resentment, we just need to uncover the truth from back then. Exactly. The head chef said there exists another source of resentment in the university, located inside an abandoned teaching building. He suspects that there is more to the incident than meets the eye, and he was merely the scapegoat. If it weren't for the limitation of his activities to the cafeteria, he would have explored it himself long ago. The situation before them indicated that there was another strange force present in the school. The strangeness of that abandoned teaching building was the root of a series of anomalies at Linjiang University. To dispel the head chef's resentment, they needed to find the mastermind behind it all. They must not use brute force or recklessly investigate, as all the students in the school had dined on the head chef's food. If the resentment escalated frequently, the head chef would lose his sanity and rationality. Then all the students in the school would become affected by his resentment. They would turn into walking corpses like living ghosts. The entire Linjiang University would morph into a strange spiritual realm under the influence of the resentment. At that time, many innocent students would die, and even the intervention of the Bureau of Civil Affairs would be of no use. Only by identifying the source of the anomalies at Linjiang University and restoring the entire case could they hope to resolve this. Then they must act swiftly to eliminate the mastermind and dispel the head chef's resentment. Only then could they save all the students of Linjiang University. Currently, Guan Kai and the others' primary task was to find the other strange presence in the abandoned teaching building and unravel the injustice of that year. So the starting point of our investigation should be the abandoned teaching building, right? Over the past century, Linjiang University has undergone numerous renovations. Only that abandoned teaching building, having witnessed the history of the entire university, was not included in the renovation plans and still retains the architectural style of the last century. The quiet teaching building sits at the end of a secluded path in the university, flanked by lush evergreen trees, with drooping branches making the path appear even more profound. The dilapidated walls of the small building are covered in vines, exuding an air of antiquity at first glance. Under the faint shroud of resentment, a chill rises uncontrollably from the depths of one's heart. What exactly happened back then that led the Linjiang University, now invaded by strangeness, to fall into such a terrifying predicament? Guan Kai wore a serious expression. The intricate connections between the two strange forces are such that pulling a single thread could affect the entire fabric. Investigators must not only uncover the truth, but also avoid triggering the taboos within the university as much as possible. This indicates the immense difficulty of the investigation, akin to dancing on a tightrope. No wonder Uncle Chun did not call for support. In such situations, fewer people make it easier to control the situation. This is the second rule of the investigator's code, the relay race principle. It means that when facing complex and strange events, the number of investigators should be kept to a minimum to ensure the safety of the innocent. If the first investigator unfortunately dies, he will pass on the information, allowing a new investigator to take over. Only once the target is completely locked in will they initiate the assault. Such situations often indicate that there are many innocent people caught up in the strange events. Linjiang University happens to fit this scenario. A cool breeze blew by, causing Guan Kai to shiver. At some point, the once clear sky began to fill with dark clouds. Having determined their objective, Guan Kai and the others set off towards the abandoned teaching building. Along the way, Guan Kai did not cease her observations, yet she felt disheartened to find that the passing students maintained their normal demeanor. Just as Guan Kai was about to give up her observations, she inadvertently locked eyes with a familiar gaze. Li Pan. Has she returned to normal? Seeing Li Pan approaching briskly, Guan Kai was somewhat taken aback. Oh, it's the sister from the polling bureau, huh? You haven't left yet. Li Pan stepped closer to Guan Kai, greeting her with a natural demeanor. At that moment, she had already returned to her normal appearance, as if nothing had happened in the cafeteria. Instead, she smiled brightly at Guan Kai and the others. No, there's still one last place that needs investigation. Guan Kai pondered for a moment, pointing towards the nearby abandoned teaching building, and stated the truth. Then let me take you there, since I haven't really been of any help along the way. I was even upset with you earlier in the cafeteria. How could I waste such delicious food? When I wanted to find you again, I discovered that you had already left. Li Pan playfully stuck out her tongue, speaking with a slightly embarrassed expression. Guan Kai was about to refuse, but was stopped by Chen Jin. Sure, little classmate, it's perfect that you can tell us about that build. Chen Jin pushed Guan Kai aside and began chatting with Li Pan. Huh? Uncle, are you also a member of the polling? I thought you were just a helper. About that building. It has been abandoned for a long time, and usually no one goes inside. Oh, I do recall a rumor. Li Pan exhibited a pensive expression as she began to recount the tales surrounding the... It is said that previously that teaching building was in use, and the reason it was abandoned was due to some bizarre occurrences. Some say that during evening study sessions inside, they saw a girl in our school uniform with a swollen belly, as if she were pregnant, and her lower body was covered in blood. Others claim to have heard the cries of a baby from within. At this point, Li Pan shivered and continued speaking. However, these tales have been passed down through generations of seniors, and no one knows their truth. What school does not have similar rumors? Is it possible that the polling bureau has come to our school, because there really are strange happenings in that building? Are the rumors true? After finishing her sentence, Li Pan appeared bewildered, looking at Guan Kai with a face that revealed her fear. It remains unclear. We will only know if there are any oddities after the investigation. Guan Kai reassured Li Pan, turning back to Chen Jin, her eyes revealing a sense of inquiry. Does the polling bureau not have any records from that time? No, the events occurred too early, and at that time the polling bureau was not as established as it is now. Even if they had intervened in the investigation back then, the records would have long been lost. Chen Jin shook his head, gazing at the teaching building that was drawing closer, feeling increasingly vigilant. Ordinary people would treat these incidents as mere rumors, but they, coming from the polling bureau, understood that with the current emergence of the bazaar, it was highly likely that Li Pan's tales were true. The likelihood of the existence of the bazaar within this building was growing. Over here, Guan Kai and the others had already arrived in front of the abandoned teaching building. From the outside, the teaching building showed no abnormalities. It was merely covered in vines due to years of neglect. The building had long been deserted, hence it was rarely visited. Here we are. If you want to go in, just go ahead. I'm not going in. Li Pan stopped at the entrance of the teaching building, revealing a fearful expression. Then let Wen Xian and Huogua stay here with you for a while. Guan Kai smiled at Li Pan. This was to ensure safety, leaving Wen Xian and Huogua at the entrance to keep watch. In case anything unexpected happened, they could look out for each other. The polling bureau would also be able to learn about the situation on campus at the earliest opportunity. And with Wang Chang's protection by Guan Kai's side, even without Wen Xian, it wouldn't matter much. Upon hearing Guan Kai's words, Li Pan displayed a look of delight and squatted down to start petting Huogua. Great. I've wanted to rub it for a long time. Watching Li Pan fawn over Huogua, Guan Kai, Wang Chang, and Chen Jin exchanged glances before entering the dilapidated teaching building, leaving behind the innocent Wen Xian, who obediently stared at Li Pan playing with Huogua. Little sister, is your name Wen Xian? How old are you now? Li Pan, with her back to Wen Xian, seemingly asked casually. I'm 9 years old, sister. 9 years old. Do you like younger brothers or sisters? I like them. Little kids are so cute. Hee, how interesting. Isn't Wen Xian also a little kid? Upon hearing Wen Xin's response, a flicker of resentment crossed Li Pan's eyes. At the same time, her previously radiant smile suddenly vanished, replaced by an expression filled with malice. Woof, woof, woof. Noticing the change in the woman before him, Huogua crouched low to the ground, beginning to bark incessantly. Seeing Huogua's reaction, Li Pan paid no mind, instead cooing softly to Huogua. Huogua, be good, don't be. Under Li Pan's caress, Huogua's body quickly became emaciated, lying on the ground, barely able to make a sound. At this moment, Wen Xian also sensed something was amiss, her small face clouded with frost, as she instantly recognized the resentment rising within Li Pan. Bizarre. The Li Pan before her concealed something strange within. In the next moment, several strands of vengeful energy coalesced behind Wen Xian, piercing straight towards Li Pan. Poof. The strands of Wen Xian effortlessly penetrated Li Pan's body, but rather than being startled, Li Pan laughed and turned to look at Wen Xian. Wen Xian in horror discovered that her vengeful energy was being absorbed by Li Pan through the strands. As her energy drained away, Wen Xian grew increasingly weak, while Li Pan merely continued murmuring to herself, not sparing her a glance. It's about time. My child is finally about to be born. The last scene Wen Xian saw was Li Pan's abdomen suddenly rupturing as a small slate-colored hand emerged, followed by the appearance of a baby's head. On the other side, Guan Kai and her companions, just entering the teaching building, were unaware of the unusual happenings outside. Upon stepping into the dusty, empty corridor, they suddenly felt a suffocating atmosphere. It was not resentment, but a pure sense of oppression that made those inside feel uncomfortable. This teaching building still retained the style of the previous era, with dilapidated old desks and chairs, and some rooms even had ceiling fans hanging. Furthermore, due to neglect, the walls here showed extensive peeling. In the damp and dim environment, the trio quickly searched through more than half of the building. Although they did not discover anything strange, the sense of oppression in their hearts grew stronger. The teaching building had a total of 8 floors. As they walked here, they noticed that each room was quite large. From the door plates, they could faintly discern that some rooms served as assembly halls, others for vocal lessons, and some were dance studios. Just as they pushed open one of the doors, the three of them froze momentarily. What is this? Guan Kai instinctively exclaimed, while Wang Chang, filled with resentment, stood protectively behind her, vigilantly watching the front. Holy crap, did we stumble into a den of ghosts? Chen Jin's body was also marked with patches resembling corpse spots as he communicated with his father. In their sight, the empty dance studio was filled with boys and girls dressed in school uniforms hanging from the ceiling. Upon hearing the creaking sound of the door being pushed open, the boys and girls suspended in midair all raised their stiff heads, their cold eyes fixating on Guan Kai and her companions. These boys and girls, judging by their clothing, were clearly students of this school. Furthermore, they shared another common trait. That was their bodies were emaciated, reduced to mere skin and bones, as if the flesh and blood within had been hollowed out. Especially the female students each had a huge wound on their abdomen inside, which was completely empty. Not only that, as the resentment emerged, a gloomy fog seemed to envelop Guan Kai and her companions. Although the environment hadn't changed, it felt entirely different from before. A bizarre spiritual realm. Moreover, what shocked them the most was that within this strange realm, they felt as if invisible tendrils were wrapping around them, frantically draining the power from their bodies. Meanwhile, those students who had originally been hanging in the air had now fallen to the ground, their gazes towards Guan Kai and her companions resembling sharks sensing blood, filled with madness. Xiao Guan, Wang Chang, first deal with these corpses. Looking at their appearance, they shouldn't be the final weirdness. They are likely those who were killed and assimilated by the bizarre. Chen Jin shouted, realizing the severity and complexity of the situation. Without waiting for his words to settle, his emaciated body swiftly charged towards the students. Wang Chang, however, remained guarding Guan Kai's side, and every student that approached them was simply and brutally punished. Yet after they dealt with these students, the bizarre spiritual realm did not dissipate. and the speed at which their power was being absorbed increased. Wow, wow, wow. Meanwhile, a baby's crying echoed in their ears, accompanied by a vengeful fiend. Now you shall become the nourishment for my child. Following the familiar voice, Guan Kai looked over to see a familiar figure slowly walking in from outside the door. It was Li Pan who had led them here. However, at this moment, Li Pan was completely different from when they had just parted. She was entangled in dense resentment, and her figure had become extremely bloated, her once slender body now swollen, as if filled with water. The most striking feature was her abdomen. On her belly, marked with stretch marks, there was a gaping wound, and the head of a closed-eye baby was embedded in the opening. The baby's cries indeed came from this infant's mouth. Under the gaze of Guan Kai and her companions, the baby's mouth was bleeding, and its eerily glowing eyes fixed on the three of them. Li Pan's heavy and slow bloated body left trails of blood with every step she took. Meanwhile, Wen Xian and Huoguo were barely conscious, being dragged along the ground, one in each of her hands. Why do you think you should come in? I just want my child to be born, or I only need to absorb a bit more resentment, and it will be it. But you all had to come to the school. And that damned chef, I initially wanted to use him to turn all the students into weirdness to generate enough resentment. Who knew he would help you? However, with your powers, my child should be able to truly be born soon. Until Li Pan swayed her way to stand in front of them, her gaze towards Guan Kai and her companions was filled with satisfaction, as if she were sizing up her food. As she spoke, she caressed the infant head protruding from her belly, saying, "Good baby, soon you'll have a feast." The resentment on them is far richer and purer than that of those students. As Li Pan spoke, the ropes that had originally been suspending those students suddenly extended, lifting the unconscious Wen Xian and Huoguo into the air. Resentment was drawn from those ropes and transferred to the baby's mouth within the bizarre spiritual realm. Wow, wow. The baby chewed eagerly as if devouring delicious food, and the resentment on its body visibly increased. Did you kill all these students? What do you really want? Guan Kai questioned, knowing that every weirdness stemmed from a wrongful death. But thinking of those students who had just been hanged, she couldn't suppress her emotions. At the same time, she also wanted to know why Li Pan, or rather the weirdness attached to Li Pan, was doing this. Only by knowing more would they have a chance to break through this bizarre spiritual realm. What do I want? I just want my... What does killing them matter? They deserve to die, especially those boys. They should die for causing the girls to become... Li Pan's gaze sharpened, resentment surged over her, and her voice turned chillingly cold. Is that why you met a wrongful death in the first place? But what does it have to do with the cafeteria chef? Big sister, may I ask, what do you see in him? Chen Jin seized the opportunity to ask. Li Pan's words and the baby on her belly had led him to speculate that Li Pan had met her demise due to pregnancy. It seemed that she must have had a romantic relationship with a boy, then something happened, and she ended up pregnant. Although he didn't know the specifics, Chen Jin guessed that the boy must have killed her, turning her into a weirdness. However, he couldn't understand what the chef had to do with it. Could it be that the chef was a case of an old cow eating young grass? That shouldn't be the case. The old guy looked quite simple-minded and was of an age where he wouldn't engage with female students. Moreover, what did Li Pan want? Did she want good food made by the chef? If it was that good, she could just buy it with money, if she didn't have to exchange her body for it. Sister, I've taken charge of this matter for you. They'll take you to settle the score with that old man. That old man, he looks honest and simple, but unexpectedly, he's such a person abandoning his responsibilities. I wasted so much trust on him. Chen Jin mumbled, his eyes shining brightly, convinced that his thoughts were absolutely correct. Perhaps this will eliminate Li Pan's resentment and resolve the bizarre spiritual realm. Li Pan, before him, her resentment was terrifying, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Her strength, at least at the peak of the fierce level. Moreover, the child in her womb was also formidable. Although slightly weaker, it was not by much. Additionally, this bizarre spiritual realm continuously drew upon their resentment, feeding back into Li Pan and the baby, causing their strength to grow steadily. Even if Wang Chong was a mema-level being, it would still be difficult for him to contend with Li Pan and the others here. As their strengths fluctuated, they were likely to perish here. Although the chef was also no pushover and had control over all the students, there was no choice now. They had to get through this immediate crisis first. This is called leveraging strength against strength. Use Li Pan to deal with the chef and then reason with her emotionally. But surely, she wouldn't refuse after I've removed the murderer for you. You still want to kill me after I've helped you? Even if it's bizarre, how can one repay kindness with enmity? The more Chen Jin thought, the more excited he became. Indeed, this matter had to depend on himself. You two youngsters just learn well on the side. With that thought, Chen Jin shot a smug glance at Guan Kai and Wang Chong by his side. The world of martial arts is not just about fighting, but also about the subtleties of human relationships. Shut up. But who would have thought? As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, the resentment on Li Pan intensified like adding fuel to the fire. Sister, let's talk things over calmly. Why are you in such a rush? Brother can definitely solve this matter and bring that heartless man to you. Chen Jin hurriedly said, not once considering that he might be wrong. Instead, he thought Li Pan was questioning his abilities. The one who wants to kill me is his son. My child is also his son. The corpse discovered in his kitchen was also intentionally placed by me just to take revenge and let him understand the consequences of wrongful death. Li Pan said fiercely, showing no signs of concealment. Chun Jin's face turned awkward, his expression dazed, completely unprepared for such a revelation. This relationship, treating the old man as a husband. Uncle Chun, you should say less if you have nothing to say. We should think about what to do next. Guan Kai and Wang Chong cast a resentful glance at Chun Jin, with Guan Kai anxiously asking, how can you expose someone else's scars? Originally, the opponent was not to be trifled with, and now that they were angered, how could they fight? You all must die. Once I absorb your resentment plus the resentment of all the students in the school, my child will be able to be born. As Li Pan spoke, a strange affection suddenly appeared on her face. She clawed at her bloody belly, caressing. With her expression, Guan Kai and the others felt a chill run down their spines. The next moment, as soon as Li Pan finished speaking, her figure surged forward, using the ropes hanging from the ceiling to launch a fierce attack against Guan Kai and the others. Chun Jin and Wang Chong hurriedly shielded Guan Kai behind them. But in just a few seconds, both were inwardly lamenting. Every time they came into contact with Li Pan's body, they would be drained of their resentment to varying degrees. Li Pan's power grew stronger with time, especially with Wen Xian, who was like a large charging treasure, continuously providing her with resentment. Everyone else weakens during childbirth, but why is Li Pan becoming stronger with a child? Chun Jin was already feeling overwhelmed, blood dripping from his body, panting heavily while unable to suppress his complaints. Fortunately, Wang Chong was holding firm, allowing them to endure for the time being. Wow. At that moment, Li Pan also began to grow impatient. They saw the baby in her belly violently pulling at Li Pan's skin, slowly emerging, letting out piercing cries. Eat. Delicious. This baby was only about a foot long, and after crawling out from Li Pan's belly, its fierce gaze landed on Guan Kai and the others. They'll kill them right now for you to eat your fill. After absorbing enough resentment, Li Pan's child was truly born, and her face was filled with joy as she spoke to the baby. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Pan charged at Wang Chong and the others again, the just-born baby also wailing, joining her in the attack. You go to the children's table and fight the baby monster. This Li Pan is mine. Wang Chong glanced sideways at the somewhat breathless Chun Jin and said woodenly. Chun Jin, feeling unwilling, thought, is he looking down on me? I can't beat the big one, but I can't handle the small one either. However, less than a minute later, reality dealt a heavy blow to Chun Jin. Damn it, I can't even handle the kid. Not only was Li Pan strong, but her child was also formidable. Little Guan, call for help. Call your brother Song. I really can't handle this. If we don't call for help soon, we will really perish here. Being chased and beaten by the baby monster, Chun Jin suddenly thought of Song Zhong and hurriedly shouted at Guan Kai. Okay, they'll contact brother Song right now. As Guan Kai quickly untied Wen Xian and the hot pot from the ropes, she suddenly brightened at Chun Jin's words. Right? There's also brother Song. How could I not think of him just now? Immediately, she quickly drew a circle on the ground and then took out a stack of ghost money from her pocket. Skillfully pulling out a lighter, she set the ghost money ablaze. Brother Song, hurry. We're in danger. If you don't come soon, Uncle Chun will be beaten to death. Brother Song, you must hear this. As the ghost money was ignited, Guan Kai hurriedly said, unsure if Song Zhong could hear her words. At this point, they could only pin their hopes on Song Zhong. In the underworld, in a luxurious room, Song Zhong looked at the god-summoning talisman he had just made with satisfaction, his face filled with smiles. Not bad, finally produced another one. With the god-summoning talisman, I can briefly descend to the human realm. But this god-summoning talisman is too difficult to make. Not only are the materials troublesome, but the success rate is also very low, consuming mental and physical energy. Otherwise, if it could be mass-produced, how would it differ from truly descending to the mortal world? The more Song Zhong looked at it, the more pleased he became. But just then he suddenly felt an intense drowsiness wash over him, and he vaguely heard Guan Kai's cry for help. In danger. This girl, what a coincidence. If she had called a bit earlier, I wouldn't have been able to help her without the god-summoning talisman ready. Song Zhong muttered to himself, reluctantly gazing at the god-summoning talisman in his hand. Although it was troublesome to make, he couldn't just stand by while his sponsor was in danger. In the next moment, the god-summoning talisman spontaneously ignited in his hand, and his figure vanished. Let me see who is making trouble, causing the god-summoning talisman I just made to be used. Song Zhong's figure suddenly appeared in the 8th floor dance studio of the abandoned teaching building at Linjiang University. As soon as he appeared, his gaze fell on Li Pan and the baby monster, his tone thick with dissatisfaction. Not happy. He was very unhappy. The god-summoning talisman he worked so hard to make was used up because Li Pan suddenly turned around, seeing an ordinary man in black hair and clothes appearing behind her. Who are you? Li Pan felt a chill down her spine and instinctively asked. The entire teaching building was enveloped in the bizarre spiritual realm formed by her resentment. Anyone entering would be sensed by her. Yet the man before her had silently appeared behind her. Who am I? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is how you will explain this to me. You seek death. Upon hearing this, Li Pan let out a chilling laugh and immediately activated the bizarre spiritual realm to extract resentment from Song Zhong. Eat. I want to eat you. Meanwhile, the baby raised its head and stared at Song Zhong. My. Noticing the devouring power transmitted from the bizarre spiritual realm Song Zhong frowned and let out a cold snort. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the bizarre spiritual realm to tremble, and the transmitted devouring force dissipated entirely. Eat me. A little brat dares to be so arrogant. Let uncle show you what a true spoiled child is, and let him play. As Song Zhong finished speaking, a fearsome dragon had suddenly emerged from his chest. As the white dragon tendons at the neck of the dragon stirred, the entire dragon body crawled out from Song Zhong's chest. Sitting on the pain-ridden evil dragon was a three-headed, eight-armed child with a wicked appearance. It was Neza, the deity known for pulling dragon tendons and distinguishing between good and evil. As soon as Neza appeared, he grabbed the baby monster by its head, lifting it high. The baby monster let out a piercing child. Seeing this scene, Li Pan's resentment boiled over, disregarding her fear of Song Zhong. However, she was held back by Song Zhong's large hand on her shoulder, unable to move. No, let children play with children and adults deal with adults. They're just kids, they won't cause any trouble. By the way, you just wanted to absorb my power. I have a friend who is also very good at eating. How about you all? Exchange ideas. In the old building of Linhai University, the once furious Li Pan and Ying Gui were firmly controlled by the appearance of two malevolent spirits. Ying Gui was bound by Nez's dragon tendons, while Li Pan stood frozen in place under Zhong Kuei's suppression, desperately trying to unleash her resentment to break free. But she was horrified to discover that under the gaze of the red-robed demon, she felt as though she had encountered a natural enemy, unable to summon her own resentment. Upon realizing she could not escape, a venomous expression crossed Li Pan's face as she screamed frantically, Why? Why must you harm my child? What wrong have I done? What wrong has my child done? I only wanted him to have a complete life. I wanted him to live one. Song Zhong looked at Li Pan, who was struggling in his grasp, and said with indifference, You are not wrong, but you should not have harmed others, especially not my dog or my benefactor. Do you know how difficult it is to create a divine suppression talisman? I just went bankrupt. Song Zhong's heart ached more as he activated the Heavenly Master's ghost-devouring technique. Behind him, Zhong Kuei's form rapidly grew taller and larger until he expanded to the size of a small building, then reached out to grasp Li Pan and Ying Ling, tossing them into his mouth amid their piercing screams. The air in the entire teaching building fell silent in an instant, with only Zhong Kuei's crunching sound echoing in everyone's ears. Beside them, Chen Jin was stunned, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Wow, is Zhong Kuei really that fierce? Did he just eat them directly? Chen Jin shivered, his gaze towards Zhong Kuei becoming unstable. Li Pan and Ying Gui, who were so formidable, were devoured like snacks. If it were him, there would be no room for... Meanwhile, after Li Pan and Ying Gui were consumed by Zhong Kuei's phantom, the resentment in the strange spiritual realm condensed momentarily. The entire strange spiritual realm, having lost its source of resentment, became like a tree without roots, rapidly collapsing and dissipating. Gurgle. As Zhong Kuei swallowed, the spiritual realm burst like a popped bubble, dissipating with a pop. As the spiritual realm faded, the teaching building returned to its dusty, dilapidated state, losing its oppressive aura. Burp. Not bad, the resentment was nice, thank you for the hospitality. Song Zhong couldn't help but stretch lazily. The Ying Ling and Li Pan he had just devoured contained a rich source of resentment. The resentment they had accumulated over time fully transformed through the energy conversion of the Heavenly Master's ghost-devouring technique, completely feeding back into his body. Now his whole body was filled with a cool sensation akin to sipping an ice-cold cola on a summer day. As Song Zhong savored the changes within him, he walked over to the unconscious Wen Xian and Hot Pot. He reached out to feel them and sighed in relief. Thankfully, they were only unconscious due to a temporary loss. Recalling the teachings of the Heavenly Master's ghost-nurturing legacy, Song Zhong formed hand seals and recited incantations, transferring part of the resentment he had just absorbed. A large amount of resentment flowed into Wen Xian and Hot Pot, revitalizing them. Woof! Uncle Song Zhong. It was only after Wen Xian and Hot Pot slowly regained consciousness that Song Zhong ceased the transfer of resentment. Standing up, he was about to take advantage of this opportunity to stroll around and chat with Guan Kai when he suddenly sensed that there were other sources of resentment still lingering in Linjiang University. Moreover, as the resentment surged, it gave off an escalating feeling as if a new strange spiritual realm was about to form. Song Zhong couldn't help but feel puzzled and turned to look at Guan Kai. Guan Kai, are there other strange occurrences in this university? Huh, how are you here? Only then did Song Zhong notice the somewhat invisible Wang Chang. He was still wondering why his driver had disappeared since the strange invasion of reality. The expressionless Wang Chang respectfully bent down to explain to Song Zhong. From Wang Chang's words, Song Zhong learned the whole story, including the grievances from the cafeteria at Linjiang University. Then let's go together to take a look, consider it a way to relieve our minds. After resolving it, I won't have to worry about you down here. Song Zhong motioned for Chen Jin to lead the way, breathing in the air of reality, all the way feeling quite relaxed. When everyone arrived at the cafeteria, they found the doors tightly shut. However, a dense crowd of students had already gathered at the entrance. They stood in a daze, drooling and blankly staring at the cafeteria. Upon seeing this, Chen Jin stepped forward, gathering his energy, and shouted, "Head chef, we're back. We've uncovered the truth of your grievance." With his shout, the students who had been queuing at the cafeteria entrance all suddenly turned their heads. It was as if all the students were sharing one mind. Their movements were synchronized. Hundreds of eyes at the same time scrutinized Song Zhong and the others at the same frequency. The scene became quite eerie for a moment, causing Guan Kai and Chen Jin to sweat nervously. However, Song Zhong remained calm as he observed the unfolding scene. Having lived long in the strange world, he had developed a strong immunity to various bizarre situations. Song Zhong blinked and instantly realized that the students had consumed something unsanitary and were obscured by resentment. In the next moment, a flash of green light sliced through the air, and the phantom of Guan Yi vanished in an instant. The students, controlled by the resentment, regained their clarity and instinctively parted to make a path. What a joke! Do these small fry dare to block my way? Don't they know how powerful Guan Yi is? Have you found the truth from that time? At the same time, the sound of the rolling shutter being raised attracted everyone's attention. A man dressed as a chef walked out from the cafeteria. The man had dark skin, an ordinary face, and a pair of captivating triangular eyes, exuding resentment, yet occasionally revealing a flicker of clarity. When the head chef spoke these words, a look of hope appeared on his face. Ever since he was awakened by resentment, he had been tormented by the grievances of his past. Today, he finally had the chance to learn the truth, making him very excited. "I can tell you, but don't get too excited. Your son." Chen Jin glanced at Song Zhong behind him, feeling more confident. Then he laid out the truth and details of the past grievance. As Chen Jin recounted, the head chef's old face turned from green to purple, trembling with anger. Before he could finish speaking, the head chef opened his mouth and cursed loudly, "Bastard. He's ruined my reputation. Unfilial son. Unfilial son." The head chef took a deep breath, his expression somewhat dejected. As the truth was revealed, his obsession faded away. The resentment on the head chef diminished, becoming more subdued. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at everyone with a relieved expression. "I initially planned to fulfill my wish and then accompany this chef to open a restaurant again. But now that I think about it, never mind. I don't have the face to stay in the mortal realm anymore." Looking at the head chef's despondent demeanor, Song Zhong suddenly became interested. "My new hotel happens to need a head chef. I've heard your cooking is excellent. Would you like to come down with me?" Upon hearing Song Zhong's words, Chen Jin's eyes lit up. "Right, boss. Song lives in a strange world. It would be great for you to go back with him. As long as you want to cook, it's the same whether for the living or the dead." Seeing the head chef's interest, Chen Jin took the opportunity to whisper, "Rest assured, boss. Song's strength is profound, and he is particularly protective. If anything like this happens again, he won't let you suffer any injustice. Just focus on cooking." Listening to Chen Jin's persuasion, the head chef made up his mind and bowed to Song Zhong. "If Boss Song doesn't mind us, then we will follow him." Song Zhong nodded and directly summoned Zhong Kuei. The ghost-devouring technique not only absorbs resentment for personal use, but can also temporarily store the strangeness within. Thus, after Song Zhong returned to the strange world, the head chef would follow him back as well. After finishing these preparations, Song Zhong sensed that the time for the divine summoning talisman was approaching. Just as he was about to bid farewell, he suddenly thought of something. He pulled Guan Kai to the side, murmuring something. Chen Jin wanted to lean in to hear, but was stopped by Wang Chong. The old man could only stare with curious eyes, eagerly watching Song Zhong and Guan Kai not far away. Meanwhile, Song Zhong, who was whispering with Guan Kai, wore a serious expression. "This time when you go back, burn me more money, the more the better. Don't worry about whether I can take it in or not. I want to try to buy the whole Lingjiang city in the strange world. If I can really make all the strangeness in Lingjiang city my employees, then I can establish order. In this way, even if the strangeness within Lingjiang city enters the real world, they will still abide by the rules, and you will be safer." Listening to Song Zhong's instructions, Guan Kai nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What a great idea. If we can buy off all the strangeness that abides by the rules in Lingjiang city, the Citizens Investigation Bureau will save a lot of effort." "Perfect. Boss Bai should still be at the Investigation Bureau, I will have him contact the suppliers when I return." As Song Zhong spoke, he seemed to sense something and smiled helplessly. The time limit for the divine summoning talisman was reached, and it was time to return. This time it would probably be a long while before he could re-enter the real world. When Song Zhong closed his eyes and opened them again, he awoke in Bai Rong's luxurious mansion. Since the Peace Hotel began reconstruction, he had been living in Bai Rong's private villa. Boss, you're awake." As soon as Song Zhong woke up, he saw Bai Rong looking at him with a flattering expression by the bedside. Song Zhong didn't respond, but instead summoned Zhong Kuei. Bai Rong, who was at a loss, turned pale and pleaded, "Boss, please don't. What if the house collapses again? Just hang tight, I brought back a talent for you." Song Zhong pointed with his chin, and Bai Rong stood obediently aside. Under the pressure of the heavenly master Zhong Kuei, he didn't dare to breathe. "Come out." With a light shout from Song Zhong, a dark-skinned man was expelled from Zhong Kuei's mouth. He was the head chef, who had followed Song Zhong back to the strange world. "Boss." As soon as the head chef landed, he respectfully lowered his head to Song Zhong. Bai Rong, this will be the head chef of the Peace Hotel from now on. You two should get acquainted. Upon hearing this, Bai Rong's face instantly filled with smiles. So it was someone arranged by the big boss of much respect. He stepped forward and shook the head chef's hand tightly. Hello, hello, I am the manager of the Peace Hotel, Bai Rong. Hello, I am Hongzhu. The two introduced themselves. Let's skip the small talk. Old Hong, you should rest first. Remember to prepare some signature dishes tonight. Yes, boss. After Hongzhu went down, Song Zhong looked back at Bai Rong. Old Bai, when will my hotel be rebuilt? Very soon, boss. I've contacted my builder friend. He has a large number of professionals who are well suited for the task. Some can spew cement having been buried in it. Others, having been pushed off buildings, do fencing particularly well. Then there are those who died while fishing. The quality of the safety helmets they produce is top-notch. I estimate that our Peace Hotel will be completely finished in 3 to 5 days. Listening to Bai Rong's boastful claims, Song Zhong felt speechless. Why does it sound like a construction company or a gang? But upon further thought, Song Zhong also felt that this was an opportunity. A construction company is a great acquisition target, right? Let's start with Bai Rong's friend. Old Bai, how big is that construction company of your friend? Big? The largest private construction company in Lingjiang. Good, then it's settled. Discuss it with him. I will acquire his company. Tell him to come over. No, come right now. Notify Old Hong to stop resting, cook, and prepare the dishes to welcome our future partner. Song Zhong patted Bai Rong's thigh, speaking with excitement. At that moment, Bai Rong didn't care about the pain in his thigh, stunned for a moment. Boss, you want to acquire his company? Song Zhong shook his head, looking intently at Bai Rong. Not just his company, we are going to acquire the entire Lingjiang city. In the future, I will be the boss of all of Lingjiang. On the other side, Guan Kai, back at the investigation bureau, immediately sought out Boss Bai. After explaining her intentions, Boss Bai looked at Guan Kai with some hesitation. Miss Guan, is it really suitable to procure like this? What's suitable or not? This is how we operate. Guan Kai waved her hand grandly, full of confidence. However, Boss Bai at the side couldn't help but laugh and cry. He genuinely had never encountered such a client before, with every demand exceeding common understanding. I know Miss Guan is generous, but isn't it too outrageous to haul half-trailers of Helm money? 5 trucks, no ghost can spend this much. Haul it must be done. Guan Kai looked firmly at Boss Bai. 5 trucks of Helm money are nothing compared to the safety of Lingjiang City. Seeing Boss Bai still hesitating, Guan Kai asked suspiciously, you really can't procure that much, can you? If you can, I'll find someone else. Boss Bai felt uneasy under Guan Kai's glare, his face reddening as he puffed up his neck, thumping his chest, and shouting, how could that be? The goods I buy highball want, who would dare not deliver? 3 days, you just 3 days. 5 trucks of Helm money will be properly parked in front of the Helm money store. Alright, it's a deal. Boss, this is the company of my contractor friend. Bai Rong realized that he had not misunderstood Song Zhong's intention after confirming he wanted to acquire the construction company. He brought Song Zhong to the entrance of the construction company. Song Zhong looked at the sign of the He Construction Company and then glanced at the 2 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses standing at the door. It felt more like arriving at a gang's headquarters rather than a company. Old Bai, are you sure your friend isn't part of a gang? As long as they can build houses, that's all that matters. You know, in this line of work, who doesn't have a bit of that? He continued, when they were alive they did this, and now that they're dead, they're definitely still good at it. What do you call this? It's called inheritance, it's called professionalism. Bai Rong hurriedly smiled, and then led Song Zhong inside. Song Zhong nodded slightly. Although a bit surprised, he could fully understand, as similar industries often have some. However, he trusted Bai Rong's judgment, especially since the latter mentioned that their company was highly professional. As they entered the company, Song Zhong was immediately overwhelmed by the smoky atmosphere. The strong smell of smoke, coupled with the stench of sweat and feet, made Song Zhong feel as if he had walked into a shady internet cafe. The scene inside the company was no different from that of a black casino, causing Song Zhong's expression to darken. Big men with dragon tattoos were shouting inside. Some were playing mahjong, others were engaged in a game of poker, while some played with spring knives and smoked. There were even people sporting non-mainstream hairstyles, which truly opened Song Zhong's eyes. You tell me this is professionalism? I want a professional construction company, not a gang. These are all my friends' subordinates. They're on their lunch break now, this is free time. When it's time to work, they're definitely not. Seeing Song Zhong's dark expression, Bai Rong hurriedly explained with a dry laugh. To be honest, he couldn't bear to look at this scene. Oh, is this really a place for decent people? Is this really a company? If he didn't know it was his friends, he would have definitely turned around and left, genuinely worried about not being able to get out later. Since we're here, let's talk a bit more. Song Zhong took a deep breath, raised his eyebrows, and surprisingly spoke with a hint. He wasn't afraid if they were truly part of a gang. If they were, that would be even better. As a law-abiding citizen in life, why couldn't he act recklessly now that he's dead? If they were reasonable, he would discuss things properly. If not, he would have a good chat with them to show them what it means to be black and eat. Bai Rong felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. He could only continue leading the way, bringing Song Zhong to a room where 2 strong men were seated. One of the big, bald, bearded men stood up upon seeing Bai Rong and extended his large hand with swagger. Hey Rongzi, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Hey Biao Ge, let me introduce you, Song Zhong Boss Song. This is Bald Biao CEO Biao. At the same time Bai Rong placed the bought cigarettes and alcohol on the table. CEO Biao, just a small token of appreciation. Rongzi, what's this for? You're being too polite. Just a small gesture. You're too polite, we're all brothers. Bald Biao nodded at Song Zhong and then patted the strong man beside him. Let me introduce my brother Jin Tao. Come, don't just stand there, we've prepared some light drinks. Once everyone was seated, Bald Biao wasted no time and raised his glass to speak. Rongzi Boss Song. I Bald Biao understand your intentions. Don't worry, the reconstruction of the Ping An Hotel is in the hands of my brothers. Come, let's drink. This matter will definitely be handled beautifully for you. Bai Rong also stood up with a drink, clinking glasses with Bald Biao. With Biao Ge's word, I feel much more at ease. We have another matter to discuss today, and I'd like to negotiate it with CEO Biao. Let Boss Song explain the details. After speaking, Bai Rong looked at Song Zhong. Song Zhong nodded slightly, and without wasting time got straight to the point. CEO Biao, the reason we're sitting together isn't just about the reconstruction of the Ping An Hotel. I also want to acquire your company. Here is the deposit. After finishing, Song Zhong beckoned Bai Rong with his finger. Bai Rong hurriedly stood up, took out a thin red envelope from his pocket, and placed it in front of Bald Biao. Bald Biao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, first smiling and then letting out a laugh. Boss Song is really joking. You want to acquire our company. You think you can acquire it with just this envelope? Do you know what my brother and I do? Since our company was established, how many people have tried to find trouble with us? Those who dare to pick a fight are now feeding the fish at the bottom of the river. You were brought by Rongzi. I'm being nice by letting you drink with us. If I didn't give you face, you would be nothing. Kid, do you dare to show off in front of Guangdong? Where are you from being so arrogant? Bald Biao's gaze turned fierce as he looked at the envelope on the table, then his eyes fell on Song Zhong, his tone laced with murderous intent. A small envelope dares to acquire my company. Do you really think we are a legitimate company here to talk about laws? I hope CEO Biao can reconsider this seriously. Song Zhong seemed oblivious to the anger of the other party, leaning back in his chair and earnestly reiterating, making Bald Biao's expression darken even further. Where did this reckless young man come from? Is he here to make a fool of Bald Biao? Before Bald Biao could speak, his brother Jin Tao suddenly stood up. He pounded the table with his fist, his tone exceedingly arrogant. Don't push your luck. What the hell are you? When my brother was in the game, you were still in diapers. You come to negotiate an acquisition with just an envelope. Do you think you're Ma Yuni? I'll kill you right now and feed you to the fish in the river. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. CEO Biao, the envelope contains 10 bank cards, each with 10 million. I wouldn't dare to insult you. Bai Rong hurriedly set his forehead covered in cold sweat, completely unprepared for the situation to turn this way. These two brothers are the local tyrants of Lingjiang City. Even he wouldn't dare to offend them. As Bai Rong's words fell, Bald Biao's fierce expression suddenly froze on his face. Bald Biao's bulging eyes involuntarily glanced at the thin envelope twice, swallowing hard. 10 million for a single card. 10 cards make 100 million. And it's just the deposit. Bald Biao regretted saying such harsh words, wishing he could slap himself. TMD, where do you find a good person putting bank cards in an envelope? Bald Biao's stiff face forcibly squeezed out a smile, but it looked even more terrifying. 100 million as a deposit was an irresistible temptation for him. His entire company wouldn't even be worth that much. Bald Biao initially wanted to agree immediately, but then he thought this is an unprecedented big fat sheep. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity, he would be letting himself down. Damn, he wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen. How did his company develop to this point, if not through such means? If this deal goes through, the club next door could be booked for years. Bald-headed Biao did not notice Song Zhong's abnormality at all when his eyes. Song Zhong was completely devoid of any aura of resentment, a perfect fool. Coming from the black society, bald-headed Biao would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ruthlessly take advantage of this fool. Bald-headed Biao immediately shot a glance at his younger brother beside him, and Jin Tao instantly understood his brother's intent, opening his mouth to curse loudly. Do you look down on my brother? What kind of attitude is this? Does my brother need your little bit of money? Have you even looked at yourself? Do you know how we earn? It was by relying on this. My eyes. Furious, Jin Tao shook his fist and wanted to continue cursing, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eye, crouching down while covering his right eye and screaming in agony. It turned out that the composed Song Zhong, hearing the filthy words by his ear, picked up a pair of chopsticks and activated the Ru Yi Bing Tai technique. In an instant, the chopsticks elongated, and under Song Zhong's exquisite control, pecked and retracted at Jin Tao's right eye. A round and plump eyeball was easily removed by Song Zhong. Old Bai, get me another pair of chopsticks. Song Zhong disdainfully tossed the chopsticks aside, wiped his hands with a towel on the table, and crushed the eyeball beneath his foot. This meager resentment wasn't even worthy of him activating the Celestial Master's ghost summoning technique. Not going to reason, are we? Fine, then let's change our approach. Boss Song, plucking out my brother's eye in front of me is a bit too much, isn't it? Let me give you some advice, young man. Don't be... I was planning to discuss business with you, but now it seems we've skipped the intermediary steps. Today, not only do you need to leave the money behind, but you also have to stay. Come here. Escort our guest. Bald-headed Biao, seeing his brother injured, flipped the table and stood up, speaking in a fierce tone. With bald-headed Biao's roar, a horde of imposing henchmen poured in from outside, all of them under bald-headed Biao. Biaozong, let me give you a piece of advice as well. Can a young person be called young if they aren't impulsive? Song Zhong looked up and down at the unfriendly bald-headed Biao, tugging at his collar and revealing a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Before Song Zhong could finish speaking, bald-headed Biao suddenly erupted, pulling out a cleaver from who knows where and swinging it at Song Zhong. The speed of bald-headed Biao's slash was extremely fast, closing in on Song Zhong's face in an instant. Just when he thought he had succeeded and would pocket a fortune, he suddenly realized that Song Zhong's expression remained exceptionally calm. What was going on? Was he scared silly? Just as bald-headed Biao was puzzled, a flash appeared before his eyes. The cleaver in his hand was suddenly snatched away by bare-handed Song Zhong and pressed against bald-headed Biao's neck. At the same time, when the cleaver fell into Song Zhong's hand, a blue blade light burst forth from it. Guan Dis sword technique. The 8 styles of spring and autumn. The once arrogant bald-headed Biao was firmly pressed against the dining table by Song Zhong, a terrifying aura suffocating him. Feeling the chill and pressure on his neck, bald-headed Biao raised both hands drenched in cold sweat. With a look of disdain, Song Zhong tapped bald-headed Biao's chubby face with a knife. For dealing with such a lowly thug, Song Zhong didn't even need the help of the evil spirit portrait. Relying solely on his inherited martial arts, he could easily resolve this matter. Biaozong, can we talk properly now? We are all civilized individuals. Is there a need for weapons and blades? We can talk. You're right, big brother. I was impulsive. We can absolutely talk. Big brother, how about you let me? Song Zhong assessed bald-headed Biao, and seeing his pleading eyes, tossed the cleaver aside. Releasing bald-headed Biao, Song Zhong sat back down and gestured for bald-headed Biao to take a seat as well. Biaozong, I believe you can sense my sincerity in wanting to acquire the company. Now it's your turn to show your sincerity. Song Zhong looked at bald-headed Biao. Upon hearing this, bald-headed Biao swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Boss Song, this company is a family business passed down for 3 generations. It's not appropriate for me to just sell it. Originally, there was about 300 million in funding. As Song Zhong raised 3 fingers, the excited bald-headed Biao tightly grasped them, complying respectfully. Big brother. Brother Song. From now on, I, bald-headed Biao, will follow Brother Song. Bald-headed Biao knew that he could not be too pretentious at this moment, or he might easily lose his life. However, Song Zhong pulled his hand away, retracting the 3 fingers. Let me finish. Originally, it was 300 million, now it's gone. That 300 million is your life-saving money plus 100 million on the table. I want 100% of your company's shares, no problem, right? No problem. In half an hour, I want to see the share transfer contract. I'll arrange that right away. And the sign of Iha. We'll take that down right now. Song Zhong looked at bald-headed Biao, who suddenly understood and couldn't help but feel quite impressed. It turns out that having money alone isn't enough, one must also possess strength. What could have been resolved with money now cannot even be spent. What kind of situation is this? 3 hours later, after signing the contract, Song Zhong, as the major shareholder, gave bald-headed Biao his first order. He instructed bald-headed Biao to build the Pingon Hotel while also constructing a large warehouse. This time, Song Zhong wanted to be fully prepared, using the warehouse to specifically accept the money that would flow in after this incident. Otherwise, having so much money lying around outside is not a viable solution. Wealth should not be displayed. After all, it was earned step by step from poverty. Showing off wealth is a low-end behavior that must be avoided. Boss, don't worry, if the warehouse will be built even faster. By tomorrow night, it will be ready. Go ahead. Song Zhong patted bald-headed Biao's bald head with satisfaction and then got into Bai Rong's car to leave. A night passed. The next day, the bald-headed Biao respectfully brought Song Zhong to a large warehouse. This is a specially built large warehouse according to your requirements. Bald-headed Biao wiped the sweat from his forehead, standing beside Song Zhong with a bow. Song Zhong looked at the spacious and empty warehouse before him and nodded in satisfaction. Then he extended his hand and bald-headed Biao lowered his head in flattery, revealing his shiny bald spot. Song Zhong patted bald-headed Biao's head, speaking with appreciation. Very good, have your men bring my bed over and call Lao Hong to cook here. After tasting Lao Hong's cooking, he was amazed and continued to eat for 2 days. Any other food felt flavorless in comparison. He planned to stay here until Guan Kai burned the money, saving him the trouble of running around. When he had money, the first thing he would do is acquire a bank. Having so much money was too troublesome. Having his own bank would be more suitable. He had already identified the acquisition target, the Lianhua Bank. After his earlier ruckus, Lianhua Bank in Linjiang was on the brink of bankruptcy. Now proposing a takeover would come with a very favorable price. With the experience of acquiring bald-headed Biao's company, he felt confident in his bargaining skills. This matter was 100% sure to succeed. While envisioning the future, Song Zhong did not forget to instruct bald-headed Biao on various arrangements. Once everything was arranged, he sat on a small stool studying and fiddling with talismans, eager to create a few spirit-summoning talismans for emergencies. Beside him, bald-headed Biao, although confused about what this master was thinking, wondered why he would choose to stay in this empty warehouse instead of a luxurious mansion. Yet bald-headed Biao followed orders, having witnessed Song Zhong's power firsthand. Once everything was set up, Song Zhong temporarily settled in the warehouse, waiting for Guan Kai to burn paper for him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Guan Kai, wearing sunglasses, looked at the 5 semi-trailers before her with spirited enthusiasm. Not far away, Bai Haiba was directing the parking of the trailers with a loudspeaker. Back it up. Good. Stop. As the 5 vehicles parked neatly, a leading man got out and shook Bai Haiba. Mister, Bai, 3 truckloads of ghost money are in place. Please inspect them. Also, our factory manager sent over some new products, not to mention things like fighter jets and intercontinental missiles. Look, this is a realistic paper figure of Xiaozhi Marita, and this one is Teacher Song. All lifelike once-in paper figures. They will surely make the living envious and drive the dead wild. Stop. What is all this? Guan Kai suddenly interrupted, her pretty face flushed with slight displeasure. These are things meant to be burned for Brother Song. How can we mix in these strange items? Disgusting. My Brother Song is not that kind of man. Guan Kai turned to Wen Xin. Wen Xin understood and nodded, pulling out a steel wire, shredding the paper figures into pieces. Hey. What do you mean by this? Old Bai, who is this? Which kid is so mischievous? The leading man, seeing the paper figures destroyed, felt immense pain as they represented dreams from his youth. Without time to lament, he aggressively questioned Bai Haiba. Cough, this is the child of our financier. Those 5 trucks of ghost money were ordered by her family. The previously aggressive man suddenly changed his expression upon hearing Bai Haiba's explanation. His rough tanned face twisted into a flower-like smile, grinning widely. Good. Well done. Kids should be so full of energy. Is it not enough? There's still more on the truck. Guan Kai ignored the man's antics, turning to Bai Haiba with a serious face. Boss Bai, get ready. We need to burn all this ghost money at once. After speaking, Guan Kai pointed to a large white circle she had drawn earlier. Both Bai Haiba and the leading man couldn't help but gasp. Goodness, what does this sister want to do? Burn all 5 trucks of ghost money at once. Isn't this nonsense? That big brother Su Jiayin is in real estate and owes 2 trillion, right? Or is it Jia Yuding who is making cars and went bankrupt? How much debt must one have to burn this much ghost money? Will this cause inflation? Miss Guan, should we think this through? This is too much. The workers can't handle it. Bai Haiba dissuaded him. Having worked in this field for over a decade, he had never seen such extravagant burning of paper. Yet Guan Kai raised an eyebrow at his words and firmly replied, "They'll cover the costs, just burn it." Bai Haiba gritted his teeth, realizing there was no point in arguing, and picked up the loudspeaker again, shouting, "Everyone unload the goods." Into the circle. With Bai Haiba's command, all the unloading workers began to move, carrying box after box of ghost money into the circle that Guan Kai had drawn. Miss Guan, we can only burn this much for now. We can add more as we go. Okay. Be careful, the fire will be big. Guan Kai stepped forward, took a deep breath, and ignited a box of ghost money. Then she instructed Wen Xin to channel her resentment to maintain the flames while controlling their spread. As the flames grew, the heaps of ghost money in the circle quickly ignited. With thick black smoke rising, Song Zhong in the strange world felt his eyelids grow heavy. In the blink of an eye, he saw the scene in the real world. After witnessing it, Song Zhong nodded in great satisfaction. Very good. Quite spirited. Guan Kai is indeed my financier, even pulling off such a flashy operation as loading money into semi-trailers. After observing the spectacular scene in the real world for a while, Song Zhong slowly awakened. As soon as he woke up, he shouted to Bai Rong beside him, "Run. It's about to rain money." With that, Song Zhong took off running, having underestimated Guan Kai's extravagance. Burning 5 semi-trailers of ghost money might truly overwhelm this small warehouse. Hearing the shout, Bai Rong suddenly realized something, pulling Hong Zhu to run outside. While running, Bai Rong caught sight of bald-headed Biao napping on the bed. Unable to bear it, he slapped the confused, bald-headed Biao awake. "Biaozi, run. If you don't run now, it will be too late. The sky is about to rain money." Bald-headed Biao, still sleepy, looked bewildered. "Run? Where to run? Why run? What happened? What money? Is Bai Rong crazy?" Mumbling to himself, bald-headed Biao drowsily lay back down. But upon seeing the ceiling, his sleepy eyes suddenly widened. "Holy crap. TMD, it's raining money. But whose money falls in boxes like this?" Meanwhile, Song Zhong, who had already run out, looked content at the piles of money in the warehouse. This is the confidence behind his acquisition of the entire Linjiang. Now he was worth billions, with Bai Rong for intellect and Biaozi for strength. Wait a minute. Where's Biaozi? Bai Rong, where is Biaozi? Didn't you call him out? He hasn't come out, I suppose. It's fine, boss. He shouldn't get crushed. I tried it last time. After about 2 hours, the rain of cash bricks in the warehouse finally stopped. The bald-headed Biao, buried under the money, had already struggled to crawl out from beneath the piles. When he turned and saw stacks of cash scattered throughout the warehouse, Biao's legs turned to jelly, and he knelt before the bright red piles of bills. As he mindlessly sifted through the mountain of money, he mumbled to himself, "Money. So much money." One of his subordinates hurried over to help, but no matter what, he couldn't lift the limp Biao. Some of the subordinates were even more outrageous than Biao. Upon seeing the mountain of cash, they knelt down and cried out, wishing the money were theirs. After years of hard work in a gray industry, how much had they really earned? Compared to this, it was nothing at all. In an instant, their values and perceptions were being violently shaken like a small boat tossed about in a stormy sea. Meanwhile, Byron was unfazed. He had witnessed this scene before when the Pingon Hotel was acquired by Song Zhong. Go get Bald Biao up. Have him arrange for someone to check how much cash we have in total, Song Zhong instructed Byron, who was the only calm one as he leisurely reclined in an armchair. Byron bowed to Song Zhong, then stepped forward and grabbed Bald Biao. Get up, don't embarrass yourself. Count this money for the boss. From now on, work well for the boss. There will be plenty of opportunities to make money and you will definitely reap the benefits. Bald Biao was gradually calmed as he was pulled up, still swaying. But his eyes were still filled with greed and envy. How wonderful it would be to have so much money. When can I go from counting money to being the one having others count it? At that point he thought, why should I even bother working hard? Every day on a yacht with pretty girls, isn't that better? While he envied, he directed his subordinates to count how much money was in the warehouse. After a flurry of activity from Bald Biao's subordinates, he eagerly ran to report to Song Zhong. Boss, we've counted it. It's a total of 20 trillion. Bald Biao's voice trembled. He had never seen so much money in his life. However, Song Zhong remained indifferent to him. This money was like scrap paper. There was as much as he needed. Having too much money isn't important. In fact, it can become a burden. What needs to be done now is to resolve the pile of troubles in front of him and convert the money into Song Zhong's assets. Looking at the mountain of money in the warehouse, Song Zhong waved to Bald Biao. Biaozi, come here. Have them pack the money. We're going to acquire Lianhua Bank. A qualified entrepreneur must have their own bank. Bald Biao nodded and shouted to his subordinates who were covered in brothers. Pack the money into boxes into cars. People in the car with people. If the car is lost, people are lost. We will follow Brother Song to the death. Just as Bald Biao was passionately shouting, he was interrupted by a loud slap on his bald head from Song Zhong. Song Zhong looked at Bald Biao with disappointment and said earnestly, Biaozi, from now on we are a legitimate company. No more brother or big brother. We need to have rules. If you're going to call out, call them colleagues. Otherwise, how will others view our company? Legitimate, do you understand? Yes, I will follow your orders, big brother. But just then another slap came and Bald Biao stumbled. Call me boss. Yes, boss. Song Zhong nodded in satisfaction and then got into his Bentley. With the roar of the engine, the grand convoy headed towards Lianhua Bank. Looking at the somewhat desolate scene of Lianhua Bank, Song Zhong couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion. After Su Jianghai's death, Lianhua Bank had been plagued with negative news and a large amount of deposits had vanished. Now it was on the brink of bankruptcy. Even the doorman at the entrance was absent. However, this presented an opportunity for Song Zhong to acquire Lianhua Bank with ease. As Song Zhong pondered this, his convoy came to a neat stop in front of Lianhua Bank. As soon as they parked, dozens of tattooed subordinates quickly lined up in 2 rows in front of his car and bowed deeply. Boss, please get out of the car. Sitting in the car, Song Zhong's lips twitched. He was reluctant to get out. From this perspective, he looked more like a gang leader. What kind of appearance is this, dressed in vests with dragon and phoenix designs? If one adds the tattoos on my body. Song Zhong felt he couldn't explain himself. From now on we must unify and wear suits with bow ties. Song Zhong made up his mind, instructing Bald Biao as he stepped out of the car. Biaozi, tell the colleagues that from now on they must wear suits and bow ties when going out. Have them stay at the entrance. This is how we look now. Bald Biao nodded enthusiastically, accompanying Song Zhong as they strode into Lianhua Bank. As he entered Lianhua Bank again, Song Zhong felt a wave of nostalgia. The bank hall, which once bustled with rich and famous people, was now empty, not even a cleaning lady in sight. In the center of the hall, the splendid golden lotus water feature had become somewhat dusty due to neglect. The only signs of life were a few listless tellers at the counters, idly passing the time. The more Song Zhong looked, the more satisfied he became. The current situation of Lianhua Bank would save a significant amount on acquisition costs. Although he had plenty of money, expenses should be managed wisely. Moreover, as long as his funds were injected, it would soon regain vitality, possibly even better than before. Thinking this, Song Zhong sat down on the counter and called out to the lethargic teller inside. Hello, I would like to conduct some business. Hello, sir. Unexpectedly, the teller at the bank window lost her composure upon seeing Song Zhong screaming loudly. Then trembling, she directly hid beneath the counter. At the same time, her scream attracted the few remaining employees behind the counter. Upon seeing Song Zhong, they recalled the fear they once felt being under his command and scattered in panic. Run! He's here to rob us again. With that desperate shout, the once lively bank hall was left completely deserted after Song Zhong's appearance. Looking at the empty bank, Song Zhong felt embarrassed and very angry. TMD, I'm here to negotiate an acquisition, and there's not even a receptionist. What the hell is this? Don't you want to do business anymore? No wonder Lianhua Bank has been in decline since Su Jianghai's departure. It serves them right. Song Zhong cursed inwardly. He completely forgot who had taken down Su Jianghai and who had emptied the entire Lianhua Bank. If it weren't for him, Song Zhong, even the bank's vault wouldn't have been emptied and Lianhua Bank wouldn't have declined so quickly after Su Jianghai's death. Biaozi, bring out everyone inside. I want to ask them what happened. What do you mean by robbing money? I am a business. I came to discuss an acquisition, not to rob. The bald Biao looked at Song Zhong with admiration. Having robbed such a large bank and even driven it to bankruptcy, it's no wonder he was so wealthy. What he had done before was merely child's play. He could barely be considered a thug. This was a real bandit. As Bald Biao thought to himself, he grinned and whistled. A large wave of tattooed underlings surged in through the front door of Lianhua Bank, each with a fierce look and holding machetes. The leading muscular man wore an eye patch glaring with one eye. He was none other than Biao guest brother Jintao. Brothers search. Bald Biao drew a machete and shouted as he charged forward. Unexpectedly, just as he yelled, his shiny bald head was slapped hard by Song Zhong. What did I tell you? Be proper. No brother this and brother that, call them colleagues. And you making such a fuss? Civilized people. As Song Zhong spoke, still not satisfied, he slapped Biao guest's bald head several times. Then he straightened his collar and with a serious expression said, Go, have the colleagues bring back the bank staff. Bald Biao nodded obediently and then, holding the machete, jumped behind the bank counter. Song Zhong found a sofa to sit on, leisurely waiting for the bank staff. After a while, amidst a flurry of chaos and human wails, Bald Biao led his underlings bringing back the bank staff. One of the supervisors, looking disheveled and mournful, saw Song Zhong and immediately hugged his leg, crying out, Big brother, our bank really has no money left. You emptied the bank's money last time. Hearing the wails in his ears, Song Zhong frowned, looking puzzled at the few small fry before him. Where are the senior management of the bank? How come there are only these people left? Does that mean I've only bought an empty shell? Song Zhong stroked his chin, asking the bank's supervisor, Where's the bank's president? The supervisor looked at Song Zhong and trembled as he replied, Didn't Su Jianhai tell you to kill him? Then there are no other senior managers left. At that time you ate one, and another one was scared silly by you. The remaining senior management all fled due to the bank's broken capital chain. In the admiring gaze of Bald Biao, Song Zhong felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. It seems like the entire Lianhua Bank has been messed up by me. Why didn't you run? Woo-woo. The bank still owes me compensation. If I run, I will be completely out of money. Woo-woo. Ah. As the supervisor explained, he couldn't help but break down in tears. Big brother, we are all so miserable. Can you look? I have an elderly mother who is 80 and below me an unborn child. I haven't even dated anyone at a young age. Can you please not eat me? I beg you, big brother. Song Zhong looked at the bank supervisor, who was crying and snotty, feeling a bit helpless. His newly bought suit pant. Get up. Stop crying. Your little body isn't even enough to fill my teeth gaps. Just as Song Zhong finished speaking, the bank supervisor suddenly looked up, incredulous. Really? You really want to eat me? I want to eat you. Not only will I not eat you, but I will also give you money. Whatever you owe, I will pay you, and I will cover the bank's deficit. But there is one condition. After I give you the money, this bank must be surnamed Song in a week. Song Zhong struggled to pull out his leg and gestured for Bald Biao to bring over the prepared contract. Unexpectedly, Bald Biao misunderstood Song Zhong's meaning and pressed his shiny head against Song Zhong's hand. With a smack, Song Zhong slapped Bald Biao's head away. Contract, not your head. Watching Bald Biao's ingratiating smile and feeling the slimy touch of his palm, Song Zhong shivered. Bald Biao doesn't have any special fetishes, does he? I can't pat this guy's head anymore. Not for any other reason. Song Zhong was genuinely afraid he might enjoy it. As Song Zhong thought to himself, he took the stack of contracts from Bald Biao's hands. This is the labor contract, and this is the equity contract. Just 1 week, got it? Yes, understood, big brother. Call you boss. Yes, boss. The supervisor's eyes brimmed with tears. He suddenly felt that life was full of brightness again. Unexpectedly this time, Song Zhong not only didn't eat him, but was also planning to revitalize the whole bank. His salary would be secured again. Song Zhong pointed at the cash truck outside with his finger. Biaozi, bring the cash in here. First, deposit the money for me. It's too troublesome to move this big truck of money. Understood. Brothers. Colleagues. Move the money. Bald Biao waved his hand grandly, and then boxes of cash were carried in by the underlings. Watching the large boxes of cash, the bank supervisor was excitedly waving a small flag beside him. Come on, big brother, let's keep these few boxes here. Yes, there's more space over here. By the time all the money was stored in the bank's vault, it was already evening. The cash that had originally filled the truck had turned into bank cards quietly lying in a briefcase. Bai Rong respectfully opened the briefcase and said to Song Zhong, Boss, it's done. This briefcase contains 2,000 bank cards, each with a deposit of 1 billion. The bank's equity contract is also being prepared, and I found out that after Su Jianghai's death, he left behind many industries of Lianhua Group, including but not limited to hospitals, large supermarkets, KTVs, etc. These industries are currently in a leaderless state. I was wondering if we could take over Lianhua Group entirely. This way we would have a leverage point to start moving the entire Linjiang city from Lianhua Group. Bai Rong, I don't know, when pulled out several reports. They detailed the current status of various industries within Lianhua Group and Bai Rong's views and plans for the group acquisition. Listening to Bai Rong's report, Song Zhong was very satisfied. Having a sycophant is pleasant. Everything was arranged without him having to worry. Bai Rong made the plans while Bald Biao executed them. While Song Zhong took a nap, everything was arranged properly. He really didn't expect that this small Linjiang city would simultaneously have two great talents, Bai Rong and Bald Biao. Just do as you say, gather all the senior executives of Lianhua Group's subsidiaries tomorrow. Strive to catch them all. Boss, everyone is here. They all share a common trait, sitting extremely upright with their limbs and heads tightly bound to the chairs, their mouths stuffed with a stinky sock. Song Zhong seriously looked at the Lotus Group executives filling the conference hall. Unable to hold back, he extended his hand towards Bald Biao. Bald Biao understood, immediately leaning forward to present his bald head. Slap. Weren't you told to be more civilized? Look at how everyone is tied up, untie them. Song Zhong pinched his nose and loudly reprimanded. There was no choice, the whole room was filled with the smell of stinky socks, which was unbearably pungent. Bald Biao rubbed his bald head, explaining helplessly. Boss, they are all being disobedient and talking nonsense. They say Su Zhonghai is dead, and even if the King of Heaven came today, we couldn't take back these assets. Some are even violently resisting. Can I spoil them? I just slapped them once, and that's it. Stop, stop, stop. Stop it. Song Zhong scanned the strange executives in the conference room again. He saw that each of them had fiery eyes and expressions full of hatred. After pondering for a moment, Song Zhong patted Bald Biao's shoulder, suddenly feeling that what he did wasn't wrong. You did quite well. It seems you took great care of everyone. Very spirited. In the future, if such things happen, feel free to take your own initiative. We're not short on money. If they want to have a good chat, we can chat well. If they can't chat well, we still need to make them chat well. Although Song Zhong's words were a bit convoluted, Bald Biao immediately understood the meaning behind them, grinning and nodding in agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. I am Song Zhong, the owner of Tianyi Bank. By the way, I forgot to tell everyone that Lotus Bank has now officially been renamed Tianyi Bank. Today we are here primarily to discuss the acquisition of the assets held by you executives of the Lotus Group. Bai Rong, bring the contracts and acquisition funds in front of the executives. With a command from Song Zhong, a stack of contracts was placed in front of each executive along with a small briefcase on the conference table. Watching from the side, Bald Biao thought to himself, here it comes. The classic move of the boss, using cards to control people. If he guessed correctly, that small case should not contain cash, but rather neatly arranged bank cards. Amazing. A briefcase full of bank cards, each with a balance. While Bald Biao was enviously looking at the executives present, Song Zhong turned to him and said, Biaozi, pull out the socks from their mouths, let them speak. But they will curse. It's okay, I believe that all the executives are very cultured, they are civilized people. Song Zhong sat aside, casually grooming his nails. Bald Biao reluctantly ordered his subordinates to pull the socks out of the executives' mouths. CNM, what kind of nonsense is Tianyi Bank? We still say acquisition. No way. If you have the guts to let me go, I could destroy your bank in minutes. That's right. Even if the King of Heaven came, it wouldn't work. In an instant, the entire conference room erupted in noise, with everyone glaring at Song Zhong, filled with resentment. Looking at the noisy conference room, Song Zhong wasn't angry. He blew on his freshly manicured nails, holding the iron wire up in the air to admire. Everyone was confused about what Song Zhong's gesture meant, except for Bai Rong, who, after carefully observing the iron wire, turned pale. Was that the boss whip? Oh no. Is the boss going to demolish the place again? He won't just kill us on the spot, will he? Bai Rong recalled the tragic scene at the Pingon Hotel and quickly stepped in to mediate. Executives, stop cursing, stop cursing. Let us hear what our boss has to say. What a joke. We won't sell the assets to you. Bai Rong closed his eyes in despair, ready for destruction. It's tiring. After all, with Bald Biao around, even if the boss really demolishes the place, it can be rebuilt. While Bai Rong was anxiously troubled, Song Zhong placed a small divine iron whip the size of a needle on the conference table. As the iron whip touched the table, a crisp ding suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. The sound of metal clashing, imbued with profound meaning, instantly silenced the entire conference room. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. A needle. Bai Rong despaired, covering his face. Here it comes, the boss iron whip. As Song Zhong activated his divine iron whip technique, the small needle transformed back into the normal-sized iron whip. Simultaneously, under Song Zhong's infusion of resentment, the originally ancient divine iron whip emitted a dazzling divine light. A solemn and old aura radiated from the whip, and amidst the divine light, one could faintly hear countless eerie wails. As the divine iron whip made its appearance, all the strange executives present were rendered motionless with fear. Meanwhile, Song Zhong tugged at the collar of his expensive suit, allowing the tattoo on his chest to subtly reveal itself, and a wave of terrifying aura rose from him, enveloping the entire conference room. Still cursing. Didn't you say that even if the King of Heaven came, it wouldn't work? How about I call out the four of you, and you can ask if it's possible? Look, and this whip can even beat the King of Heaven. Oh, why don't you curse at it? Also, who wanted to act up just now? I'll lend you the whip. Show me how it's done. Is it you? Or you? In the silence, only Song Zhong's light-hearted voice echoed in the conference room. As he pointed the iron whip at the executives of the Lotus Group, those being pointed at seemed to be locked down by a terrifying presence, not daring to breathe. Song Zhong did not hesitate taking the iron whip and asking each executive with a warm tone if they could talk. Can we talk? Yes, yes, yes. Do you want to talk? Yes, 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 yes. Hala shao, hala shao. All the executives in suits nodded like chicks pecking at rice upon hearing the question. They had no choice. The big black iron whip was thick and hard, a one-hit might turn them to dust. The auras emanating from Song Zhong were also terrifying, making it hard for them to breathe. Their eyes followed the movements of Song Zhong's iron whip up and down, feeling anxious, fearing that they could be sacrificed at any moment. In the conference room of the Tiandi Bank, the executives, now free from their bindings, were engaging in cordial conversation with Song Zhong and others. To be precise, it was Song Zhong and his companions who were at ease, while the executives felt utterly constrained. The means by which Bald Biao had invited them and Song Zhong's aggressive demeanor made them all believe that Song Zhong was conducting a forced transaction. Boss Song, since we are discussing cooperation and business, you should show a bit of sincerity, right? How much can a small is that enough for the acquisition? Finally, one elder, unable to contain himself, spoke sarcastically. Not, what kind of joke is this? Are we the type who engage in forced transactions? Old Bai opened the briefcase. Bai Rong smiled meaningfully at the strange gazes directed at him, tinged with disdain. A bunch of country bumpkins, what's wrong with a briefcase? That small briefcase could buy 10 of you back and forth. As Bai Rong thought this, he confidently stepped forward to open the briefcase. As the briefcase was unveiled, everyone looked curiously inside. What does this mean? You still claim there's no forced transaction? Seeing the stack of bank cards inside the briefcase, the faces of the executives turned dark. What do we need a box full of cards for? Credit cards. Do you Tiandi Bank even have any shame left? Trying to buy our assets with credit cards. After buying the assets, you plan to repay in installments, is that it? Shouldn't one act a bit more reasonable? The strange executives did not consider the bank cards in the briefcase as normal savings cards. Because according to their understanding of Tiandi Bank, this was akin to a bandit tricking someone with empty promises. The bank cards in that briefcase certainly couldn't be any legitimate savings cards. Moreover, they truly had never encountered such a situation. In previous transactions, it was either cash or bank transfers. Who conducts a deal with a box of bank cards? Bai Zong, don't go too far. At least give us some retirement funds. What's with the credit cards? Are you implying that I will have to pay in installments for my stay in a nursing home? The elder looked at Bai Rong with displeasure, muttering under his breath, trying to control his emotions for fear of truly angering Song Zhong and the others. Everyone, this is not a credit card, but a genuine savings card. The consideration for this acquisition is rather high. Thus, Boss Song chose to deposit the money into the cards, providing each of you with one to buy back your shares. Each card has an amount of 1 billion, no excess, no shortfall. Please make use of it as you see fit. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Bai Rong's smile widened, having anticipated their reactions. Despite Bai Rong's explanation, the strange executives remained skeptical. After all, they were wealthy bosses capable of resisting 1 billion. However, they expressed significant doubts about the credibility of Tiandi Bank. Could this be a trap? Who would immediately chop off their hands after receiving money? Just as the strange executives in the conference room hesitated on whether to take the money on the table. Outside Tiandi Bank, a flamboyantly dressed monk with scars appeared. The monk had a round face and small eyes that glinted with greed. He was counting something while clasping his prayer beads, his small eyes fixed intently on the upper floors of the bank, revealing a chilling gaze. Great monk, the bank is closed today. Oh, please come back to conduct business tomorrow. The monk, after retracting his gaze, took a step towards the bank, but was stopped by the security guard in a black suit at the entrance. Amit Ba, I am not here for business. I have come to beg for alms. Hearing the monk's words, the black-suited guard frowned. It was his first encounter with a monk coming to the bank for alms. If it were according to their usual method, they would have chased the monk away long ago, perhaps even kicked him. But thinking of Bald Biao and Boss Song's instructions to conduct themselves properly and not to act rashly, he hesitated, rummaged through his pockets, and pulled out 200 yuan, tossing it at the monk's feet. Alms. Is 200 enough? Hurry and leave, Far Boss is in a meeting. If you disturb him, you might just meet the real Buddha. As he spoke, the guard couldn't help but shiver at the thought of how Boss Song dealt with matters. Unexpectedly, the hefty monk did not even glance at the cash on the ground, bringing his hands together in a gesture of respect, his chubby face filled with an odd smile. Amit Ba, what I seek is not a few banknotes, but this bank. Before the suited guard could react, the monk lightly waved his golden sleeves, brushing across the guard's forehead. The robust guard suddenly turned into a puddle of blood without even having time to express a shred of resentment. The remaining guards had yet to regain their senses before they too transformed into blood. After completing this, the monk pushed open the bank's door. Creak. As the monk pushed open the bank's door, all the black-suited staff in the hall turned to look, their expressions cold as they stared at the hefty monk. The bosses were in a meeting upstairs. Who was so blind as to let someone in? Couldn't they watch the door properly? Bald donkey, who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards? One burly man looking like a leader drew his knife and questioned the monk with a fierce expression. Didn't he have any awareness that his boss was discussing serious matters upstairs? Facing the brutal and displeased gaze of the staff, the hefty monk maintained his peculiar smile, unhurriedly responded, "Amitabha, I am impoverished. The guards at the door have already gone to the Western Paradise." Hearing the monk's words, the staff's faces changed dramatically. "The doormen are dead. Is this trouble? Bald donkey, are you looking for deaths? Is this how you seek trouble with?" The lead black-suited man's face darkened as he shouted, angrily brandishing his knife and charging at the monk. The monk looked at the aggressive black-suited man and suddenly sighed. "Amitabha, I only wish to beg for alms. Moreover, this bank has always been my property." After saying this, the monk pointed with his chubby hand at the burly man. The man charging at the monk suddenly turned pale with fear and then exploded into a mush of flesh. In an instant, the surrounding black-suited guards were stunned, not daring to make any rash movements. His small eyes squeezed into a slit on his chubby face. He wore a strange, benevolent smile, addressing everyone in the hall. "Amitabha, do the honored guests wish to go to the Western Paradise?" Meanwhile, on the other side, while the crowd in the Tiandi Bank conference room was heatedly debating the acquisition, Song Zhong suddenly frowned and twitched his nostrils. Why is there such a strong smell of blood suddenly? Just as Song Zhong was puzzled, a sudden knock on the door interrupted the progress of the acquisition in the conference room. Knock, knock, knock. Song Zhong looked at Bald Biao with confusion. Wasn't it arranged for people to guard outside, ensuring no disturbances? Why is someone still knocking? Facing Song Zhong's gaze, Bald Biao awkwardly smiled and shouted towards the door. "Who? Which brat? Didn't we say not to disturb the meeting? Hurry up and go back to guarding the door. If you disturb the meeting again, it'll turn you into meat paste." Bald Biao thought it was one of his clueless subordinates and scolded mercilessly. Unexpectedly, despite Bald Biao's angry roar, the knocking continued once more. Knock, knock. Then came a calm voice that made all the strange executives in the conference room turn pale. "Amitabha, I am the monk Kaikong." As the bald man stood at the door about to open it, he cautiously paused, his probing gaze directed at Song Zhong. Where did this monk come from? Is he someone the boss invited to send those executives sitting inside to the west? Should I open the door or not? Despite Bald Biao's furtive glances at Song Zhong remained oblivious to his gaze, as if lost in thought. Song Zhong vaguely recalled someone warning him about something. Without a response from Song Zhong, Bald Biao looked uncertainly at the tightly shut door of the conference room. He couldn't decide whether to open the door or not. The executives in the conference room exchanged wary glances with each other. "And you say you're legitimate businessmen. Who brings a monk to negotiations or acquisitions? They must be plot." On the other side, Bald Biao hesitated, but his brother Jin Tao was a bit simple-minded. Hearing the nonsensical chatter outside, Jin Tao's eyes widened. His temper flaring, he strode confidently to the front door. His brother didn't even try to stop him. "Which blind fool is bothering us? My boss is in a meeting with the executives. Stop playing tricks and seek death." Jin Tao reached out and swung open the conference room door, his expression fierce and ready to strike. Just as he was about to take action, a plump hand suddenly pressed down on his forehead. "Amitabha, please calm your anger, benefactor." The once furious Jin Tao, in that brief second with the chubby hand on his head, experienced a change of expression. First he was startled, then his face revealed a greedy expression, and finally it turned into a painful struggle. At the same time, his round head began to swell irregularly, accompanied by a loud bang. Before anyone could react, Jin Tao's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, even a drop landing on Song Zhong's suit. Bald Biao, witnessing his brother's death, was furious and shouted, "Boss, someone's causing trouble." Then Bald Biao retreated behind the others, cautiously observing the formidable monk before him. Before he fully understood the monk's power, he absolutely could not be the first to charge in. "My brother's dead, I can seek revenge, but if I die, I won't be able to." He had retreated to Song Zhong's side, looking pitifully at him while pointing at the blood splattered across the room. "Boss, my brother. I saw it." Song Zhong's expression remained calm as he wiped the blood from his collar. He had been rummaging through his memories. He vaguely recalled someone warning him about a monk causing him trouble. It seemed to be that Taoist Yun, and who mentioned it? The greedy monk. Song Zhong recalled this and looked again at the ostentatiously adorned monk. "So this monk is here for me. I thought it was a grudge from Biao's underworld rivals. Jin Tao is the one who..." Realizing this, Song Zhong glanced at the aggrieved Bald Biao, patted his head, and signaled him to be at ease with his eyes. "This monk killed my employee, and as the boss, I will definitely seek justice." Then Song Zhong turned to the imposing monk before him. Upon seeing the monk for the first time, a series of images flashed in his mind. However, among these images, he surprisingly did not see the cause of the monk's death. He only saw a bustling temple hall filled with incense. The monk before him had a fervent expression, kneeling before a gigantic gilded Buddha statue, chanting scriptures. Meanwhile, some monks and novice monks were drinking, others were torturing ordinary people, and some were even engaging in lewd acts. Although the scene in the hall was unbearable, Song Zhong strangely felt a sense of zen. Is this the Huanqi temple? Truly bizarre. It seems I can't let him die so easily. I need to capture him and interrogate for information. Amitabha, poor monk Saikong, it's been a long time, esteemed executives. After killing Zhun Tao, the chubby monk adjusted his attire, clasped his hands in respect, and addressed the executives. It's that greedy monk from Huanqi Temple. Why is he back? No kidding, Su Jianghai is dead, and the bank has been taken over. How could he not come back? As the executives whispered in confusion, Monk Kaikong spoke again, his tone uneven. As long as you esteemed executives remember me, I won't waste your time. May I ask who is the president of Tiandi Bank now? With his question, everyone present instinctively turned their gaze to Song Zhong, who sat at the head of the table. What do you want from me? As Song Zhong saw Monk Kaikong looking at him, he nodded at him. Ba, I come seeking. Please return the bank to me and offer all your wealth to the Buddha. Monk Kaikong slowly stated, his gaze fixated on the bank cards inside the briefcase on the conference table, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. Upon entering the conference room, Kaikong had his eyes set on those bank cards. In his perception, there lay unimaginable, vast wealth. A wealth that even the entire Lotus Group could not compare to. At this moment, he had completely disregarded any thoughts of the Lotus Bank. With this briefcase, his plan to offer to the Buddha could be significantly advanced. As Monk Kaikong contemplated, he waved his wide golden silk sleeves. With his movement, the briefcase on the conference table abruptly began to float, flying straight toward Monk Kaikong. Monk Kaikong watched the briefcase flying towards him, his eyes filled with greed, as if it had solidified into a torrent. However, to his surprise, the briefcase, shooting towards him, was suddenly seized by a large hand. No matter how much he tried to channel his resentment, the briefcase remained firmly gripped by the large hand, unmoving. Monk Kaikong's expression darkened as he followed the hand's direction to see Song Zhong, his face devoid of emotion, holding onto the briefcase with one hand. What does this mean? Is killing my employee not enough? Now you're robbing me too. Do you have any idea how much effort my family's benefactor put into acquiring this money? Song Zhong's lips curled into a faint sneer, his shirt open at the collar, faintly revealing a tattoo on his chest. Feeling the briefcase in his hand still being infused with resentment by Monk Kaikong, a murderous intent flickered in Song Zhong's eyes. A bald donkey wants to rob. Seeking death. Immediately he reached for the god-slaying whip, a cold smile on his face as he looked at Monk Kaikong. People have already died. How can he still be so unreasonable? How dare he rob me right to my face? Song Zhong, filled with a chill, pulled out the god-beating whip from his pocket. As he drew it from his pocket, it was initially the size of a sewing needle, but as he swung his arm, it transformed into a massive iron whip, striking towards the Monk Kaikong. Moreover, as the god-beating whip danced, the entire bank began to tremble and sway. The many bizarre executives in the conference room felt this profound power and swiftly hid. Bai Rong and the bald-headed Biao had long since fled to a distance, utterly familiar with this scene, fearing that they might be accidentally wiped out. Boom! The god-beating whip lashed out, and the Monk Kaikong, feeling the gusts of the whip, awakened from a brief stupor. Watching the approaching iron whip, he retreated rapidly. Yet the god-beating whip in Song Zhong's hands relentlessly pursued him, constantly extending and lengthening under the enhancement of the Rui weapon iron technique. This kept the retreating Monk Kaikong constantly within the range of its attack. Especially the aura from the god-beating whip locked onto him, leaving Kaikong with nowhere to hide. In a state of desperation, he clasped his hands together. A surge of resentment erupted from him, and he struggled to utter a single word. OM. With this syllable of sacred sound, the resonance lingered, stirring a greedy expression in the bizarre gazes of all the executives in the conference room. With this utterance of Buddhist wrath, the Monk Kaikong surprisingly halted his retreat, instead settling in a meditative posture. At the same time, a golden aura enveloped him. In Song Zhong's puzzled gaze, the aura around Kaikong did not shield him from the iron whip. Instead, it shattered upon contact. However, as the aura broke apart, Kaikong was thrust out of the range of the god-beating whip by a tremendous force. Kaikong used the rebound force to flip and regain his stance. Are you a follower of the evil god? Then it seems today, in addition to seeking alms, I must also save you. Song Zhong was left bewildered by Kaikong's question. What? Evil god? Bald monk, has your brain gone hay? Though I have 4 deities with me, aside from looking a bit fierce, they are all legitimate gods. You can describe them as malevolent deities, but what do you mean by evil god? If all of these are evil gods, then what do you believe in? However, Song Zhong quickly realized. In Kaikong's eyes, perhaps only his Buddha master could be considered a true god. All other deities are evil gods. Especially in the teachings of the Celestial Master, it was once described in detail. All followers of the Joyful Temple believe that the evils of the world are constant. They commit evil and leave only goodness for the world. Under this peculiar doctrine, the followers of the Joyful Temple methodically practiced the 5 desires of evil. While Song Zhong was pondering this, a tremendous change occurred with Monk Kaikong. He tore apart the prayer beads in his hands and threw them above his head, chanting intricate and difficult scriptures. As Kaikong sat cross-legged, the shattered beads were evenly distributed around him, evoking various phantom resentments. To onlookers, a flurry of thoughts arose. Even Song Zhong, with just a glance, felt a surge of greed rising from his heart. Money. So much money. I want to earn money, not enough. This money is still insufficient. In a daze, Song Zhong felt the sound of Kaikong's chanting growing louder. It was as if 1,000 monks were chanting scriptures in unison in his ear. And the originally corpulent and greasy monk Kai Kong appeared in Song Zhong's eyes, transformed into a figure of compassionate grace extraordinarily pure. It truly seemed as if, as the joyful temple proclaimed, everything they did was for the dissemination of goodwill in the world. But in the next second, 4 cold snorts echoed in Song Zhong's ears, shattering the chaotic thoughts in his mind. "You little rascals, how dare you act so recklessly?" As Song Zhong regained his clarity, he looked again at Kai Kong and was astonished to find that the once holy and pure figure had completely transformed into a pile of rotten flesh. He was sitting cross-legged, his massive, bloated flesh continuously compressing and stacking, appearing like an incense burner made of flesh. The flesh burner was filled with gold coins formed from resentment, with 3 pieces of meat incense inserted in the center. These were his 3 legs sticking straight up towards the sky, directly inserted into the flesh burner. One was spewing red liquid, another oozing yellow murk, and the last exuding a pungent odor. Kai Kong's head was serenely embedded on the wall of the flesh burner, continuously repeating an unspeakable name. "Great Sage, Joyful Heaven. Great Sage, Joyful Heaven. Great Sage, Joyful Heaven. Great Sage, Joyful Heaven." Is that the evil Buddha worshipped by the joyful temple? Before Song Zhong could ponder further, he heard Kai Kong laughing maniacally, and with his laughter the air became murky. "Ha ha, the Buddha Master is looking at me again. The Buddha Master is looking at me again. He has come. He is about to gaze upon this place." At that moment, Song Zhong suddenly felt as if the space around him had been locked down. In the midst of the void, it felt as if some eerie presence was turning its form towards here. That presence seemed to exist in the void, while also lurking within the malevolent thoughts of humanity. Unperceptible, unobservable, unspeakable. The bizarre executives in the conference room, upon sensing this aura, all stood frozen, their faces pale as death. No one knew better than them how terrifying the being worshipped by the joyful temple was. Only Song Zhong remained relaxed in such an atmosphere. For the 4 evil gods within him, upon sensing the aura of joyful heaven, did not react in fear. Rather, they began to stir restlessly. Song Zhong tore off the upper half of his clothing, revealing his powerful physique, each muscle seeming to come alive, all displaying malevolent expressions. Song Zhong's muscles tightened like iron blocks, and the 4 evil gods animated vividly on his body as his muscles bulged. The golden-armored Guan Yu flipped his long blade, glinting with the cold light of the crescent moon. Neza tugged at the evil dragon tendons, causing waves to churn. The red-robed Zhong Kuei suddenly opened his eyes, brandishing a sword ready to strike, while the Sun Wukong on Song Zhong's leg simply scratched his face, causing the painted figure of the heavenly court on the other leg to sway perilously. Terrifying auras rose from Song Zhong's body. The gazes of the 4 evil gods all turned towards the void, as if they were waiting for something to descend. In a bizarre world, the bank of heaven and earth. In the stagnant air, Song Zhong only felt that something had awakened. He had a sense of insight, as if something was already gazing at this place. "It's coming. The Buddha. The Buddha is looking over." In the frenzied cries of Caikong, the entire bank was shrouded in the gaze of joyful heaven. The space of the bank twisted as a terrifying aura descended, instantly sweeping through, amplifying all the bizarre desires in an invisible manner. They trembled, the resentment emanating from them, feeling as if their bodies could collapse at any moment. Terrifying, powerful, mysterious. Under the gaze, the group of bizarre beings felt as if they were facing an unfathomably deep and dark abyss, unable to extricate themselves, at risk of being crushed within. And this was merely a mere glance from joyful heaven. The invisible terror swept through the peculiarities in the bank, causing everyone to struggle between madness and lucidity. However, when that indescribable existence focused its attention on Song Zhong, its gaze suddenly paused, as if it had seen something horrific. Then the terrifying aura and power instantly collapsed, as if fearing that Song Zhong would notice it quickly shut. That feeling was like thousands of horses charging forward, only to abruptly turn and flee at a faster speed the next moment. "You came here, and now you want to leave." In the conference room, Song Zhong felt the aura rolling over him, a chill on his face. As he sensed the existence retracting its gaze and attempting to leave, he let out a cold snort. The god-slaying whip swung towards the void in an instant. At the same time, the 4 evil gods on him also acted, showcasing their divine powers. Unmatched forces locked onto the aura of joyful heaven that had yet to escape, tracing back to its true form. "After showing off, you think you can leave? Do I, Song Zhong, not care about face? Are the great beings on me not real?" In an instant, the whole bank trembled, instilling fear in countless bizarre minds. Rumbling. An invisible collision echoed in the void, stirring up intense roars accompanied by a muffled cry. "I actually let him escape. I should have waited before making a move. If he dares to come again, I will definitely keep him and chop him up to feed dogs." Feeling that existence dissipating, Song Zhong felt somewhat unsatisfied, while the evil gods on him also retracted their presence. "You ran away before I even tried. You came in with such momentum, yet turned out to be so timid." Meanwhile, the frenzied Kaikong monk in the bank of heaven and earth had not yet reacted. What just happened? Why did the Buddha's aura disappear? The Buddha was scared away. At this moment, the Kaikong monk could not sense any trace of the Buddha's aura, and a storm surged in his mind, unable to accept everything that had just occurred. Why? With emotions fluctuating wildly, the Kaikong monk's expression turned manic and helpless. He could not understand. Everything seemed to be in order, but why did the Buddha run away, leaving him behind? Song Zhong looked at the Kaikong monk who was acting crazy in front of him and revealed a mocking smile. He thought something powerful would descend. After all that, you couldn't withstand even one whip. Song Zhong shook his head, holding the god-slaying whip. He tapped on the blood and flesh incense burner made from Kaikong. Kaikong only felt his mind filled with the clanging sound of metal, as if his spirit was about to shatter. Under this whip, the madness in the Kaikong monk's mind was shattered, waking his consciousness, but his spirit was extremely weakened. The awakened Kaikong monk looked at the smiling Song Zhong in front of him, suddenly feeling a sense of fear and panic. However, Song Zhong's next words brought him hope instead. If you want to live, I ask, and you answer, is there any problem? No. None. What use is it for you to hoard so to practice the 5 desires and offer to the Buddha to gain power? In Linjiang City, are there any other monks from the Joyful Temple? None. The monks of the Joyful Temple are distributed across the country, all striving for the complete awakening of the Buddha. So what are the conditions for your Buddha's complete awakening? Kaikong suddenly fell silent until Song Zhong pulled out the god-slaying whip with an unfriendly expression, then he reluctantly spoke. Once all the monks gather the 5 desires to their peak, we can rely on the power of the 5 desires to refine the Buddha's internal organs and awaken the Buddha once more. Song Zhong nodded thoughtfully. Looking at the silent Song Zhong, Kaikong pleaded, spare me. The Buddha has already abandoned me. I can help you gather wealth. This is what I excel at. Song Zhong nodded in satisfaction at these words, but raised the god-slaying whip. What are you going to do? Didn't we say that if I told the truth you would let me go? You are being unreasonable. You can't do this. You flatter me. I will strive to continue improving. The panicking Kaikong monk awkwardly moved back, but his deformed body made it impossible for him to effectively escape from Song Zhong. Song Zhong looked disdainfully at the Kaikong monk before him. He had no intention of letting Kaikong go. Don't be ridiculous. You acted tough and even killed my minions. How can I let you live? Integrity. When you instructed Su Jianhai to swallow my wealth, where was your integrity? You killed my little brother and expect me to let you go. I may not have many merits, but I hold grudges. As the terrified eyes of the Kaikong monk struggled, the god-slaying whip came crashing down, shattering the blood and flesh incense burner. At the same time, the phantom of Zhong Kuei flashed, clutching the blood and flesh incense burner, swiftly tearing off the dirty parts and stuffing them into that big mouth. With a tilt of his head, Zhong Kuei swallowed the entire blood and flesh incense burner whole. Delightful. Song Zhong couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. The resentment on the Kaikong monk was different from that of ordinary bizarre beings. The resentment of ordinary bizarre beings was chaotic and disordered. However, the resentment of Kaikong was likely due to his cultivation aligning with some kind of pattern. Not only was it dense and pure, but it was also absorbed at a faster rate, thus greatly enhancing Song Zhong's physical strength. With just his physical body, Song Zhong could now rival formidable bizarre beings. Just as Song Zhong was pondering, Zhong Kuei beside him suddenly frowned. He pulled out a bronze bowl from his mouth, and with a crisp sound of ding-ling-dong, Song Zhong bent down to pick up the bronze bowl on the ground. What is this? Did I just find some equipment? Just as he was fiddling with the bowl in his hand, Bai Rong and the bald-headed Biao, who had hidden away early, suddenly approached Song Zhong. Then they cautiously asked, "Boss, is this it?" "Yes, find someone to clean up here." Song Zhong stored the bowl away, intending to study it slowly. "Let's continue the meeting. Where are the executives?" Song Zhong raised his head and asked in confusion. Following the direction Bai Rong pointed, he saw the bizarre executives hiding in the distance. When the group of bizarre executives saw Song Zhong's gaze turn towards them, they forced a smile and huddled together, trembling. Kaikong had been devoured. Even their backing had been scared away, and they had just dared to negotiate terms with Song Zhong and even considered flipping the table. If they had known, they would have readily agreed to Song Zhong's acquisition demands. Song Zhong also noticed the executives' unusual behavior, and with a benevolent expression, he grinned widely and waved at them. "Come on, let's continue the meeting." On the other side, in the real world, the polling bureau, Guan Kai was looking seriously at Bai Haiba in front of her. "Boss Bai, you are not being fair. Last time those 5 semi-trailers cleared out all the ghost money sources around Linjiang City. It's not just you, there are so many dead people, the demand now exceeds supply." Bai Haiba, with a mournful expression, repeatedly explained to the lady in front of him. This was the 4th time this week that Guan Kai had brought him to the polling bureau, clinging to him like she was interrogating a criminal. It's not that Guan Kai's attitude was particularly bad. Mainly, have you seen someone twist their head 180 degrees just to scare you, and then take you to ride a carousel where someone died with bloodstains that have yet to be cleaned up? Bai Haiba was nearly depressed. He even thought about just staying at the polling bureau. After all, his funeral supply shop couldn't open for the time being, and even when it did, it would be for special customers. Looking at the resolute expression on Bai Haiba's face, Guan Kai felt a bit of a headache. She wasn't entirely doing this just to burn paper for Song Zhong. During this time, aside from dealing with some pollution-level anomalies, her main focus was still on by Haiba in front of her. The fierce resentment that flashed across by Haiba during the last paper-burning ceremony led the polling bureau to classify him as a key observation target. However, no matter what method she used, she couldn't once again actively provoke the resentment within by Haiba. Dinglingly. Suddenly a phone rang, interrupting Guan Kai's thoughts. Hello? Oh, okay. After hanging up the phone, Guan Kai grabbed her coat and ran outside. At the same time, Wen Xian, holding a hot pot, hurriedly followed her out the door. There was a strange occurrence at the gallery of a famous painter in Linjiang City, and her colleagues at the polling bureau urged her to hurry over. After leaving the polling bureau, Guan Kai got into a black sedan and said to Wang Chong, the driver, "Old Wang, to the Shizhu Gallery." All right. Guan Kai had become accustomed to such matters and was no longer the flustered rookie she had been at the beginning. Moreover, as the first wave of fierce anomalies was gradually resolved, Linjiang City had calmed down quite a bit. The remaining anomalies were not particularly strong. The most common anomalies now were actually pollution-level ones without consciousness and obsession-level ones that did not realize they were dead. Through day-to-day handling of these anomalies, Guan Kai had accumulated a wealth of experience, and her strength had risen dramatically. Now, even if she were alone, she could easily deal with pollution-level anomalies. If the current Guan Kai were to go through the cat-eye case again, she would be absolutely confident in saving Li Zhe. Over here, when Guan Kai arrived at the Shizhu Gallery, she easily resolved the anomaly there. It turned out to be just a failed art examination student who had jumped off a building whose resentment had attached itself to the gallery's paintbrushes, forming an obsession-level anomaly. The hot pot barked a few times and quickly dispelled the anomaly in the gallery. The person in charge of the gallery was an exceptionally refined middle-aged man. After seeing the anomaly disappear, he was extremely grateful and wanted to give Guan Kai a gift. "Thank you, Miss Guan. This is just a small token of my appreciation." "You're welcome. It's what we should do." Guan Kai helplessly declined the gifts from the gallery's person in charge. "Oh, by the way, isn't this gallery Mr. Mo Jingchun's?" Guan Kai asked curiously while shifting the person in charge's attention and quietly pushing the gift back. "Ah, Mr. Mo has returned to the countryside, saying that the city is full of anomalies and it's too frightening. I am Mo Pingping, a distant nephew of his, temporarily managing this gallery." The person in charge, Mo Pingping, smiled as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, looking gently at Guan Kai. Guan Kai felt uncomfortable under Mo Pingping's gaze, goosebumps rising all over her body. Why was this big man so charming? Had art influenced him too much? Guan Kai awkwardly looked around, and suddenly a painting on the wall caught her attention. In the ink wash-style landscape painting, a pure white hound took up a large portion, driving away a group of demons. What is this? Ah, this is the work of Mr. Mo's disciple. Though the technique isn't proficient, the painting is too interesting, so Mr. Mo hung it here to warn students. In painting, technique is more important than ideas. Guan Kai observed the painting carefully, growing more puzzled as she looked. She couldn't see what was interesting about it. She couldn't help but ask Mo Pingping, "What is depicted here?" This is actually a Erlang Searches the Mountain painting." Mo Pingping shook his head helplessly as he explained to Guan Kai. This painting depicts Erlang Yang Jian at Guanjianku carrying out the Jade Emperor's orders to hunt down the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain's Water Curtain Cave. Moi. Then why is Yang Jian not in this painting? Mo Pingping laughed out loud upon hearing Guan Kai's question. The interesting part lies in the original author's answer. He said Yang Jian went to fight Sun Wukong. For small demons like these monkeys, the celestial hound is enough. At that time, it made Mr. Mo Jingchun so mad that he took off his belt and gave that student a good beating. Oh, Guan Kai suddenly understood and couldn't help but chuckle. She remembered a joke she had seen before. The art teacher asked a student, "Why did you submit a blank sheet of paper?" The student innocently replied, "I drew a sheep grazing." "Where's the grass?" "It was eaten by the sheep. It went home after eating the grass." Mo Pingping looked at the smiling Guan Kai, thought for a moment, and then took the paint. "If you like it, Miss Guan, take this painting as a thank you gift from the gallery." "This? Isn't it inappropriate?" Guan Kai hesitated, finding the painting quite interesting. But she was also afraid that the painting was too valuable and didn't want to accept it. Mo Pingping seemed to see through Guan Kai's concerns and explained, "It's fine, this painting is only worth the cost of paper and ink, just a student's casual creation." Then, okay, Guan Kai really loved this painting, especially the humor contained within it, which she found. She couldn't help but think, after burning so much money for Brother Song, maybe she could burn him something with a strong artistic flavor. This painting is quite nice, perhaps she could burn it for Brother Song to see when the time comes. Carefully cradling the painting in her hands, Guan Kai said to Mo Pingping, "It's getting late, Mr. Mo. Everyone please take care." Mo Pingping smiled and waved at Guan Kai, then closed the gallery door and walked step by step into the bamboo forest of the gallery. With each step he took, the expression on his face became more rigid. His originally fair face seemed to be coated with a layer of ashen powder, showing distinct lines. At the same time, a line of blood traced down from his forehead, with flesh-like lumps surging within. It was as if a human-shaped mass of flesh draped in ill-fitting human skin. Mo Pingping walked stiffly in the bamboo forest, and after a long time a faint whisper emerged. That Guan Kai. Is she related to him? The black dog beside her, isn't it his beloved pet? You're back? Chen Jin asked without looking up, addressing Guan Kai, who had just entered. He saw Chen Jin, wearing reading glasses, meticulously checking the files. Recently the polling bureau had dealt with too many anomalies, and he was overwhelmed trying to organize everything. Chen Jin sighed, deeply pondering when he would be able to retire. Stretching his back, he suddenly noticed something in Guan Kai's arms. What's that? It's a painting. The Erlang searches the mountain. This painting is quite interesting. I plan to show it to Bro. Chen Jin rolled his eyes at her words. Guan Kai was good at everything, but she had a bit of a romantic mindset, burning anything she thought might be useful. And her burning habits had become increasingly outrageous. Last time, she even burned a fighter jet and a tank. What is your man planning? A rebellion down there? Chen Jin was afraid that one day Guan Kai might accidentally blow up the entire Linjiang city. Taking off his reading glasses, he seemed to suddenly think of something and shouted at the sprinting Guan Kai. Don't run around tomorrow. Let's go see Zhang Yunan after work this afternoon. I heard from the nurse that he's recovering well. Oh, let's see when we can bring him out to put him to work. All right. Guan Kai pulled out a few pieces of spirit money from the drawer and dashed out of the polling bureau, hopping into Wang Chang's black sedan. They found a secluded spot before stopping. Guan Kai carefully lit a few pieces of money and tossed them into the drawer. As the faint blue smoke rose, Song Zhong, who was eating in the bizarre world, drowsily leaned forward. In the astonished gaze of Bai Rong and Bald Biao, Song Zhong's face landed directly into the bowl of rice. Bald Biao poked Bai Rong beside him and curiously asked, is our boss really this casual when it comes to eating? Does he just dive into the bowl and eat? Bai Rong, however, trembled and put down his chopsticks, abandoning his meal and fleeing through the door. Based on his experience, the boss always caused a rain of money when he slept. Silly Biaozi. If you don't want to be crushed by money again, you better run fast. Meanwhile, Song Zhong, quietly resting at the dining table, was oblivious to Bai Rong and Bald Biao's reactions. In the swirling blue smoke, he saw Guan Kai squatting down to burn paper. Brother Song, it's been a while since I burned something for you. Look at this. Isn't this painting interesting? I went to a gallery today for a mission, and the person in charge gave it to me as a token of appreciation. This is the Erlang searches the mountain, but it depicts the howling celestial dog. Interesting, right? As Guan Kai whispered, Song Zhong quietly examined the ink, painting, nodding in wonder. Song Zhong couldn't help but anticipate what kind of legacy this painting would bring when burned. Or would it depict another howling celestial dog appearing on him? Wouldn't that mean Sun Wukong would have to fight it? The next second, he woke up in the bizarre world. Upon opening his eyes, he found his face full of rice. Biaozi, where's everyone? Give me a towel. Song Zhong shouted for a long time, but all he saw was an empty table and two heads peeking at him from the doorway. It was Bai Rong and Bald Biao. What are you doing? Boss, is there no rain of money this time? Rain your big bald head. Song Zhong rolled his eyes in annoyance and ignored the two clowns. He picked up the tablecloth to wipe the rice off his face and began to recall the new legacy in his mind. To his surprise, the painting The Erlang Searches the Mountain had actually imparted a canine cultivation method. Tengu swallows the sun. Not bad. With this method, the strength of the hot pot could greatly improve. In the future, if Guan Kai encounters danger again, she might not even need Song Zhong to intervene. The hot pot could handle it itself. After all, the god-subduing talismans are notoriously hard to refine, and he couldn't guarantee that Guan Kai would be able to summon them every time she was in danger. As Song Zhong pondered, he waved at the hot pot, which was gnawing on a bone beside him. Come here, hot pot, be good, Daddy will teach you how to cultivate. He hugged the hot pot in his arms, stroking its pure black fur. While continually petting the hot pot's fur, a trace of resentment slowly attached to Song Zhong's hand, transmitting the Tengu swallows the sun cultivation method to the hot pot. Moreover, he infused his own powers, even channeling a portion of the strength from the four great overlords within him, allowing the hot pot to devour it. The stronger and more powerful the devoured energy, the greater the enhancement to oneself. With the four great overlords plus his own power, as long as there was enough time, it would be difficult for the hot pot not to grow strong. Woof! As Song Zhong provided resentment nourishment to the hot pot, it seemed to feel its body gradually changing. It involuntarily revealed its soft belly, squinting its dog eyes slightly, its expression appearing to be quite enjoyable as it stuck out its bright red tongue. Following the method of Tengu swallows the sun, at the moment when his resentment was filling the hot pot's body, Song Zhong gently patted the hot pot's head. After Song Zhong's palm touched the hot pot's forehead, its already dark and shiny fur appeared even more glossy. At the same time, a profound and mysterious aura emanated from the hot pot, and its eyes became very lively. It seemed to have completely gained its own consciousness, even able to express various human-like emotions. It worked. Song Zhong delightedly manipulated the hot pot in his hands, revealing a satisfied smile. This was just the beginning of the cultivation of Tengu swallows the sun. In the future, with continued resentment nourishment, it would gradually become even more powerful. Perhaps it could even reach the level of the howling celestial dog from Investiture of the Gods. Feeling Song Zhong's intentions, the hot pot gave him a human-like smile. Then it lightly leaped to its food bowl and obediently gnawed on the bone. Meanwhile, Bald Biao and Bai Rong, who were watching from the side, revealed shocked expressions. What just happened? Why did it seem like just petting the hot pot caused its resentment intensity to increase significantly? From originally being at the level of obsession, it now seemed to have an ominous aura. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to eat? Song Zhong noticed Bai Rong and Bald Biao's envious gazes and asked with some confusion. Oh, eating, we're eating. Bai Rong and Bald Biao obediently sat back at the table, but they were somewhat absent-minded as they dug into their rice. Especially Bald Biao, after pushing around a few bites of rice, asked Song Zhong with a flattering expression. Boss, you say you pat my bald head every day, why don't you give me some strength like you did for the hot pot? That's a method for nurturing dogs. You're not a dog, what strength are you expecting? Song Zhong said casually without looking up. However, he didn't expect Bald Biao's next words to open his eyes. Boss, actually I could be. Isn't it just a dog? Song Zhong, upon hearing this, looked up at Bald Biao, who was panting and acting silly, feeling a shiver down his spine. Get lost. In the real world, at the polling bureau, Guan Caixin absent-mindedly rummaged through a cup of instant noodles. The old sour cabbage beef noodles which she once adored could not pique her interest. She glanced at the hot pot beside her, which was enthusiastically munching on dog food, her eyes revealing a sense of helplessness. Recently, the hot pot's appetite has become quite large, Guan Kai murmured to herself. Ever since burning paper yesterday, a mysterious aura had suddenly appeared around the hot pot. Since then, its appetite had greatly increased. What used to be a bowl of dog food sufficient for a meal now required 3 bags, and it even had the audacity to choose its favorite foods. For example, ice cream. Watching the hot pot munching on chicken-flavored ice cream, Guan Kai sighed and rubbed her forehead. If it weren't for the polling bureau providing meals, she might have been driven to bankruptcy by the hot pot. Just as she was lost in thought, Chen Jin suddenly pushed the door open. Guan, are you ready to see Zhang Yunan? What the heck? Why is the hot pot munching on ice cream? With an astonished expression, Chen Jin circled the hot pot twice, clicking his tongue in wonder. But soon he shifted his focus away from the hot pot. After all, it was only natural for it to exhibit some abnormalities after becoming a living anomaly. Chen Jin had grown accustomed to such things, especially since there were even more outrageous cases. For instance, in the neighboring left room market, an investigator turned into a living anomaly and began to enjoy eating Oreos. The flavor, the sourness. TSK. Chen Jin quickly returned to the matter at hand and said to Guan Kai, let's go, we should check on Zhang Yunan. If we delay, the hospital will prohibit visits. I wonder if that kid managed to charm any nurses while in the hospital. Back in my day when I was hospitalized. You're 57 this year. Beside them, Wang Chong, expressionless, interjected with a deadpan remark. 57? What's wrong with 57? I may be old, but my heart is still young. Hey, with my hot temper, let's have a little contest. It'll cover the repair costs. Just as Chen Jin was cracking his knuckles, Guan Kai interrupted their conversation. Enough, Uncle Chen. It's already 8 in the evening. If we wait any longer, we'll really be locked out of the hospital. Hearing this, Chen Jin had no choice but to relent, shooting a glare at Wang Chong before picking up a fruit basket and turning to leave the polling bureau. Behind them, Guan Kai, Wang Chong, and the hot pot followed, while Wen Xian stayed behind in the polling bureau, diligently doing her homework. Indeed, to compensate for Wen Xin's complete childhood, Guan Kai now assigned her homework every day, ensuring she had a positive and uplifting upbringing. Wang Chong drove quickly, and soon the 3 of them, along with the dog, arrived at the place where Zhang Yunan was hospitalized, the second hospital of Linjiang City. Under the night sky, Guan Kai and Chen Jin entered the inpatient department building. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and the hot pot waited in the car. One had a poor relationship with Zhang Yunan, while the other was there because pets were not allowed inside. As soon as Guan Kai and Chen Jin entered the hospital, they found themselves somewhat at a loss. Ever since Zhang Yunan was hospitalized, they had been too busy with polling bureau matters to visit him. Apart from knowing that he was in the VIP ward 305 on the 3rd floor, they were completely in the dark, even struggling to find the inpatient department. Uncle Chen, hurry up. The lights will go out soon, and if we wait any longer, we'll only be met with closed doors. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Generally, by 9 o'clock, the nurses in the inpatient department would finish their rounds, lock the doors, and refuse visitors. The nurses would arrange for patients to sleep during this time, somewhat similar to lights-out measures some schools implement in dormitories at night. All right, why on earth do they turn off the lights so early? Chen Jin felt a bit regretful. At his age, why was he running around at night? He hoped that by the time Zhang Yunan was fine, he wouldn't end up hospitalized himself. On the 3rd floor of the inpatient department, the lights had already dimmed significantly. The door leading to the 3rd floor was slightly ajar, with only the green glow of the emergency exit sign illuminating the corridor. 305. Found it, this is the one. Zhang Yunan, the old man has come to see you. Chen Jin enthusiastically pushed open the door to Zhang Yunan's ward, but froze in place. Guan Kai, standing behind him, instantly sensed something was wrong and peeked into the ward. The lights were off inside and it was pitch black, but she could vaguely see that everything was very tidy. However, Zhang Yunan's bed was empty. Had he gone to the restroom? Or was he in the next room chatting with a beautiful patient? At this critical moment with the hospital lights out, where could Zhang Yunan have gone? Wait a minute, it seems we didn't see anyone when we came up. Not even a nurse at the nurse's station. Guan Kai's nerves immediately tensed, recalling the oddity. Although hospitals close at night, there should still be family members or patients unable to sleep in the corridors of the inpatient department. Especially at the nurse's station, there would definitely be nurses on duty. But now on this floor, both the corridor and the nurse's station were completely empty. Where is Zhang Yunan? Where did everyone else go? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a cold voice emerged from behind Guan Kai and Chen Jin. Are you two the family members of the patient in bed 305? Hearing the sound behind them, Chen Jin and Guan Kai instinctively distanced themselves and turned to look. It was a female nurse with a serious expression. A thick aura of resentment rose from her body, and her eyes flickered with ghostly light. The smile on her pale face was extremely eerie. Guan Kai and Chen Jin exchanged a glance, trying hard to control their facial expressions, and replied in perfect unison. No, we took a wrong turn. We're leaving right now. They could clearly sense that something was amiss. One person was already suspicious, and now there was an eerie presence. There was definitely something wrong here. But regardless of the current situation, they needed to leave and seek help. Even the Taoist priest from the Tianshi Fu, Zhang Yunan, couldn't deliver a message, and Chen Jin and Guan Kai were self-aware. Since you're not family members of the patients, then you're patients who escaped. Come with me for treatment. The nurse before them smiled, even more eerily, her tone sending shivers down their spines while the resentment around them continued to swirl. We're not sick, truly not sick. Guan Kai and Chen Jin waved their hands in haste, shaking their heads as they stepped back. Whether you are sick or not, you won't know until you see a doctor. It's not good to avoid seeking medical attention. When you're ill, you must get treated and can't run away. The nurse said in a deep voice, seemingly angry, causing the surrounding resentment to surge more violently, quickly filling the area. In an instant, the entire inpatient building began to feel eerie and sinister. The starry night sky outside the windows turned dark and obscure under the flowing resentment. An eerie spiritual realm. The entire inpatient department, even the whole hospital, was now filled with thick resentment, transforming into a bizarre spiritual realm. At the same time, Guan Kai and Chen Jin suddenly noticed that from the depths of the corridor, a group of cold-faced nurses were fixating their gaze on them. This gaze was familiar to Guan Kai. It was almost identical to the scene when she was in the school cafeteria. It felt as if she and Chen Jin had done something that aroused the wrath of the heavens, making them exceedingly angry. Eerie. These people are all eerie. They weren't just possessed by something strange or controlled by resentment, but had completely transformed into something bizarre. This Zhang Yunan is really something. Even a visit to the doctor reveals issues. This is completely a den of the bizarre. I wonder what that guy is going through now. He won't be dissected by these weirdos, right? Chen Jin muttered as he suddenly morphed into a corpse, lunging at the nurse before him with a claw. Guan Kai also cooperatively summoned her resentment, forming strands of resentment steel cables to help Chen Jin share the pressure. This was the result of Guan Kai's efforts over this period. Even without Wen Xian by her side, she could utilize her own resentment to unleash Wen Xin's eerie abilities. In perfect cooperation, they had slain the eerie beings in front of them. Xiao Guan, keep up. There are many eerie beings here. Zhang Yunan must be in danger and might have already encountered trouble. Chen Jin said worriedly, gazing towards the depths of the corridor, sensing the resentment pulsating deep within as if it were the source. Guan Kai nodded, extremely worried about Zhang Yunan's safety. As for Wang Chong, with the entire hospital transformed into a bizarre spiritual realm, he must have sensed it and would likely rush in to meet them soon. The two of them sensed the fluctuations of resentment and headed straight to the end of the corridor, entering the emergency exit stairs. In the safety passage illuminated by green light, Chen Jin and Guan Kai chased down the resentment, descending numerous floors. 2 floors, 3 floors, or 18 floors. Chen Jin and Guan Kai could no longer ponder why a small inpatient building had such deep underground floors. In an eerie spiritual realm, anything was possible. The deeper they went, the colder it became. Until the bone-chilling cold settled a layer of frost on Chen Jin's eyebrows, the resentment finally dissipated behind a large door at the bottom. Guan Kai and Chen Jin also halted in front of the door. Looking into the darkness, their hearts shivered as they saw the 3 characters glowing red on the sign. Mortuary. Feeling the profound and ancient resentment emanating from within, Chen Jin's expression turned extremely cautious. Why hasn't Wang Chong come in yet? There's no time to lose, we need to get in quickly. I hope Wang Chong outside can quickly notice something's off and come to support us. As Chen Jin's voice fell, he pushed open the door to the mortuary. With a creak of the door, a bone-chilling wind rushed at their bodies. Chen Jin groped around in the darkness and turned on the lights in the mortuary. Snap! As the suddenly bright lights illuminated the room, Chen Jin squinted and saw the layout inside the mortuary. It was large. In the spacious and bright mortuary, iron cabinets lined both sides. And in the open central area of the mortuary, several bodies covered with white cloth lay on the iron tables. Chen Jin and Guan Kai cautiously lifted one of the white cloths. They discovered a corpse on the iron table. Its body was a ghastly bluggery, and its eyes were wide open, refusing to close. Resentment still lingered on the corpse. Chen Jin leaned in and sniffed carefully. This is not just an ordinary. This corpse contains a lot of toxins. I suspect it underwent some kind of human experiment while it was alive. Human experiments. Toxins. The two were a bit perplexed, then continued to lift several more white cloths, all revealing similar cases. Suddenly, Chen Jin's gaze fell on the cabinets on either side. Chen Jin forcefully pulled open one of the cabinets and was shocked to find that the corpse inside had died in exactly the same manner, only with a more pronounced bluish-black complexion. Suddenly, Guan Kai seemed to notice something and anxiously tugged at Chen Jin's clothes. Uncle Chen. Look, is that Taoist Zhang Yunan in that cabinet? At the entrance of Linjiang Hospital in a black sedan, Wang Chong leisurely smoked a cigarette while waiting for the two to come out. Suddenly, a wave of resentment emanating from Linjiang Hospital caused his face to stiffen as his brows furrowed. Strange. The boss lady is in danger. With a shove, he pushed open the car door, and Wang Chong, accompanied by his dog, rushed towards Linjiang Hospital. However, he did not expect that as he approached the hospital's entrance, the rising resentment enveloped the entire Linjiang Hospital, creating a bizarre spiritual realm. How could such intense resentment appear? A mimetic level of strangeness. This eerie spiritual realm barred Wang Chong and the hot pot from entering the hospital. Even as he activated his own power, he was unable to get inside. Feeling the various auras fluctuating within, Wang Chang's expression turned extremely grave. In his perception, there existed a powerful presence that absolutely reached the mimetic level along with countless other auras. These auras mixed together like a vast ocean. In the morgue, Guan Kai and Chen Jin were unaware of the happenings outside the hospital. The two of them looked sorrowfully at the corpse of Zhang Yunan before them. At this moment, Zhang Yunan lay in the freezer, his face as dark as a black pot, his body as cold as solid ice. His eyes were wide open and his lips were tightly pressed together, devoid of any trace of the ethereal grace he once had in life. I never expected you to leave us so young. It truly is a case of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Seeing Zhang Yunan's tragic state, it was Chen Jin who first accepted reality. While lamenting, he reached out to close Zhang Yunan's eyes. However, when his hands touched Zhang Yunan's eyes, he suddenly let out a soft eh. It seemed that within Zhang Yunan's body, in addition to resentment and toxins, there flowed a trace of weak vitality. Only Chen Jin, with his zombie body, could be so sensitive to the life force of the living, allowing him to sense the energy within Zhang Yunan. Xiaoguan, don't be sad. It seems Zhang Yunan still has a chance of survival. Chen Jin blinked and said this to Guan Kai. Without further explanation, in the astonished gaze of Guan Kai, he quickly thrust his zombie nail into Zhang Yunan's body. The chilling corpse energy dispelled the toxins and resentment, piercing through the thin film of life within Zhang Yunan. As the film was punctured, that pure vitality was drawn out, and Zhang Yunan surprisingly stirred back to life. Cough. Cough, why did it take you so long to arrive? Upon waking and seeing Guan Kai and Chen Jin, Zhang Yunan weakly inquired. His complexion remained ashen, and he coughed continuously as he spoke. Zhang Yunan, what on earth is happening here? Cough, cough. Isn't it obvious? This hospital is filled with strangeness, and there are quite a few of them. Zhang Yunan gasped for breath as he replied. I know, but what happened to the other patients? The corpses you see now are all patients who were originally hospitalized. After a long pause, Zhang Yunan slowly. Time rewinds to last night. Zhang Yunan, who was on an 4-drip in his hospital bed, suddenly realized that today's medicine seemed a bit different. Before he could react, he became dizzy and fainted. When he next woke, it was to a cacophony of screams. The moment he awoke, he was overwhelmed by the nauseating stench in the air. It was a mixed stench that made one's scalp tingle with unimaginable horror. It was a concoction of the smells of urine, pus, and the various foul odors emitted by corpses, all blended together. He instinctively tried to get up and observe the situation, only to discover that he couldn't move at all. His limbs, including his head, were tightly bound to an iron bed. Another scream erupted, and Zhang Yunan instinctively glanced around to locate the source of the scream. To his surprise, he witnessed scenes that made his eyes widen in horror. He was not the only one whose body was restrained. Surrounding him were numerous other patients dressed in hospital gowns, all fixed to iron beds. At the same time, a group of doctors, appearing bizarre in their white coats, were continuously injecting unidentified liquids into each patient. Beside them, several doctors were busily recording data. As the liquid was injected, the patients' faces rapidly turned pale and dark, and then they lost all signs of life. Even one of the children did not escape the poisonous hands. The child's struggles only provoked the doctors into eerie laughter as they chanted something incessantly. Zhang Yunan suppressed his anger and listened attentively. He could do nothing but find ways to gather information, not only because he was bound, but also because his body was weakened, especially due to that strange 4-drip, which almost ruined his recuperation efforts over this period. In the haze, he managed to catch the strange words being chanted by the doctors. Maluta Maluta. Is this a spell, or does it have another meaning? Before he could ponder thoroughly on how to escape this predicament, a doctor stood before him looking. Zhang Yunan instantly understood. It was his turn. A fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to slice the demon before him into 1,000 pieces. The doctor seemed to revel in such a gaze, wearing a face of perverse satisfaction. He picked up a syringe from the medical tray beside him, preparing to inject Zhang Yunan with the drug. Zhang Yunan could only watch helplessly as the liquid from the syringe was injected into his body. In desperation, he secretly activated the child skill he had trained since childhood, Xiong Mian Gong. This was an ancient technique practiced by Taoist priests of the Tianshi Mansion when traveling the world, designed to feign death by condensing all one's vitality into a single point while protecting vital organs, allowing one to evade disaster in times of danger. After the Xiong Mian Gong was activated, Zhang Yunan fell into a deep slumber until Chun Jin awakened him. As Zhang Yunan finished recounting his tale, Guan Kai and Chun Jin couldn't help but grit their teeth. What kind of demon would dare to harm patients and children? Especially Chun Jin. As Zhang Yunan narrated, he involuntarily transformed into a zombie-like state. Dressed in an ancient military uniform, zombie Chun Jin's eyes radiated an astonishing killing intent. His entire being was suffused with resentment, stepping directly into a level of malevolence he had never encountered before. He kept whispering a single word: "Kill the Japanese. Kill the Japanese." Seeing that Chun Jin was about to lose control and fall into confusion, Zhang Yunan reluctantly extended his hands to form a spell and shouted, "6 Jia secret blessing descend." Then his finger pointed at Chun Jin's forehead. Chun Jin suddenly awakened, but with his awakening it seemed that Zhang Yunan had inadvertently stirred the residual toxins within his body. Wog! He spat out a large amount of black blood and then swayed unsteadily, collapsing back into the ice coffin. Yunnan Taoist. Guan Kai hurriedly helped the weakened Zhang Yunan, not expecting that under the influence of the residual poison his face appeared even more ashen. Fine, just look at Chun Jin. Zhang Yunan was supported by Guan Kai to sit up from the ice coffin, gasping for breath. On the other side, the awakened Chun Jin retracted his zombie aura, but his face still bore traces of anger. Taoist Guan Kai, I know what is happening in this strange spiritual realm. Chun Jin's eyes blazed with fury as he scanned the surrounding corpses with a sorrowful expression. What the Taoist saw before faking his death was not a doctor at all. They were the damned Sakura Island bacterial core. What the Taoist heard as Maluta is not a spell. It's the language of Sakura Island. Maluta, translated, means experimental subject, a derogatory term used by the Sakura Island bacterial core for ordinary civilians in our country. The Sakura Island bacterial core, which invaded the Xia Kingdom back, then captured a large number of civilians and treated our people as guinea pigs for human bacterial experiments. Everything in this strange spiritual realm is replicating the horrors of that time. Chun Jin cried out in anguish, blood vessels visibly standing out in his eyes. His tone was filled with uncontainable murderous intent, a stark contrast to the usually kind old man. Just moments ago, when Zhang Yunan was narrating, his zombie father had suddenly possessed him, revealing everything related. As a witness to the Sakura Island invasion, the blood feud against the Sakura Island invaders was etched in the bones of the Qin family. It was the shame of the Xia Kingdom, an unchanging hatred for all eternity. Everything could be connected because the second hospital of Lingjiang City was the very base where the Sakura Island 731 bacterial core had stationed. Guan Kai remained somewhat silent. That war had passed nearly a century ago. If it weren't for Chun Jin possessing the experiences of a war witness, they might not have immediately associated Maluta with the Sakura Island invaders. Taoist, are you sure there are no living people left in this building? Chun Jin suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Yunan seriously. None. All gone. Zhang Yunan's expression darkened. He thought of watching helplessly as others were brutally murdered while he could do nothing. Zhang Yunan felt utterly useless, even resenting himself for not being a fierce anomaly. At least if he were an anomaly, he could stop those scoundrels. But his fragile body could only survive under the terrifying might of anomalies. For the first time in his life, Zhang Yunan began to understand why some chose to become living anomalies. After receiving Zhang Yunan's affirmative answer, Chun Jin turned to Guan Kai. By the way, why are only the two of you here? Where are the others? Zhang Yunan suddenly recalled and hurriedly asked. There were too many anomalies present, and relying solely on the few of them was simply insufficient. They were just delivering 3 research subjects to the hospital. Xiao Guan, can you contact Boss Song? Seeing Chun Jin's pleading gaze, Guan Kai immediately understood what he was thinking. Chun Jin meant that he hoped Guan Kai could contact Song Zhong to eliminate all the anomalies in this spiritual realm. Without a second thought, Guan Kai reached into her pocket to retrieve the ghostly currency she always carried, igniting it while murmuring. On the other side, in the anomalous world's bank of heaven and earth, Song Zhong was sitting in a conference room listening to Bai Rong report on the situation of the Lianhua Group's asset acquisition. According to Bai Rong's research, the Lianhua Group subsidiaries had lost a large number of employees due to the invasion of anomalies. The overall operation of the enterprises had suffered significant damage, and some subsidiaries had even begun to suspend operations and recruit workers. Listening to the report, Song Zhong furrowed his brow, not expecting that after the acquisition there would still be so much trouble. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and waved his hand to signal Bai Rong to stop reporting. Song Zhong was very sensitive to this familiar drowsiness. It was a sign that Guan Kai was communicating with him. He scratched his head somewhat amused. Why has the financial backer been so active lately? Why does trouble keep arising wherever he goes? Is Guan Kai somehow a detective? As Song Zhong's eyes closed, he saw Guan Kai's call for him. Upon learning about the predicament Guan Kai was currently in, Song Zhong's expression instantly turned cold. The situation that Guan Kai fell into in the strange spiritual realm triggered his murderous intent. Bai Rong stood stiffly on the side, cursing inwardly. Who the hell provoked the boss again? Isn't it better to just stay alive? You provoke him, oh, do you have a lot of ancestors buried in your yard? Boss, why are you? Bai Rong moved cautiously step by step and asked Song Zhong carefully. Facing Bai Rong's question, Song Zhong waved his hand to signal him to leave. Then he suppressed his murderous intent, frowning as he pondered how to descend into reality. The descent talisman had not yet been refined, so it couldn't descend into the real world for the time being. However, the murderous intent surging within Song Zhong's heart absolutely wouldn't allow that strange spiritual realm to be easily cracked. It must be brutal killing. Only by personally crushing those scoundrels and playing with their heads like stirring white porridge could this surge of anger in Song Zhong's heart be slightly alleviated. Otherwise, Song Zhong would always feel that his thoughts were not resolved. After pondering for a while, Song Zhong's eyes lit up as an idea came to him while looking at the hot pot beside him. After being nurtured by the heavenly dog swallowing the sun, the hot pot's power had greatly increased, now resembling Song Zhong's magical artifact. He could completely transfer a portion of his power to the hot pot for a short period of time, using some spells from the Taoist office, and then go with Wang Chong to rescue Guan Kai and the others. Although it wouldn't be as powerful as his true descent, it should be sufficient to deal with that strange spiritual realm. Having devised a plan, Song Zhong took out the Dream Entry Talisman, chanted the incantation, and began to communicate with Guan Kai in reverse. Guan Kai, can you hear me? I can't descend for now, but I have other methods. The hot pot is outside the hospital, right? Don't move in the morgue, I'll have the hot pot help you. Absolutely do not move, just wait there. On the other side. After receiving Song Zhong's response, Guan Kai's face showed joy as she shook her head at the anxious Chen Jin beside her. Brother Song can't descend for now, but he said he has a way to break this spiritual realm. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Chen Jin felt a bit disappointed, but the latter half revitalized his spirits. Still, Boss Song is quite impressive. What is he planning to do? Chen Jin immediately gave a thumbs up. While others have connections above, they have connections below. Even Zhang Yunan looked at Guan Kai with anticipation, wanting to know what the plan was. Brother Song said that hot pot can help us. Guan Kai said, causing the expressions of Chen Jin and Zhang Yunan, which were filled with hope, to freeze instantly. Hot pot. Zhang Yunan and Chen Jin questioned in unison, their faces full of skepticism. Although hot pot is a living spirit, its power is merely at the level of obsession. In this hospital, even the most ordinary spirit is an existence of the obsession level. Even 10 hot pots cannot resolve the predicament at hand. Xiao Guan, didn't Boss Song say anything else? Yes, he told us to wait here. At that moment, Chen Jin and Zhang Yunan felt very complicated. Hot pot. Are they bringing a dog to help them solve their problems? Chen Jin and Zhang Yunan were very skeptical, feeling as if they were being told that they were not even as good as a dog. However, they could only wait like this for now. Zhang Yunan was severely injured and Guan Kai's strength was not strong. Relying solely on Chen Jin, a fierce living spirit, it was impossible to escape this hospital, let alone solve the problems here. In the eerie world, hot pot, come here. Sitting in the boss chair, Song Zhong waved at the hot pot, which was watching the animal world nearby. Woof! As he hugged the hot pot that jumped into his arms, Song Zhong stroked its fur. I fed you quite a bit of resentment during this time. It's time for you to play your part. Guan Kai is in danger, and I cannot descend into reality, so it will rely on you from now on. Later, you need to carry part of my power and possess your physical body in reality. It might hurt a bit, Dad's power is immense, so bear with it. Woof! The hot pot shivered at Song Zhong's, I may not be human, but you are definitely a dog. Amidst the hot pot's resentful gaze, Song Zhong, while stroking its fur, suddenly formed a spell with one hand. Then he extended his middle finger and touched the hot pot's forehead. With waves of mysterious energy surging, 4 evil spirits on Song Zhong's body opened their eyes, simultaneously releasing 4 strands of powerful energy, which were infused into the black dog Hot Pot's body. Remember, Hot Pot, bring back those little dogs. I want to personally deal with them. Song Zhong instructed in at the entrance of the second hospital of Linjiang City, Wang Chong, and the hot pot continuously attacked the eerie spiritual realm, trying to break in, but to no avail. At that moment, the hot pot suddenly swelled with resentment, emitting a low growl filled with indescribable woof. The bark caught Wang Chang's attention. Moi. Wang Chong looked at the hot pot with confusion, faintly feeling that its transformation was quite significant. But the hot pot did not give Wang Chong time to ponder. It nipped at Wang Chang's pant leg, signaling him to follow. Wang Chong was pulled by the hot pot to the entrance of Linjiang Hospital. Under the night, Linjiang Hospital was still covered by a thick barrier of resentment. The hospital, emanating malevolent resentment, resembled a ferocious beast looking to devour. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the hospital before it, the hot pot tilted its head, and a glimmer of murderous intent danced in its lively dog eyes. Roar! In the astonished gaze of Wang Chang, the hot pot let out another roar. Then an imposing aura erupted from the hot pot's body. With a bark, the barrier of resentment around the hospital began to tremble. The originally solid resentment started to disperse, showing signs of collapse. Crack, crack. With a series of shattering sounds, the resentment that had been blocking Wang Chang from entering the hospital exploded. As the resentment collapsed, Wang Chang stared blankly at the black dog, Hot Pot, panting with its tongue out. Is this really the dog beside the boss? Weren't they previously very weak? How come they are so strong now? As the bizarre spiritual realm barrier collapsed, Hot Pot and Wang Chang dashed straight into Linjiang Hospital. With its heightened sense of smell enhanced by the heavenly dog swallowing the sun technique, Hot Pot led Wang Chang through the spiritual realm of the hospital, twisting and turning. It seemed as if the influence formed by the resentment here did not exist at all. One must know that this strange spiritual realm was immensely powerful, filled with countless resentful energies. Even Wang Chang, deep within this place, would be affected much like an ordinary person entering a maze, finding it hard to discern the exact direction. However, Hot Pot was completely unaffected here. This could only mean one thing: Hot Pot's strength surpassed his own, even exceeding that of the beings within this bizarre spiritual realm. Soon the man and the dog arrived at the front of the inpatient building. Looking at the resentment before him, which was about to condense into a tangible inpatient building, Wang Chang lowered his gaze toward Hot Pot. Is it inside? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Wang Chang's question, Hot Pot actually nodded in a human-like manner. Wang Chang's expression grew complex. After becoming strange for so many years, he found himself inferior to a dog. Maybe he should spend more time improving himself. Otherwise, what if one day Hot Pot learned to drive? Would the boss know? Lost in thought, Wang Chang and Hot Pot, one man and one dog, walked into the inpatient building. Almost simultaneously as Wang Chang and Hot Pot entered the hospital, Guan Cai and the others who were sitting in the morgue faintly heard a dog's bark. The three of them brightened simultaneously. If they weren't mistaken, that was indeed Hot Pot's bark. Hot Pot had really come into the hospital to save them. Chen Jin jumped up in excitement, slapping Zhang Yunan's thigh, causing him to twitch painfully under the force. I told you, Boss Song is incredibly reliable. I never expected that what the Taoists of the Celestial Master's Mansion couldn't accomplish, Hot Pot could actually manage. This statement almost drove Zhang Yunan to the brink as he stared at Chen Jin. Chen Jin seemed to realize he was a bit too excited and smiled awkwardly. Woof! Just as Guan Cai and the others were filled with anticipation, a clear bark came from the doorway of the morgue, catching their attention. It was Hot Pot. The three of them simultaneously thought of this, and then a large dog with pure black fur dashed into Guan Cai's embrace like a black lightning bolt. You really came. Guan Cai hugged the spirited Hot Pot, continuously rubbing its fur, her eyes filled with that. At the same time, Wang Chang's figure slowly walked in through the large door of the morgue, standing directly beside Guan Cai. Miss, I am late. He only said this, simply standing by Guan Cai like a decayed piece of wood. Chen Jin's eyes lit up as he saw Wang Chang's figure. He didn't know how much Hot Pot had changed, nor was he certain if Hot Pot could help them clear the spiritual realm. But regardless, as long as Wang Chang was here to support, the pressure on everyone would be significantly lessened. After all, Wang Chang was a genuine anomaly-level entity, unlike Zhang Yunan, who had been continuously weakened over the years, appearing strong at first, but later becoming weaker and weaker, always injured with no sign of recovery. Wang Chang, why did you come so slowly? Chen Jin greeted him with a smile, wanting to warm up to Wang Chang. However, he only received Wang Chang's indifference, though the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Wang Chang felt helpless. He couldn't just say that without Hot Pot he wouldn't have even been able to enter right. That would truly solidify the notion that he was inferior to a dog. What should we do now? Zhang Yunan's gaze fell upon Hot Pot, pondering how to resolve this situation. He understood deeply the strength of Song Zhong and knew he wouldn't make baseless statements. Since he said Hot Pot could help everyone escape from their predicament, it must truly be possible. Woof! Hot Pot seemed to understand Zhang Yunan's words and wriggled out of Guan Cai's embrace. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Hot Pot bit at the hem of Guan Cai's pants and then ran straight toward a corner. A wave of azure profound aura attached to Hot Pot's paw astonishingly pried up the cement floor as if it were digging through soil. Chen Jin was left in a daze. What does this mean? Is there a bone hidden beneath this ground? Not to mention, Hot Pot's paws seemed harder than my zombie. As Chen Jin was lost in thought, Guan Cai seemed to have discovered something and leaned forward. Once she saw clearly where Hot Pot's paws were digging, she gasped in surprise. There's a secret chamber here. There should be something beneath. Waves of resentment surged from within, accompanied by a chilling and terrifying aura that made Guan Cai feel somewhat overwhelmed. Everyone hurriedly moved closer to investigate. This was a rusty metal door marked with the numeric code 7. There must be unimaginable anomalies inside here. Zhang Yunan's expression grew even more serious. He had sensed a terrifying presence earlier, and now it was clearer. Shall we go in? Chen Jin looked at the metal door with a serious expression, filled with rage. Clearly the meaning of the numbers 731 touched his reverse scale. That was a suffering engraved in the hearts of every person from Xia country. Especially for Chen Jin, it stirred the obsession within him. Because even before his father passed away, he repeatedly muttered 2 words, "Kill the Japanese." Taking a deep breath, Chen Jin composed himself and looked at the others before him. Finally, his gaze lingered on Hot Pot, his eyes filled with a probing expression. Clearly, he wanted to see if Hot Pot could handle the presence inside. Woof woof. Hot Pot gave Chen Jin a disdainful glance, as if feeling insulted, and barked twice at it. As expected of brother dog, with your words I feel at ease. Chen Jin was not angry, but rather pleased. He had long felt uncomfortable here and wished to eliminate all the anomalies. Now with Hot Pot's confirmation, he immediately took action. In the next moment, Chen Jin extended his zombie-like claw and directly inserted it into the lock of the metal door. A series of cringe-inducing scraping sounds followed as the lock of the door was cut open like paper. With the iron lock falling to the ground, Chen Jin blew on his claws, nodding in satisfaction. Let's take a look inside. If those beasts from Sakura country are still in there, whether they are human or ghost now, I will eliminate them all completely. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Chen Jin stepped forward to push open the door. The decayed door slowly creaked open, emitting a piercing friction sound that echoed throughout the empty morgue. In the distant corners, echoes emerged as if the souls of the dead were still wailing. Looking at the dark passage, the 4 humans and 1 dog did not hesitate and entered through the metal door. After Guansai and the others passed through the large metal door, a dim and long corridor came into view. Countless resentful energies surged from ahead. After walking for a long time, Chen Jin's nose suddenly twitched, as if he had spotted a glimmer of light in the corner. At the same time, a pungent and incompatible odor permeated the air, somewhat reminiscent of the formaldehyde used in hospitals for preserving corpses. At the end of the corridor, there was an extremely spacious area. The layout of the space resembled a large research facility with numerous iron beds and various experimental instruments neatly arranged. In the central position, there was a strange coffin surrounded by terrifying auras. The formaldehyde smell that Chen Jin detected originated from this underground research facility. There were people in white coats moving back and forth, bizarrely busy, as if recording and calculating vast amounts of data, their expressions filled with fervent excitement. As Guansai and the others appeared at the entrance of the research facility, the group in white coats seemed to smell blood, like sharks lifting their heads to look at Guansai and the others. They were muttering a single word obsessively. Road is big, road is big. A large group of short white coat figures stared intently at Guansai and the others, their faces displaying an incomprehensible madness and fervor. They whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Guansai and the others seeming to plot how to fabricate these new experimental subjects. However, Guansai and the others showed no signs of panic. Instead, each of them radiated an astonishing killing intent, especially Chen Jin. Once again in his zombie state, his eyes emitted a black light and an intense resentment enveloped his body. His frail form was more broken than any previous transformation, exuding the scent of gunpowder. Dressed in a patched-up military uniform, he held a hand-sized sword forged from condensed resentment, its blade stained with dried blood, exuding a fierce killing aura. Kill the devils. With a crisp and decisive low growl, Chen Jin charged towards the group in white coats. Following closely behind him were Guansai, the 3 companions, and a dog. Even the physically weak Zhang Yunan was forming hand seals to continuously empower Chen Jin and Guansai with spells. As soon as Chen Jin plunged into the bizarre group, a small meat grinder circle formed around him. In his skilled battlefield knife techniques, all the white coat figures that approached him were either maimed or killed. Amidst the dance of severed limbs and blood, there was an oddly simple, yet striking beauty. While Chen Jin slaughtered the white coat figures, the Hot Pot nearby seamlessly coordinated with him to form a combined attack. Its agile figure darted in the blind spots of Chen Jin's knife techniques, alleviating the pressure on him. Every time the Hot Pot made contact with a bizarre being, a red light flashed from its black fur before it opened its gaping maw and swallowed it whole. Guansai and Wang Chong couldn't even intervene in the carnage between the man and the dog. Before long, all the white coat figures in the research facility had been completely devoured by the Hot Pot. Looking at the empty research facility, Chen Jin collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, his zombie form gradually receding. He had exhausted himself during the intense dance of blades. At this moment, Guansai and Wang Chong approached Chen Jin, who had finished the battle. They helped him up from the ground, only to hear Chen Jin's weak admonition. It's not over yet. The bizarre spiritual realm has not dissipated. The greatest bizarre being should be within this coffin, Zhang Yunan said solemnly. In fact, it didn't even require his words. Everyone had noticed the strangeness of the coffin as soon as they entered. The aura coiling around it made even Wang Chong feel a chill run down his spine, while the Hot Pot emitted low growls. Zhang Yunan approached the heavy coffin, and upon seeing the numerous symbols engraved on it, his expression changed. His face tightened with immense anger. Meanwhile, Guansai also noticed Zhang Yunan's abnormality and quickly stepped forward to inquire. Daoist Yunan, is there something wrong with this coffin? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yunan's voice suddenly became hoarse and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Here not only are they conducting human experiments, but they are also performing a cult ritual that incurs the wrath of heaven and the resentment of humans and gods. Moreover, there are evil cultivators from the Dao sect involved. They are continuously torturing ordinary people to accumulate vast amounts of resentment, then guiding this resentment to nourish the corpses within the coffin. Through artificial means they are forcibly catalyzing the dead into bizarre beings. The goal is to resurrect the person within this iron coffin. This is a method of nurturing corpses from the Taoist tradition combined with certain techniques of the Sakurajima evil cultivators. The most troublesome part is, the corpse inside has already absorbed enough resentment and is about to awaken. As Zhang Yunan spoke, Guancai looked at the coffin before him. The entire coffin appeared to be made of iron engraved with intricate patterns and was filled with a bloody aura. Just as Zhang Yunan was explaining, a shadowy, cold laugh echoed from among them. No wonder you are a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house. Unfortunately, you have arrived too late. The corpse in the coffin has already been sufficiently nourished. Out of nowhere, the figure of a Taoist priest appeared before the iron coffin. This Taoist wore a Heavenly Master robe that moved without wind, yet lacked any semblance of ethereal grace. Especially the swirling resentment around him, which undoubtedly reached a meme level. The middle-aged Taoist stroked his long beard, gazing at Zhang Yunan, his triangular eyes glimmering with a chilling light before shifting his gaze to Guancai and the others. As he spoke, the bizarre beings that had been killed by Chen Jin and the hot pot sent streams of resentment surging towards the iron coffin, causing the aura within to rise steadily. Moreover, a series of thuds came from within the iron coffin, as if the sleeping entity inside was about to awaken and break free from its confinement. My lord, do not worry. Once I kill them as offerings for you, your power will grow stronger. As the Taoist spoke, a vicious light erupted from his eyes, scanning over Guancai and the others present. The coldness and cruelty in his gaze seemed to perceive them as mere expendable items rather than humans. Upon seeing this middle-aged Taoist, Zhang Yunan's expression turned a mix of shock and anger. In a fit of rage, he nearly choked, spitting out a mouthful of black blood before regaining his breath. He clutched his chest with one hand while pointing at the middle-aged Taoist with the other, unable to restrain his furious shout. Zheng Xiaoming, so it's you, the traitor. Betraying your master and harming your fellow disciples, how do you still have the face to wear that Taoist robe? Clearly, he recognized the identity of the other party. The Taoist before him also came from the Heavenly Master's house. In fact, according to seniority, Zhang Yunan should refer to him as his granduncle. He never expected that the other party would have sunk to the level of an evil cultivator becoming a dog for the Sakurajima, people harming his own kind for the sake of the person within the iron coffin. Those who do not share the same path cannot conspire together. The way of the Heavenly Master's house does not align with mine, so what betrayal is there? Zhang Yunan and the others looked at Zheng Xiaoming with hatred, a trace of desolation welling up in their hearts. Back when Sakura Island invaded the Xia Kingdom, traitors like Zheng Xiaoming were countless. The number of the false army far exceeded that of Sakura Island's regular troops. It was these traitors that made Sakura Island's invasion of the Xia Kingdom incredibly easy. I never expected that such a person would remain unrepentant even after death, still wishing to resurrect his so-called master through evil methods despite Sakura Island's defeat. Beside him, Chen Jin's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to stand. Kill. Kill the Japanese. Zheng Xiaoming looked at the struggling Chen Jin and sneered. Ridiculous, you think you can offend Master Dong Tiao. 9 character true words, fight. As Zheng Xiaoming gestured, a spell, a wave of evil light struck Chen Jin, forcefully interrupting his movements. Immediately, Zheng Xiaoming began to chant an evil incantation, which inexplicably resonated with the talismans on the iron coffin, crazily absorbing the resentment emanating from Chen Jin. Seeing this, Zhang Yunan shouted urgently, "Stop him. He wants to awaken the corpse in the iron coffin." But before Wang Chang and Guan Kai could react, their bodies froze. They simultaneously felt a strange, evil aura firmly locking onto them. Behave yourselves. Master Dong Tiao is about to awaken. Becoming a part of Master Dongxiao's power is your honor. Zheng Xiaoming said coldly as chains made of condensed resentment bound Zhang Yunan and even Wang Chang. Through these chains, the resentment from the few of them continuously flowed away, while the aura from the coffin grew increasingly powerful. Please accept it, Master. We welcome your awakening, Master. The smile on Zheng Xiaoming's face grew more intense as he knelt devoutly before the iron coffin. The iron coffin shook violently, and the coffin lid seemed about to be blown open. Woof! But at that moment, a roar suddenly erupted. In the next instant, the chains of condensed resentment snapped apart. Not only that, but the figure of the hot pot appeared beside Zheng Xiaoming. With its sharp claws extended, it swatted Zheng Xiaoming, who was kneeling on the ground, flying away, as if swatting a fly. Woof woof. The hot pot continued to growl at Zheng Xiaoming, as if mocking him, with waves of aura sweeping over, making Zheng Xiaoming feel as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Looking at the hot pot, his eyes were filled with dread. He never anticipated that this dog would possess such terrifying power. You all. Master Dong Tiao, please kill them. Zheng Xiaoming, pressed by the hot pot's aura, felt his resentment dissipating, but he turned to look at the iron coffin beside him, his eyes filled with madness and devotion. Pong! Almost as soon as Zheng Xiaoming's words fell, the lid of the iron coffin was blasted open with a bang, revealing an elderly corpse in Sakura Island military uniform, its scarlet gaze fixated on Guan Kai and the others. This allowed Guan Kai and the others to clearly see the appearance of the corpse. It was a twisted and terrifying face. The face of the Sakura Island corpse was pockmarked as if it had once grown numerous lumps of flesh. Some had burst, leaving behind pits of flesh. Others had shriveled up, becoming scars that could never be removed. Even the positions of its eyes had several protrusions. Especially on the left eye, it was tainted with layers of pus and blood. So damn ugly. Chen Jin weakly leaned against the table and smiled mockingly. He had completely lost his fighting strength, and Guan Kai and the others were the same. The only remaining fighting strength was the hot pot. However, they had complete confidence in the hot pot. This was Boss Song's dog, definitely capable of taking down this old guy. On the other side, the Sakura Island corpse seemed to understand what Chen Jin said as it stepped out of the iron coffin. Step by step, with each step it took, it left behind puddles of yellow-brown liquid on the ground. At the same time, it emitted a nauseating stench like a rotting salted fish. If it were only that it would merely be a disgusting corpse. But as the corpse's fluid flowed out, a fierce resentment exuded from it. Upon closer inspection, it was even more powerful than all those present. This resentment was not just the obsession of a single person. It was intertwined with the hatred of countless wronged souls and the twisted evil resulting from the slaughter of humans. In just a few steps, the malevolent aura from the Sakura Island corpse froze the bodies of everyone present. Pig. I never expected to open my eyes again and see so many adorable little creatures. Inferior Xia people as food must have the awareness of food. As the Sakura Island corpse uttered these contemptuous words, the resentment behind it surged, transforming into a rolling sea of corpses. Vaguely, Zhang Yunan even saw his compatriots who had been tortured to death beside him in the sea of corpses. Guan Kai and the others' eyes turned bloodshot, but they were firmly suppressed in place by the corpse's resentment. At the same time, Zheng Xiaoming, who had just escaped from the hot pot's jaws, walked out from behind the corpse. He did not mind the stench from the corpse, wearing a fawning smile as he spoke. Master Dongtiao, do you remember me? I am Zheng Xiaoming, and these people are the appetizers I prepared for you. The Sakura Island corpse glanced at Zheng Xiaoming, bearing its mouth full of pus. Very good. Zheng, you are quite good. 1, 2, 3 for all adorable pigs. The corpse pointed at Guan Kai and the others as if counting the little pets in its pigsty. When it saw the hot pot at Guan Kai's feet, a look of surprise appeared in the corpse's eyes. Oh, there's also a... You are much more interesting than these pigs. If I eat you, my power will grow even stronger. As it said this, it slowly approached the hot pot. Meanwhile, Guan Kai and the others strained to turn their eyes in unison towards the hot pot. The only hope they had left rested with the hot pot, entrusted with great responsibility by Song. As the corpse slowly approached, the hot pot suddenly yawned disdainfully. Is that all? Acting so pretentious. Does it really think it's its own boss? Looking at Dongtiao Ace Han coming towards it, the hot pot's eyes were filled with disdain. A red light swept across its black, fluffy fur, radiating a strand of righteous energy. At the same time, the hot pot's body suddenly grew taller, unleashing 4 unfathomable powers from within. In the next second, the hot pot appeared before everyone like a small mountain. Woof! The massive hot pot tilted its head, its eyes radiating a fierce and cunning beastly nature, mockingly staring at the tiny corpse in front of it. As if asking the corpse before it, am I cute? The foreign corpse looked terrified, unable to believe the enormous hot pot before him along with the terrifying aura rising from it. He never expected that the little guy he once found adorable would suddenly appear as towering as a mountain, gazing at him like a demon king. The foreign corpse trembled at the corners of his mouth, forcing a flattering smile. Master Tengu, please forgive me. Forgive this ignorant one. I, Dongtiao Aishin, shall become your most loyal servant. The foreign corpse named Dongtiao Ace Han sensed the murderous intent of the hot pot directed at him and frantically searched for an escape route. He inadvertently caught sight of Zheng Xiaoming beside him, as if grasping at a lifeline. It's all his fault. He misled me and made me accidentally offend you, my lord. Dongtiao Ace Han seized Zheng Xiaoming from behind and pushed him in front of himself. Zheng Xiaoming never anticipated the situation would change so rapidly, staring in horror at the mountain-like hot pot before him. He struggled incessantly, but Dongtiao Ace Han was a powerful corpse king he had created himself, and Zheng Xiaoming couldn't escape his control. Master Dongtiao, no. Please don't. I was forced into this. I am a good citizen of the Xia kingdom. Zheng Xiaoming, terrified, babbled incoherently at the towering hot pot. The hot pot looked at Zheng Xiaoming, who was struggling beneath it, filled with disgust. A massive claw suddenly descended, effortlessly slicing through Zheng Xiaoming's body, silencing his screams. Watching this scene, Guan Kai and the others were somewhat dazed. The hot pot was truly fierce. Was this really the fearsome Zheng Xiaoming? He couldn't even withstand a single claw. After dealing with Zheng Xiaoming, the hot pot casually shook its claw, hesitating in its gaze at Dongtiao Ace Han. Song Zhong had instructed it to swallow all the anomalies and deal with them. However, this person before him was just too disgusting. How could he swallow this? As the hot pot pondered, it subconsciously began to toy with Dong Tiao Ace Han. The already grotesque body of Dong Tiao Ace Han gradually became mangled under the hot pot's sharp claws, oozing even more pus. He felt an indescribable aura rampaging through his body, threatening to shatter his soul. The more the hot pot looked at this little creature, the more it loathed it, truly unable to swallow it. Yet it dared not defy Song Zhong's words. After a moment's thought, a sharp claw suddenly shot out, lightly slicing across Dong Tiao Ace Han's body. Dong Tiao Ace Han was horrified to discover that beneath this claw his arm had been severed. Then the hot pot continued to strike with its claws, each strike causing Dong Tiao Ace Han to lose a part of himself. By the end, only a skeleton remained of Dong Tiao Aishan, with not a shred of flesh left. Yet the hot pot, seemingly not satisfied, repeatedly crushed him as if stamping out a cigarette, twisting him again and again as if washing clothes. Only after Dong Tiao Ace Han was about to fall apart did the hot pot nod slightly in satisfaction. At least the unsightly things on him were gone, leaving only resentment. Woof woof. Looking at Dong Tiao Aishan, who had been tortured into an unrecognizable state, the hot pot suddenly began to worry, hoping its master wouldn't blame it. Meanwhile, Chen Jin looked on in shock. Truly deserving of being Song Zhong's pet, even killing was done so artistically. After finishing with Dong Tiao Aishan, the hot pot looked down in disgust and swallowed what belonged to him. Though it was now clean, the disgusting state he had been in still left the hot pot feeling quite uncomfortable. At the same time as the anomalies in the spiritual realm dissipated, the resentment of Linjiang Hospital vanished like water without a source. Beside him, Chen Jin and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, having survived. Chen Jin pulled out his phone, now having a signal. He skillfully dialed the Civil Affairs Bureau's number, requesting his colleagues to come over for cleanup. The impact of this case was too severe, as all the patients in the entire inpatient building had unfortunately perished. Fortunately, this spiritual realm was ultimately cracked. Otherwise, if Zheng Xiaoming had created the Corpse King, it would have threatened the entire Linjiang. As Chen Jin was contacting for follow-up matters, the hot pot, resembling a small mountain, yawned. Feeling tired, it thought it was time to return and report. As the cold, resentful aura of the hot pot dissipated, its body gradually shrank. For auras from the evil god spread across the heavens and earth. In the end, it transformed back into the normal-sized Wuhai dog lying in Guan Kai's arms, sound asleep. In the strange world, in the meeting room of the Heavenly Earth Bank, the same plump Byron was still reporting to the lazy. Currently, we have fully integrated the Lianhua Group's assets. I suggest officially renaming the group to Heavenly Earth Group. Our next target for Heavenly Earth Group is... Stop. Song Zhong gestured for Byron to halt, sensing the hot pot at his feet stirring in its deep slumber. In the next moment, Song Zhong pulled Byron and darted out of the meeting room. Because the originally sleeping hot pot suddenly grew larger and taller, filling the entire meeting room. Then it vomited all sorts of messy things from its mouth. There were white-coat dwarfs, a broken skeleton, and deformed shapes that were unrecognizable. After vomiting, the hot pot lazily shrank back to its original size. Looking at the disastrous state of the meeting room, Byron outside wiped the sweat from his brow. With the boss treating things this way, demolishing 1 or 2 buildings every day, how could any business survive? Perhaps he could suggest to the boss to form a demolition team. Seeing the bizarre things vomited by the hot pot, Song Zhong's eyes lit up. He called out to the bald-headed Biao, who rushed in. Biao, call someone to clean this up. What a mess. It looks terrible. These white-coat dwarfs, all of them, should be sent to the recently acquired hospital. Tell the new doctors and nurses to study as they wish, however they like. I have only one request: within 3 days I want to see their incomplete corpses. Looking at Song Zhong's fierce expression, the bald-headed Biao cautiously asked him, Boss, what have they done to offend? You have to be clear about the instructions so I know how to operate. Song Zhong patted Biao's shiny bald head, his face full of killing intent as he spoke 4 words. But just these 4 words made Biao's blood rush to his head instantly. Sakurajima, war criminal. Understood, boss. I will personally oversee it. In the conference room of the Heavenly Bank, the bald-headed Biao was directing his subordinates to capture the short figure in a white coat inside. Yes, this one, and this one, all to the hospital. Tell that group of twisted doctors and nurses that they can start working. The boss has spoken. Whoever performs the best will get a salary raise and early promotion. The bald-headed Biao, dressed in a suit, began to shout loudly. His subordinates busily escorted the white coat figures under his command. Song Zhong sat leisurely at the entrance, scrutinizing each white coat figure being escorted out with a peculiar expression. During the cleanup, one of the subordinates suddenly shouted, Boss, come take a look at this. The bald-headed Biao approached the voice and frowned. What is this nonsense? Why is it all sticky? Boss, look, it's like porridge. Song Zhong, hearing the bald Biao shout, curiously walked. He discovered a clump of skeletal material moving with an incredibly tenacious vitality. What is this? Could it have been digested by the hot pot? Is this really a person? So gross. Song Zhong couldn't understand and shouted at the hot pot lying nearby. Hot pot, didn't I tell you to swallow it? Why did you digest it? Wang Wu. Seeing that the hot pot couldn't provide any answers, Song Zhong picked up a pen and poked at his expression, twitching slightly. Bald Biao, see if there are any awake among those Japanese dogs. Ask what this thing is. Just as Song Zhong was instructing Bald Biao, a fawning voice shouted loudly. Sir, I know, sir. Suddenly, a small captured war criminal from Sakura Island shouted loudly. Song Zhong assessed the short war criminal and gestured for Bald Biao to let him go. As soon as he regained his freedom of movement, the small war criminal smiled ingratiatingly at Song Zhong. But sir, will I be able to live if I tell a? Looking at the small war criminal wringing his hands, Song Zhong frowned. Bargaining. The last person who bargained with me was the monk Kai Kong. Now he has already been digested by Zhong Kuei. Thinking this, Song Zhong smiled gently at the small war criminal. You say what you need to, I definitely won't kill you. Hearing Song Zhong's promise, the small war criminal was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly, as if smashing garlic. All right, sir, I'll tell you everything. Through the small war criminal's embellished narration, Song Zhong gradually understood the origins of the thing in front of him. So the hot pot found this clump of material too disgusting. So it didn't bring it down whole. It is indeed disgusting. But you crushed it like this, how am I supposed to enjoy it? Glancing at the hot pot, Song Zhong chose not to say much. Instead, he looked at the small war criminal, giving him a teasing smile. The small war criminal, thinking that Song Zhong was pleased with his performance, knelt down and said, Sir, from now on, I will be your dog. Come, sir, let me massage your legs. Just as the fawning small war criminal was about to approach, he was kicked down by Song Zhong. Then he took out the divine whip and waved it gently. On the unadorned whip, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth. Under the reflection of the golden light from the divine whip, the small war criminal's soul fled in terror. Sir, didn't you say you would let me go? Sorry, I'm not used to keeping promises. Song Zhong grinned, revealing a set of eerie white teeth. Then with a swift motion, he struck and shattered the small war criminal's skull. What were you thinking, you stinky little brother? You, a war criminal, still want to live? Bargaining with me? What level do you think you are? You think you're worthy? Huh, you've soiled my whip. Song Zhong wiped the stains off the divine whip with a towel, directing his gaze at the pile of flesh. He pondered for a moment and turned to Bald Biao, saying, Take it to the livestock farm under the group and feed it to the animals. Feeling unsatisfied, Song Zhong instructed Bald Biao once more. Before feeding, grind it in the meat grinder to make it into juice. After arranging these tasks, Song Zhong suddenly relaxed. He had no interest in listening to Bai Rong's report anymore and asked him to stand aside. Lying in the chair, Song Zhong idly fiddled with the alms bowl left behind by the greedy monk. During this time, he had not had the chance to study this object. Now that he had some free time, he prepared to thoroughly research what this bowl could be used for. However, after looking it over from all angles, he still couldn't figure out its purpose. Does it require a believer of the joyful heaven to use it? Or is it that he hadn't found the method to activate its function? The alms bowl. The alms bowl. What is an alms bowl used for? Suddenly, Song Zhong seemed to have thought of something and sat up. He suddenly realized that the purpose of an alms bowl is actually for monks to receive alms. So does this mean that to use it, something must be placed inside? Bai Rong, give me 200 and toss it in the alms bowl. Feeling somewhat enlightened, Song Zhong said to Bai Rong, who was standing beside him. Bai Rong nodded, taking out 2 bills from his pocket and placing them in the alms bowl. Under Song Zhong's expectant gaze, the bills placed inside the bowl vanished with a pop. Effective. Could this alms bowl be a magical artifact similar to a space ring? This is interesting. Quick, Bai Rong, bring more. Song Zhong excitedly looked at the alms bowl in his hand, as if he had found a new toy. With each bill placed into the bowl, the originally unremarkable small bowl began to resemble a bottomless pit. It was unafraid of large sums of money. It could even hold not just bills, but anything. However, Song Zhong soon recognized a problem. If I keep putting things in, how will I take them out? Song Zhong stroked his chin, carefully inspecting the small alms bowl in his hands. Turning the alms bowl upside down and tapping it on the ground yielded nothing. The items placed inside seemed to have vanished without a trace. After fiddling with the bowl for a long time, it still hadn't spat out anything. Angered, Song Zhong was furious. What happened to the promised spatial artifact? What does it mean to only take in and not let out? Song Zhong picked up his divine whip and angrily pointed it at the alms bowl. Only taken, huh? Playing tricks, are you? I'll stick this whip in and break you open. Song Zhong thought to himself as he poked the iron whip into the alms bowl, silently activating the method of the Rui iron technique. Under his urging, the iron whip quickly thickened and lengthened, about to burst the alms bowl open. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from within the bowl, which was about to shatter. Wooloo, wooloo, wooloo. Dear boss, don't poke. Your whip is getting too big. Hearing the bowl speak, Song Zhong was taken aback and pulled out the whip. He lifted the bowl again and scrutinized it, looking at this strange object in his hand with some confusion. Knocking on the bronze bowl with his hand, Song Zhong asked, What are you? To his surprise, the bronze bowl actually made a sound again as it opened and closed. Old boss, the monk is full. The gluttonous monk. Indeed. With the back and forth between Song Zhong and the gluttonous monk, Song Zhong gradually understood the origins of the bronze bowl. This bowl before him turned out to be the gluttonous monk from the Huanqi Temple. Song Zhong racked his brain recalling the legacies of the 108 Celestial Masters from the Celestial Master's mansion and was astonished to discover something. In the Celestial Master legacy, there were certain impressions of the other 4 monks from the Huanqi Temple. However, he had no impression at all of the gluttonous monk from the Huanqi Temple. Could it be that these Celestial Masters had never encountered the gluttonous monk? Finally, in a corner of the Celestial Master's legacy, Song Zhong recalled half a page of information about the gluttonous monk. B01505. Huanqi Temple Gluttonous Monk. Mysterious characteristics. The gluttonous monk has never appeared in reality, thus its appearance is unknown. It is speculated that when it appears it can evoke humanity's appetite. It is speculated that its method of enhancing its strange power is through eating to strengthen itself. It is speculated that the more the gluttonous monk eats, the stronger it becomes. Power evaluation. Its strength is unknown as it has never appeared. However, after reading this information, a greater doubt filled Song Zhong's mind. He asked the bronze bowl in his, "You are the gluttonous monk, why did Zhong Kuei spit you out? Aren't you a strange entity?" The bronze bowl responded to Song Zhong's question in a lively tone. The boss is clever. I am not a strange entity, I am a magical tool of the Buddha. Among the 5 desire monks of the Huanqi Temple, I am the most special one. Upon hearing this, Song Zhong's expression darkened as he drew out the whip again. He had already witnessed the fervor of the Huanqi Temple with the previous monk. In Song Zhong's established impression, the 5 desire monks were all a group of crazy monks, and now another gluttonous monk appeared. Wouldn't it be catastrophic? Boss, don't hit me. Let me finish speaking. If you break me, the Buddha will truly awaken in reality. Song Zhong halted the whip midair, looking suspiciously at the bronze bowl. He poked the bowl with the whip, signaling it, "Thank you for not killing me, please allow me to elaborate." Whether the Buddha can awaken is related to the completeness of the 5 desires. The 5 desires actually represent the 5 organs of the Buddha: sight, wealth, appetite, reputation, and sleep. As long as the 5 desires are complete, the Buddha's 5 organs will be whole, and he can awaken once again. However, among the 5 desires, the wealth, sight, and reputation have already been accumulated to completeness through the efforts of monks practicing them. Only the sleep desire is cultivated by the Buddha himself, while I, the gluttonous monk, have not completed my practice. But if you break me, the Buddha will awaken from his slumber. Although one stomach will be missing, he will still be an unfathomably terrifying existence. So boss, you absolutely must not break me. After hearing what the bowl said, Song Zhong fell into deep thought. In other words, that Huanqi Tian could have awakened long ago. Moreover, once he opened his eyes, he could wreak havoc in reality. This bowl, on the contrary, became the seal that limits his awakening. Song Zhong felt somewhat disappointed. He initially thought he had acquired a great treasure possessing his own spatial magical tool. Unexpectedly, after hearing all this nonsense, he now had to seal this thing away. He couldn't put anything inside it, and he had to keep it close to himself. Otherwise, if the gluttonous monk's accumulation was satisfied, awakening Huanqi Tian would be quite problematic. Boss, actually, I also dislike Huanqi Tian. He eats voraciously as soon as he opens his eyes. As a stomach, I can't stand it either. I want to eat good food. Don't worry, boss, I can be a magical tool for him, but please feel free to use me. Listening to the bronze bowl confidently guarantee its usefulness, Song Zhong frowned. He weighed the bronze bowl in his hand, pondering. In the end, he tucked the bowl into his bosom. Song Zhong certainly could not easily trust the bowl's words. It was better to keep this thing for himself. Unexpectedly, as soon as the bowl entered Song Zhong's bosom, the Neza tattoo on him suddenly came to life. The little figure, filled with playful spirit, reached out and grabbed the bowl. Before Song Zhong could react, the 8-armed Neza depicted on him suddenly had an additional bowl in its hand. The bowl of Huanqi Tian had been sealed by Neza. In the real world, Guan Kai returned to the polling bureau. Soaking in fragrant instant noodles, she sat down at the computer desk, browsing the web to soothe her mood while thinking about what to cook for Song Ge. While browsing the web, she suddenly saw an image. It depicted 9 dragons pulling a coffin floating in the back. In a bizarre world within Song Zhong's private villa, he lay on his bed browsing his phone when he suddenly felt a wave of familiar drowsiness. Is the patron looking for me again? No. This time, it must be the patron preparing to burn something for himself to resolve the last issue. Thinking this, Song Zhong closed his eyes with a smile. Incoming patron daddy. When Song Zhong opened his eyes again, he found himself once more in the real world behind Guan Kai. Song Zhong quietly observed Guan Kai, who was busy squatting on the ground, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What has Guan Kai burned for me this time? Song Zhong stared at the image being burned in the flames, faintly able to discern the scene above. The image depicted 9 5-clawed black dragons entwined together, exuding a fierce aura. At the head of the 9 dragons, they were bound by black iron chains. At the end of the chains hung a bronze coffin, and the more Song Zhong looked, the more familiar it felt, until he finally recalled what it was. The 9-dragon coffin. Did he burn something so fierce this time? Just as Song Zhong pondered this, he suddenly opened his eyes. Unknowingly, his consciousness had returned to the villa in the bizarre world. Lying on the bed, Song Zhong awaited eagerly the enhancements that the 9-dragon coffin would bring him. However, a sudden chill enveloping his body caused his expression to change drastically. What the heck? Why is there a tattoo again? Seriously, there's no space left, big brother, you should just go down. But Song Zhong's silent plea went unheard, and the bone-chilling sensation on his body intensified, even spreading across his entire back. Wait, my back. At that moment, he realized a serious issue. Wasn't his back the place reserved for Old Master? Is the Nine-Dragon Coffin trying to compete for space with Old Master Guan? Two powerful figures fighting for territory. Is this turning his body into a battlefield? This situation is just outrageous. His back grew colder, as if something was about to break out from within. Accompanied by a surge of intense pain, Song Zhong suddenly felt as if his entire being had turned to ice, his mind spinning. Suddenly, he heard deep hoarse dragon roars and cold authoritative snorts. Waves of azure blade aura and chilling dragon might emanated from his back, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly from the collision of blade aura and dragon might. Song Zhong felt his body tremble with these waves, as if it were on the verge of cracking. Even his spirit was shaken. What the heck is happening to my back? Please don't mess around. I've already died once, but if I die again there will really be no. Struggling to maintain his composure, Song Zhong walked to the full-length mirror in the bedroom, forcing himself to check the situation on his back. One glance was enough to leave Song Zhong in shock. On his back, where Guan Er once stood with his sword upright, 9 black dragons pulling a coffin had suddenly appeared. This made the previously well-painted image of Guan Gong on Song Zhong's back seem incredibly cramped. An evil deity and 9 black dragons were simultaneously exuding their own auras, competing for space on Song Zhong's back. Through the mirror, Song Zhong could see the red-faced, long-bearded emperor wielding the green dragon crescent blade, entangled in battle with the 9 black dragons pulling the coffin. One mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers, let alone 2 ancient evil deities. Amidst the battle of the evil deities, the entire villa seemed to sway perilously. Bai Rong, who lived in the side room, dropped his floral shorts, staring in horror at the direction of Song Zhong's room. What the heck? Is the boss about to demolish the house again? Feeling the atmosphere of the dragon and tiger fight in Song Zhong's room, Bai Rong hurriedly ran out of the villa. Just as he exited the villa, he noticed that the originally luxurious house exploded suddenly under the impact of an indescribable aura. Countless grievances rolled around like boiling water, surging wildly, spreading across dozens of meters. In the center of the boiling grievances stood a burly man with a hideous face and floral embroidery. Bai Rong recognized him at a glance. It was his boss. However, why did his boss seem a bit off? Song Zhong appeared to be enduring some kind of torment, as an overwhelming wave of grievances surged within him, as if it would burst his body apart. As the grievances clashed and rolled, his physical body could not withstand such a powerful aura. That's right. Song Zhong's body could no longer endure. Amidst the clash of the 2 evil deities, Song Zhong's body began to show signs of cracking, even trending towards complete collapse. Blood began to seep from his mouth and nose, bathing him in crimson, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Old Master Guan retreated first. The red-faced emperor snorted, coldly tugging at his magnificent beard as he rode the red hair, maneuvering to the vacant right chest of Song Zhong, extending down to his abdomen. He stood alongside the original 8-armed Neza at Song Zhong's sides. Only then did the anomalies on Song Zhong's body gradually fade, and the cracking process stopped. He gasped for breath, barely standing amidst the ruins of the villa. After a moment to collect himself, Song Zhong waved to Bai Rong not far away, his voice hoarse. The mirror. All right, yes, boss. Hearing Song Zhong's command, Bai Rong hurriedly fetched a full-length mirror from the neighboring villa and set it up before Song Zhong. Through the mirror, Song Zhong examined the 9-dragon coffin on his back. He saw that his back was subtly illuminated by the 9 black dragons biting the iron chains, fierce and terrifying. Each black dragon appeared as if forged from molten iron, exuding an overwhelming strength. All 9 black dragons were 5-clawed, their bodies entirely black, the dark scales shimmering with an eerie aura. The 9 iron chains bitten by the black dragons extended towards a bronze coffin. The chains were forged through countless trials, long and sturdy, their dark gleam making them seem chilling. The bronze coffin was plain and unadorned, its surface marred with some indistinct ancient patterns imbued with the weight of time. The entire 9-dragon coffin sprawled across his back, presenting a significant visual impact. Song Zhong observed the depiction on his back and nodded gently. Looks good, but the price is too high. After this damage, I don't know when my body will heal. At this moment, Song Zhong felt as if he were completely drained, leaning against Bai Rong's shoulder, swaying. The battle between the 9-dragon coffin and Guan Gong had left his once strong body nourished by grievances, feeling like a tattered sack. Song Zhong felt that even attempting to mobilize the 4 evil deities was somewhat taxing. Only through substantial nourishment from grievances could he return to his previous state, to a state even stronger than before. However, before he became even stronger, it was best not to let Guan Kai recklessly burn some bizarre object. Otherwise, if he were to burn something like a great deity, Tathagata or Pangu, his physical body might truly not be able to withstand it. As Song Zhong pondered this, he followed Bai Rong into the adjacent villa. Bai Rong, having foreseen this, had already purchased the entire villa area. This was to prevent his boss from demolishing the house, leaving them with no place to stay. Soaking in the bath, Song Zhong began to deeply comprehend the power of the Nine-Dragon Coffin. The power of the Nine Dragons Coffin is incredibly domineering and brutal. It is even more formidable than any previous depiction. Just staying quietly behind Song Zhong, he can sense the obliterating aura of the Nine Dragons Coffin. Simple, unadorned, and direct. Terrifying. It feels as if the Nine Dragons could shatter the heavens and earth with the slightest movement. After sensing the annihilating power of the Nine Dragons Coffin, Song Zhong felt quite pleased. Although the process was extremely painful, the rewards exceeded his expectations. This feeling is akin to a woman. After enduring pain, she receives unimaginable joy. Yes, like giving birth. Just as he was enjoying this moment in the water, a sudden loud splash broke the tranquility. The bathroom door was burst open and the bald-headed Biao in a suit rushed into Song Zhong's bathroom with a face full of panic. His anxious, rugged voice interrupted Song Zhong's peace. "Boss, please wake up. There's been an incident with the employees of the group." "An incident? Our group's employees?" Blabber, blabber, blabber. Just as the confused Biao was about to explain something, a long iron whip suddenly blocked his mouth. It turned out that Song Zhong, impatient, had stretched out the whip from the bath to silence Biao's nonsensical chatter. "Why are you in such a rush? Go outside and calm down. We'll talk after I finish my wash." Song Zhong retracted his whip and gestured for Biao to calm down. Under the impact of the whip, Biao regained some semblance of calmness. "All right, boss." He then silently closed the bathroom door for Song Zhong. After a while, Song Zhong, wrapped in a towel, walked out of the bathroom, drying his hair. Seeing Biao standing stiffly at attention nearby, he casually said a sentence. "Let's get to the point. Boss, it's like this. Our group is currently undergoing restructuring, right? During the restructuring, we discovered that many of our original businesses have mostly been taken over by another Pang family group in Linjiang City. If it were just like this, it would be normal business competition, nothing serious. But the leader of the Pang family group has let it be known that in the future there will be no place for the Lotus Group in Linjiang. Furthermore, they mobilized people and violently took over the businesses that originally belonged to our group." Hold on. Why does this sound like the black market fighting for territory? Song Zhong increasingly felt something was off and couldn't help but interrupt Biao. Biao rubbed his bald head and cautiously said, "Boss, the bazaar does things this way. Weren't you the one who restructured us like this back then?" Song Zhong couldn't help but break into a sweat upon hearing this. It seems there's indeed some truth to that. It appears that there's a long way to go to bring order to Linjiang City in the bizarre world. Then let's go and chat with the leader of that Pang family group. "Boss, they won't talk to us." "Why not?" Facing Song Zhong's question, Biao displayed some frustration. "They said we are unworthy. They said if we want territory, we must fight for it with real weapons." "Oh." Song Zhong paused for a moment, then rolled his eyes and said to Biao, "Then why don't you go fight them?" This. Can we fight?" "Of course. But the rules in the company prohibit troublemaking. People are already coming at you, and you still want to polish their shoes, eh?" Song Zhong slapped Biao's bald head, exasperated. "I'm not asking you to be a coward. Next time you encounter such a thing, make sure to bankrupt their company." "Understood." Just as Song Zhong was lecturing Biao on the truth of to fight or not to fight, in the real world, Chen Jin, all bandaged up, was leisurely brewing tea. During this time, Linjiang City has become increasingly stable compared to other cities in the Xia country. It's important to note that in some cities in the Xia country, the bizarre spiritual realms have long been solidified, and people live in constant fear every day. In contrast, the situation in Linjiang City has been well controlled by the polling bureau. Of course, the main credit goes to Guan Kai's high efficiency and the strong support from Boss Song. He is now considering handing over the leadership of his action team to Guan Kai in a while. He can also relax and enjoy early retirement. Of course, there are also regrettable matters. Zhang Yunan has left. He really has left, returning to the Tianxia Mansion due to severe injuries that affected his essence, and the crisis of the financial monk in Linjiang City. Boss Song also informed Guan Kai that it has been resolved. With Zhang Yunan's mission completed, he naturally returned to the Tianxia Mansion. It's a pity that the bureau has lost a capable young man. Although Zhang Yunan might be reassigned back from the Tianxia Mansion, Chen Jin feels it's quite uncertain. This is because the pressure of bizarre cases in Linjiang City is too low and it doesn't warrant a Tianxia garrison. After Zhang Yunan recovers, he might be assigned to another city. Chen Jin couldn't help but feel regretful. If there are no accidents, the next time he meets Zhang Yunan will be at his own. Uncle Chen, we're back. Just as Chen Jin was sipping tea and reviewing files, the door to his office was pushed open and Guan Kai entered, leading Wen Xin, who was carrying a backpack. Seeing the pair walk in, Chen Jin removed his reading glasses and kindly said, "Oh, little Wen Xin is back from. Come tell Grandpa what you learned today." Wen Xin had recently passed the assessment of the polling bureau and obtained the opportunity to return to school. And Chen Jin played the role of Grandpa, filling in Wen Xin's childhood. Just when Chen Jin and Wen Xin were enjoying the moment, Guan Kai casually said a sentence. "Uncle Chen, I found something strange when I picked up Wen Xin from school." Chen Jin, however, was unconcerned and waved his hand at Guan Kai. "What is it? If it's a small matter, you can investigate it yourself." In a while you'll be the action team leader, and you need to take— Guan Kai nodded, but still said uncertainly. Mainly because of this matter I'm not sure. The peculiar Zhu painting gallery that appeared last time has suddenly closed its doors, and we haven't heard from Mr. Mo, the owner of the gallery, for a long time. Chen Jin looked up at Guan Kai and asked nonchalantly, "Have you sent someone to investigate?" Guan Kai, when it comes to work, spoke seriously. "Not yet. I came here to report to you." After hearing Guan Kai's account, Chen Jin pondered for a moment, then said to Guan Kai, "Then let's go and take a look at the gallery together." To her surprise, after Chen Jin agreed to investigate, Guan Kai hadn't responded yet, but when Xian, who was doing her homework nearby, suddenly jumped up. "Yay? We're going out to play." Seeing Wen Xin's reaction, Guan Kai rolled her eyes and helplessly pushed her down. "Focus on your homework. Children aren't allowed to go out." When Xian pouted, her little face filled with unhappiness. Chen Jin patted Wen Xin's head and said sternly, "Be good and study for the rise of the great Xia." Then Chen Jin and Guan Kai, one old and one young, casually left the office with a hot pot. Only when Xian, with a gloomy face, was left muttering to herself as she tackled her math book. At the entrance of the polling bureau, Chen Jin and Guan Kai got into Wang Chang's black sedan. As soon as they got in the car, Guan Kai turned to Wang Chang, who was driving and playing Tetris. "Old Wang, take us to the Shizhu painting gallery." "Got it." Wang Chang put down his phone and turned the steering wheel. With a screeching sound of tires, the three of them, along with a dog, arrived at the Shizhu painting gallery. Before them, the Shizhu painting gallery exuded an ancient charm, with intricately carved green tiles and a handmade sign hanging in the center. The two characters, Shizhu, flowed gracefully, adding a touch of poetry. Looking at this scene, Chen Jin turned to Guan Kai in confusion. "Isn't this quite normal?" "Yes, so it's strange." Guan Kai pointed to the main entrance and continued, "Originally, I wanted to enroll Wen Xian in a painting class here, but when I came back the second time, I found it closed. It was closed for several days, and now that we are back, it's still the same." Chen Jin ran his fingers through his hair and asked, somewhat uncertain, "Maybe they just don't want to run it anymore. Or perhaps they have something to attend to back home." Guan Kai shook her head. "That's impossible. Last time I spoke with Mr. Mo Pingping, he mentioned he was temporarily managing the gallery for Mr. Mo. It's only been a few days and the gallery is closed, which makes me feel it's very unusual. But as for what exactly is unusual, I can't quite put my finger on it." Guan Kai's eyes were filled with both doubt and determination. Although she couldn't specify what felt odd, some people were just naturally perceptive. Such individuals are most suited to become ground detectives, and coincidentally Guan Kai also came from the inspection division. Chen Jin fell into deep thought. He trusted Guan Kai's instincts immensely, having gone through life and death together so many times. Since that's the case, let the colleagues at the polling bureau contact the owner and person in charge of the Shizhu painting gallery, as well as the previous students of the gallery. "Let's go inside and see what's going on." Chen Jin instructed Guan Kai and then extended his zombie-like claw to effortlessly pick the lock. "Let's go." Chen Jin and Guan Kai entered the Shizhu painting gallery, and their eyes were immediately drawn to the lifelike, colorful ink portraits on both sides. Guan Kai admired the paintings and couldn't help but exclaim how exquisite they were. The last time she visited, she had taken a liking to the portraits on the wall and even took home a piece titled Erlang Searching the Mountains. As they moved past the portraits, they found everything in the gallery to be in disarray. It seemed as if the owner had left in a great rush and hadn't had the time to tidy up. After searching for most of the day, they had thoroughly inspected the entire gallery, but found no signs of anything unusual. However, both Chen Jin and Guan Kai realized that the absence of anomalies itself was the greatest anomaly. After all, from the scene, it appeared that the person in charge, Mo Pingping, had left in haste, but had not left behind any traces. This strange, yet reasonable behavior made everyone secretly raise their guard. Does this gallery's backyard connect to a bamboo forest? Chen Jin fiddled with his phone for a while, and then looked up at Guan Kai. In the recent message from the polling bureau, there was documentation related to the Shizhu painting gallery, which described that the name of the gallery originated from the bamboo forest in the backyard. I didn't pay attention to this when I came last time, or I just dealt with the strange happenings in the front hall and left. Let's continue on to the bamboo forest. Chen Jin thought for a moment, but couldn't determine where the issue lay, so they continued to explore the entire gallery. The bamboo forest was dense, and upon entering they could smell the refreshing scent of the earth. As they ventured deeper, the bamboo forest thickened, and their vision was obscured by the bamboo. "My heart is racing, love is like a raging fire. You're laughing, in the crazy one." Suddenly, a catchy electronic song resonated in their ears. Chen Jin smiled awkwardly. He had been scrolling through Douyin too much lately, and had become infatuated with this song. Amidst the eye rolls from Guan Kai and Wang Chang, Chen Jin pulled out his phone from his pocket and pressed the answer button. While listening to the phone call, he signaled to keep walking deeper into the bamboo forest. Based on the information, they were nearing the end of the bamboo forest. Unexpectedly, after hearing a few updates from the call, Chen Jin's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly exclaimed, "What? We can't get in touch with the students and teachers of the Shizhu painting gallery." At the same time, their group reached the end of the bamboo forest. They saw an open area at the end of the bamboo forest with several canvases laid out. Each canvas had a human skin attached quietly. After the initial shock, Qin Jin instantly realized that the situation was dire. He beckoned Guan Kai to come forward and carefully examined the human skins laid out on the canvas. Guan Kai instinctively lifted a clean and tidy human skin laid on the canvas, which under the light of her phone revealed a transparent quality. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. The skill of the skin peeler was truly remarkable. The removed human skin showed no traces of blood nor any lingering resentment. It was as pristine as a finely crafted piece of art. Uncle Qin, come look. Guan Kai seemed to have discovered something, holding up the human skin to call for Qin Jin. Upon hearing her, Qin Jin approached, but he noticed that Guan Kai's expression was grave. This human skin seems to belong to Mr. Mo Pingping. Although it lacked eyes and the overall facial contour, the shape of the eyebrows and facial details matched perfectly with what I saw of Mr. Mo Pingping that day. Qin Jin furrowed his brows as he looked at Guan Kai. This meant that the Mo Pingping she encountered last time was very likely already a dead person. Realizing this, Guan Kai and Qin Jin began to organize the human skins on the ground using their phones. By cross-referencing with the staff information from the art gallery on their phones, they discovered that all the human skins found on the ground belonged to the gallery's teachers and students. Even the owner of the art gallery, the old gentleman Mo Jingchuan, was included, reduced to a shriveled, wrinkled human skin. After discovering this situation, Qin Jin started fiddling with his phone, contacting members of the Bureau of Investigation to retrieve related bizarre information. Soon a corresponding report of bizarre events was sent from the Bureau's headquarters. Qin Jin called Guan Kai over and opened the bizarre information on his phone. According to the big data analysis of the scene, the described bizarre phenomenon was as follows. A 020 human skin bizarre characteristics. Human skin is a bizarre phenomenon that has existed for a long time, with records dating back 3,000 years. Its nature is cautious. Once it senses abnormalities or danger, it will quickly flee, making it extremely difficult to capture. Human skin does not have a fixed form. What is usually presented to ordinary people is the skin of others that has been peeled off. The only trait that does not match the original owner of the skin is the alluring aura that human skin cannot conceal. The human skin that has been used by the skin peeler possesses a concealing aura. Its means of enhancing bizarre power is through acquiring the outer skin of powerful beings. Power assessment meme level. After reading the information, Guan Kai instinctively glanced at the human skins on the ground. Is this the human skin? The bizarre phenomenon that Brother Song warned me to burn at that time. Guan Kai's expression was somewhat regretful, she hadn't expected to let slip the human skin that Brother Song had been so fixated on, allowing a cruel and perverse bizarre entity to slip through her fingers. So this is what it is. Qin Jin murmured, shaking his head helplessly. According to the Bureau's information, it is very difficult to capture or eliminate the human skin. The group searched the bamboo forest for most of the day, but found no further leads. Other than these few human skins, the entire bamboo forest appeared harmoniously normal. Seeing no chance to capture the human skin, Qin Jin sighed helplessly and spoke to Guan Kai. It seems that this human skin is indeed quite cautious. It had already fled before we could react. I have reported to headquarters, but I doubt there will be any effective countermeasures. At most, they will issue a notice as a warning. Qin Jin said, shaking his head, feeling somewhat melancholic. Some bizarre entities are like this, beyond the control of the Bureau. In fact, this is the norm for the Bureau's work. Situations like Song Zhong's, where he suppresses everything upon arrival, are exceedingly rare. After a while, Qin Jin regained his composure and said to Guan Kai, "Come on, Guan Kai, let's gather these humans." According to headquarters, these things are quite valuable. They can conceal the aura of resentment and are effective in certain situations. Oh, okay. Guan Kai hesitated for a moment and said to Qin Jin, Uncle Chun, I would like to keep a few of these human skins. Without even lifting his head, Qin Jin asked without hesitation, causing Guan Kai to be taken aback. Is it for Boss Song? Oh. Yes. Qin Jin waved his hand, indicating that he understood. The old man knew that Guan Kai held many secrets, especially those related to Song Zhong. But he never pressed her for answers, because if he understood certain matters, he would have to write them down on paper and submit them to headquarters. Once the headquarters of the Bureau knew about some things, they could not turn a blind eye. In that case, Guan Kai's situation would definitely not be as free as it is now. Take a few less, I'll leave a few human skins for my files. Qin Jin advised Guan Kai, then pretended to yawn and patted Wang Chang's shoulder. Let's go, Mutu, get in the car, I'm tired. Only Guan Kai remained in the bamboo forest, tidying up the human skins on the canvas. Guan Kai hesitated for a moment. She couldn't determine whether these human skins would be useful to Song Zhong, nor did she know what style he wanted. She simply chose 4 human skins, male, female, old, and young, and packed them away, then stacked the others together to carry out. As Guan Kai left, the bamboo forest returned to a profound silence. Clap. Suddenly, one of the bamboo stalks in the forest split open, breaking through a layer of green bamboo skin. Blood began to seep out from inside, along with writhing masses of flesh. Upon returning to the Bureau, Guan Kai swiftly filed the human skins. Then, finding a moment of opportunity, she rushed out of the Bureau's main door, clutching for human skins of various sizes. She drew a white circle in a secluded spot and ignited the hell money in her hand. Then gazing at the 4 exquisitely crafted human skins in her hand, she murmured, "Brother Song, I found the human skins you wanted." In a bizarre world, Song Zhongjing, dressed in a black suit, led Bald Biao and his subordinates standing at the foot of the Pang Group headquarters building. Song Zhong's thoughts were simple. It was about seizing territory and engaging in gang fights. If they wanted to act, they should directly take down the opposing gang. Otherwise, running around to small strongholds was troublesome and ineffective. As Song Zhong and his underlings prepared for confrontation, the thugs of the Pang Group began to move, swarming out of the headquarters. However, looking at the leading thug, Song Zhong suddenly lost interest. This was boring. The ones coming were just small fry. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. They could be taken down easily. While Song Zhong was feeling bored, the thugs from the Pang Group had a different perspective. Especially the lead thug, who was thin and sickly looking, pointed at Song Zhong with his baton full of arrogance. "So you are the Tiandi group. With your few rotten garlic cloves, how dare you call out at our group's doorstep? Hey, especially you, the one with the iron rod, acting all gay. What? Just because you're big means you're tough? Do you believe I can take you down?" Song Zhong looked in surprise at the sickly thug pointing at him, glancing left and right, and finally noticed that he was the only one holding a small iron rod. Under Bald Biao's suppressed laughter, Song Zhong's temper flared. "Damn, how do I look like a gay? What the hell is this iron rod? It's a divine whip." A divine whip. Just as Song Zhong was coldly smiling, preparing to explode, a familiar drowsiness suddenly came over him. What the hell? Why is the big boss calling me at this moment? A duel? A gang negotiation? Before Song Zhong could react further, he closed his eyes and collapsed straight to the ground in front of everyone. Bald Biao was startled upon seeing this. He was too familiar with this situation. Every time the boss opened his eyes, he could create some tricks. Immediately, Bald Biao waved his hand and shouted at his subordinates behind him. "Everyone, step back 10 paces. The boss is about to blow up with a big move." As soon as he shouted, Bald Biao quickly retreated 20 steps, hiding at the back while observing the sleeping Song Zhong from a distance. The thugs from the Pang Group exchanged glances, puzzled. Why had the fight not even started and the leader had already collapsed? Is it a con? The atmosphere at the formerly tense gang fight suddenly turned strange. The root cause of it all was Song Zhong, who lay quietly in the middle. At this moment, Song Zhong had no idea what was happening after he fell asleep. He was uninterested in it. Because as soon as he entered the dream, he was fixated on the item Guancai was about to burn. Human skin. No way. Could it be the Chun Ping Ping he had been thinking about? Finally, he had a chance to return. Just as Song Zhong was eagerly watching the pieces of human skin, Guancai's words poured cold water on him. "Sorry, Song Gu, I encountered a skin-changing ghost, but I didn't recognize it in time and accidentally let it escape. However, this is the human skin used by that skin-changing ghost, which is said to have the effect of concealing one's aura. I don't know if this is what you wanted, so I'll burn it for you." With Guancai's mumbling, Song Zhong felt a bit anxious. Only the human skin used by Chun Ping Ping. He was unsure if it could conceal the powerful auras of all the big shots on him. Just as Song Zhong was thinking, his consciousness returned to the bizarre world, and several pieces of human skin suddenly appeared in his hands. Ignoring the astonished expressions of others, Song Zhong eagerly began to try on the human skins that Guancai had burned. The dispute with the Pang Group had long been cast aside by Song Zhong. What territory? It doesn't matter. I want to return to the real world to find the big boss. Just like putting on a costume, Song Zhong donned the human skin over his body. After looking around, Song Zhong revealed a satisfied expression. Fits quite well. Wait a minute. Why are there 2 pieces of skin missing from the chest? Is this skin from a woman? Song Zhong's lips twitched slightly as he flipped over the human skin in his hand. In addition to the woman's skin he was wearing, there was also an old man's, a man's, and even a child's. Chun Ping Ping, you are quite disturbing. Song Zhong frowned, his eyes revealing a trace of murderous intent. If given the chance, he would personally send Chun Ping Ping to her death. Perhaps disturbed by Chun Ping Ping's murderous style, Song Zhong simply tried it on and then took off the human skin. Currently, the barrier between the bizarre world and the real world had not loosened, and only when the next bizarre invasion of reality occurred could Song Zhong return. After tidying up the 4 pieces of human skin, Song Zhong looked up and surveyed his surroundings, noticing that both his employees and the thugs from the Pang Group were staring at him with strange eyes. Especially the thugs from the Pang Group, who were in a daze. They had seen everything before a fight, but this was the first time they witnessed someone dressing as a woman before a fight. Was this guy trying to use a beauty trap? After a moment of astonishment, the leading sickly thug swallowed hard and pointed his knife at Song Zhong. Don't do anything weird. My nickname is Huaishi Road Liu Xiaohui, and I don't fall for that. But seeing your sincerity, business matters can't be discussed. This must be discussed at the dining table. Song Zhong coldly stared at the suddenly shy, sickly thug. The divine whip in his hand had transformed from an iron rod into a long divine whip without him noticing. Discuss business. At the dining table. You think him a fool, don't you? Seeking death. Without waiting for the lecherous, sickly thug to finish his words, Song Zhong struck and directly smashed his head. With that strike, the sickly thug was obliterated, leaving no resentment behind. Shaking the residue off the whip, Song Zhong revealed a dangerous smile amidst the wary gazes of the Pang Group's thugs. Bald Biao. Chop them up for me. Bald Biao is a standout figure in the Black Society. For the Black Society, dealing with people is a rather straightforward task. For Bald Biao, the only hassle in killing is needing to change clothes afterward. Under the headquarters of the Pang Group, Bald Biao, covered in blood, scratched his shiny bald head with a wide grin. Behind him lay the scattered remnants of the Pang Group's henchmen. Wiping the blood from his face, Bald Biao asked Song Zhong, "It's done, boss. What should we do next?" Song Zhong, who had been daydreaming, rolled his eyes in resignation upon hearing Bald Biao's words. "Have you never robbed anyone or dealt with a heist? Clean this building from top to bottom. In an hour, I want to see everyone in this building calling me boss." Bald Biao eagerly accepted the order and left, leaving Song Zhong sitting leisurely at the entrance. Listening to the wails and the rolling waves of resentment from inside the building, Song Zhong couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful the afternoon was. As Song Zhong waited for Bald Biao to start the chaos, he suddenly felt a surge of powerful and violent resentment erupting from the Pang Group's building. Previously, a swarm of Bald Biao's underlings had rushed into the building, but now they were flung out amidst the explosion of resentment like dumplings falling one after another at Song Zhong's feet. At the same time, before Song Zhong could react, a sharp gaze locked onto him tightly. He followed the direction of that gaze. A towering figure, a 3-meter-tall giant wearing a tank top, emerged from the Pang Group's building. The man had bronze skin, and in one hand he held Bald Biao, while in the other a massive gleaming axe. Most striking was the shiny nose ring adorning the giant's nose. Wow, how non-mainstream. Song Zhong examined the giant with confusion, and the giant, sensing Song Zhong's gaze, casually shook Bald Biao, who resembled a ragged doll, and asked in a deep voice, "Is this little shrimp your boss?" He looked at Song Zhong with utter disdain. The battered Bald Biao instinctively raised his head upon hearing the giant's question. Seeing Song Zhong in front of him, hope lit up in his eyes, and he began to struggle continuously. "Boss, help. The boss of the Pang Group is too fierce. I can't fight back. I really can't fight back." As Bald Biao shouted, the giant seemed to confirm something. With a sinister grin, he casually tossed Bald Biao aside and said in a low voice, "At such a young age, why do you want to learn to be a thug like others? Today I will let you experience the harsh realities of—" With that, the giant ripped off his clothing, revealing a muscular body. Song Zhong was taken aback. Why did that movement seem so familiar? Isn't it usually when I hit someone that I rip off my clothes and throw my tie? This is plagiarism. It has to be plagiarism. The giant walked step by step towards Song Zhong amidst his astonished gaze. As the giant approached, with heavy steps, a violent aura surged around him. His originally bronze skin cracked, and with the expansion of the resentment, his body rapidly grew taller and larger. It seemed as if something was about to sprout from the top of his head, bursting forth in a splash of blood. Moo! With a loud bellow, the once towering giant transformed into a monstrous creature with a bull's head and body. If one looked closely, they could vaguely recognize the former giant's features, but his previously normal facial features had become utterly unrecognizable after his body enlarged. His facial skin stretched beyond its elasticity to accommodate the sudden shift in flesh and blood, with strands hanging loosely on his face. His teeth and mouth protruded, giving him a grotesque, beast-like appearance. The most striking features were the massive curved horns on his head. One was jet black and shiny, while the other was partially embedded in the giant's brain. Looking at the familiar yet strange giant before him, Song Zhong scratched his head. What is this thing? Why does it have a bull's head? Is it possible that even in this strange world there are bull-headed creatures? Just then, as Song Zhong pondered, the enormous bull-headed face in front of him turned its massive head. Its eyes, the size of windows, swirled with blood and locked onto Song Zhong. The deep voice was like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts. As the bull's mouth opened and closed, waves of ominous wind surged forth. "You look weak and feeble. How dare you try to mix with society? Without strength, you dare to be arrogant, trying to seize territory. Kid, remember this: from now on, the entire Linjiang city will be mine. That's just the way it is." As the giant spoke, he swung the axe in his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. Song Zhong was left somewhat bewildered. This person, how can he be so confident? Did he just say I lack strength? What did you just say about me? Weak and feeble. Just an insignificant woman. Lacking strength. A dangerous glint flickered in Song Zhong's eyes as he spoke, pulling out the divine whip from his pocket. With each word, the divine whip grew larger, until it towered into the clouds, so massive that even Song Zhong could barely hold it with one hand. "Come, let me show you a great treasure. It'll show you what it means to be weak and insignificant, just a woman without power." Holding the thick divine whip, a cold smile lingered on Song Zhong's face as he spoke. "You dare to say I am weak? Then let me show you my great treasure." Boom. The next moment, Song Zhong swung the enormous divine whip before the opponent could react, striking down hard at the Minotaur. The air erupted with explosive sounds, creating an intensely violent scene. The Minotaur, originally as tall as a small mountain, appeared somewhat diminutive before the divine whip. The myriad golden lights erupting from the divine whip made the Minotaur instinctively raise its massive axe, surprise and shock flickering in its eyes as it sensed a strong threat from above, attempting to resist the whip's strike. But it was all in vain. With just a single strike, Song Zhong smashed the Minotaur, who was like a small mountain, into the ground. The giant axe in the Minotaur's hands was blown away. Looking at the Minotaur, which was now stuck in the ground like a turnip, Song Jiang began to unleash a torrent of trash talk. Is this all you've got? How dare you open your mouth and say I'm weak? You're such a big guy, but only big in body and not in brains. Just be a good Minotaur. What are you mixing in the... As Song Jiang spoke, the divine whip kept striking down each blow, pushing the Minotaur deeper into the ground. In just a few breaths, the towering Minotaur was left with only its bloodied head exposed. Moo. Suddenly, a deafening bellow from the Minotaur erupted, the resentment in its eyes turning into a tangible form. Under Song Jiang's constant mockery, it had gone into a frenzied state. The terrifying resentment surged around the Minotaur, causing the ground to collapse and crack instantly, while the Minotaur, with its eyes ablaze, stepped forward from the chaos. Its gaze was fixed intently on Song Jiang, filled with a look that seemed to want to devour him alive. At the same time, a shadow made of resentment appeared behind the Minotaur, resembling the Minotaur itself remarkably. However, the aura it emanated was even more terrifying. Though the shadow was quite ethereal, it felt almost tangible, filled with a sense of majesty, terror, and ancientness, as if it emerged from an abyss. In the shadow's hand, it gripped a steel spear. You despicable thing, how dare you provoke me? The resentment from the Minotaur burst forth, shooting into the sky. Its tone was dark and terrifying. As its words fell, the surrounding resentment surged like a raging wave. What the hell? This Minotaur has a backing. In Song Jiang's astonished gaze, the Minotaur twitched its massive head, swinging its gigantic arm as countless resentments condensed in its hand, forming a steel spear. Its sinewy hand gripped the steel spear, the size of a small house, and slashed toward Song Jiang. The shadow behind it synchronized, swinging its weapon. Calling for help. Do you really have someone to call? Come, let's see whether you have more people, or I do. Song Jiang raised an eyebrow at the shadow behind the Minotaur. Can't play nice, can you? Calling for help. Boom. Song Jiang tore off his shirt and threw it on the ground, revealing tattoos of evil gods. An indescribable aura erupted from him, and the divine whip struck out once more. This time, under the infusion of the power of the evil gods, the aura emitted by the divine whip became even more terrifying. In the moment it struck, the steel spear formed from resentment in the Minotaur's hand was shattered, yet the divine whip's momentum remained undiminished as it continued to descend. Boom. The massive body of the Minotaur was blasted backward, astonishment filling its eyes. But soon, its eyes turned an even deeper red, the gaze of the shadow behind it suddenly turning cold, sensing the provocation from Song Jiang as if it had been angered. Moo. The Minotaur let out a furious roar, but before it could strike again, 9 dragons appeared behind Song Jiang, pulling a bronze ancient coffin right before him. What are you yelling about? Let me show you some real power. The 9 dragons roared. The coffin dragged along the chains. Wherever the 9 dragons passed, all the resentment was obliterated, and the next moment it crashed heavily into the Minotaur, sending its body flying with a powerful impact. Moreover, the shadow behind it was specifically targeted. The bronze ancient coffin slightly opened a corner, transmitting a massive pulling force, continuously drawing the shadow in. No. The shadow let out a terrified scream before completely being sucked into the coffin. After everything was done, the 9 dragons returned to Song Jiang's back, transforming into a totem tattoo. Meanwhile, the shadow was refined, turning into streams of power that flowed back into Song Jiang, granting him an indescribable sense of exhilaration and the injuries he sustained from the 9 dragons, and Guan Yu quickly healed. Moreover, his body became even stronger. On the other side, the Minotaur's mountain-like body smashed into the ground, its life or death uncertain. Song Jiang absorbed the power feedback from the 9 dragons and strode over, waving at the trembling, bald-headed Biao in the distance. Wake him up. Our business isn't finished yet. We'll continue the discussion later. All right, boss. Bald-headed Biao swallowed hard, his gaze towards Song Jiang filled with intense heat, nodding eagerly. Song Jiang's series of actions had nearly brought him to the peak of spiritual excitement. So violent, so bald-headed Biao rushed over, bringing a group of people with buckets of cold water, pouring it over the Minotaur's massive head. As its vision cleared, the Minotaur again saw Song Jiang's nightmare-like silhouette. Breathing weakly, the Minotaur's murky eyes were filled with despair. Who exactly are you? How dare you offend that great one? And even the shadow behind it was terrifying, summoned by itself, granting it a portion of power. Yet it did not expect that Song Jiang would easily suppress it and even trap that one in the coffin. Just thinking of that great one's identity filled the Minotaur with more fear. Not only fearing Song Jiang's strength, but also fearing the wrath of that great one. Having absorbed a portion of power, that great one would definitely not let it off easily. Hearing the Minotaur's trembling roar, Song Jiang lifted his eyelids to glance at the Minotaur, which was like a defeated dog. So this ugly beast has someone powerful behind it. What else is there in Linjiang City? So many strange things. But so what if they are strong? I will still swallow them whole. Who am I? My name is Song Jiang, the final delivery, as in sending you 1,000 miles, ultimately parting ways. Song Jiang grinned at the Minotaur, revealing his sharp, white teeth as he spoke slowly. Next I ask you, do you understand? Looking at the Minotaur, Song Jiang began to speak. The Minotaur no longer displayed his earlier arrogance. After the manifestation of that being was devoured by Song Jiang, he realized he was no match. Rather than resist, it would be better to give up, especially when he saw the divine whip in Song Jiang's hand and the evil god tattoos adorning his body. He dared not hesitate at all. Name? Pang Yi. Tell me who is the true master behind the Pang Group. What do you know? Just honestly confess everything. Seeing the other party being so cooperative, Song Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Have you heard of the Minotaur and Horseface from the underworld? Pang Yi took a deep breath. Although he feared Song Jiang, the thought of that being caused his voice to tremble as he spoke. Song Jiang frowned slightly, stroking his chin. Upon seeing Pang Yi's appearance, he was reminded of the Minotaur, and especially with the emphasis on the Pang and Pang Group, it reminded Song Jiang of a phrase from the memories of the Celestial Master Mansion. The Five Suffering Chapter Sutra states, the jailer is named a Pang with a Minotaur's hands and hooves of a cow strong enough to move mountains holding an iron spear. This description is about a Minotaur jailer named a Pang in hell. This corresponds exactly to the Pang and Pang Group and the vengeful shadow that appeared behind Pang. So is there a great Minotaur behind the Pang Group and Pang? Is that Minotaur the A Pang from the underworld? Also the Minotaur from the Minotaur and Horseface? Wait. If the Minotaur and Horseface exist in hell, do the myriad gods and Buddhas also exist? Then, did the great beings on me also exist? Great Sage Neza, Lord Guan, Master Zhong Kuei, along with the Divine Whip and the Erlang's Mountain Search Diagram. Upon reflection, previously Guan Kai had burned all sorts of chaotic things without direct manifestation. What manifested instead were these famous gods and demons. So what about the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Could it have really existed? And for whom was that coffin prepared? Song Jiang pondered deeply, his expression becoming grave. The secrets he bore seemed far more extraordinary than he had imagined. It appeared that from this Minotaur's mouth, he could learn some truths about this world. Continue talking, tell me what you know. Where is the Minotaur now? What exactly is this bizarre world? Song Jiang paused his thoughts and gestured to Pang Yi. What I know isn't very clear. I just accidentally obtained that adult's authority, from which I gained some inheritance, but that adult is currently trapped in slumber. As long as offerings and sacrifices are continually provided, one can gain power from it. Then I established the Pang Group, continuously collecting resentment and other offerings to worship, and even have the chance to truly awaken that adult. Hearing this, Song Jiang frowned. He is trapped in slumber. Song Jiang sorted through the causal relationships from the fragmented words. First of all, the Minotaur and Horseface exist in this world. Can it be understood that the current bizarre world is actually the original underworld? But why has it lost its original order and transformed into its current form? What exactly happened? Why would a powerful Minotaur like this fall into slumber? Then where have the Horseface, the Black and White Impermanence, and even King Yama gone? Could they also have fallen into slumber? Song Jiang felt a headache coming on as there were too few clues. The mysteries before him were like vast expanses of fog that could not be cleared. Suddenly Song Jiang had a thought and asked Pang Yi, where is the authority left to you by the Minotaur? Pang Yi said nothing but closed his eyes and reached out to touch one of his horns. Only then did Song Jiang realize that after such a fierce battle, one of Pang Yi's horns still retained a dark lustrous sheen. Even stained with blood, it gave off a deadly aura visually. Watching Pang Yi's actions, Song Jiang realized something. The words that drifted into his ears next confirmed, the authority is this horn. This is the authority from the Minotaur A Pang. As he spoke, he removed the bull's horn from his head. With this action, his entire body shriveled up, gradually returning to the appearance of an ordinary person. He looked even more frail and aged than before, as if all the vigor had been drained from him. My lord, I've said everything I needed to say. Can you spare my life? I can be your muscle, or whatever you ask of me I will do. From now on I will serve only you, my lord. I am stronger than that bald man. I can replace him. He is too weak. I can do better than him. The shriveled face of the man was filled with desperation. The illusion of the bull had been consumed by Song Jiang, and even if he left this place, the bull would not let him go once it awakened. Thus he had only one option now, to cling to Song Jiang's leg. He clearly sensed the aura emanating from Song Jiang. He even felt that even if the bull truly awakened, it might not be a match for Song Jiang. As his words fell, the bald man froze in place. What the hell? Who did I offend that you want to replace me? In the next moment, the bald man looked at Song Jiang with trembling anticipation, worried that he might really be replaced. He knew the strength of the man beside him. They were of conflicting types, and whatever he could do, the other man could do even better. Are you begging for mercy now? Where were you just now? You want to take my place? Even if my people are not the best, they are still mine. You are too rebellious to be left alive. Song Jiang looked at the man beside him, his eyes flashing with cold light, as the divine whip in his hand came crashing down. His boss said betrayal was betrayal, and now he wanted to get rid of his own people. What use is there for such a traitor? Boss, my life. From now on it belongs to you. The bald man felt as if a burden had been lifted as he looked at Song Jiang with gratitude, his eyes moistening. He had not expected that Song Jiang would choose him, and his chest felt warm. Song Jiang waved his hand. Stop with the theatrics. On this side, he bent down to pick up the strange bull's horn, examining the patterns on it. Yet no matter how Song Zhong looked at it, it appeared to be an ordinary bull's horn, without anything extraordinary. It wasn't until he infused a strand of resentment into the horn that he understood its purpose. By continuously infusing resentment to nurture it, one could harness the power left by the bull to summon its illusion, thus achieving a temporary enhancement. Moreover, there was some inheritance from the bull within it. After playing with it for a while, Song Zhong suddenly felt that this bull's horn was somewhat useless to him. He was already filled with power. What use did he have for a small bull, which evil god could not extract its essence? With this thought, Song Zhong became less concerned about the bull's horn. He casually tossed it to the bald man, giving him a simple instruction. Figure it out yourself. Didn't you want power? Be bold in your practice. When the main entity arrives, I will grab the other bull's horn for you. The bald man caught the bull's horn thrown by Song Zhong with both hands, his eyes shining, as if he were looking at his beloved. Finally, he had the chance to possess such power. Isn't this like a pie falling from the sky? The bald man lovingly played with the bull's horn, even chuckling foolishly. Looking at the delighted bald man, Song Zhong helplessly rubbed his forehead and spoke sternly. Stop playing. We'll study it later. Without the Pang family group, the Linjiang city now has only our Tiandi group as the sole power. Before the next bizarre invasion of reality, you and by Rome must integrate the entire Linjiang city into the private property of Tiandi group. Hearing this, the bald man perked up, carefully stowing away the bull's horn, patting his chest and making promises. Don't worry, boss, I guarantee to complete the task. Repeat our group's slogan. Abide by the law and work diligently. Looking at the energetic bald man, Song Zhong nodded with satisfaction. For several consecutive weeks, while chaos erupted in the bizarre world, Linjiang City was undergoing a massive consolidation. In the real world, however, Linjiang City felt quite comfortable. In the polling bureau in Chun Jin's office, Chun Jin, dressed in a white vest, was happily standing on a stool framing something. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a certificate with 6 big characters, top 10 advanced units. Today, the common people are really happy. After framing the certificate, Chun Jin hugged it with both hands, humming a little tune. Just when he was admiring the top 10 advanced units on the wall, a refreshing and familiar female voice caught his attention. Uncle Chen, why are you in such a hurry to find me? When Xin still has tutoring classes later. As Guan Kai entered, helping when Xin take off her backpack, she asked Chen Jin, you came at the right time. The bureau has issued a certificate. Our Linjiang Polling Bureau branch has been recognized as an advanced unit. Chen Jin happily pulled Guan Kai over, pointing at the certificate on the wall. I thought it was something urgent. Guan Kai had a black line across her forehead, thinking it was a serious matter. However, indeed, there hadn't been a single extreme anomaly in Linjiang City recently. This made Guan Kai the new action team leader, merely busy with picking up and dropping off children every day. Ding ding ding. A phone ringing interrupted their conversation. Hello, is this the leader? Did you hear we were recognized as an advanced unit? What? Another invasion of reality. Hearing this news, Chen Jin did not even have time to hang up the phone and dashed out of the polling bureau's door. In Chen Jin's serious eyes, a black sun emitted a faint black light. In a bizarre world, a blood moon hung in the sky, casting its crimson glow, making the entire strange realm appear as if it had been drenched in blood. Moreover, the space exhibited a sense of overlap, allowing all the bizarre phenomena to vaguely glimpse the scenes of the real world. Countless peculiarities surged forward, stepping into the realm of reality. The strange had descended. The scene before him was almost identical to the bizarre invasion of reality that had occurred. The only difference was that it had been daytime, then showcasing a black sun, while now, due to it being night, a blood moon floated in the bizarre world. Everyone from the Tiandi group had gathered in an orderly fashion, with the bald-headed Biao and Bai Rong standing. All of them wore matching sunglasses and neatly tailored suits. On the right arm of their suits, they sported a black armband emblazoned with 4 large white characters. Tiandi group. Like soldiers awaiting inspection, they stood ready for Song Zhong's command. Beside him, the dapper Bai Rong excitedly spoke to Song Zhong. Boss, the bizarre has invaded reality. Shouldn't our Tiandi group also step into the real world? Song Zhong was equally thrilled. He had finally awaited this day. He would finally have a real opportunity to meet Guan. After taking a few deep breaths and managing his facial expressions, his eyes brightened as he pulled out the only normal human skin mask and put it on. Though he was unsure if the skin shed from the mask would be as effective as her original skin, it was still skin. It should have some degree of efficacy, right? With nimble hands and feet, Song Zhong donned the human skin, which seemed to automatically conform to him, altering his appearance and physique, causing him to exclaim in exhilaration. The only downside was that the human skin was not particularly well fitted, making him feel a bit awkward. Instinctively, he glanced at another woman's skin and couldn't help but shiver. Silently swearing that he would rather die than cross-dress, Song Zhong shook his head to clear his thoughts, gazing at the overlapping space before him, full of passion. In the real world, I am coming. At the same time, after putting on the human skin, Song Zhong suddenly felt a pull from the entire space towards his body. It was as if he were being drawn into a new world. He took a step forward and ripples of spatial waves stirred an unusual sensation, instantly enveloping his feet. This step felt as though he had crossed a boundary barrier. Song Zhong felt a rush of excitement. Effective. Charge. However, before he could take a second step, a muffled voice emanated from his chest. Boss, I advise against going over there. Upon hearing this voice, Song Zhong paused in confusion. But he quickly remembered the source of the voice. Appetite Monk Sherman. Wasn't he being held by Neza? How could he still speak? Without a second thought, Song Zhong disregarded it, treating it as Sherman passing gas. What a joke. You an evil Buddha with a gullet, and I a bright and cheerful young man. Why should I listen to you? Song Zhong didn't think much of it and took another step. But with this step, an invisible pressure suddenly weighed down on his shoulders. It felt as if he were carrying something incredibly heavy, preventing him from entering reality. Moreover, the human skin he wore showed signs of tearing. Gritting his teeth, Song Zhong stubbornly took another step forward. With this step, a significant portion of his body sank into that peculiar enveloping sensation. Yet as his body was enveloped, it bent under the immense pressure. The next moment, Sherman's pained voice once again reached Song Zhong's ears. Stop, boss, this skin is insufficient. Moreover, wasn't it you who said humans and the bazaar walk different paths? Humans and the bazaar walk different paths. When did I ever say that? Under the heavy pressure, Song Zhong's mind was somewhat cloudy, but he still halted his steps. Although the strange words from Sherman revealed a significant amount of information, it wasn't enough to deter Song Zhong's resolve to return to reality. What made him silently stop was the bizarre reaction of the spatial barrier. Song Zhong had a vague premonition. He could indeed enter reality with this skin, but it was highly likely that the skin couldn't support him for long. Moreover, he instinctively sensed that once he truly stepped into the real world, if the skin shattered, he might face unimaginable consequences. After all, it was not the true human skin, and the effect was severely discounted. If this were the case, should he still venture into reality? The crafting of divine talismans was too difficult. Perhaps these skins would serve as life-saving charms for Guan Kai in the future. Stopping in his tracks, Song Zhong pondered while holding the shed human skin. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he reached into his chest to pull out a bowl, asking, Sherman, are you still there? No response. After Song Zhong ceased his return to reality, Sherman fell completely silent. And Song Zhong had no way to deal with him. If he were to be dealt with, the joyous sky would awaken in reality. If the joyous sky were to resurrect, now the real world would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. While Song Zhong was lost in thought, the bald-headed Biao cautiously reminded him, Boss, should we set off or not? Having followed Song Zhong for some time, bald-headed Biao knew this was one of Song Zhong's few wishes. On the contrary, bald-headed Biao himself did not have such a strong desire for reality. In reality, where he couldn't indulge in pleasures or loot, it was better to be in the bizarre world. Got it, stop bothering me, let me think. Song Zhong sighed. He really wanted to go back. However, it seemed that even if he did, it wouldn't matter much and would instead cause more trouble. Sighing, Song Zhong decided to pause this matter for now. At the very least, he needed to understand the difference between the skin shed from the mask and her original skin. After pondering for a while, Song Zhong waved his hand, and bald-headed Biao hurried over. Biao, help me with something. Go bring that security guard from Yongxi community to me. All right, boss. Bald-headed Biao puffed out his chest, and then asked carefully, what if he doesn't come? Are you and your men just sitting around doing nothing? What do you think I feed you for? Song Zhong shot bald-headed Biao a glance, urging him with his tone. All right, boss. Bald-headed Biao, along with a large group of little brothers, stormed towards Yongxi community. The remaining group of employees stood guard around Song Zhong, eagerly awaiting his orders. Song Zhong looked up at his employees and waved his hand. Those who want to go back can do so first. But remember, you are all employees of Tiandi Group. Once you return, you are not allowed to act unlawfully and must report to the Civil Polling Bureau. In the Civil Polling Bureau, Guan Kai is essentially our company's representative in the real world. Looking at the spirited black-suited employee, Song Zhong felt somewhat disinterested and gestured for Bai Rong to continue the briefing, ensuring they protect Guan Kai well. After all, she was their benefactor. Bai Rong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his mustache twitching, and shouted with a firm voice. All of you remember the company's rules and regulations, obey the law, or I'll personally come to deal with each of you in reality. Understood. The black-suited little brothers shouted proudly with their hands behind their backs. Repeat the company's slogan. Our souls shine like the sun and moon, our courage reflects the mountains and rivers. Righteousness endures through the ages, and our hearts of loyalty shine for millennia. Seeing this, Bai Rong waved his hand in satisfaction. Set off. At Bai Rong's command, hundreds of black-suited little brothers stepped through the spatial barrier and marched orderly into reality. Only Bai Rong remained with the dazed Song Zhong, silently watching the blood moon in the sky. In reality, Chen Jin was anxiously handling various arrangements in the Civil Polling Bureau. After learning of the bazaar invading reality once again, the previously lazy Civil Polling Bureau of Linjiang became busy again. Although at present no clear bizarre phenomena had appeared. However, with the issuance of the warning notice, the entire Linjiang Civil Polling Bureau and even the whole Linjiang fell into an inexplicable panic. Everyone knew that the inexplicable halt of the last bizarre invasion had been the reason Linjiang had maintained its normal order. Would Linjiang still be this fortunate this time? Chen Jin looked out the window with some worry, sensing a premonition in his heart. He might not be able to retire peacefully. While Chen Jin was gazing out the window, he seemed to see something, and his eyes narrowed. It was a massive surge of mixed resentment rushing aggressively towards the Civil Polling Bureau. The bizarre invasion this time, is it arriving so soon? In the real world, at the entrance of the Bureau of Public Opinion, Chen Jin and Guan Kai, with serious expressions, stood ready to face the wave of resentment rushing towards them. Chen Jin had entered a zombie state wielding a large knife. In the last bizarre spiritual realm, he unexpectedly made a breakthrough despite his severe injuries, allowing his body to contain more strange power. Beside him, Guan Kai and Wen Xin summoned a multitude of resentment chains, tightly clutching a piece of ghost money in their pockets. Wang Chong held a grinning hot pot in his hand, still wearing the same blank expression. However, he had quietly parked his beloved car in front of the Bureau of Public Opinion. This time with his car, Wang Chong could fully unleash his strength. As the resentment drew closer, Chen Jin's eyes caught sight of the distant outline of the strange wave. He couldn't help but feel a silent alarm. He had last seen such a quantity of strangeness 20 years ago, on that night of the 100 Ghosts procession. Seeing such a scene again, Chen Jin quietly prepared himself for a desperate fight. Come on. The Bureau of Public Opinion exists for this very moment. With determination in his eyes, Chen Jin gazed at the approaching group of strangeness. As they drew near, he gradually made out their composition. Black suits, black sunglasses, black armbands, and white lettering. Looking at the neatly arranged group, Chen Jin felt puzzled. What the hell is this? Isn't this supposed to be the 100 Ghosts procession? When did the strange beings also adopt a uniform? And what is this Tiandi group on their armbands? Just as Chen Jin and the others were confused, the orderly group of strange beings suddenly slowed their pace, stepping forward slowly towards the Bureau of Public Opinion. Chen Jin felt a surge of alarm. This momentum, this formation. A military among the strange beings. Which strange creature is so bizarre that it even studies military strategy? Suddenly, the strange beings in black suits halted their steps. The leading plump figure took off his sunglasses. As if perfectly synchronized, all the black-suited strange beings removed their sunglasses. Colleagues, repeat the company's motto. The souls shine like the sun and moon, the courage reflects the mountains and rivers. Righteousness lasts through the ages, and a loyal heart shines for thousands of years. The thunderous roar left Chen Jin and the others in shock. Isn't that a eulogy? Are they trying to send us off directly? Do strange beings have corporate culture now? Are things this competitive these days? Before anyone could respond, the plump strange being asked Chen Jin and the others, which one of you is Ms. Guan Kai. Guan Kai seemed to realize something and stepped forward to take the lead. I am. The plump man in the black suit nodded and shouted to the lineup behind him. Come everyone. Greet the lady boss. Hello, lady boss. In Chen Jin's dazed gaze, the orderly line of black-suited strange beings bowed like that scene. If Chen Jin had to die with such a farewell, he would be quite satisfied. As Guan Kai stood there in shock, Chen Jin and the others tacitly took a step back. Only Guan Kai remained at the forefront of the Bureau of Public Opinion, accepting the tribute from the Tiandi group of strange beings. The Strange World Tiandi group. Song Zhong looked at the security guard brought in by the bald man, throwing the human skin in front of him and asking, "Let me see, this is the skin shed by the painted skin. Why did I feel inexplicable pressure when I wore this human skin to cross between realms?" The bound security guard said with a mournful face. "Big brother, didn't I say at the time? It must be the skin peeled off from the painted skin itself to be effective. The skin she shed has some effect of concealing aura, but it is still too weak for the unspeakable effects. You can wear it to enter the real world, but it won't last long. At most a day, at least a minute, that terrifying aura on you will burst through this human skin." The security guard glanced at Song Zhong's variable expression. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "Even if you do find the skin of the painted skin, it's just a substitute. After all, it's not your original body. In reality, casually revealing the unspeakable aura will still be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, your strength seems to have grown stronger with an additional terrifying aura. Once you truly step into the real world for too long, you could be directly obliterated by the rules. However, every time the space overlaps the strange world and the real world merge, it will impact the rules. As the rules are impacted, the real world can accommodate more and stronger strangeness. It's also possible that one day, big brother, you won't need these things to truly descend." Song Zhong pondered, realizing why the joyous heavenly being needed to gather the 5 organs to awaken in reality. Was there such a rule? So the role of painted skin is actually to serve as Song Zhong's body in reality. Song Zhong felt exhausted. Just when he saw hope of returning to reality, he was doused with cold water. Moreover, according to the security guard, even if he used the painted skin to return to reality, once he reveals his aura, he would also be rejected. Looking at the 4 pieces of human skin in his hand, Song Zhong fell into a dilemma. Should he waste a piece of skin to go back and see Guan Kai? After all, Chen Pingping was able to slip away right under his nose, and it would certainly be quite difficult for Guan Kai and the others to catch her again in reality. If he casually wasted a piece of human skin, now who knows when he would find the next one. Song Zhong leaned back in his office chair, feeling somewhat dispirited. Looking at the blood moon in the sky, he sighed lightly. The bald man beside him noticed and wisely took the security. Before leaving, the security guard couldn't help but remind Song Zhong one last time. This time the invasion of the strange beings into reality will last a bit longer, probably 2 or 3 days. You should think carefully about whether to go back. Actually, the strange world isn't all that bad, right? The bald man looked at Song Zhong's increasingly unfriendly expression and slapped the security guard's hat hard. You're too talkative, get lost. Then he looked worriedly at Song Zhong's gloomy face. Boss. Enough, I want to be alone. Song Zhong waved his hand, staring blankly at the blood moon in the sky. Is the strange world really that good? No matter how good it is, there's no one here who cares about him. If he remained in such an environment, would he still be considered human, or would he be viewed as a strange being? On the other side, in Linjiang City, the real world is enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. The streets are filled with strange figures in black suits and sunglasses, maintaining a semblance of normal order. Amidst the pointing fingers of ordinary citizens, these figures are even more invigorated. Yes, that strange one over there. Don't move. The Civil Investigation Bureau is on the case. Oh, isn't that Shaoli? Behave yourself and come with me to report to the Civil Investigation Bureau. That one over there. No eating other people's brains. Damn, are you not convinced? Colleagues stand shoulder to shoulder looking at the large group of strange figures in black suits, shouting and capturing those who have invaded reality. Guan Kai feels a tinge of melancholy. She feels downcast because she has never had so many people following her on a mission. As the leader of Linjiang City's action team, she feels completely sidelined, experiencing a blend of pain and pleasure. Watching the clearly defined roles of the strange figures in black suits as they capture the bazaar and serve tea, she feels an unreal sensation. This is not at all like the Civil Investigation Bureau. Guan Kai mutters, feeling more idle than Qin Jin. While Qin Jin is busy managing everything in the office, she only needs to do 2 things. Answer the phone and tell the employees of the Tiandi Group where to handle the cases. She doesn't even need to lift a finger. Within 10 minutes, some black suits will escort the strange ones back to the Civil Investigation Bureau. Just when she feels she might become too idle, a surge of powerful resentment erupts from the distant horizon. Guan Kai's gaze sharpens as she looks towards the source of the resentment. If she remembers correctly, they had dispatched some black-suited individuals to that direction half an hour ago, but they have yet to return. Just as she furrows her brow, a flustered figure in a black suit rushes over to her. Boss, something's wrong. A strange spiritual realm has appeared on the Linjiang Bridge, and our colleagues are trapped in. Upon hearing this, Guan Kai's spirit lifts, and she nods at Wang Chong, who is standing beside her. Wang Chong understands and raises his hand to summon his black car. After Guan Kai warmly sat in the car, Wang Chong turned the steering wheel. The black car cautiously sped towards the source of the resentment erupting from the strange spiritual realm. For professional matters, it's best to have professionals handle them. Soon, under Wang Chang's control, the black car arrived at the boundary of the strange spiritual realm. The Linjiang Suspension Bridge spans the Xihua River, serving as a vital transportation link between the northern and southern regions of Linjiang City. After the recent strange invasion into reality, it was quickly sealed off due to the intense resentment emanating from it. Once bustling with traffic, the bridge is now enveloped in thick resentment. As she gazes at the Linjiang Suspension Bridge, shrouded in resentment, Guan Kai falls into deep thought. In this strange spiritual realm, Uncle Chun likely won't make it in time to provide support. As for the employees of the Tiandi Group, although there are quite a few, their strength is not particularly formidable. Moreover, some are trapped within this strange spiritual realm. So this time they can only rely on the 3 people and 1 dog in the car. Miss, should we drive the car up? Wang Chong, who is at the wheel, suddenly asks. Guan Kai is momentarily taken aback by Wang Chang's question. Brother Wang, can your car get in this time? No problem, my car can go in. Wang Chong responds with a hint of uncertainty, and Guan Kai feels a surge of joy after hearing this. Wang Chang's strange abilities are all tied to the car. His ability to drive into the strange spiritual realm is undoubtedly good news. Then let's go in. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it is for the employees inside. Guan Kai nods, directing Wang Chong to drive onto the Linjiang Bridge. As Wang Chang's vehicle passes through the resentment at the bridge's entrance, the Linjiang Bridge, which was originally obscured by resentment, becomes clear in everyone's eyes. Thanks to the timely sealing, the bridge is deserted with only Wang Chang's car slowly making its way across. Guan Kai carefully observes the empty bridge, feeling a doubt arise in her heart. Wasn't it said that a large number of Tiandi Group employees were trapped here? Where are they? Moreover, there are no obvious strange entities on this bridge. Where does the resentment that envelopes the entire bridge come from? With a belly full of questions, Guan Kai cautiously scrutinizes the bridge surface. No abnormalities. Brother Wang, stop the car. Screech. Guan Kai calls for Wang Chong to halt the vehicle. After Guan Kai and the others get out of the car and look at the quiet Linjiang Bridge under the sunlight, they momentarily find themselves at a loss. The bridge surface seems fine and the guardrails are intact. Even the cables supporting the bridge appear to be in order. Where could the problem lie? The group on the empty bridge struggles to find a direction for their investigation. Instinctively, Guan Kai walks towards the railing of the bridge. As she gazes at the shimmering waters of the Xihua River under the sunlight, a thought suddenly emerges in her mind. The The river water is so profound, so beautiful. I really want to go down and take a look. Miss, be careful. Wang Chang noticed Guan Kai's abnormal behavior almost immediately. However, it seemed that Guan Kai could not hear Wang Chang's call. She even attempted to leap over the railing and jump into the West Huai River. A trace of anxiety surfaced on Wang Chang's usually expressionless face, and he decisively activated his abilities. Quickly completing the actions of getting in the car, closing the door, and using his ability to teleport next to Guan Kai, he pulled her back with one hand just before she was about to jump into the West Huai River. The three people and the dog returned to the car. After being saved by Wang Chang, Guan Kai instantly regained her clarity, a wave of fear washing over her. When she looked towards the West Huai River moments ago, she had fallen into a state of confusion. It felt as if a voice was continuously calling her to plunge into the abyss of the West Huai River. There must be something sinister beneath the West Huai River affecting this strange spiritual realm. Brother Wang, what just happened? Guan Kai instinctively looked towards Wang Chang at the driver's seat. To her surprise, the usually expressionless Wang Chang now had a grim expression. Miss, I think I understand where the employees who entered this strange spiritual realm went. If I'm not mistaken, they were all drawn in by the resentment of the spiritual realm and jumped into the West Huai River. Moreover, even the black car we are sitting in is being continuously pulled towards the West Huai River by that. Fortunately, my abilities can control the vehicle, otherwise we would have already fallen into the West Huai River. Guan Kai was somewhat astonished as this was the first time she heard Wang Chang speak so much. At the same time, under Wang Chang's explanation, she also began to notice the constantly shifting scenes outside the car window. The entire black car seemed to be caught in a strange death loop under the dual influence of the resentment from the spiritual realm and Wang Chang's abilities. The vehicle, enveloped by resentment, was repeatedly drawn towards the direction of the bridge's railing only to be corrected back by Wang Chang's abilities. In this bizarre scene, Guan Kai even felt a sense of dizziness. Meanwhile, when Xian had already buried her little head. Children are the most prone to motion sickness. Guan Kai looked at Wang Chang, who was sweating profusely from exerting his abilities, and when Xian, who was hugging a hot pot in a poor state. She realized the only thing she could do now was on her own. Suppressing her dizziness, Guan Kai took out her phone and began to search for information related to the Lingjiang Bridge. The colleagues from the polling bureau had been organizing information the moment they entered the spiritual realm. Now all events possibly related to the strange spiritual realm of the Lingjiang Bridge had been compiled. Looking down at her phone, Guan Kai gritted her teeth as she stared at the densely packed words. In an extremely uncomfortable mental state, her keen senses still managed to pick out the key points from the lengthy paragraphs. After its completion, the bridge contractor was arrested for the cruel practice of embedding live piles when he couldn't drive the crucial piles down during the construction of the Lingjiang Bridge. According to his confession, because the Lingjiang Bridge couldn't drive down the crucial piles during construction. To ensure the project was completed on time, he cruelly and feudalistically embedded living people into the concrete. Only after embedding 3 living piles could the Lingjiang Bridge be completed on schedule. After the incident, the contractor was imprisoned, but the Lingjiang Bridge remained unobstructed and stands to this day. After reading this passage, Guan Kai immediately understood the source of the resentment in this strange spiritual realm when combined with the anomalies within. If she wasn't mistaken, the peculiarities in this strange spiritual realm were not on the empty bridge, but beneath it. At the bottom of the West Huai River, like an abyss, were the living piles made from human lives. This was the source of the resentment, constantly pulling people to plunge into the river. After forming a hypothesis about the origin of the strange spiritual realm, Guan Kai seemed to have made a decision, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Guan Kai recalled the words Chen Jin had told her before. In the strange spiritual realm, only by approaching the source of the resentment could one find the truth. Guan Kai suddenly asked Wang Chang at the driver's seat. Brother Wang, is your car sturdy? Is it waterproof? Let's crash into it. All right. Wang Chang hesitated for only a moment after hearing Guan Kai's command. Then he relaxed his resistance against the attraction of the eerie spiritual realm's resentment and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The engine roared fiercely, and under the strange pull of resentment, the black sedan charged straight towards the bridge's railing. At that moment, Wang Chang's black car was undoubtedly more reckless than any taxi in Chongqing. Bang! It must be said that as Wang Chang's eerie ability, the black sedan was remarkably sturdy. The solid bridge railing bent and broke like a plastic straw upon the impact of the black car. The black sedan traced a graceful arc through the air above the Xihua River, then suddenly plummeted under the attraction of the resentment. Splashed. As the black sedan made contact with the river's surface, it erupted into a spray of water. However, it did not immediately float back up, but was instead pulled into the depths by an immense force defying the laws of physics. After a flurry of bubbles, the entire river surface returned to its previous calm. Glub glub. Dark. Deep and flowing darkness. Once the black sedan entered the river, everyone inside was thrown into a dizzying whirl. The entire vehicle was being drawn towards the source of the resentment. Through the car window, Guan Kai could only barely see a swirling mass of dark water and resentment, her vision hazy. as she had suspected the calmness on the Linjiang Bridge was due to the eerie entity lurking beneath the Xihua River. However, due to the limited visibility, she could only vaguely sense that the source of the resentment lay ahead, yet she could see nothing. To make matters worse, during the vehicle's descent, black water infused with resentment continuously seeped into the car. In just a few breaths, it had already risen past their ankles. Wang Chang's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Guan Kai, his neck twisting multiple times in haste. "Miss, we can't linger here for too long. If the black water of resentment inside the car accumulates too much, my ability may fail to function. At that point, getting back to the bridge will be very difficult." As Wang Chang explained, he continuously urged his own resentment to stabilize the vehicle. This also meant that the time left for Guan Kai to locate the source of the eerie presence was not much. However, Guan Kai remained unusually calm under these circumstances. Raising an elegant eyebrow, she gazed out at the deep black water and said succinctly, "Brother Wang, the high beams." With a crisp click as Wang Chang turned on the high beams, everyone's vision was instantly illuminated. Then an incredibly shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. It was the source of resentment in the eerie spiritual realm, 3 gigantic dragon-shaped pillars. The 3 dragon pillars stood majestically at the deep riverbed, as if supporting the entire Xihua River. The sorrowful resentment radiating from the pillars drew the black sedan closer to them. Guan Kai glanced at them, and a thought suddenly sprang to mind. Could these be the living stakes driven down by the bridge's construction workers? Could it be that if these dragon pillars were destroyed, the eerie spiritual realm would collapse without a fight? But to destroy the pillars, the car door had to be opened. If the door opened, the black water would surge in. Wouldn't everyone drown at the bottom of the river before they could destroy the dragon pillars? As Guan Kai pondered, Wang Chang urged again, his tone tinged with rare panic. "Miss, we can't wait any longer. We must return to the bridge now. Oh, I can barely hold on. At most 2 minutes, and the vehicle will no longer be under my control." Guan Kai's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Was this really all there was? She was unwilling. It was so close. Guan Kai glanced at the dragon pillars with reluctance. Just as she was about to ask Wang Chang to activate his ability, she suddenly noticed that the dragon pillars were entwined with chains, ensnaring many shadows. They were the employees of Tiandi Group who had been drawn in. "Brother Wang, don't go back yet. Let the vehicle get a little closer to the dragon pillars. Hold on a bit longer." Guan Kai's phoenix eyes sharpened instantly as she fixed her gaze on the shadows on the dragon pillars. Those were all employees of Brother Song. If they died here, how would she explain it to him? Wang Chang, upon hearing Guan Kai's instructions, gripped the steering wheel tightly and steered towards the dragon pillars. As the sedan drew nearer to the pillars, the swirling black water of resentment surged up to the chests of everyone in the car. Wang Chang's forehead was drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched tightly. Under the illumination of the vehicle's high beams, some employees of Tiandi Group also spotted the black sedan. Their expressions suddenly became extremely agitated as they struggled to break free from the chains binding them, but it was in vain. Moreover, the dragon pillars behind them continued to absorb their resentment. As the eerie presence, once their resentment dissipated, they would perish completely. Watching each employee of Tiandi Group, Guan Kai felt a surge of anxiety. However, before they could get any closer, Guan Kai suddenly found herself back on the bridge. Wang Chang in the front seat was gasping for air, controlling the doors of the car wide open to let the water out. Having been submerged in the water filled with resentment for so long was already his limit. Struggling to readjust the vehicle's position on the bridge, Wang Chang urged Guan Kai, "Miss, I really can't hold on any longer. Miss, what should we do now?" Wang Chang inquired. "Brother Wang, I have a bold idea." Guan Kai instinctively glanced at the suspension cables on the bridge. Under the interconnection of the suspension cables, the entire Linjiang Bridge stood solidly. Even without many bridge piles, it remained securely suspended over the Xihua River. Guan Kai looked up, her eyes locking onto Wang Chang's gaze, a glimmer of brilliance sparkling in her eyes, making Wang Chang's mouth twitch slightly. A bold idea. Hadn't we just driven off with enough boldness? He suddenly realized that since arriving in the real world, his days had been increasingly fraught with anxiety. Since we are unable to destroy the Panlong pillar below Jiang, let's simply blow up the bridge surface. If the bridge surface is blown up, even if it doesn't completely shatter the strange spiritual realm, it will weaken it significantly. Perhaps we can rescue those employees of Songgo. As Guan Kai's words fell, they captured the attention of everyone in the vehicle. Based on the situation underwater, it appeared that the employees of Tiandi Group were trapped on the Panlong pillar and had not died immediately. This indicates that the source of resentment is not a demand for murder, but for other reasons. Just like the vengeful Wen Xian, the head chef of Linjiang University. The workers who were cast into the living pillars are very likely the source of the resentment. Thus, to quell the grievances of those workers, we must destroy the bridge that led to their demise. Or there is another possibility. Those workers cast within might also be suppressed under the living pillars, and only by destroying the bridge that holds them down can they escape. In any case, as long as we destroy the bridge surface, this strange spiritual realm will definitely be affected. Amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, Guan Kai expressed her conjecture. However, after learning the truth, Wang Chang still frowned and asked the critical question. If that's the case, it makes sense. But how can we few destroy the bridge? Although Wang Chong was raining on their parade, he was right. Even though everyone had returned to the bridge surface, they were still under the continuous pull of resentment. Wang Chong had to control the vehicle to resist the resentment and couldn't spare a hand. Meanwhile, the destructive power of Wen Xian and Guan Kai was too weak to effectively destroy the sturdy bridge surface. The issue circled back to where it started. Their destructive power was insufficient and their strength was lacking. Upon hearing Wang Chang's question, Guan Kai did not answer immediately. Instead, she pointed at the cables on the bridge and said to the damp Wen Xian beside her, "Wen Xian, let's activate the resentment steel cables together to hook the suspension cables on the bridge and connect them to the vehicle. Wang Gu, you are responsible for controlling the vehicle to accelerate along the direction of the resentment's pull." Just now, the vehicle was able to crash through the barriers, indicating that this bridge is actually still an ordinary bridge, and the sharpness of the resentment steel cables is more than sufficient to cut the suspension cables. Without the support of the suspension cables, this bridge will naturally collapse. Under Guan Kai's explanation, Wang Chong and Wen Xian in the vehicle suddenly realized. Even the hot pot beside them barked excitedly a few times. According to Guan Kai's plan, they definitely had the capability to destroy the bridge surface. If everyone understands, let's get started. With Guan Kai's command, she and Wen Xian simultaneously activated their abilities, unfurling the resentment steel cables. As the black car sped forward, they hooked onto the suspension cables on both sides of the bridge. After hooking onto 7 or 8 suspension cables, Guan Kai shouted at Wang Chong, "Old Wang, accelerate." Without hesitation, Wang Chong stepped on the gas and charged forward in the direction of the resentment's pull. As the black car sped off the bridge surface under the rapid acceleration and the pull of resentment, the bridge's suspension cables snapped one by one, and the entire bridge surface began to sway precariously after the cables broke. In the next moment, the originally stable bridge surface began to crack as it lost the support of the suspension cables. Thud thud. Just before the black car was about to plunge into the water again, the bridge surface behind them rapidly collapsed. At the same time, Wang Chang's eyes brightened. As the bridge collapsed, the resentment of the entire strange spiritual realm began to dissipate gradually. Though it had not completely shattered, it was already significantly weakened, and its area was continually shrinking. The range of his teleportation ability was also becoming less restricted. Before even touching the water's surface, the black car under Wang Chang's control returned to the very beginning at the bridge's head. With the collapse of the bridge, the bottom of the Shihuai River emitted a series of thunderous explosions. Looking closely, it was exactly where the living pillars of the Panlong Pillar were located. And with the tremendous explosion, figures began to float up on the surface of the Shihuai River. These figures were the employees of Tianyi Group. As this strange spiritual realm weakened one after another, they broke free from the Panlong Pillar. Seeing this, Guan Kai hurriedly teamed up with Wang Chong and others to rescue the employees of Tianyi Group from the river. After everyone had been rescued, Guan Kai finally let out a long breath. Fortunately, her reaction was timely. Otherwise, if something had truly happened to these employees, how would she face Song Ge? On the other side, after finishing up, Wang Chong, sitting aside in pain for his car, suddenly looked up in a certain direction. With a glint in his eyes, a stiff smile suddenly curved at the corners of his mouth. He directly got into his battle-scarred waterlogged car, turned the key, and revved the engine. In the next moment, Wang Chong and the black car suddenly vanished. In the reality where the black sun shone somewhere in Linjiang City, a man dressed in a black suit struggled to squeeze out from the overlapping space. As soon as he appeared in the real world, small flakes of skin began to fall from his body. Upon closer inspection, it revealed the face of an exceptionally refined middle-aged man. However, the terrifying aura of rejection emitted from him by heaven and earth was in stark contrast to his refined appearance. Damn, what's going on? It's like a skin disease, constantly shedding skin. The skin used by Chun Pingping is indeed thin and poor quality. I wonder where Guan Kai is right now. The man in the middle of the road patting off the flakes from his body was none other than Song Zhong, who could no longer suppress his yearning. He had engaged in a long battle of thought in the strange world and ultimately decided to return to reality for a look. After all, deep down, he didn't believe he was dead. Instead, he felt that reality was his true home. After all, he had to go home and take a look. Just as Song Zhong was mumbling to himself, a piercing screech of brakes suddenly came from behind. Screech. Then a hoarse but joyful male voice gently called out to Song Zhong, "Boss, need a ride?" Song Zhong turned his head in surprise, seeing the familiar, yet unfamiliar black sedan. "Old Wang, did he come to pick me up? How has it been for a while? His car looks like it's about to break down." Just as Song Zhong was inspecting the sedan, Wang Chong respectfully got out of the car and opened the door for him. Song Zhong skillfully patted Wang Chang's damp shoulder and then sat in the back seat. As soon as he settled in, he was taken aback and turned to Wang Chong. "Old Wang, did your car get flooded? This second-hand car won't fetch a good price." Wang Chang's expression stiffened at the... He cast a resentful glance at Song Zhong. "If it weren't for the boss wife, how could my beloved car have been flooded?" He silently took the driver's seat and without waiting for Song Zhong's command drove him to the Linjiang Bridge. At Linjiang Bridge, Guan Kai, who was methodically directing the aftermath, suddenly heard the hot pot barking a few times and then dash in a particular direction. Guan Kai followed the direction where the hot pot ran and was startled to see Wang Cheng's black sedan suddenly appear not far away. She was taken aback. Where did old Wang just run off to? Why is he always so mysterious? Why does it look like there's a man in the back seat? Just as she was puzzled, the man in the back seat of the sedan got out. He hugged the hot pot tightly and affectionately rubbed his face against it. When Guan Kai saw the man's face, clearly she was stunned. Mo Pingping. No, wait. Song brother Song. Upon realizing that it was Song Zhong wearing Mo Pingping's skin, she returned to reality. Guan Kai's expression instantly turned cute. Brother Song. Just as Guan Kai prepared to leap into Song Zhong's arms, she found her forehead pressed down by Song Zhong's large hand. Struggling to reach forward, she could not resist Song Zhong's strength as he held her in place. Soon she heard Song Zhong's helpless voice beside her. Don't hug him wearing human skin. It's dirty. In a certain sense, this could be considered Song Zhong's kind of mental cleanliness. Upon hearing this, Guan Kai immediately stood up obediently. Song Zhong observed the situation around Lingjiang Bridge, the lingering resentment in the air, and Guan Kai's still damp clothes. He immediately understood that before he arrived, Guan Kai must have just dealt with a strange spiritual realm. With a light laugh, Song Zhong asked the somewhat dejected Guan Kai, "Did you do this?" Yes. Guan Kai realized that Song Zhong was asking about the strange spiritual realm and subconsciously nodded. Unexpectedly, the next second, Song Zhong, supporting Guan Kai's head with his big hand, rubbed her head. "You've grown up, well done." "Yes." Guan Kai's eyes turned into crescent moons as she quietly enjoyed Song Zhong's gentle gesture. This was the second time she had physical contact with Song Zhong since childhood. Though it was just a brief moment, the unexpected feeling was quite nice. Team leader Guan, could you come here for a moment? Just as Guan Kai and Song Zhong were quietly basking in the rare warmth, a member of the Investigation Bureau suddenly approached. Just say it directly. Guan Kai turned to the member of the Investigation Bureau with some surprise, regaining her expression, and calmly replied. The Investigation Bureau member stole a glance at Song Zhong and quickly reported, based on our recent analysis and feedback from the employees of Tiandi Group, there should be a very terrifying thing beneath the pile driver. Back then, this bridge failed to be constructed smoothly because it was said that there was a dragon in the Xihua River. Just now, someone from Tiandi Group vaguely saw a dragon. According to our speculation, that dragon uses the resentment of living human piles at intervals to lure passers-by into the river. By consuming people, it gains more resentment, and the source of the massive resentment in the Xihua River comes from that. The three coiling dragon pillars were originally meant for suppression, but they have been continuously eroded by the dragon's resentment, turning into their current state. Moreover, that dragon may have already been disturbed and could awaken at any moment. Guan Kai and Song Zhong frowned at the words. A dragon. What dragon? A dragon. Before the two could clarify the cause and effect, the calm surface of the Xihua River suddenly emitted waves of resentment again. A wave of bloody scent mixed with the resentment surged towards them from the river. As Song Zhong felt the fierce and malicious waves of resentment, his gaze instantly turned cold. Damn it. I just wanted to take a vacation in reality. Even a cold-blooded killer gets a break. As the boss of Tiandi Group and the helmsman of the strange world in Lingjiang City, I can't enjoy it. Song Zhong widened his eyes, looking at the surging waves of the Xihua River, letting out a slightly neurotic cold laugh. I spent so much money, raised so many people, and exhausted so much effort. Isn't it just to be able to enjoy today? If you won't let me have it easy, then I'll make it harder for you. Wang Chong beside him couldn't help but worry about his boss' mental state. At the same time, Wang Chong silently mourned for whatever was in the river, whether it was a dragon or something else, for half a second. Honestly, truly, this kind of operation is like jumping high with a magnifying glass in a latrine, sifting through excrement while searching for dung. Normally, the boss would turn a blind eye and let it go, hoping for a better outcome. But it looks like the gentleman in the river is basically not going to make it out whole. Wang Chong silently watched the turbulent river surface. On the surface of the resentful river, a pair of dragon horns made of flesh and blood, along with a pair of cruel yellow vertical pupils, had already emerged. Not bad, quite imposing, but it doesn't look like a dragon. Then Wang Chong quietly glanced at the side, where Song Zhong was smiling cruelly and taking off his suit. At the same time, the massive dragon head in the Xihua River roared and burst forth from the river's surface. From the waves of resentment, an eerie and seductive aura emanated. Its enormous body even overshadowed the black sun in everyone's eyes. What dragon is this? Clearly it's a python with a pair of flesh horns. Roar. Dragon. With your kind of demeanor, you dare to call yourself a dragon. Shouting so loudly, do you think you're impressive? In a white shirt, Song Zhong charged toward the giant python on the river, a predatory smile on his face. At the very first moment the evil python appeared in the West Huai River, he realized that it was no true dragon. At best, it could only be considered a giant python. This python merely looked large and intimidating, possessing a massive body and a pair of fleshy horns. Yet it utterly lacked the overwhelming might and grandeur of a true dragon. The reason Song Zhong understood dragons so well was that he himself had dragons. Both living and dead, there were a total of 10 of them. However, whether alive or dead, they were infinitely superior to the small creature before him. This made Song Zhong both angry and frustrated. If this cowardly creature is useless, why does it have to waste my time? Do you know how difficult it is for me to come to the real world? Do you have any idea how precious my time is? The evil python, observing Song Zhong rushing toward it, appeared. It couldn't understand where this little creature found the courage to provoke its majesty, and it looked like it intended to dive straight into its mouth. The evil python blinked its yellow slit-like eyes in confusion, yet that didn't prevent it from opening its gaping maw. Whatever it was just a two-legged sheep. It would swallow it first and ask questions later. With a cruel smile that seemed almost human, the python's forked tongue flickered in and out. But when Song Zhong got close, the indescribable aura emanating from him caused the python's expression to change to one of sheer terror. What's happening? How could this human possess the aura of an evil dragon? No, not just the evil dragon. There are many different indescribable auras. This is not meat delivered to my door, it's practically a bomb. The evil python, terrified, tried to close its massive mouth only to find the human before it suddenly smiling. In the blink of an eye, Song Zhong appeared right in front of the evil python's mouth. He reached out and grasped the python's large jaws, invoking a thread of dragon power. With a pull, the entire lower jaw of the python was completely torn off. So you enjoy eating people? Song Zhong seemed somewhat unfazed, ripping off the two fleshy horns atop the evil python's head, while continuously reaching out as the python's body kept losing parts. Under Song Zhong's murderous gaze, the evil python appeared frantic, wanting to beg for mercy. Yet it realized its jaw had already been ripped away by Song Zhong, rendering it incapable of forming complete words. Song Zhong paid no heed to the gurgling of the evil python and directly communicated with a malevolent deity within him. In an instant, his aura surged and a small doll-like hand emerged from his chest. The hand was soft and plump, resembling lotus root. But soon a second, third, and fourth hand emerged. A total of 7 small doll-like arms tore at the evil python before Song Zhong, the 8-armed evil prince, the grand general of the heavens. Not only did it entangle the evil dragon, but it also subdued the python to maintain peace. As the number of Neza's arms increased, the aura around Song Zhong grew increasingly terrifying and unstable. It felt as if a great resistance was forcefully compressing Song Zhong's body. The human skin he wore began to tear under the pressure, especially the human skin on his face, which actually shattered halfway. One half elegant, the other half wild, forming a bizarre and eerie human visage. The half-angry, half-calm expression of Song Zhong appeared to the evil python like a divine ruler, majestic and terrifying. Without leaving the evil python any chance to plead for mercy, the small hands on Song Zhong's body moved like shadows, and the entire massive evil python was instantly shattered. As the massive body of the evil python turned to dust, the pressure from the heavens upon Song Zhong reached its peak. With a fierce expression, he resisted the immense force of rejection from the world. He knew he was about to be forced back into the bizarre world. Before he returned, he suddenly shouted something incoherent: "Dig up my grave and try to burn my ashes again. And also find out how I died back then." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Zhong felt a darkness before his eyes, as if his body passed through some kind of barrier. In the next moment, he found himself face to face with the anxious expression of Bald Biao. After lightly patting Bald Biao on the head, Song Zhong helplessly said, "Get lost." Ignoring the aggrieved Bald Biao beside him, Song Zhong once again saw the blood moon of the bizarre world. Looking at the moon radiating a red glow, Song Zhong sighed. "I wonder if Guan Kai will be able to burn my ashes." This is not some hysteria from Song Zhong demanding Guan Kai to burn them recklessly. Not long ago, the neighborhood security guard had casually mentioned having the original body means you won't be rejected in the real world. After hearing this, Song Zhong secretly remembered it. At that moment, he had only one thought in mind. Are ashes still considered a physical body? Guan Kai stared blankly at Shi Huaijiang. Ever since Song Zhong left entrusting her with 2 tasks, she had fallen into deep contemplation. While reflecting on the cause of Song Zhong's death, Guan Kai suddenly realized something. In her memory, she could only recall the scene of Song Zhong lying before her drenched in blood and knew nothing of what happened afterward. Even after returning to Linjiang City, she had never checked the archives regarding Song Zhong from that year. Guan Kai's memory suddenly felt blurry and questions began to surface in her mind. Why, after so long, 20 years have passed, do I still not know the cause of Brother Song's death? Why didn't I check the archives after becoming the captain of the inspection division? It seems that deep down a voice has always told me that Brother Song died right before me. But is that really the case? The more Guan Kai thought about it, the more confused she became. As her thoughts deepened, she sensed an eerie feeling surrounding this matter. The most straightforward question was, why does she have such an inexplicable attachment to a deceased person? Is it simply because he was her lifesaver? Lost in thought, Guan Kai didn't notice a member of the polling bureau had stood behind her. When he spoke, she jumped in surprise. "Team Leader Guan." "Ah. Team Leader, after the death of that vicious python, the 3 dragon pillars have already been destroyed by us, and there are numerous remains among them showing no signs of becoming eerie. Upon our verification, it was the workers who were driven into the ground during the bridge construction Their grievances should have long been consumed by that vicious python, thus they did not become eerie. Now the remains have re-emerged with the collapse of the Linjiang Bridge. Guan Kai nodded at this. Such corpses could be retrieved, cremated, and sent to the cemetery. Seeing that the polling bureau member had not left, Guan Kai knew he had more to say. Team leader, there is one question now. What will happen with the collapse of the Linjiang Bridge? The bureau doesn't have the budget for that. Looking at her colleague's distressed expression, Guan Kai appeared indifferent. Haven't you spoken with the colleagues from Tiandi Group? They were involved in construction before. No. The polling bureau member looked exasperated. Which normal person would chat casually with that sort of thing? A few sentences in, and they're already reciting eulogies. Who can stand that? Just leave the bridge to them. You guys are responsible for the follow-up work here. After instructing a few more things, Guan Kai stopped daydreaming and turned to get into Wang Chang's car. No more thinking, no more entanglements. For a former captain of the inspection division, when something is unclear, one must investigate. Once clarified, everything will make sense. Once in the black sedan, seeing the damp appearance inside, Guan Kai smiled sheepishly. Brother Wang, I really appreciate your help this time. No problem, miss, this is what I should do. However, I fear I won't be able to be by your side for a while. I would like to request a leave of absence. Leave of absence? Guan Kai looked incredulous at Wang Chang's expressionless face. Facing her probing gaze, Wang Chang revealed a determined expression. That's right, a leave of absence. My car needs to be repaired. Guan Kai stood at the polling bureau's entrance, dazed as she gazed at the empty space before her. After dropping her and winching off at the polling bureau, Wang Chang left instantly. In her daze, Guan Kai couldn't help but recall Wang Chang's leave of absence reason from earlier. Miss, I am different from other eerie beings. My own strength might just be slightly weaker than a fierce level. This car is the reason I am defined as a mema-level eerie by humans. My car is like a magical weapon, and my strength is entirely linked to it. Similarly, if the car suffers too much damage, it requires major repairs. I also cannot go against my boss's orders to harm others, so I must return to the eerie world for a while to seek grievances for repairs. I hope you take care in the real world, miss. You are very important to the boss. Wang Chang's reason for requesting leave felt strange, yet reasonable to Guan Kai, though this reason made it sound as if the car was Wang Chang's true form. Taking a deep breath, Guan Kai walked into the polling bureau. This is also good. Brother Wang has indeed been tired lately. A break wouldn't be bad. The urgent matter now is to investigate Brother Song's case from 20 years ago. She vaguely remembered Uncle Chun mentioning at Lianhua Bank that there had been a significant eerie incident at the polling bureau 20 years ago. It was after that incident that the Linjiang polling bureau fell into a state of disarray. In his prime, Chen Jin took over the entire Linjiang polling bureau. Thinking back, Song Zhong also died 20 years ago. Moreover, after his death, he surprisingly possessed the ability to receive items for his commemoration, becoming such a powerful eerie being. The major accident at the polling bureau and Song Zhong's death both occurred 20 years ago. Furthermore, I also seem to have been reborn 20 years ago, taking Song Zhong as an example and aiming for the inspection division as my pursuit. Could there be a connection between these three? 20 years. 20 years. What exactly was hidden 20 years ago? As she thought this, Guan Kai walked into the yard of the polling bureau. As soon as she stepped in, she saw Chen Jin in the center of the yard, leisurely waving a wooden sword. Understanding Chen Jin's slow demeanor, Guan Kai felt sympathy. This time, the main force of the eerie invasion in Linjiang City was actually the employees of Tiandi Group. After they reported to the polling bureau, the entire situation in Linjiang City was instantly maintained within a controllable range. However, seeing Chen Jin lazily repeating the same few moves, Guan Kai couldn't help but interrupt. Uncle Chen, what are you doing? Practicing sword techniques. Ever since I discovered I can summon the old man's sword, I thought it was time to practice my swordplay. Chen Jin said with a strong voice, not at all resembling an old man. But you keep repeating just these few moves. Oh, what's the point? What do you understand? This is the essence of the sword. There are only these few moves in swordplay, and even if Guan Lao Yi comes, he would do it this way. Chen Jin glared at Guan Kai, waving his hand impatiently. Do you have something to say? If not, go rest. I do. Guan Kai recalled her purpose for finding Chen Jin and hurriedly asked. Uncle Chen, you once mentioned that 20 years ago there was a major eerie incident at our Linjiang City's polling bureau. What was the situation back then? Upon hearing Guan Kai's question, Chen Jin couldn't help but stop his movements. His murky eyes revealed a nostalgic expression. In that nostalgia, there was also much panic and sorrow. It seemed that incident was an old scar he never wanted to remember. The polling bureau accident 20 years ago. It was not just an incident in Linjiang City, but a terrifying, eerie event that occurred throughout the entire Xia country. It is recorded in the polling bureau as the most shocking event in a century. 10,000 eerie through Xia. In the courtyard of the polling bureau, Chen Jin took a sip of strong tea while sitting on a small stool. He slowly began to recount events from 20 years ago. Speaking of which, many significant events occurred in Linjiang back then. The most notable one was the sudden outbreak of countless bizarre occurrences throughout the city, leading to numerous homicides. Moreover, a vast and strange spiritual realm formed on the outskirts of Linjiang. To suppress the riot of the 100 oddities, the Linjiang polling bureau was essentially wiped out. You must understand that at the time Lin Jiang had nearly 10 formidable living oddity investigators. But aside from me, some went insane, while others perished. If it weren't for my old man's strength, I would have perished in there too. The Linjiang Polling Bureau was severely weakened, and some of the cases they took on ended abruptly in chaos. At that time, all the case managers had died and many case files were destroyed along with them. As Chen Jin spoke about this segment, the terror in his eyes lingered, as if the turmoil of those years was still fresh. Later it was discovered that not just Linjiang, but the entire Xia country's oddities had erupted unexpectedly. Polling bureaus across various regions suffered losses, to varying degrees, and after statistical analysis, the number of investigators in the Xia country polling bureau had reached its lowest point since its establishment. Especially in Linjiang, as you can see, only a few oddities remain. Chen Jin pointed at himself, then at the office building behind him, giving a bitter smile. Hearing this, Guan Kai quickly asked, then, what caused the oddity outbreak at that time? The answer to this question was very important to Guan Kai. She inexplicably felt that this matter must be related to Song Zhong, because she was increasingly skeptical that the two events piled together were merely coincidental. Chen Jin sighed, deeply putting down his teacup. Of course we investigated, but the headquarters couldn't find the reason for the outbreak, no matter how many times they searched. It is said that in desperation, they summoned one of the last generation's Taoist priests, Na Long, to use his specialty, the sheep-nosed public dream talisman. He forcefully entered a dream to communicate with an indescribable oddity, and that's how they obtained some intelligence about the invasion of reality by these oddities. Of course, the price was quite high. After the Taoist completed his task, his head exploded on the spot. At that time, the headquarters already knew that 20 years later there would be an invasion of reality by these oddities. But knowing it didn't help to prevent it. They could only have the polling bureaus across the regions build up their strength and prepare. This was the 10,000 oddities over Xia incident from 20 years ago, and to this day the cause remains unclear. Chen Jin spoke eloquently, but there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He was also severely injured in that incident, which left him unable to fully exert his abilities despite having the capacity to communicate with his old man. Guan Kai listened silently, but the confusion in her eyes did not dissipate. Instead, it grew more perplexing. She felt that the information laid out before her was like a tangled ball of thread with no way to untangle it. Temporarily putting aside her questions, Guan Kai looked back at Chen Jin. Uncle Chen, what do you think of Brother Song? Chen Jin was somewhat surprised by Guan Kai's question. Has this girl finally woken up? Is she not in love anymore? Has she realized that having an indescribable oddity so closely related to her is a very strange thing? Chen Jin scrutinized Guan Kai from head to toe, intrigued. What do you mean? We can't just sit back and watch. In the beginning, I thought he was a memo-level oddity and even wrote him a profile. It wasn't until Zhang Yunan used the dream talisman and saw all the malevolent spirits on Song Zhong that I realized he was indescribable. And then when I saw Wang Chong, I found that there was really no need to write a profile for Song Zhong. Song Zhong is S009. Among the indescribable, he is the only existence that humans can speak of directly, the boss. Although Chen Jin phrased this as a question, he spoke with certainty. He isn't foolish. Guan Kai plays with fire right under his nose along with Wang Chong and the many oddities that come forward to help Guan Kai. As the director of the polling bureau, how could he not notice? It is simply unavoidable. After all, he is an indescribable existence. Moreover, he is the only one in the history of the polling bureau who is friendly to humans and possesses his own moral standards. Chen Jin waved his hand, signaling Guan Kai not to explain. Actually, the reason I realized that Boss Song is different from other oddities is still because of Zhang Yunan. The previous generation's Na Long entered the dream of an indescribable existence and was blown apart on the spot. Yet Zhang Yunan, as this generation's Na Long, communicated with Boss Song, and he only spat out a couple of mouthfuls of blood, and that was it. Of course, it might also be because Zhang Yunan has some skill, but I think it's more likely because Song Zhong is different from other indescribable oddities. So don't overthink it. We are just ordinary people with odd abilities. You should know what to do, and if you know, then go do it. Chen Jin said firmly to Guan Kai, each word carrying an encouraging tone. Guan Kai remained silent. Although the conversation with Chen Jin did not unravel many mysteries, it instead filled the path ahead with fog. Yet she felt a little more at ease. At least her every action did not seem like anything significant in the eyes of a seasoned person like Chen Jin. It was like a child secretly reading extracurricular books who, after being caught by their parents, was not punished, but rather encouraged to continue. Guan Kai was that child sneaking a read, while Chen Jin was the parent encouraging her to keep going. With that thought, Guan Kai gained some clarity. With the support she received from Chen Jin, her resolve was once more strengthened. No matter what, Brother Song was the one who saved me. A grateful heart, fulfilling a trust. Loyal to the task. Uncle Chen, let me borrow the little electric scooter. Without waiting for Chen Jin's reply, Guan Kai raised the car keys in her hand and dashed out of the polling bureau. Chen Jin watched Guan Kai rush out the door, smiling. Just as he was about to pick up the wooden sword to exercise, he suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted towards her back. What are you doing riding my little electric scooter? Where's Wang Chong? Don't forget to charge it for me. I need to take Wenxin to school tomorrow. Riding on a small electric scooter with a safety helmet on her head, Guan Kai hurriedly arrived at her former workplace, the inspection department. Since she had to investigate the cause of Brother Song's death back, then she certainly needed to start from the archives of that time. Though she subconsciously tried to ignore it, the archives from that time must still be in their original place. After entering the inspection department, with a heavy heart, Guan Kai greeted her familiar colleagues. She walked straight into the archives room. As soon as the archives administrator saw Guan Kai, he immediately stood up to greet her. "Oh, Team Leader Guan. Oh no, I should say Group Leader Guan from the Civil Survey Bureau now. Congratulations on the promotion." Guan Kai exchanged a few pleasantries, then asked the administrator to retrieve all the files regarding Song Zhong from 20 years ago. Song Zhong. Ah, Captain Song. Well, he was an old acquaintance. I remember Captain Song was known as the iron-faced captain of the inspection department in Yuhua District. True to his name, any serious criminal would tremble at his presence. Interestingly, although he was meticulous in his work, he occasionally displayed a deadpan sense of humor that won the hearts of his colleagues. Guan Kai, uninterested in the administrator's rambling, carefully flipped through Song Zhong's files. Just as the administrator had said, Song Zhong's record during his lifetime was quite remarkable. He had participated in many significant cases at a young age. Finally, among the numerous documents, Guan Kai found the file on the major human trafficking case in Shihui province that Song Zhong had cracked. Guan Kai's hand paused as she flipped through the materials. In fact, it trembled slightly, because she had discovered something. This was not the last case that Song Zhong was involved in. Under the file for the Shihui province major human trafficking case, there was another case that Song Zhong participated in. This meant that the Song Zhong who saved Guan Kai at that time had not died. Instead, he had participated in another case before his death. Guan Kai took a deep breath and first carefully reviewed the human trafficking case in which she was present. According to the case description, at that time Song Zhong did not wait as originally planned, but acted hastily due to a little girl's reckless actions, which directly led to the deaths of 6 criminal suspects. The entire lead of the human trafficking case was cut off because of Song Zhong's rash actions. Moreover, just as she suspected, Song Zhong did not die in this case, but was seriously injured and hospitalized. And he was discharged 4 months later. In the subsequent internal review, the examination records regarding Song Zhong at that time contained merely 2 sentences. "If I hadn't acted, that girl would have died. I refused to answer any other questions as she had to be saved." In the end, according to Guan Kai's conjecture, it seemed that a cold approach was chosen for the case. Because after Song Zhong was demoted, he continued to participate in another case. This was the last case he was involved in during his lifetime. The file bag had a seal, and only after Guan Kai presented her Civil Survey Bureau credentials did the archives administrator allow her to continue viewing it. Tearing open the seal, Guan Kai slowly opened the first page. On the plastic-covered white paper were several large characters. Malicious homicide case of the Linjiang City cult organization. Guan Kai was momentarily stunned. It seemed to correlate. The last case Brother Song was involved in did indeed seem to touch upon something eerie and sinister. Without overthinking, Guan Kai continued to review the documents. The description of the entire case was quite brief. In summary, it stated that Song Zhong was killed by cult members using frenzied methods while pursuing a member of the cult organization. According to Guan Kai's understanding, the so-called frenzied methods should refer to the cult's ritualistic human sacrifice. Besides that, the file even stamped Song Zhong's final state of death with a top-secret mark. Guan Kai pondered, or it seemed that this case had been taken over by the Civil Survey Bureau. If she remembered correctly, Uncle Chun had mentioned this just a few hours ago. At that time, some cases in the Civil Survey Bureau had lost their files during the 10,000 weirdness over summer incident. At this point, Guan Kai already felt that there was a greater hand pulling the strings behind Song Zhong's death. To continue the investigation, Guan Kai had to unravel the truth herself from the chaotic past. She couldn't help but look up at the archives administrator and tentatively asked, "Comrade, do you know about this case?" The administrator had been paying attention to Guan Kai and felt a bit awkward upon hearing this question. "I can know a little bit. Just about this confidentiality regulation." Seeing the administrator's troubled expression, Guan Kai patted her credentials again. "Civil Survey Bureau investigation. Well, then I understand. But it's really only a little. They say this case was the tail end of a human trafficking case. After all, Captain Song is Captain Song. Although he lost the lead, he managed to pull a thread from the ocean. The mastermind behind that human trafficking organization is rumored to be this cult organization. It's quite unfortunate. Although Captain Song was a bit cold, he was a really good person." Seeing the administrator's face filled with regret, Guan Kai nodded. This was one of the few clues she had. It should be useful, right? Guan Kai rubbed her hair in frustration, still feeling lost. However, the administrator's next words made her spirit lift. "Actually, there's one more thing. I haven't seen this file since it was sealed. Looking at it this way, why is the name of the cult organization not even written on it? I remember that the name of that organization was quite elegant. Something like Wu Wei Guan." Guan Kai seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Wu Wei Guan. Yes, that's it, Wu Wei Guan." Although she obtained clues about the Wu Wei Temple, this lead was of little significance to Guan Kai. The Wu Wei Temple is similar to the Huanshe Temple. It is one of the two peculiar entities documented that allows ordinary people to gain power through the worship of evil gods. Thus, it was not surprising to see followers of the Wuwei Temple during Wan Gui's summer. In this situation, trying to uncover the truth from that year was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Guan Kai, burdened with thoughts, rode her small electric scooter. Given the current circumstances, what she could do was to go to the cemetery and attempt to burn Brother Song's ashes. After a bumpy ride, Guan Kai discovered that her scooter was nearly out of power. At this moment, the black sun had already set, replaced by a blood moon. The bizarre invasion of the real world had not yet ended, but with the presence of employees from the Tiandi Group, Guan Kai had little concern for the safety of the entire Linjiang city. The employees of the Tiandi Group are bizarre, possessing both quantity and quality, and they adhere to discipline. Ordinary anomalies are no match for them. Seeing her nearly out-of-power scooter, Guan Kai immediately thought of Bai Haiba's funeral supply store nearby. Bai Haiba's shop had just been rebuilt recently, and he invited Guan Kai on the opening day. After all, Guan Kai is one of his major clients. A thought crossed her mind. Perfect, she could go to Bai Haiba's store to buy some paper money, and maybe take a ride in his Wuling Shenche. As she thought this, Guan Kai rode her small electric scooter to Bai Haiba's funeral goods store. Upon entering the store, she peered inside. She found Bai Haiba reclining in a lounge chair, grinning at a video of a beautiful woman. "Boss Bai, welcome." "Oh my, sister, what are you doing here again?" "I just finished setting up the store." Bai Haiba, lounging in the chair, shivered upon seeing Guan Kai. He tossed aside the beautiful woman's video and grabbed a morning stick, watching Guan Kai with a wary expression. He had become wary of this lady. Although he knew she was from the polling bureau and was one of his major clients, he still couldn't help but feel uneasy. Just buying some things. Guan Kai reassured Bai Haiba, half-heartedly picking a few bundles of paper money. Although her purpose was not solely to buy things, but to borrow a vehicle. Seeing her demeanor, Bai Haiba understood that today wouldn't end well. Closing his eyes, he tossed the morning stick aside and shouted loudly, "No formalities. If there's something to discuss, let's get to it. You always say you're just buying something. Oh, when has it ever been just that? But no matter what, you must pay more." "Okay, 500 yuan. Deal." Before Guan Kai could say anything further, Bai Haiba's eyes gleamed brightly. With this 500, he could go for a To be fair, the newly opened bathing center nearby is quite nice. Each one looks so fresh they could squeeze water out. Moreover, the prices are not expensive. For 500 yuan, he could enjoy a full package. Previously, he had to settle for foot massages due to being short on cash, but now he wanted the whole package. He must have the whole package. "All right, let's go. Drive me to the cemetery." "What a... Going again." With Bai Haiba's mournful shout, after a while his Wuling Shenche's engine roared to life. There was no choice. Guan Kai had offered too much. The two traveled in silence until they arrived at the cemetery. Looking at the desolate cemetery before her, Guan Kai wore a puzzled expression. The cemetery in front of her seemed to have an inexplicable, eerie feeling. Guan Kai didn't think too much about it. She was no longer the novice she once was. She could now face the bizarre spirit realm alone. Moreover, the process of the bizarre invasion was still ongoing, and Brother Song still had the painted skin. If things went wrong, she could call for help, as Brother Song's ashes were still inside. Guan Kai had to enter this cemetery. "Boss Bai, you wait for me at the entrance." "Huh? Well, what?" 200. "Count it as on me. You can chat with your companion for a bit." Bai Haiba patted his chest, looking eager to take on the responsibility. It was definitely not just for 200 yuan. Mainly it was because Miss Guan Kai's heartfelt remembrance of her late friend moved him deeply. She was coming here, even at night. With a wave, Guan Kai entered the cemetery alone. After nightfall, the already desolate cemetery appeared even more profound. The longevity pines stood silently on either side, and a long cement path seemed to stretch endlessly. This environment, which would scare the average person half to death, felt familiar to Guan Kai as she walked through it. Which previous bizarre spirit realm was not more frightening than this? Guan Kai even began to hum a tune, the carousel music she had heard at Yuhua Park. Looking at the serious expression of Song Zhong in the photo on the tombstone, Guan Kai stuck out her tongue, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Brother Song, I'm sorry. This is what you requested, so you can't blame me later." After saying this, Guan Kai nonchalantly summoned the grudge steel wire, which gleamed with a sharp radiance under the... How is this possible? The moment the marble slab shattered, Guan Kai froze in place, letting out a disbelieving, because the place where the urn should have been was empty, devoid of anything. How could this be? How could it be empty? Where did Brother Song's urn go? Gone. How could it be gone? Who would steal an urn for no reason? Guan Kai looked at the empty grave, her eyes filled with suspicion. She never expected that Song Zhong's grave would be completely empty. Not even an urn left behind. This. Has it been stolen? Or was it that from the very beginning Song Zhong's urn was never here? Guan Kai couldn't think too much. She took out a bundle of ghost money she had just bought from her bag, lit her lighter, and set the ghost money ablaze to inform Song Zhong. In the strange world. What a vibrant day. Wait, is the benefactor looking for me? Could it be to burn my ashes? Amidst the curling blue smoke, she communicated with Song Zhong, who was in the strange world. As he lay in bed and just opened his eyes, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. After carefully sensing, he confirmed it was a sign that Guan Kai was reaching out to him, and he contentedly closed his eyes. It seemed Guan Kai was going to burn his ashes for him. If the ashes could be burned down, would applying them to human skin work? Or should he take them orally? Never mind, When Song Zhong opened his eyes again, he saw Guan Kai silently tending to the fire. At first he did not notice anything unusual about her, and was instead eagerly anticipating. Where is it? Where are my ashes? Has Guan Kai already burned them? Tisk is expected of her quick and efficient. But the next moment Guan Kai's words made Song Zhong's expression stiffen. Song Gu, you should be able to hear me right. I don't know how to say this. Well, the little box that contained your ashes is gone. When I opened your grave, it was already empty inside. Also, your death 20 years ago should be related to the Wu Wei Temple. It's possible that your ashes were stolen by the Wu Wei Temple as well. And Song Zhong did not want to hear the rest. He was now staring blankly at the large, empty space beneath his tombstone. After being stunned for a long time, he finally reacted to what had happened. Had he been robbed? A complex wave of emotions surged within Song Zhong, turning into a simple exclamation of disgust. RNM. WQNMB. Which bastard stole even my urn? And it's mine. Song Zhong felt a rush of blood to his head, his eyes wide open as he suddenly sat up. In the midst of his emotional turmoil, he found himself back in the strange world. Sitting on the bed looking out at the black sun, Song Zhong took a couple of deep breaths. Since the incident had already occurred, he needed to come up with a plan. Although he was emotionally charged in the dream, he quietly remembered what Guan Kai had said. According to Guan Kai, the last case he handled in reality was related to the Wu Wei Temple. Currently, the most likely ones to know the whereabouts of his ashes were that group of B folks. Wu Wei Temple. Wu Wei Temple. Song Zhong began to search his mind. The memories of the 108 celestial masters were like a vast library encompassing a myriad of complexities. After a while, Song Zhong's eyes brightened. Found it. Those B brats. B010, Wu Wei Temple. Strange characteristics. Externally, it appears to be a dilapidated Taoist temple, rarely appearing except in deep mountains and forests. It was once discovered that the Wu Wei Temple propagated heretical thoughts and formed an organization in reality, but for some reason it disappeared after the 10,000 Oddities summer case. The internal structure of the Wu Wei Temple is quite peculiar, divided only into believers and masters. The masters propagate doctrines to ordinary people which vary in different eras, such as inaction, non-competition, and lying flat. Ordinary humans can actively become believers by worshipping the evil god of the Wu Wei Temple, transforming into the strange. However, believers can only remain believers and can never become masters because the evil gods in the Wu Wei Temple are fictional creations of the masters. The faith power of believers will be drained by the masters. Once the faith of believers is exhausted, it will be refined into human pills. B0101 Wu Wei Temple Masters. Strange characteristics. Most masters have an ethereal demeanor, and some falsely claim to be descendants of the celestial masters, making it hard to resist their words. However, based on brief encounters, masters are faithless, and the Wu Wei Temple does not worship fixed idols appearing randomly. Instead, the Wu Wei Temple masters believe in self-cultivation, meaning the self is the only true god. Their means of gaining power involve fabricating evil gods to gain faith, then gradually draining the believers. Power assessment difficult to estimate, but current intelligence suggests that some Wu Wei Temple masters are exploring unspeakable methods to become B01011 Wu Wei Temple believers. Strange characteristics. Ordinary people, remnants of drug use. Power assessment at most level contamination. After sorting through the information in his mind about the Wu Wei Temple, Song Zhong came up with a rough plan. He instantly understood that the Wu Wei Temple was now also in a tricky situation. Like the painted skin of Chun Pingping, not knowing which corner of the mountains they were hiding in. It seems the expansion of the Tiandi group needs to be expedited. Currently in the city of Lingjiang and the strange world, most of the anomalies have been integrated under the Tiandi group. Even the scattered anomalies that have not been integrated will abide by the basic order set by the Tiandi group. But how could Song Zhong's ambitions be limited to this? After all, even his ashes were stolen. How could he let the Wu Wei Temple get away with this? How would Song Zhong survive underground in the future? Just thinking about this made Song Zhong grit his teeth. He could no longer afford to sleep, throwing off the covers and rushing next door, knocking loudly on Bai Rong's door. Bai Rong, are you awake? Guang Tu Biao. Come, let's discuss the company's expansion. After calling the two up, Song Zhong walked into the living room with a refreshed demeanor, while Bai Rong and Guang Tu Biao yawned continuously, staring at each other. The boss looked furious. What happened now? They couldn't even catch a nap, as if their ancestral graves had been dug up. On the other side, in the real world, after Guan Kai finished burning the paper, she quietly made a phone call. Hello? Uncle Chin, are you still awake? I need to report something. I dug up Song Guest's grave. We'll find someone to repair it tomorrow. Okay, that's it. In the polling bureau. Chin Jin hung up the phone, drowsily about to sleep, when suddenly he felt, whose grave? Song Gu. Song Boss. I certainly didn't mean for you to get involved with Song Boss like this. If he knew this was encouraged by me, wouldn't I be in deep trouble? Chen Jin sprang up, threw on some clothes, and ran out the door, kicking one of the Tiandi group's employees awake. Stop sleeping. Your boss' grave has been dug up. We need to hurry and get it fixed back up. In the cemetery, Guan Kai was unaware that her phone call had thrown the entire polling bureau into chaos. At this moment, she was back in by Haiba's car heading home. Guan Kai sat in the car, her face clouded with displeasure. Meanwhile, Bai Haiba in the driver's seat hummed a tune, contemplating which bathing center to visit later. This trip, coupled with expenses totaled around 700 yuan, he had to go for a full set. The newly opened bathing center at the end of the street had enticing young ladies. Tisk, it was really exciting. While Bai Haiba was busy calculating in his mind, he had already dropped Guan Kai off at her apartment. As he pulled the handbrake, Bai Haiba turned to look at Guan Kai. Miss Guan, we've arrived, a total of 700 yuan, please. He'll transfer it via WeChat. Great, let's add each other on WeChat, so you can contact me anytime for such matters. Alright, take care. Bai Haiba forced a smile, then released the handbrake and dashed off to the bathing center he had been thinking. Sisters, I'm here. About 10 minutes later, Bai Haiba arrived at the newly opened Red Romance. Looking at the luxurious gate and the fair-skinned welcoming lady at the entrance, he instantly felt a sense of belonging. What was he working so hard for every day? Wasn't it just to enjoy himself? Previously, he had no money, so he could only get a foot massage, and that too without any extras. This time he had to go for the full package, the real deal. What do these ladies eat to grow up so well? How can they all be so fair and ample? Bai Haiba mused to himself, skillfully changing his shoes and taking a number as he headed upstairs to shower. He didn't wash for long in the pool before excitedly walking to the changing area. He quickly donned a disposable bathrobe and eagerly took the elevator to the 3rd floor. As the elevator doors opened, Bai Haiba's eyes immediately landed on the right spot. Why are even the welcoming ladies so fair? The lady at the entrance, however, paid no attention to Bai Haiba's gaze. Instead, she smiled slightly and nodded at Bai Haiba. Hello, sir, what service do you require? Hearing the question brought Bai Haiba back to his senses, and he became quite excited. This is what a welcoming staff member should look like with such beauty. Just imagine how stunning the actual service staff must be. Regaining his composure, Bai Haiba cleared his throat and pretended to be familiar with the process. Please arrange a room for a full massage and get someone with special talents. Soon enough, Bai Haiba was guided by the welcoming staff to a private massage room. In the dim yellow light, Bai Haiba lay happily on the large bed, silently thinking to himself. Not to mention the environment here was really nice. This large bed was both soft and plush. He couldn't tell what material it was made of, but lying on it felt like sinking in. Just as Bai Haiba was pondering this, a knock echoed through the room. Then a clean and playful voice rang out. Hello, sir, technician number 69 is here to serve you. The woman in a qipao who walked in instantly captured Bai Haiba's gaze. One word white. 2 words exposed. The rest, you can imagine. As technician number 69 entered, she bowed to Bai Haiba, her ample bosom dazzling his eyes. Sir, I will wash your feet first. Technician number 69 flashed a charming smile at Bai Haiba, then squatted down. Her jade-like hands gently grasped Bai Haiba's feet and placed them into the prepared warm water in the wooden tub. Bai Haiba looked at the woman squatting in front of him. A wave of excitement surged within him. This was pleasurable. Just as he was about to follow the previous routine and flirt with the technician, something unexpected happened. Technician number 69 suddenly lifted his feet. Sir, do you think I washed them clean? As she lifted his feet out of the water, Bai Haiba's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't that his feet had any issues, but rather it was the technician's hands. Originally as white as jade, after soaking in the hot water, they had transformed into a pair of eerie, bony hands. The skin and flesh seemed to have melted away, turning into the murky hot water in the tub. Upon seeing this, Bai Haiba's soul felt as if it had left his body, and goosebumps erupted all over him. Especially under the dim light, those pale bony hands were still gently stirring the hot water, washing his feet. Who? In extreme fear, one cannot produce any sound. Bai Haiba was currently in such a state of sheer terror. Although he had never experienced any bizarre events, the overwhelming news coverage lately had made him instantly think of the strange occurrences invading reality. Taking several deep breaths, Bai Haiba trembled as he stammered, Sister, we can talk this out, I work in funerals, how about letting me go, and I'll burn extra paper for you each year. As he spoke, Bai Haiba subconsciously glanced at his phone. In the terrifying atmosphere, he suddenly thought of a way out. Call Guan Kai. As a professional from the polling bureau, she would definitely understand what was happening. While Bai Haiba continued to feign conversation, he shuffled his body to reach for his phone. Secretly, he dialed Guan Kai's WeChat call. Sister, spare me, don't kill me. Isn't Red Romance a bathing center? How is it so unprofessional? The technician number 69 before him ignored his words, instead grinning seductively. However, the face that Bai Haiba found incredibly charming seemed to show signs of melting amid the rising steam. Like a wax figure subjected to high temperatures. Sir, let me help you take off your clothes, you. Don't come over. Bai Haiba protested, his cries hoarse, but it was of no use. He could only watch helplessly as his clothes were stripped off one by one. In a bizarre world, the bored Song Zhong was playing Do Diju with Bald Biao and Bai Rong. Just as Song Zhong was about to play 4 twos and 2 kings, he suddenly noticed Bai Rong's body tremble. Being quite concerned about his subordinates, he casually asked, What's wrong, Lao Bai? Bai Rong, with a helpless expression, closed his cards and rolled his eyes as he replied, Besides nothing. My useless nephew probably encountered some excitement in reality again. Damn, last time he almost got into a fight with a woman, and it nearly drove me crazy. Bai Rong said, displaying an indignant expression. Song Zhong found it amusing and curiously asked again, aren't you going to check it out? Not going, it wouldn't be worth it, even if I killed him. Although Bai Rong said this, he still closed his eyes to observe the situation in reality. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Bai Rong opened his eyes, threw his cards down, and cursed loudly. You little brat. You don't even understand what Piao means. Boss, give me 2 minutes to deal with some personal matters. Bai Rong looked sternly at Song Zhong, then closed his eyes again to communicate with his blood relative Bai Haiba. In less than 2 minutes, Bai Rong opened his eyes again. His small mustache on his chubby face trembled, and he wore a satisfied expression. Song Zhong looked at Bai Rong and couldn't help but wear a suspicious look. All done. A mere little issue, how could it withstand my Bai Rong's conquest? Forget it, forget it. Come on, boss, let's continue playing cards. Song Zhong rolled his eyes, guessing that Bai Rong probably hadn't done anything good. In the real world, Bai Haiba, sitting in the car, felt as if he were being drained. Shaken, he recalled the recent experience and realized that something terrible had occurred. He swore by his deceased uncle that he had definitely seen the technician's skeletal palm. Then, he lost track of what happened, feeling a chilling sensation within him, as if something had possessed him. When he came to his senses, he saw the female technician lying beside him, her face pale and streaked with red. Although he didn't know what had happened, he hurriedly threw on his clothes and ran back to his car. To hell with all this. Right now, he just wanted to meditate and eat vegetarian food. After a moment, he remembered that he needed to call the polling bureau to report the situation. Taking out his phone, Bai Haiba trembled as he dialed Guan Kai's number. A ringing sound startled Guan Kai, who had just fallen asleep. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Bai Haiba, who had just dropped her off. Confusion filled her eyes. What could Bai Boss want at this late hour? Guan Kai muttered to herself and swiped her phone to answer the call. I'm reporting a formal complaint. The Red Romance is irregular, they're deceiving customers, and there's something bizarre inside. As soon as the call connected, hearing Bai Boss' incoherent narrative, Guan Kai frowned. A bathhouse. Melted flesh. The technicians inside mixed with the bizarre. What is going on? Guan Kai's mind was filled with confusion, taking a while to sort out the situation. After pondering for a moment, she immediately said to Bai Haiba, send me your location or I'll go take a look. After hanging up, Guan Kai thought again and felt it wasn't safe to go alone. After all, according to Bai Haiba's description, it could very well be an entire bizarre and mixed bathhouse. If they alerted the snakes in the grass and the culprits escaped, it would be difficult to catch them later. I must find a way to catch them all. However, Wang Chong was not around, and when Xian was just a child, so it would definitely be inconvenient for her to enter such a place. To be safe, it was better to call more people. With this thought, she dialed the manager of Tianyi Group. At that moment, the group manager, who was following Chen Jin to fix Song Zhong's tomb, with great effort suddenly heard his phone ringing. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from the boss lady. Hello? Oh, boss lady, hello. What? There's something bizarre at the bathhouse. Alright, I'll bring my colleagues over immediately. Hold your horses, we mustn't alert the snakes. Alright, I understand, brothers, stay hidden. Before he could hang up, the group manager threw down his work and shouted. Colleagues, we have work to do. The boss lady said there's something bizarre in Red Romance, and we need to go undercover. Remember, only catch the bizarre, no harm to people. Amidst the shouting, Chen Jin, who was squatting beside and cleaning Song Zhong's tombstone, suddenly twitched his ears. He turned his head sharply, looking at the manager of Tianyi Group, his eyes flashing with brilliance. What did you just say? A bathhouse? Without waiting for a response, Chen Jin snatched the phone away. Hey Guan, what's the matter? There's something bizarre at the bathhouse. Don't worry about it. Just leave everything to me. Rest assured, all expenses will be reported for reimbursement. Wiping the sweat from his face, Chen Jin shouted at the employees of Tianyi Group. Everyone forward at a run. Target Red Romance. Everyone remember, once we arrive, no one is allowed to alert the snakes, and follow my orders. In the midst of a dust storm, only the newly fixed Song Zhong's tomb stood quietly in place. On the other side, Bai Haiba, who had just finished the call with Guan Kai, was secretly observing the door of Red Romance. Following Guan Kai's instructions, he stayed in the car waiting for the polling bureau to arrive. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. The 700 yuan he had worked hard to earn was just gone. Losing the money was one thing, he came here for a service, but they couldn't just throw such a big mess at him, jumping straight to the bazaar. This was worse than a scam. I want to report you. When the polling bureau people arrive, let's see if you dare to trick customers like this again. As he carefully observed Red Romance, a catchy song suddenly played outside his car door. My heart is beating, love is like a fierce fire, you are smiling, and the crazy one is me. Carefully identifying it, it was a recent hit song from Douyin. However, those originally catchy lyrics sounded particularly sinister in the quiet atmosphere. After just experiencing a bizarre event, Bai Haiba felt his heart racing at the strange lyrics. He was so stiff that he didn't dare to look at the source of the song, thinking that the girl inside had chased after him. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, amidst the catchy song, a sound of banging on the car door mixed in. Bai Haiba turned around sharply, only to see an old man with a wrinkled face smiling widely at him. You're Bai Boss, right? Come, let's go inside and take a look together. Hey, why is he still unconscious? Well, tell me about those women inside. No, wait, those bizarre occurrences. Chen Jin heard his phone ring. As he answered the call, he glanced at Bai Haibo slumped and unconscious in the car. He hadn't expected the so-called boss Bai to be this timid. Merely tapping the window had sent him spiraling into fainting. Shrugging lightly, Chen Jin gestured to a T&D Group employee nearby to find a way to unlock the car door, then answered Guan Kai's call. Uncle Chen, I've arrived. Where are you? Indeed, Guan Kai had come after all. After hanging up with Chen Jin, she'd grown increasingly uneasy. Something about Uncle Chen just didn't inspire confidence. What if instead of catching the anomaly, she ended up arrested for solicitation? Recalling Chen Jin's usual conduct, her misgivings only deepened. With no other choice, she rushed over. By the time she arrived, Bai Haibo had just stirred back to consciousness. Seeing Guan Kai, he burst into tears like a drowning man spotting salvation. Wah, Chief Guan, you're finally here, Wah. You have no idea what they've done to me. I'll never set foot in such places again. I'll carry this trauma forever. At my age, how many more years can I live freely? What if this fright triggers something serious? Compensation. I demand full compensation. Oh, and if I report this, do I get a reward? Bai Haibo, now anchored by Guan Kai's presence, dismissed the red romance anomaly entirely. His sense of security was absolute. Recalling what had happened inside, he cried out for justice and compensation. A reward would be even better. Otherwise, his 700 yuan would be utterly wasted. Watching Bai Haibo wail uncontrollably, Guan Kai and her team exchanged helpless glances. The first time any of them had ever encountered a client reporting an anomaly while simultaneously demanding compensation and a bounty. She silently thanked her fortune she served at the Bureau of Anomalous Investigations now, not the old inspection bureau where Bai Haibo would have been the very first arrest. Glancing again at the flustered Chen Jin, Guan Kai's exasperation deepened. What kind of people are these? Why is everyone so drawn to places like this? At least Brother Song is reliable, devoted solely to his work. Even after death, he founded the Tian, though. Next time should I burn a portrait of myself down there so Brother Song could? No, that would mean betraying. Her cheeks flushed at the thought. She shook her head, sharply banishing the absurd notion, and turned her focus fully to gathering facts. After hearing Bai Haibo's account, Guan Kai fell silent, her gaze drifting repeatedly toward the Red Romance establishment. If his story held true, perhaps she truly shouldn't enter. Red Romance was unmistakably a lewd establishment. Her entering would surely raise suspicion among the anomalies hiding among ordinary staff. I understand now. Once we accept services from their attendants, the anomalies will reveal themselves. This old man gladly offers his aging body in service to the noble cause of anomalous oversight. Don't worry, Guan Nizi. I'll lead them in myself and handle this flawlessly. Guan Kai stared at Chen Jin's impassioned declaration, momentarily at a loss for a better plan. Inside Red Romance, countless ordinary civilians mingled with anomalies disguised as regular attendants. Acting rashly would blind them to the truth. Worse yet, the anomalies might flee, or cornered harm innocents within. Just as Guan Kai prepared to instruct the T&D Group employees to proceed with extreme caution, she found them already stepping forward in unison, eyes gleaming. We swear eternal loyalty to Elder Chun. Of course, she mused inwardly. Men are all hopeless fools. Guan Kai sighed inwardly, then watched resigned as Chen Jin strode forward with commanding pride, leading his entourage into Red Romance. Chen Jin's entrance, accompanied by a wave of anomalies, immediately drew attention from the bathhouse staff. Yet they greeted the group with practiced smiles. Hello. We're here for our company's team-building retreat. Money is no object. Please accommodate all my colleagues well. The staff froze stunned. They'd seen groups come for pleasure, but never hundreds arriving en masse for corporate team building. At first, they'd assumed these were troublemakers. After all, who wears black suits and sunglasses at night, unless they mean business? And their leader, a leering old man, certainly didn't look trustworthy. But then they remembered these are clients. These are commissions. Their smiles instantly returned, warmer, wider, richer. Of course, gentlemen, please follow me. The staffer hurried forward, enthusiastically guiding Chen Jin's group into elevators and batches. As long as they weren't here to cause trouble, all was well. Honestly, what an extraordinary corporate culture. Meanwhile, upstairs on the second floor, Chen Jin rinsed off briefly, then slipped into a bathrobe with effortless familiarity, far more deft than Bai Haibo ever was. Make yourselves at home, but keep it quiet. Hey you, is room 69 free? That one, I know her. Chen Jin strode boldly into a third-floor room, and immediately sensed something. Even without activating his zombie form, he caught the faint coppery scent of blood, especially from that large bed. No sooner had he settled onto it than a chilling familiarity washed over him. This is human skin, stitched together. Chen Jin rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but pity Boss Bai, rolling across a quilt sewn from dozens of human hides. I wonder, does it carry contagion? He muttered, just as the pale, ample woman Bai Haibo had described entered, yet her hands remained perfectly human, not the skeletal claws Bai Haibo had claimed. As technician, no. 69 stepped in. She placed a wooden basin before Chen Jin and smiled sweetly. Elder sir, may I begin with your feet? Chen Jin returned a serene, benevolent smile, and extended his foot. She deftly lifted it and lowered it into the basin. Chen Jin watched a cold smirk rising. Even the hot water in that basin was steadily draining vitality from. Judging the timing, Chen Jin withdrew his foot, lifting it clear of the water along with a pair of bone hands still clinging with strips of flesh and dripping crimson. Technician No. 69 looked up and bared a ghastly icy grin. Elder sir, is my service unsatisfactory? Chen Jin remained utterly calm. After years at the Bureau of Anomalous Investigations, this was mere child's play. Instead, he smiled gently and spoke slowly. Young lady, I'm quite pleased with your service. But outside, it's too noisy. Listen carefully. The corridor echoes with 100 anomalies walking the night. Startled by his sudden words, Technician No. 69 instinctively turned toward the door, only to hear ragged, mournful wails rising from beyond it. Straining to discern them, she recognized several shrieks, familiar, chillingly so. Were those other anomalous attendants? As she stood frozen, she felt an unnatural chill radiating from the feet she still held, so cold it pierced through bone straight into her soul. Glancing down, she saw that the ordinary elderly feet had erupted with livid necrotic blotches, spreading rapidly across the skin. Then beside her ear a voice echoed, deep, frigid, implacable, "Look, your feet have gone cold. Immortal. Immortal sting. What are you doing? Let me go. If you keep this up, I'll scream for help." Technician No. 69 stood frozen in disbelief, then abruptly tried to wrench her hands free only to find them clamped in a vice-like grip by a pair of desiccated corpse-spotted hands rigid as forged steel. Panic flickered across her face, her voice trembled with mounting dread. Just now, mere moments ago, the last client, a portly man who'd booked her full service package, had agreed to everything. Yet the instant she siphoned a trace of his vital essence, an overwhelming aura surged forth without warning. Then, everything reversed. She went from predator to prey. All the essence she'd painstakingly accumulated these past days was violently drained back by that accursed fat man. Fine, she could endure that. But another one, and worse, older, uglier. Scream all you like. Everyone outside is mine. Even if you shriek until your throat tears, no one will hear you. Chen Jin, possessed by his father's spirit and transformed into a Jiangshi, smiled coldly, his grin radiating unnatural chill utterly devoid of benevolence. At his words, Technician No. 69 shuddered involuntarily, her terror deepening with every passing second. I swear, I'll never dare again. Or I'll give you a free session. Brother, please, spare me, she pleaded desperately. She'd barely breached the threshold of the real world, and already encountered two grotesque perverts, each more absurd than the last. At this rate, perhaps retreating to the Veil Realm would be safer. At least their deception was rare. After decades of service, she had never run an immortal sting, only fallen victim to one. And now at last she understood. This was the true immortal sting. Summon your celestial patron at the slightest provocation. Spare you. Apologies. I am an officer of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. Chen Jin spoke with solemn authority, his countenance radiant with unshakable rectitude. Had she been an ordinary young woman, perhaps he'd have looked away, but a veil entity. He held no such indulgence. Without hesitation, he seized her by the arm and strode out of the room, ignoring her wounded, resentful gaze. As Chen Jin pushed open the door, chaos erupted throughout the Red Romance bathhouse, sharp commands echoing down every corridor. Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, official operation. Cease all movement immediately. Hands on your heads. Line up and kneel. No sob stories. Kneel down. Size is not an excuse. Amidst the barked orders, the previously empty third floor of the Red Romance now bristled with pale kneeling figures. Employees of the Tiandi Group, robed in crisp white towels, stood upright and stern, conducting provisional registrations of the technicians. Only after 10 minutes did order begin to settle. The Tiandi Group's branch manager approached Chen Jin and whispered urgently into his ear. Upon hearing him, Chen Jin's expression shifted. Astonishment flashed across his face, followed by a sharp furrow of his brow. What did this mean? Only a handful of Veil entities among the technicians had engaged in essence siphoning. The rest, both mundane and Veilborn, were merely implicated in illicit activities. Chen Jin, the Jiangshi bearing his father's visage, scanned the scene slowly, then turned his gaze toward Technician No. 69, still crouched nearby, trembling uncontrollably. Before he could utter a word, every technician, Veil and human alike, turned in unison toward a single direction. A figure strode forward with deliberate confidence. At the sight of him, every technician, whether veil-touched or mortal, lit up as though beholding salvation itself. Brother C, save us. They're raiding us and fishing for arrests. We're just trying to earn an honest living, and they... Amidst the clamor, Chen Jin turned to look. What's all this commotion? Let me see. Who dares wreck my establishment? His voice boomed with thick northeastern cadence, accompanied by the sharp, rhythmic tap of polished leather shoes. From the corridor's far end emerged a man in a tailored black suit, a heavy gold watch glinting on his wrist, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Yet Brother C's swagger lasted only a moment. Awaiting him in the hallway were dozens of Tiandi Group employees, grim-faced, resolute, and beside them a small, stooped Jiangshi elder. Brother C blinked in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for this tableau. He'd spent decades in this trade, first in life, then in the Veil realm, and now once more in reality. Riots, inspections, crackdowns, he'd weathered them all. But this he'd never seen before. His men had told him it was a routine inspection, yet these people looked less like inspectors and more like a syndicate enforcer squad. Oh, Black Lord, didn't expect you. Why didn't you call ahead? I'd have welcomed you myself. All brothers, family, all family. Misunderstanding, everyone stay calm. Let's resolve this civilly over tea. Stunned Brother C's expression grew even more animated upon spotting the Tiandi Group armbands. His eyes swept the crowd, searching, until they locked onto the very person he sought. Heihu, one of Tiandi Group's senior managers. Heihu, the appointed overseer of Tiandi Group's terrestrial operations following the Veil incursion. Confident in his target, Brother C moved forward with practiced ease, extending warmth like old kin. Brother C, address me by my title during duty hours. No brotherly familiarity. Heihu, and he could turn a blind eye to many things, but any leniency toward Madame Boss's direct mandate would spell. Brother C recoiled slightly, then felt Heihu's firm grip clamp onto his shoulder. Leaning close, Heihu lowered his voice to a dangerous whisper. What in hell were you thinking? Didn't I make it clear? No harming mortals, no essence siphoning, in the real world. Now look what you've done. You've been reported. Madame Boss knows. You'll wish you'd never been born. At the mention of Madame Boss, Brother C flinched violently, his composure shattered. Beneath the city of Linjiang, Boss reigned supreme. Above it, Madame Boss held absolute dominion. He'd never imagined this trivial affair would reach her ears. Black Lord, I swear I'm innocent. I've drilled it into everyone break the rules, and you're dismissed on the spot. I've only been here 2 days. This was clearly rogue technicians I hired off the street. You know well enough. Since Boss took Linjiang, I serve under him. Would I dare defy Madame Boss herself? Brother C rushed to explain, beads of sweat bursting across his forehead. His cigar long since vanished, forgot. He knew Boss's wrath firsthand. To incur Madame Boss's displeasure. That meant oblivion. No grave, no name, no remembrance. Not my concern. Explain yourself to Director Chun. Heihu snapped, then dragged Brother C straight to Chen Jin. Director Chun, this is Lao C, the front desk manager of Red Romance. With a dismissive shove, Heihu hurled Brother C forward. Unfazed, Brother C remained seated on the floor and instantly began massaging Chen Jin's calves, grinning obsequiously. Honorable Director, please call me Shao C. Haha. Chen Jin studied him, recalling earlier reports from Tiandi Group staff, and sensed something deeply amiss. Red Romance was not the den of pure malevolence he'd presumed. Calm returned to him. If Veil entities could communicate, that he considered auspicious. Chen Jin pulled up a chair and sat squarely, arms resting on his knees. Speak, what's the truth? Director Chen, Red Romance has always upheld harmony above profit. We erred in recruitment. Staff shortages forced us to hire freelancers. Who could foresee this catastrophe? Mistakes were made. We pledge full correction and thorough reform. Boss's guiding principle remains etched in my heart: strict adherence to law and order. Such incidents will not recur, ever. Chen Jin watched Brother C's fervent vows, but suspicion lingered in his gaze. The human skin bedsheet. Purchased, Lotus Group supplied it. Receipts remained filed. The scent of blood. Air freshener, rich and heady. Some executives prefer that ambience. We'll revise our fragrance policy immediately. Chen Jin stared at Brother C's ingratiating smile and slammed his thigh in exasperation. None of that clowning. Prostitution charges alone are inescapable. Take them all into custody. Brother C panicked, bowing low. No, Director. May I speak with you? Chen Jin's curiosity piqued. What now? Attempting bribery. Very well. Let society's corruption aim its fire directly at me. Chen Jin rose and followed Brother C to a secluded corner. There, contrary to expectation, Brother C produced no cash or cards. Instead, he lit a cigarette and offered it to Chen Jin. Director, punish us as you see fit, but grant us one chance to reopen Red Romance. Truth be told, none of us anticipated how swiftly reality would shift. One moment, the veil descended, the next. Our staff were overwhelmed, acting rashly. My humble suggestion, Director, enforce all penalties, implement rigorous reforms. Then when Red Romance reopens, we guarantee exemplary conduct across every metric, earning designation as Linjiang's model private Veil enterprise, setting precedent for all future Veil ventures. Not only will we redeem ourselves, but your reputation will shine alongside ours. Moreover, ascending Veil entities must spend. Suppressing their needs breeds instability. Chen Jin narrowed his eyes at Brother C's torrent of rhetoric and found himself inexplicably persuaded. So long as laws were honored and excesses restrained, such enterprises might indeed serve a purpose. After a thoughtful pause, Chen Jin withheld immediate approval, opting instead for bureaucratic neutrality. Your proposal will undergo formal review by the Bureau. Review, excellent. A review is precisely what we need. Brother C seized Chen Jin's hand and slipped a membership card into his palm. What is this? Do you grasp the gravity of this act? Is this how you test an official's integrity? Chen Jin frowned, recoiling to reject it outright. But Brother C's next words halted his motion mid-reach. After reopening, surely you'll need to inspect our operations firsthand. Rest assured, Director, no money involved. Not a bribe. It's the Bureau's exclusive guidance card, certified for official oversight purposes only. Chen Jin discovered that the fourth one in front of him was truly a talent. What kind of temptation could any official resist such a test? He patted the fourth one's shoulder, cleared his throat, and spoke. This won't happen again. Remember prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. Then with a wave of his hand towards the black tiger in the hallway, he signaled to gather the team. After a busy night, only when all the anomalies from the Red Romance were taken away did this case reach a conclusion. Early the next morning, with dark circles under her eyes, Guan Kai rode her fully charged electric scooter to the polling bureau. As soon as she entered the office, she saw Chen Jin awkwardly holding the phone, nodding repeatedly. On the phone, a series of authoritative and robust roars came through. Chen Jin, look at the report you wrote recently. What does it look like? I can understand if you need reimbursement for car repairs after fighting with anomalies, but what's up with burning down civilian shops? What's this? You displayed your power and smashed the teaching building's anomalies with a single punch. You think I don't know your capabilities? And you brought along hundreds of people to infiltrate Red Romance for technology. I know your situation is special, but you can't write reports that are too outrageous, do you understand? Chen Jin could only smile bitterly and nod in agreement. After all, Song Zhong's situation was special, and he couldn't write it directly in the report. He could only relay the information verbally to headquarters through Zhang Yunan. Hearing the chief's anger in the phone gradually dissipate, Chen Jin took the opportunity to ask, Chief, has Zhang Yunan returned? To his surprise, bringing it up was not a good idea. As soon as Zhang Yunan was mentioned, the chief's anger flared up again, and he began to bombard Chen Jin with complaints. How dare you mention him? My precious grandson is now ruined. What was once a small face that could hold a handful of water has turned into a dark face after just one trip to you. And he's been holed up in the data library like someone with autism who knows what he's been flipping through. Chen Jin, scolded to the point of being drenched in misery, could only nod in agreement submissively. At the end of the call, the chief calmed down and said a few last words with irritation. I've been informed about your situation. I've arranged for someone to go to your side for research and investigation. They will arrive in a couple of days. From now on, let those who have been there write the reports. I don't want to see your reports anymore. Bang. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Jin, looking awkward, brushed his white hair and said to Guan Kai, who was trying to hold back laughter, Go do some ideological work with the anomalies that were captured last night. If it weren't for you and Boss Song, would I have to be scolded like this? Grumbling, Chen Jin picked up a wooden knife and began his morning practice amidst Guan Kai's laughter. Although the anomaly invasion was still ongoing, Linjiang City had begun to show signs of returning to normal under its rectification. Even the polling bureau in Linjiang City only needed to deal with some trivial matters. Chen Jin thought as he leisurely waved the wooden knife, practicing the 8 techniques of the knife: sweep, chop, poke, slice. In the anomalous world, slash, cut, stab. In the gym of Tiandi Group, Song Zhong was also practicing with a steel knife, demonstrating the 8 methods of spring and autumn. Amidst the cold light of the knife, the 8 techniques were interpreted by him vividly. Just as he was lost in practice, a knock on the door interrupted his training. Knock, knock. Come in. Entering was Bai Rong, holding a tablet, who immediately said to Song Zhong, Boss, we found out about the recent movements of the Wu-Wei Temple. As soon as Song Zhong heard this, he flicked the steel knife in his hand. With a graceful arc, it landed firmly in the sheath of the weapon rack. Go ahead. Song Zhong sat on the resting chair and nodded at Bai Rong. It's like this, boss. I had my subordinates conduct a thorough investigation and finally found some news. Many anomalies have reportedly seen the Wu-Wei Temple's monks in the real world 20 years ago. Moreover, while preaching, those monks seemed to be looking for something. Song Zhong was taken aback by this statement, and then his anger ignited. Looking for something. Although he didn't know what they were searching for, it was highly likely they were looking for his ashes. Damn, are they still working in groups? Did I appear to be a diamond drill in your eyes while I was alive? Are my ashes such a hot commodity? Song Zhong took a few deep breaths and gestured for Bai Rong to continue speaking. Bai Rong carefully observed his boss' ever-changing expression. Although he didn't understand why his boss suddenly became so furious, he continued to report his work. But later, for some reason, the Wu-Wei Temple's monks suddenly disappeared from the real world of Linjiang City. We turned Linjiang City upside down in the real world, but couldn't find a trace of the Wu-Wei Temple monks. We only got one piece of information. There was an anomaly that reportedly saw the Wu-Wei Temple monks in a small village belonging to a county under Linjiang City in the real world. According to him, he was on a business trip and passed by seeing the whole village engulfed in a kind of crazy faith. To avoid trouble, he quickly distanced himself. But later, when he reported to the police, the original small village had already vanished. If our deduction is correct, the village should have been pulled into the anomalous world by the Wu-Wei Temple monks using magic. We plan to send people out to search. If we can find the small village, we will likely be able to trace the Wu-Wei Temple's whereabouts. Song Zhong looked at the data on the tablet, his fingers lightly tapping the table. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at Bai Rong. Do we have a general area? Yes, roughly in this area. Song Zhong looked at Bai Rong's finger, which drew a small circle between Linjiang City and Anzhuang City on the tablet, and he began to formulate a plan in his mind. Alert the colleagues, I will personally lead the team to search. Hearing Song Zhong's instructions, Bai Rong looked at him with some confusion. He still hadn't figured out why his boss was suddenly so concerned about the Wuwei Temple. It seemed like their ancestral grave had been dug up by the other party, otherwise why would there be such great resentment? Boss, it's just a small matter. Small matter my butt. They dug up my ashes. Hearing Song Zhong's words, Bai Rong couldn't help but shiver. The audacity of the Wuwei Temple was truly great. Digging up someone else's ancestral grave is already quite bold. The Wuwei Temple is even bolder for digging up the boss. How many graves do they think they need to dig to be enough for the boss? In the strange world at the highway entrance of Linjiang City, Song Zhong's character is to act decisively. Before dawn, he led Bai Rong and the bald-headed Biao along with a group of elite employees on the road to search for a small village. When he was alive, he worried about late nights harming his liver. Now that he was dead, what was there to worry about? According to the information he had gathered, the small village was named Yu Family Tomb. The village's peculiar name was tied to an ancient and bizarre tale. According to folklore, during the Chuhan contention, Yu Ji's nephew secretly transported the Bowtai's remains and buried them locally. The descendants kept the tomb and built a settlement which gradually formed into a village, thus named Yu Family Tomb. Song Zhong did not take this tale seriously, he merely listened as a story. At this moment he cared not for anything else. He simply wanted to capture the Taoist priests of Wuwei Guan, interrogate them thoroughly, and then crush their bones and ashes, flushing them down the toilet. Sitting in the back seat, Song Zhong absent-mindedly stroked the hot pot while studying the map in his hand. The approximate location of Yu Family Tomb was right near the Jingjiang Expressway. Song Zhong couldn't help but reminisce about Wang Chong, who supposedly went to get the car repaired. The moment Wang Chong left, Guan Kai informed Song Zhong. Unfortunately, after returning to the strange world, Wang Chong did not come back to Song Zhong's side and instead vanished without a trace. If he were there, it might have only taken 10 minutes to find Yu Family Tomb. Why should bald-headed Biao struggle driving his own Bentley? But the ship had sailed, and for now they had to make do. Song Zhong estimated that they would arrive around midnight. He simply reclined the seat and lay down for a pleasant nap. Biao, wake me when we arrive. Song Zhong closed his eyes holding the hot pot and instructed bald-headed Biao and Bai Rong in the front seat before drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, bald-headed Biao in the front seat stared with dark circles under his eyes, smoking and chewing betel nut while watching the road. Occasionally he would take a few sips of Red Bull to stay awake. Old Bai, you better take over for me later. Old Bai. Who seeing Bai Rong snoring beside him, bald-headed Biao slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Damn it, none of you are good people. I haven't slept properly in days. Helpless bald-headed Biao could only keep a tight watch on the road, forcing himself to stay awake. As they gradually moved away from Linjiang City, increasingly bizarre and dangerous phenomena appeared along the way, each more ferocious than the last. Some of these strange entities could not maintain normal sanity, behaving as if they had gone mad. This was the norm in the bizarre world. Large concentrations of bizarre entities formed into cities. Outside the cities, however, most areas were in a state of chaos. The further one moved from the city, the more frenzied and deranged the entities became. Among them were also powerful, ferocious, and meme-level bizarre entities, even unspeakable existences that claimed their territory. Although countless strange entities lurked nearby, the convoy was composed of elites from the Tiandi group along with the two formidable figures, Bai Rong Wang and Biao. It could definitely be considered a passage of 100 ghosts. Ordinary strange entities, upon sensing the overwhelming resentment emanating from the convoy, scattered in fear, not daring to provoke trouble. You have arrived near your destination. Navigation will now end automatically. Without a word along the way, when Biao was barely conscious from fatigue, the vehicle's navigation finally emitted a sweet prompt. Biao jolted awake, the drowsiness instantly dissipating by half. Raising his head to survey the surroundings, he realized they had reached a desolate small village. A faint aura of resentment surrounded the village, and he could see that the houses within were in a state of disrepair. Although every household had their doors tightly shut, signs of human activity were vaguely discernible. Especially in his line of sight, every household hung red lanterns, each faintly depicting a divine statue. Originally symbolizing harmony, the red lanterns, under the illumination of the night and blood moon, appeared eerily ominous and terrifying. At the entrance of the village stood a weathered stone tablet. 3 characters were engraved on it. Yu Family Tomb. Biao's eyes widened as he instinctively reached back to the rear seat, exclaiming, "Boss, wake up, boss. The Yu Family Tomb has arrived. Stop making noise, I'm awake, been watching the whole time." Song Zhong, not knowing when he had opened his eyes, carefully scrutinized the dilapidated village before him. In his eyes, the resentment in this village was actually quite thin. At most, it could only be classified as a gathering place for pollution-level anomalies. However, Song Zhong did not immediately instruct his employees to take action. After all, he was still hoping to find traces of the Wu-wei Guanshi from the residents of the Yu family tomb. Moreover, in the desolate mountains, how could it be so simple for someone to survive here? If it were truly just an ordinary village, it would have long been swallowed by those powerful anomalies. With calculations in mind, Song Zhong turned to Biao and said, "Let's go in together and ask each resident about the Wu-wei Guanshi. Tell the employees to be more courteous." Then he took the lead and entered the Yu family tomb. Once inside, Song Zhong was captivated by the red lanterns hanging at each house. Each red lantern depicted a Taoist statue that looked very unfamiliar to Song Zhong. The statue held a willow branch purification bottle and stood on an offering platform. Its appearance was quite unseemly, with buck teeth and a pockmarked face, the corners of its mouth adorned with sparse whiskers and an odd long hair mole. Even after rummaging through the teachings of the Heavenly Master's residence in his mind, he could not identify the corresponding deity. He carefully recalled the information on Wu-wei Guan, and a realization dawned upon him. The statues depicted on these lanterns were likely the likeness of the Wu-wei Guanshi himself. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, as the characteristic of the Wu-wei Guanshi was to fabricate divine images to attract followers. Moreover, the Wu-wei Guanshi believed in the concept of being the only god, making it highly probable that the fabricated divine image was modeled after himself. With this thought in mind, Song Zhong firmly etched the appearance of the statue depicted on the red lanterns into his memory. After noting down the likeness of the suspected Wu-wei Guanshi, Song Zhong turned his attention to a tightly shut door of a household before him and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock." "Villager, open the door. I have some questions to ask." "Knock, knock." "Villager, open the door." Perhaps the strange entity inside had long fallen asleep. Song Zhong knocked for quite a while before he finally heard some rustling sounds from within. Creak. A sound of the door opening that made one's teeth cringe. The decayed wooden door slowly opened. From the crack of the door, an extremely emaciated hand emerged, resembling a hand with half its bones shaved off, wrapped in a layer of flesh-colored plastic film. Following that, a middle-aged villager with a peculiar head poked out from the crack. Or rather, it could not really be called a head, as the upper half of it seemed to have undergone brain atrophy, leaving only a small bulge. Under the translucent skin, it appeared as if it had developed mature acne, provoking an impulse to squeeze it. When that deformed head emerged and saw Song Zhong, it revealed a dazed smile. "Hee, is that a passerby from a come and let's talk." Song Zhong showed no reaction to the bizarre appearance before him. Enough with the scares. Is there anything more terrifying than the Minotaur from back then? On that large head, a living, pulsating brain was perched on the bull's horn. "With your little acne, won't it just disappear with a squeeze? Hey, come an outsider, come in and talk." The strange villager was still urging Song Zhong to enter the house. In his perception, such situations usually only occurred in a few specific places. Either it was a lady soliciting customers, saying something like, "Come on in, little brother, have a seat." Or it was a vocational school recruitment, "Join our school, job placement guaranteed." It didn't matter whether one joined or not, it was just about coming over to learn more. Or it could be a sales pitch or a pyramid scheme offering membership cards. No matter which type, there were no good people. Although Song Zhong knew that such invitations were not genuine, he still pretended to comply and stepped into the small. He wanted to see what this bizarre situation was about. Upon entering, Song Zhong immediately saw a tall statue prominently displayed directly opposite the door. The statue resembled the depiction on the lantern, even more lifelike and ethereal. The offering table before the statue was filled with various peculiar insects and crawling creatures. Among the things Song Zhong saw were several toads oozing slime. As soon as the villager entered, he picked a few offering fruits from the table and eagerly handed them to Song Zhong. "Here, young man, try this. It's something the Celestial Master has eaten, very refreshing." Preaching. No wonder he was so enthusiastic. It turned out he wanted to convert me, similar to the nauseating tactics of Pinduoduo. The more people they pull in, the greater the benefits they receive. "Celestial Master. Is he from the Wu-wei Temple?" Song Zhong raised an eyebrow and asked. Unexpectedly, as soon as Song Zhong mentioned the three words Wu-wei Temple, the strange villager's eyes lit up with fervor, and he replied with evident dissatisfaction. "Outsider, how dare you directly address the name of the Celestial Temple? Considering it's your first offense, I won't hold it against you this time. But from now on, always maintain a heart of reverence. Otherwise, the boundless Celestial Master will surely not spare you." He then began to expound at length on the doctrines of the Wu-wei Temple. His speech was interspersed with concepts like Wu-wei lying flat and living freely, only cultivating for the next life. Occasionally, he demonstrated some trivial tricks, calling them Great Luo Wu-wei celestial techniques. He kept asking Song Zhong if he wanted to join. Looking at the fervent villager, Song Zhong couldn't help but smile coldly. If he guessed correctly, this villager had already been drained of his resources by the Wu-wei Temple's master. Thus, he was babbling nonsensically and treating the Wu-wei Temple's master as a so-called celestial master. However, Song Zhong also keenly sensed something. It seemed that the Wu-wei Temple's master was still lingering in this Yu family grave. The words the villager spoke revealed that there was indeed a master from the Wu-wei Temple hidden within the village. Ah, how fortunate. It truly is a case of searching far and wide for something that comes easily. I searched through the entire strange city of Lingjiang, and couldn't find him, yet here he was hiding in this small village. A flash of murderous intent crossed Song Zhong's mind. You dared to disturb my grave, and you think you can escape. Have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Once I drag you out, I hope you still have that courage. However, on the surface, he maintained an expression of interest and interrupted, fellow villager, I misspoke earlier. After hearing your words, I Song feel enlightened and have grasped the true essence of life. I wonder if you could introduce me to the Celestial Master. I also wish to become a follower of your esteemed sect. I am also very eager to hear the Celestial Master's teachings. Song Zhong was now worried that if things escalated, the master from the Wuwei Temple might just run away. So he feigned a desire to believe in the Wuwei Temple, hoping to find an opportunity to get close to the master. The strange villager's eyes lit up upon hearing Song Zhong's words. The acne on his head throbbed, and he became wildly excited, scratching his head and jumping around. After a while, the villager finally stopped his curious behavior and said, trembling with excitement, Good. You young man are so perceptive. You must be someone with great fortune. Come, I will take you to meet the Celestial Master right away. As he spoke, the villager eagerly led Song Zhong out of the house, as if having a new believer was the best thing in the world. Wait a moment, fellow villager. However, Song Zhong suddenly grabbed the eager villager, looking at his puzzled expression, and smiled kindly. Don't be hasty. I am the owner of Tiandi Group. I am not the only one who has come to this esteemed place. There is also a large group of employees under me. Like me, they have long admired the Celestial Temple and wish to become disciples of the Celestial Master. The strange villager's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, nearly splitting his face with a grin. He urged Song Zhong to quickly call everyone over. Looking at the villager who had lost all sense of normal judgment, Song Zhong saw an expression akin to someone who could claim a reward of $200 by merely saving a penny on Pinduoduo. With a slight smile, he took out his phone. Hello, by Rong, I found him. Yes, I'm sharing the location with you. Once you arrive, follow my lead. Song Zhong hung up the phone and nodded at the villager. In just 10 minutes, a large group of neatly uniformed Tiandi Group employees surged in, their eyes glinting with the thrill of having found their prey, forming a torrent heading in the same direction. Hold on tight. Perform well in front of the boss, and you'll get a promotion and a raise. The villager beside Song Zhong watched as more and more employees gathered, unable to contain his joy. Once all the Tiandi Group employees who entered the Yu family grave stood in front of Song Zhong in an orderly fashion, they shouted loudly, Hello, boss. Then from the crowd, by Rong, wiping sweat from his brow respectfully, said to Song Zhong, Boss, everyone is here, not a single one missing. Song Zhong nodded and said to the villager beside him, Fellow villager, everyone is here, let's go. We shouldn't keep the Celestial Master waiting. Good. Let's go. The strange villager ignored the suspicious glances of the strange employees, only muttering, So many. This time I will definitely become the Celestial Master's top disciple. Then with a crazed expression, he led Song Zhong and the employees through the village. Finally, Song Zhong and the employees were led to a Taoist temple outside the village. Upon seeing the three large characters Wuwei Temple on the plaque, Song Zhong revealed a sinister smile. The strange villager, however, did not notice Song Zhong's smile and whispered a reminder, Young man, when you meet the Celestial Master, be careful not to speak recklessly. Especially your employees behind you, make sure they don't act rashly. If you offend the Celestial Master, you will suffer severe consequences. Listening to this, Song Zhong replied softly, Rest assured. We certainly won't offend him. But his hand had already slipped into his pocket, gripping the divine whip, his eyes narrowing as he concealed his murderous intent. Of course I want to offend him. I want to kill him. The last time I used the little ghost juice made with Beichao, the cattle and pigs in the farm finished it all. This time I will have the kitchen prepare a portion of Tianshi powder. It will surely make for great feed. The villager did not notice Song Zhong's inner thoughts. He merely felt that Song Zhong's compliance made him nod in satisfaction. Then he took a step forward, kneeling before the Taoist temple, and fervently shouted, Magnificent and boundless, the Celestial Master, who saves the suffering, I bring you new believers. Just as the villager's voice fell, a grating male voice with a duck-like tone came from the temple. At the same time, a figure dressed in a robe flashed out from the temple's door. Oh, another new follower. Good. Let the Tao Master see how this badge turns out. As soon as the voice of the duck-like man fell, a figure dressed in a tattered Taoist robe flashed out from the entrance of the Taoist temple. It was an old Taoist priest holding a willow branch purification bottle with a pockmarked face and a pair of buck teeth, his few sparse whiskers trembling. Upon seeing the long hair mole at the corner of the priest's mouth, Song Zhong's eyes lit up, and he instinctively tugged at his collar. Old bastard, I found you. He signaled to the employees beside him to step back. When it came time to act, Song Zhong was worried about losing control of the fire and affecting his employees. The old Taoist with the pockmarked face at the entrance of the temple didn't notice the commotion from the Tiandi Group. Instead, he pretended to look at the black-suited employees behind the villagers and nodded in satisfaction. Not only was the number considerable this time, but the quality was also good. These were all obsession-level anomalies. There were even two fierce ones mixed in. Not bad, although it might take some effort. Fierce anomalies are all great supplements. As long as they entered the old master's pot, they would surely become a fragrant and nourishing pill. Master, I am about to become an immortal. Master, I will soon become an immortal. If I refine them into nourishing pills, wouldn't I be close to becoming an immortal, master? Just as the old Taoist was fantasizing about becoming immortal, he suddenly noticed that the black-suited anomalies were retreating in an orderly manner. In his puzzled gaze, a man with black hair was highlighted, lowering his head. The old Taoist revealed a look of confusion at the sight of the broad-shouldered, robust man. What does this mean? Are they planning to let this man enter the master's pot first? But unexpectedly, as the man raised his head, a pair of sharp eyes directly met the old Taoist's gaze. The man was none other than Song Zhong, who could no longer suppress his murderous intent. How can it be? How can it be him? The old Taoist, seeing Song Zhong's face, froze for a moment, a familiar feeling welling up. When he remembered the owner of that face, he was suddenly filled with dread. How could it be him? How could he wake up so early? This is to settle the score from the past. The old Taoist knew all too well what sins he and his fellow Taoists had committed. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Song Zhong watched the panicked figure of the old Taoist, a cold smile on his lips. He had unknowingly grasped a simple, yet ancient divine whip. As he activated the wishful weapon technique, the divine whip suddenly elongated while emanating a majestic golden light. You want to run? I won't let you get away. I will let you run 39 meters first, and see if you can outrun the divine whip. Song Zhong held the divine whip, swiftly swinging it, transforming the 8 methods of spring and autumn from Guanyu into a whip technique. The golden light erupted in the air, and the exceedingly long divine whip in Song Zhong's hand seemed alive, accurately locking onto the pockmarked old Taoist. Feeling the pressure behind him, the old Taoist cursed silently. If that's the case, you leave me no choice. I was only trying to secretly embezzle a little good stuff. Now I'll return it to you. Then, with a sudden burst of determination, the old Taoist waved the willow leaf purification bottle in his hand, scattering fine white powder from it. He then formed hand seals to activate the white powder's power with resentment. Though the powder was minuscule, as soon as it came into contact with the resentment, it spontaneously ignited, erupting into waves of black flames. During the burning process, it released an incredibly powerful and terrifying aura. Just a few tiny clusters of black fire burned the air, creating spatial ripples. In an instant, as the black flames burned, the formidable pressure caused the surrounding anomalies to bow and kneel. The divine whip that had been constantly locking onto the pockmarked old Taoist suddenly shrank back in fear. Even the originally suspended blood moon transformed back to a normal appearance. The process of the anomalies invading reality suddenly halted with the burning of the white powder. At that moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth were weeping. Only Song Zhong felt no fear. Instead, a faint sense of sadness surged in his heart. But in the next second, sorrow was replaced by anger, because Song Zhong sensed an incredibly familiar aura emanating from the white powder. That was his own aura. Undoubtedly, that small amount of white powder was part of his ashes. Damn it, my ashes were just scattered by you like this. Song Zhong was furious. He never expected that the willow leaf purification bottle actually contained a small portion of his ashes. The consequences were severe. As he retracted the intimidated divine whip, Song Zhong pulled up his pants and rolled up his sleeves. From head to toe, he emitted an aura even more terrifying than the black fire of his ashes. The 4 evil gods emerged, each with a clear role charging forward. Neza, with 3 heads and 8 arms, wielded the fire-tipped spear, stirring the black fire of ashes alongside Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang. The green-robed, golden-armored Guanyu narrowed his phoenix eyes, urging his steed to charge forward. Amidst the surging killing intent, the swift horse's blade cut off the old Taoist's path. Then the pockmarked old Taoist was swiftly seized by the red-robed Zhong Kuei and brought back to Song Zhong. Song Zhong did not immediately kill him. He still needed to extract the whereabouts of his other ashes from this old immortal's mouth. However, before Song Zhong could speak, he noticed that Sun Wukong and Neza were being pushed back by the black fire ignited from his ashes. Song Zhong looked at the 4 evil gods who were helpless against the black fire and at the black flames that were gradually threatening to consume the entire space, feeling quite a headache. What does this mean? Is my ashes really that powerful? You all are heavenly deities. Yet no matter how Song Zhong urged, the evil gods did not dare to approach the black fire originating from his ashes. They even conveyed feelings of fear and reluctance to offend. Even the battle-hardened Sun Wukong hesitated, baring his teeth, but not daring to advance. The pockmarked old Taoist in Zhong Kuei's grip saw this scene and suddenly laughed maniacally. Ha ha, the master knew, the master knew. You haven't woken up. You haven't woken up. Die. Let's all die together. If you truly die, we will all be at ease. Just as the old Taoist was shouting, Song Zhong felt a strange shift from the 9 dragons' coffin behind him. In the terrified gaze of the pockmarked old Taoist, 9 black, giant dragon corpses, pulled by massive chains, rushed towards the clusters of black fire from the ashes. With a roar like thunder from the dragons, the bronze coffin being pulled suddenly opened. From within the bronze coffin, which exuded an ancient aura, a tremendous suction force emerged. The black fire ignited from Song Zhong's ashes flew into the coffin, without wind shooting towards it. In an instant, the black fire that had been burning the entire space was completely absorbed into the coffin. After absorbing all the black flames, the coffin seemed nourished, and the bronze's luster deepened. Slowly, it retracted the ancient aura, and the Nine Dragons coffin circled back behind Song Zhong. However, this time no resentment power flowed back into Song Zhong's body. He only felt a surge of jubilant emotion emanating from the bronze coffin. More. Seeing the black fire extinguish, the situation was set. Aside from Zhong Kuei holding the old Taoist, the other three evil gods retreated back to Song Zhong. The space that had originally cracked due to the black fire gradually restored to its complete form after the flames disappeared. The entrance of the Wu Wei Temple was quiet, as if nothing had happened. A gentle breeze blew by, raising goosebumps on the pockmarked old Taoist's skin. The look of terror in his eyes could not be wiped away no matter how hard he tried. Song Zhong shook his head, the events of a moment ago happening too quickly. Before he could react, the black flames were captured by the Nine Dragons coffin, as if it was only natural. For a moment, Song Zhong couldn't make sense of it, but he knew there were those present who understood. He turned to the pockmarked-faced old Taoist of Wu Wei Temple, flashing a grin that revealed his white teeth. Say a few words, especially about where my remaining ashes are. I will grant you a swift death. Otherwise, my subordinates are quite skilled at inflicting torment. You should know that the guests from Sakura Island a few months ago are still suffering in the hospital. I visited, it was quite brutal and intriguing. I think you wouldn't want to end up like that. Unexpectedly, as soon as Song Zhong's words fell, the old Taoist from Wu Wei Temple began to speak frantically. When I scattered the ashes, I was already prepared for this. Do you think I would say, "Ha, dream on. Find it yourself, ha." By the time you find it, who knows if those ashes will still possess any spirit? Song Zhong looked coldly at the frenzied old Taoist and shouted towards the distant Bai Rong. Old Bai, find a few colleagues who are professionals in this area. Break the bones, pull out the tendons, remove the tongue and eyeballs, and fix them with steel needles. Don't give him a chance to act out. As for the rest, handle it as you see fit. Hearing the instructions, Bai Rong called his employees to step forward, carefully preparing to deal with the old Taoist from Wu Wei Temple in the hands of Zhong Kuei. Meanwhile, the villagers from the Yu family tomb desperately tried to intervene, but were dispersed one by the employees of Tiandi Group. They were beyond saving. After being refined by Wu Wei Temple, the only belief left in their acne-sized heads was to lie flat. After a series of screams to ensure the old Taoist from Wu Wei Temple wouldn't cause any trouble, Song Zhong walked back to the car step by step. Behind him, Bai Rong followed cautiously. Bai Rong didn't dare to breathe. After all, his boss had just watched a small portion of his ashes being scattered by that old Taoist. Although in the end it seemed that they were all collected. But no matter who it is, watching one's own ashes being scattered in front of them would leave anyone in a terrible mood. Once he got in the car and returned to Linjiang City, Song Zhong remained silent. All the light-hearted banter with Bald Biao was interrupted by Bai Rong's frantic gaze. Seeing the desperate desire for survival in Bai Rong's eyes, Bald Biao seemed to have an epiphany. It appeared that this trip to the Yu family tomb was not going very smoothly. It wasn't until they entered the conference room of Tiandi Group that Song Zhong finally spoke. Bai Rong, Bald Biao, find a way to gather all information regarding Wu Wei Temple in the bizarre world. Search online, make calls, and contact familiar people. No matter what, I need to know exactly what these people are doing, where they are doing it, and how far they've gone. Listening to Song Zhong's cold words, Bald Biao and Bai Rong nodded obediently. After the two left, Song Zhong, stroking his black hair like a hot pot, let out a long sigh. He didn't really care about the ashes being scattered. After all, they had been collected again by the Nine Dragons coffin. The initial surge of anger had dissipated along with the old Taoist's merciless treatment by the employees. What worried Song Zhong now was that the mysteries surrounding him were increasing, particularly the fact that his own ashes made the evil god cautious. This brought an even greater confusion to Song Zhong. Wasn't he just an ordinary person before he died? Why did just a few ashes hold such power? What did those evil cultivators from Wu Wei Temple plan to do with his ashes? Furthermore, although the pockmarked-faced old Taoist spoke cautiously, he still revealed one piece of information. His ashes contained some form of spirit. The evil cultivators from Wu Wei Temple seemed to want to cause trouble using the spirit within the ashes. This was the reason for Song Zhong's worries and anger. If just a few of his ashes were so powerful, how strong would the complete set of ashes be? That would be a whole box. Song Zhong couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He had no idea what kind of sin he had committed to have others covet his ashes even after death. The most unfortunate part was that they were indeed coveting it, and the next step would probably be to plot his extermination. The old Taoist had made it very clear that if he died, they would be living it up. According to this reasoning, who knows how many bizarre beings were conspiring to harm him. Lost in thought, Song Zhong realized he knew nothing about this world. The inherited memories of the 108 masters of the Heavenly Masters Mansion were just a drop in the bucket for this vast bizarre world. At the same time, his desire to expand the group grew stronger. He was not weak now, in fact, he was very likely the strongest being among the awakened bizarre entities. It was just that the intel was too sparse, and his understanding of the entire bizarre world was not deep enough. And to grasp the movements within the bizarre world, the most direct method was to expand his Tiandi group. One Linjiang city was far from enough. Song Zhong made up his mind. He must expand the Tiandi group as soon as possible. After Song Zhong resolved to expand his influence, he casually called by Rome, assigning him the responsibility for the preliminary preparations and initial data organization. After all, Song Zhong was still completely unaware of the structure of the strange world. His ashes remained in the coffin within the Nine Dragons coffin, and he had yet to clarify the situation. Removing his jacket as he was about to summon the Nine Dragons coffin, Song Zhong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and quickly stopped, hurrying to an open space next to the Tiandi group headquarters. He feared that summoning the Nine Dragons coffin would flatten the group building. Previously at the Yu family grave, he had sensed that while his ashes had entered the bronze coffin, they had not imparted. It was only now that he had the opportunity to attempt to study his own ashes. After surveying his surroundings and feeling assured it wouldn't affect the Tiandi group building, Song Zhong focused his mind, unleashing a powerful and domineering aura. He summoned the Nine Dragons coffin, which lay dormant behind him. The corpses of 9 black dragons spiraled out from behind Song Zhong, emitting a silent roar as a terrifying aura swept through the area. The massive dragon bodies radiated a sense of annihilation, tugging at iron chains thicker than their own bodies with them. As the dragon corpses moved, the 9 chains emitted a heavy clanking sound, as if containing some profound. The ancient, unadorned bronze coffin harboring a terrifying aura quietly rested before Song Zhong. This thing, it won't use my ashes as dye to color itself, will it? Song Zhong examined the coffin, sensing that it seemed somewhat different after having acquired his ashes, giving him an even more mystical feeling. Damn, it's so heavy. I can't even budge it with dragon's might. As he attempted to push the lid of the bronze coffin open, he found it completely immobile. Song Zhong was filled with disbelief. Since acquiring dragon's might, he had never worried about his strength. But he never expected that he couldn't even lift a coffin lid now. Yet he had to open it. After all, his ashes were still in. With this thought, Song Zhong gritted his teeth, channeling his dragon's might to the limit. His entire body emanated an air of superiority as he gathered his strength. Boom. As Song Zhong exerted his force, the bronze coffin lid produced a loud sound, finally opening a gap wide enough for an arm to fit in. Inside the coffin, several grains of pure white powder lay quietly. It was indeed Song Zhong's own ashes. He exerted tremendous effort to retrieve his ashes from the Nine Dragons coffin behind him. As Song Zhong pulled out his ashes, the Nine Dragons coffin conveyed a human-like emotion. Anger. Song Zhong rolled his eyes. What the hell? You're just a coffin, what are you getting angry about? Can't I even check my own ashes? It's not like there's no law here. All this time you were preventing me from opening it. Ignoring the Nine Dragons coffin's little temper, Song Zhong weighed his ashes in his hand, pondering their purpose. I remember that the old Taoist with the scarred face used the power of resentment to activate the abilities of ashes, right? So why can't I activate them? My own ashes can't be used by me, but others can. Am I really supposed to eat them? After much hesitation, Song Zhong still couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, the black fire that burned through space had already left him somewhat shaken. Thinking of the black fire, Song Zhong recalled the details of beating the scarred old Taoist. That old Taoist had repeatedly claimed that Song Zhong was not yet awake. This had left Song Zhong quite confused. What did it mean that he wasn't awake? Wasn't he wide awake? Did it mean he had lost his memories from before death, and that there was a connection to this so-called not being awake? While pondering, Song Zhong called over the bald man standing at a distance. Biaozi, come here for a moment. He wanted to test if others could use his ashes. When the bald man approached, Song Zhong extended his hand, holding the ashes forward. Just as he was about to speak, he was taken aback as the employee suddenly knelt down with a thud. In the midst of Song Zhong's puzzled gaze, the bald man trembled and stuttered, not daring to lift his head as he, "Boss, can you please put that down? I'm scared. I can't stand up." Once Song Zhong thoughtfully set the ashes aside, the bald man managed to stand up shakily. Yet Song Zhong did not let the bald man leave immediately. He asked, "Tell me, what did you just feel?" The bald man appeared bewildered as he recalled the experience uncertainly, saying, "It was like my legs suddenly went weak, and I didn't dare to look at what you were holding. It felt like a piercing pain from my marrow that forced me to kneel. Then my heart raced, pounding wildly, and my mind went blank." As the bald man recounted, he described his earlier feelings in detail. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Boss, is this some kind of addictive drug you do? Damn, don't say it, it's really powerful. It must sell like hotcakes." Smack. Song Zhong, exasperated, gave the bald man a hard slap on the head with his free hand. "Get lost. Go and copy the company rules 100 times. I have repeatedly emphasized that gambling and drugs must be refused." Song Zhong waved his hand impatiently, urging the wronged bald man to leave. He then continued to look at the ashes in his hand. It seemed my ashes had quite the character. Even someone of the bald man's level of strangeness did not dare to look. No wonder, even after 20 years, the scarred old Taoist was still stuck with his lowly methods, using a clean bottle to contain his ashes. Not even attempting to innovate at all. Song Zhong found it dull. It seemed that before he awoke, he shouldn't expect to fully understand the function of his ashes. Returning the ashes to the Nine Dragons coffin, feeling the coffin's satisfied emotion, behind him, Song Zheng simply decided not to dwell on it anymore. At worst, he would extract the strangeness from the Wu-Wei temple. He didn't believe they were all hard-headed. There would always be those afraid of death willing to reveal to Song Zhong what secrets lay hidden within him. While Song Zhong was lost in thought, Rome approached carrying a large stack of documents. He had organized the information on the strange world immediately after receiving Song Zhong's instructions. Boss, shall we begin now? Let's head to the conference room. Song Zhong nodded. He truly had little understanding of the strange world, having only visited Linjiang City and the grave of Yu Ji. In the conference room, Rome began to speak eloquently. As he continued explaining, Song Zhong gained a general understanding of the strange world. This strange world indeed once had a netherworld along with the 10 Yama kings, bull-headed and horse-faced being. However, for some unknown reason, the netherworld had vanished, plunging the strange world into chaos, with only a few cities managing to maintain some order. For instance, Linjiang City, where he was located, was one of them. But once one left the city, they would enter the chaotic lands. The further from the city, the more dangerous the chaotic lands became. These chaotic lands were rife with countless strangeness, and without any order, these strangeness were extremely ferocious. The dangers of the chaotic lands were not limited to that. They could even drive strangeness to lose their reason or hold powerful beings, forbidden zones, etc. The information collected by Rome was only about some areas near Linjiang City, mostly concerning chaotic lands, with only a few scattered cities and some villages or towns near those cities. In the real world, the Civil Survey Bureau of Linjiang City. Chen Jin was reclining in his chair reading the newspaper. As the employees of Tiandi Group gradually integrated into the Survey Bureau, the burden on him became lighter. Now the entire Linjiang City is filled with employees of Tiandi Group, maintaining a basic order between the bazaar and humanity. Gradually, the more leisure time Chen Jin had, the more he cultivated some hobbies suitable for the elderly. Just as he was marveling at the tax evasion of a female celebrity in the newspaper, his phone rang. Chen Jin's spirit lifted upon seeing the call. The ringing of this phone basically indicated that a new bizarre incident had occurred in Linjiang City. He had been so idle lately that he absolutely needed to handle a case himself. Hello, speak. Chen Bureau, we just received a report. The informant said that in Wu Village, which is under the jurisdiction of Linjiang City, there has been a bizarre case of a zombie resurrection. All right, send me the location and information. Oh, I will lead the team myself. Just as Chen Jin excitedly called a few employees of Tiandi Group to drive to the scene, Guan Kai pushed open the office door and walked in. Uncle Chun, when Xin said she wants to eat fried rice with eggs tomorrow. What are you doing? Seeing the fully prepared Chen Jin, Guan Kai tilted her head in confusion. Currently, there were no major cases in Linjiang City, and Chen Jin usually stayed at the center to command. It was rare for him to take the initiative to investigate like today. Guan Kai instinctively thought that something significant had occurred, and her expression immediately became serious. However, after Chen Jin finished explaining the bizarre case, Guan Kai found herself somewhat amused. Chen Jin's involvement in this case could be considered overkill. Bizarre events like ordinary people turning into zombies are generally only pollution level or obsession level incidents. A fierce zombie like Chen Jin is exceedingly rare, a phoenix among chickens, especially in the central plains within the influence of the Heavenly Master's mansion, where cremation is prevalent. Zombies cannot even rise. Chen Jin had to go personally, likely because he was too idle lately. Seeing Guan Kai's smiling face, Chen Jin glared. What are you laughing at? Let's go together. You see, all you do every day is pick up when Xin or idle away looking at materials, not at all like an investigator. Let's go today. I will teach you a lesson about this zombie. Watching the boastful Chen Jin, Guan Kai reluctantly took the case materials and got into Chen Jin's car. After just a glance, she roughly understood the basic situation of the case. Wu Jiefeng, the wealthy businessman of Wu Village, recently lost his father Wu Junshin, who suddenly resurrected during a bizarre invasion of reality. With the body of a bizarre zombie, he reanimated in the real world, posing a potential danger. After reading this intelligence, Guan Kai frowned prettily. Since the bizarre invasion, the state has tightened control over cremation, requiring all corpses to be burned. However, according to the information, the body of the late Wu Junshan did not appear to have been turned into ashes. Resurrection. If the body had truly been cremated and only ashes remained, how could it possibly resurrect? Could ashes explode? It seems that Wu Jiefeng holds strong feudal beliefs. In this bizarre environment, he still dared to choose burial for Wu Junshan. Without delay, Chen Jin, Guan Kai, and Hechuan Hotpot immediately got into the car. Following their vehicle was another car carrying 4 employees of Tiandi Group. While sitting in the car, Guan Kai looked at the 2 cars and blinked. Uncle Chen, should we mobilize more employees? No need, it's a small matter, we're enough with just us. Do you really think I'm too old to be useful? This time let me show you the prowess of your Uncle Chun. Stop calling me Song Go every day, as if the whole survey bureau cannot function without him. Chen Jin moved his limbs, completely refusing to acknowledge his age, wanting to take this opportunity to prove that he was still vigorous. Otherwise, what would others think of the survey bureau? Do they think that the survey bureau in Linjiang City relies on the people below? And as the person in charge, I just sit in the office reading newspapers during retirement. I must prove myself. Guan Kai looked at Qin Jin helplessly. Oh, and did she ever call him Song Gu every day? It was just occasionally burning something. By the way, it seems that I haven't burned anything in the past few days. What should I burn for Song Gu next time? Inside the car, Guan Kai fell into thought about what she should burn. As for Qin Jin's words, she did not refute. 2 fierce investigators plus a transforming hotpot and 4 obsession-level employees from Tierney Group. If nothing unexpected happens, this task should be quite manageable. If they can't even handle a zombie resurrection incident, then the Survey Bureau might as well disband. With the heavy engine sound of Qin Jin's old car, the group headed towards Wu Village. On the way, Guan Kai began to understand the specific situation of Wu Jifang's family. Wu Jiafang, who went into business early and became wealthy overnight. However, after making his fortune, he became ruthless and tyrannical in the village, truly a village bully. Wu Jifang's family consists of 4 members: Wu Jiafang, his wife, his son, and the resurrected elder Wu Junshan. All 4 of them live in the Wu family's villa in Wu Village. The journey was quiet, and when they arrived at Wu Village, it was already noon. Under the high sun, they could see the entire Wu Village shrouded in a veil of resentment mixed with streaks of blood. Qin Jin was taken aback, but his heart sank to the bottom. Wasn't this just a simple resurrection? How had it suddenly transformed into a bizarre spiritual realm? The villagers in Wu Village. Thinking of this, Qin Jin's expression became very serious. Resurrection and a bizarre spiritual realm are completely different matters. Resurrection merely involves the bizarre controlling the body, but a bizarre spiritual realm signifies the presence of terrifying bizarre elements. Moreover, this bizarre spiritual realm covered the entire village, meaning the villagers inside could be in danger at any moment. Perhaps they already. Something has happened. Qin Jin mumbled to himself, exchanging glances with Guan Kai. Waiting for reinforcements would already be too late. They could only enter the bizarre spiritual realm as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the resentment at the edge of the bizarre spiritual realm was not thick, allowing them to enter. Upon entering Wu Village, Qin Jin and his group found the village empty, devoid of any signs of life. However, every household was decorated with lanterns and red ribbons displaying auspicious symbols. After some exploration, they found a trembling villager inside a tightly shut house. When the villager saw Guan Kai and Qin Jin's group, he hugged Qin Jin's leg in terror. Qin Jin continuously calmed the villager's emotions, asking him about the drastic changes in Wu Village. But as the villager's lips trembled, he uttered a phrase that Qin Jin and the others could never have anticipated. Help! Help me! Old Master Wu wants to marry. The others in the village have all been taken away, said to be for offering. After listening to the villager's fragmented speech, both Qin Jin and Guan Kai were stunned. Old Master Wu wants to marry, but he is dead. A resurrected entity of uncanny origin demands a wedding and intends to sacrifice the entire village. Without hesitation, Qin Jin led Guan Kai and the others straight toward the Wu family villa. The villagers had already been captured, their lives hung in the balance, leaving no room for delay. Along the way, crimson wedding lanterns hung before every household and red silk ribbons draped from tree branches, testaments to the extravagance of this macabre ceremony. Before they even reached the villa's gate, shrill Swanam melodies echoed from the courtyard, mingling with the clamor of clinking cups and raucous revelry. Opera singing, drunken shouting, and insistent toasting blended into a dissonant cacophony. Thick waves of resentment coiled through the air, furrowing Qin Jin's brow into a tight knot. Beside him, Guan Kai's face paled. Upon arriving at the Wu villa, 2 enormous crimson lanterns hung from the main gate, firmly shut, yet pulsing with even louder, more chaotic merriment from within. Nizi, if things go awry, remember to summon Boss Song immediately. This place isn't just haunted, it's a den of anomalies. Just who is Elder Master Wu? How could a simple marriage draw so many anomalies as guests? Qin Jin turned to Guan Kai, his gaze heavy with the suffocating weight of accumulated resentment. This was far beyond a routine reanimation case. Those sounds weren't human, they belonged to anomalies. What was meant to be a straightforward deception had spiraled into a grotesque gathering of the uncanny. Guan Kai shot Qin Jin an exasperated glance. Wasn't this supposed to be effortless? Yet predictably, the unpredictable had struck. No matter the odds, we must enter. Stay ready to contact your brother Song. Qin Jin spoke grimly. Before his words, faded dark necrotic blotches bloomed across his skin as he strode resolutely toward the gate. The moment the villa's doors swung open, the scene within unfolded before them. Vast, vivid, and utterly. Inside lay a courtyard the size of a football field, festooned with lanterns and banners, its central path lined with a blood-red carpet. Rows of banquet tables filled the yard, laden with food and wine. Atop each seat sat an anomaly, drinking deeply while listening to opera sung by costumed figures upon a stage. In short, the spectacle was opulent, frenzied, and absurdly lavish, evoking the image of a coal tycoon hosting a wedding feast. Only here the guests were not living men, but anomalies, weasels, serpents, and other such abominations. Just how vast is Elder Master Wu's social circle? Not only anomalies, but Yao beings too. Qin Jin's expression darkened. The sight struck him like a physical blow. Anomalies alone were alarming enough, but Yao beings, that defied all precedent. Even more unsettling, some spirits wore garments resembling Taoist robes, clear signs of formidable origins heightening Chun Jin's vigilance. The courtyard teemed with anomalies and Yao beings, feasting, laughing, carousing. Female anomalies in cheongsams and bare thighs glided between tables, refilling cups and serving dishes. "You've come to attend my father's wedding. Please do come in." An affable middle-aged man approached, beaming broadly at Chen Jin and his companions. Chen Jin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man carefully, cross-referencing memories of the Wu Jiefeng family dossier, until recognition clicked. This was Wu Jiefeng himself. Yet something was deeply strange. Though standing squarely within an anomalous spiritual domain, Wu Jiefeng appeared entirely human, smiling, even cheerful at Chen Jin. "Indeed, we are here for Elder Master Wu's wedding. Kindly lead the way." Chen Jin met Wu Jiefeng's gaze steadily, then signaled Guan Kai and the others to hold their positions, before speaking aloud. Faced with such numbers, so many anomalies and Yao beings, their own strength was negligible. Their only recourse was to summon Boss Song. To reveal their true identities now would seal their fate, to be served as appetizers at this unholy banquet, let alone uncover the villagers' whereabouts or condition. "By all means, guests are always welcome. Please enter." Wu Jiefeng burst into laughter, rich, triumphant, and laced with unmistakable arrogance. "Uncle Chun, is this truly safe? What if they sense who we really are?" As they entered and took seats at a table, Guan Kai whispered nervously to Chen Jin. She felt as though they were dancing perilously close to oblivion. "We'll assess the situation first. The villagers aren't here. We must determine whether they still live or have already perished. Elder Master Wu hasn't appeared yet. With so many guests in attendance, this wedding is anything but ordinary. And what danger could possibly arise? We have backup. Boss Song is on standby." Once summoned, he'll ascend immediately. Seated at the table, Chen Jin grew unexpectedly calm. With Boss Song waiting in reserve, what could possibly go wrong? But Guan Kai trembled, not from fear of the unknown, but from doubt. She could reach Boss Song, but whether he could arrive remained uncertain. She knew his descent relied upon spirit summoning talismans, and she had no idea whether he currently possessed it. As for Huapi, the last anomalous descent had concluded. Even if remnants lingered, Boss Song could not manifest. Uncle Chun, if Brother Song can't make it." Guan Kai hesitated, then decided she needed to voice her. Otherwise, knowing Chun Jin's temperament, he might slam his palm on the table, rise point at the entire assembly, and declare with chilling nonchalance, "I'm not insulting anyone in particular. I'm saying all of you are trash." Just imagining that scene sent a shiver down Guan Kai's spine. "What do you mean?" Chen Jin, who was scanning the surroundings, was momentarily stunned upon hearing Guan Kai's words. Turning his head stiffly to look at Guan Kai, he found it hard to believe what he had just heard. "That Uncle Chen, I'm not sure if Brother Song can make it." Guan Kai stuttered, causing Chen Jin's expression to grow even more intense. You must contact him quickly. You have to get in touch. Otherwise, the old man will really be done for here." Chen Jin's lips twitched as he hurriedly spoke to Guan Kai. What else could he do? Relying on the people below, he had come in so boldly, and now to hear that Boss Song might not be able to arrive. "All right, I will find a place to contact Brother Song right away." Guan Kai understood the seriousness of the situation, as she quickly got up from her chair, looking for a quiet corner to contact Song Zhong. After all, her method of contacting Song Zhong was somewhat special and required burning paper. If she did so in front of so many people, how would the Wu family and the guests react? They would definitely think she was looking for trouble. After Guan Kai left, Chen Jin and the others sat at the table staring at the lavish feast and drinks, yet had no appetite. "Why aren't you eating, everyone? Come, let's have a drink." Nearby, some strange people at the next table looked over at Chen Jin and his companions. A few who had drunk too much came over to join them, and even one weasel-like creature put its arm around Chen Jin's shoulder and began to persuade him to drink. Drink, enjoy the food and drink." Chen Jin had no choice but to raise his glass, and after a few drinks, he quickly blended in with the strange and demonic beings around. "Big brother, who are the people at that table? Why does their food and drink seem more high class than ours?" Chen Jin, with his arm around the weasel's shoulder, had already become brothers with it. At this moment, he pointed to a nearby table where everyone was dressed in Taoist robes, each looking quite impressed. Who else could they be? They are definitely the senior brothers of Old Master Wu. These people are all necromancers, but compared to Old Master Wu, they are far behind. Old Master Wu is truly powerful. Having kept their corpses for so many years, they have turned them directly into zombies, and after reviving, their strength is terrifyingly high. When Old Master Wu brings the bride out to pay respects to heaven and earth later, you will see. The weasel spoke, causing Chen Jin's expression to turn grim instantly. Necromancers. How could they appear? Shouldn't their necromancy lineage have been restricted by the decree of the Tianshi mansion long ago, isolated by the fury of the Nuding River? Chen Jin's face was extremely serious, filled with concern. As the head of Lingjiang City, Chen Jin knew many secrets, one of which was about the necromancy lineage. Curses and hexes crossing the southern seas, necromancy unable to cross the Nuding River, the five immortals only at the Shanhaiguan. These three sentences were tied to the history of Xia country. In today's Central Plains, the Tianshi mansion is the mainstream along with the Buddhist sect and other practitioners. Since the founding of Xia country, the necromancy lineage had already been banned from entering the Central Plains. Yet Old Master Wu actually hailed from the necromancy lineage. The appearance of the necromancy lineage here made the situation even more complex and serious. However, Qin Jin had no other options now but to wait for Guan Kai to quickly call for Song Zhong. Once Boss Song makes his move, all the mysteries will vanish. On the other side, Guan Kai, who had left early, found a secluded corner in the spacious yard of the villa and took out several pieces of ghost money from her belongings. With a crisp sound as the ghost money was ignited by a lighter, Guan Kai began to recount the context to Song Zhong. Brother Song Yu, I don't know if you still have the divine talisman. I feel that this time relying solely on hot pot won't suffice. You should hurry here. Just as Guan Kai murmured to the burning ghost money before her, a frail voice suddenly sounded from behind Guan Kai. What are you doing? Guan Kai couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She hadn't heard any footsteps nor sensed when the owner of that voice stood behind her. Guan Kai turned around and saw an old woman dressed in dark orange clothes. The wrinkles on the old woman's face were layered like crumpled pages of a book. Her eyes, glimmering with a faint black light, were deeply set in her sagging eye sockets, resembling a small vortex that captivated the soul. Oh, what a familiar young girl. The old woman's eyes seemed to widen slightly, as if those watermelon seed-like eyes were trying to squeeze out from the loose flesh. Guan Kai was momentarily at a loss for words. For a moment, she was overwhelmed by the dense resentment emanating from the old woman. However, the old woman appeared to be delighted, grinning widely. Her mouth, filled with yellow and sparse teeth, was smeared with soot, and a foul odor escaped with her words. What a beautiful young girl. I wonder how the people below are managing. They actually overlooked such a stunning beauty. Come, follow the old woman. You must be the prettiest among the wives of the old Master Wu. The old woman will dress you in a red robe and pin golden hairpins for you. Soon after the wedding, you will become the little wife of old Master Wu. From then on, you will enjoy endless honor. Saying this, the old woman reached out and grabbed Guan Kai's arm. At the same time, Guan Kai's resentment surged and steel cables formed to block the old woman's hand, but the moment they touched her palm, all the cables instantly collapsed. In the next moment, she found herself lifted by the old woman, her resentment firmly suppressed within her body. Brother Song, you must come. I don't want to be someone else's wife. Oh, I only want you to marry me. The coffin struggled continuously, but it was futile as she prayed repeatedly for Song Zhong to arrive quickly. While praying, she also tried to calm herself and analyze her current situation. Just now she understood from the old woman's few words that this Wu Junshan actually had more than one wife. Could it be that all the women of Wu village had been captured here? As Guan Kai pondered this, she was taken away by the old woman. With Guan Kai's departure, the previously quiet corner returned to tranquility. However, all of this was captured in the eyes of Song Zhong, who was dreaming due to the burning paper. Suddenly, he flipped over in bed, his eyes filled with fury. Damn it, who dares to steal my person? Old longevity, star hanging himself tired of living. Where's my divine talisman? Song Zhong in his pajamas got up and began searching through the bedroom. Before long, he found a half-finished divine talisman. Looking at this talisman, Song Zhong felt a bit at a loss. The crafting of the divine talisman was difficult and complex. Any carelessness could lead to complete failure. This half-talisman was made just after the strange invasion ended. But at this moment, Song Zhong could not afford to be concerned. If he didn't manage to make it, his own benefactor would be taken away. Forcing himself to calm down, Song Zhong held his breath and began to draw the divine talisman. However, as he drew, the aura on the talisman suddenly broke off. The entire talisman turned into scrap paper. Song Zhong was stunned. Having failed to draw even half of the talisman, he didn't know how long it would take to redraw. Could it be that he couldn't save Guan Kai this time? Gritting his teeth, Song Zhong continued to channel his energy to draw the talisman. Failure. Failure. Still failure. Song Zhong kept failing and kept trying. But with each failure, his heart grew increasingly restless. The difficulty of drawing the divine talisman was also increasing. Just as Song Zhong was continuously failing to draw the divine talisman, the dragon pulling coffin behind him suddenly stirred. A few specks of white light floated out and gathered on the talisman paper in Song Zhong's hand. Upon sensing carefully, Song Zhong discovered that it was his own ashes emitting a small amount of spirituality, helping him to draw the divine talisman. Under the gathering and dispersing of the white light, a perfect divine talisman was completed. Song Zhong stared blankly at the divine talisman in his hand, and a thought suddenly surged in his mind. His ashes can draw talismans. While Song Zhong was continuously failing to refine the talisman to summon the divine in the eerie spiritual realm of Wu village, Guan Kai followed the old woman as they traversed the Wu family villa, even passing by the table where Qin Jin and others were dining. Upon seeing Guan Kai being eerily dragged away, Qin Jin was taken aback, standing up and nearly overturning the table before him. Fortunately, when Guan Kai caught sight of Qin Jin, she gave him a discreet signal, allowing him to halt his actions. The weasel beside Qin Jin, with an arm around his shoulder, breathed alcohol-laden words into Qin Jin's face. Brother, why are you standing up? Why aren't you drinking? Are you captivated by the young lady just now? Chen Jin suppressed the panic in his heart and pretended to be drunk as he inquired. Indeed, how did that old woman manage to lead such a beautiful bride? Unexpectedly, the weasel's next words nearly frightened Chen Jin to death. You can't look around carelessly. The old woman leading the girl is the matchmaker for Old Master Wu. That young girl must have ancestral blessings as she is about to become Old Master Wu's bride. If you truly like her, I can introduce you to my niece. She's quite the catch. Chen Jin could no longer bear to listen to the weasel's words. His mind was consumed by a single thought: Guan Kai had been taken away to become Old Master Wu's bride. Damn it, this is incredibly exciting. If Boss Song finds out, won't he raise a ruckus with the entire Wu family? Given the circumstances, Boss Song would definitely come right. Guan Kai is Boss Song's woman. Offending her means that not just Old Master Wu, but even their ancestors would have no chance of survival if they crawled out of their graves. Why provoke anyone else, especially Guan Kai and Boss Song? As for the young girl being blessed by her ancestors, that would soon be a problem too. He was certain that Song Zhong would rush over, otherwise these eerie beings and monsters would face a worse fate. On the other side, Guan Kai was led by the old woman to the front of a room. She looked at the festively decorated door and the two eerie maidens standing by it. Guan Kai knew this must be where the women abducted from Wu village were kept. Sure enough, after the old woman, inside Guan Kai saw a dozen women dressed in bridal gowns, all with tears in their eyes, crying like rain. Some women rushed at the old woman upon seeing her, pleading for her to let them out. However, the old woman showed no interest, disdainfully kicking the brides away. She muttered angrily, "Unappreciative fools. Being able to cling to Old Master Wu is your fortune. Wretched things. Get lost." After scolding each of the women in the room, the old woman replaced her frown with a smile and said to Guan Kai, "My dear, here is the bride's attire. Hurry and change. With your looks, Old Master Wu will surely pamper you, and soon these wretches will all be your handmaids." Then, as if performing a magic trick, she produced a set of bridal garments from behind her. Looking at the old woman's sinister yet expectant gaze, Guan Kai could only reluctantly put on the clothes. Once Guan Kai was properly dressed, the old woman exclaimed, "Oh my, you truly are my little auntie. In this outfit, tisk, it will surely make Old Master Wu infatuated. I shall be the first to congratulate the new mistress of the Wu family." Guan Kai felt uncomfortable under the old woman's scrutinizing gaze, constantly wondering when Brother Song would arrive. Luckily, the sudden sound of drums and gongs outside caught the old woman's attention. With the drum beats, the atmosphere outside became lively, filled with cheers, as if a significant figure was about to make. The old woman's eyes lit up, and she said to Guan Kai, "Madam, you should rest for a moment. Old Master Wu has made his entrance, and I must go serve him. Prepare yourself and get acquainted with your future sisters. Soon it will be your turn to step forward and pay respects." After hastily saying these words, the old woman hurried to the liveliest part of the villa to attend to the guests. She had many tasks to complete. Tonight's main event was Old Master Wu. After the old woman left, several maidens came forward to apply makeup on Guan Kai's face. Guan Kai allowed the maidens to adorn her face. She knew that right now there was nothing she could do but wait. If she acted rashly, she might not last until Song Zhong arrived, and she and Chen Jin would be obliterated by the swarm of eerie beings. What if Song Zhong couldn't make it in time? What should she do? The entire villa was immersed in a cacophony with the sounds of drums and music filling the air. Chen Jin and the weasel beside him clinked their cups together, their gazes filled with pity as they looked at the strange and monstrous figures around them. A group of unfortunate souls. The happier you are now, the worse it will be when Boss Song comes up later. Truly, they dare to drink any kind of wine and eat at any banquet. However, Boss Song, when will you come up? Just then the music changed, bringing Chen Jin back to his senses. Seeing the excited weasel beside him, he couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Brother, what does this music mean?" The weasel looked at Chen Jin suspiciously, then suddenly realized, "Brother, you haven't attended anyone else's wedding. You're of age and still haven't married. The music means that the formal wedding ceremony is about to begin. Look, our groom, the Old Master Wu, is already standing on the wedding stage." Chen Jin followed the direction the weasel pointed and looked over. On the brightly decorated wedding stage, an elderly man dressed in a wedding robe walked out slowly. At the same time, a strong smell of blood and the stench of decaying corpses mixed with a horrifying aura emanated from the old man's body. So foul. Chen Jin pinched his nose, scrutinizing the old man. The elder was extremely short, resembling. His childlike features were covered with wrinkles and corpse spots, and the eerie green light in his eyes radiated resentment. It was the old master of the Wu family, Wu Junshan. Though Wu Junshan looked diminutive, the voice that came from his mouth was ancient and carried a decayed tone. "Thank you all, dear friends and relatives, for attending Wu's funeral wedding ceremony. Of course, all the guests present need not panic. Everyone is welcome. My Wu family can afford the drinks." With a grand wave of Wu Junshan's hand, the crowd below erupted in chaos, raising their glasses together. "Cheers to the Old Master Wu." Wu Junshan nodded in satisfaction, then signaled to the old woman serving nearby. The old woman understood and clapped her hands twice, her sharp voice raised high. "Bring in the brides." At the old woman's call, a group of flamboyantly dressed women surrounded a group of ladies wearing red veils and dresses making their way to the wedding stage. Chen Jin stretched his neck searching among the 10 or so women for Guan Kai's figure, all the while silently cursing. Damn Wu Junxian, he's already a stinking corpse and still wants to harm so many young girls. Boss Song, if he doesn't show up soon, Guan Kai will really have to pay her respects to the old master Wu. Chen Jin had already made up his mind. If Song did not arrive in time, he would do everything in his power to stop this funeral wedding. Chen Jin thought to himself and began to communicate with his family's peculiar old man. If he fully opened his mind and let his family's old man take over, he might still have a chance. But that would be just a slim chance. The various peculiarities of the banquet would still tear them to shreds. Just as Chen Jin was pondering this, Wu Junshan on the stage did not follow the wedding procedures. Instead, under the raucous encouragement of the strange crowd below, he began to lift the bride's veil. Funeral weddings are indeed matters without restrictions. The crowd below was also filled with the unrestrained and the monstrous. As each bride's veil was lifted by Wu Junshan, Chen Jin's heart tightened. For as the strange cheers rang out after lifting the veil of each bride, Wu Junshan intended to proceed directly to the bridal chamber. Chen Jin could hardly contain himself, for Wu Junshan had already walked up to a woman who closely resembled Guan Kai. Meanwhile, Guan Kai was also extremely nervous on stage. She was ready to spring into action if things went awry. Just as Wu Junshan reached out to lift Guan Kai's red veil, Wu Junshan's childlike arm was suddenly grasped by a large hand. Unbeknownst to when, a figure appeared behind Guan Kai on the funeral wedding stage. I heard you were getting married and planning to marry my benefactor. As soon as the figure appeared, a cold voice echoed out, the aura radiating from him enveloping the area, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made all the strange beings and monsters in the villa feel overwhelming pressure. From that figure, they sensed an indescribable danger. To them, the figure resembled an imminent volcano. That figure was none other than the arriving Song Zhong. Wu Junshan looked at Song Zhong in suspicion and angrily shouted, "Who are you and why have you interrupted my wedding?" Upon hearing the word wedding, Song Zhong's expression darkened further. With a firm grip, he forcefully broke Wu Junshan's arm. As Wu Junshan's screams echoed, Song Zhong's indifferent voice resounded throughout the Wu family villa. "I am Song Zhong, here to bring you a funeral. 9 dragons pulling the coffin." As soon as he finished speaking, 9 furious dragons dragging long chains pulled a massive coffin into view. 9 colossal dragons abruptly appeared here, their chains rattling, and the resentment coalescing in the air made the entire villa feel suffocating with its strangeness and malevolence. Especially the old man Wu in front of Song Zhong, who felt a bone-deep terror rising within him under the gaze of the 9 dragons. I mean no offense, my lord. Gold Master. She is your Gold Master. I truly did not know it is all. I have money too, whatever you want, take it freely. Really? I have money. Especially a lot of money. The old man Wu, face filled with panic, directly knelt before Song Zhong. He was a zombie, his physical body incredibly strong, yet his arm was easily crushed by the opponent. Coupled with the terrifying aura emitted by the 9 dragons and the coffin, he was even more wary, knowing that Song Zhong was not to be trifled with. "You want to be my Gold Master?" Song Zhong, grasping the severed hand of old man Wu, looked at the small old man, who kept bowing before him, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Bribing me? Do you really not know how much I can demand? With the meager wealth of the Wu family, it's not enough for my expenditures in the bizarre world. Do you really think just anyone can be my Gold Master? My lord, I was wrong. Whatever you want is fine, and this young lady is also yours. It is my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Please grant me one last chance, my lord. These women are all yours, my lord. I will send them to your room for your enjoyment." The old man Wu continued to bow incessantly, but his lowered head concealed the sinister look in his eyes. He knew all too well that he had run into a formidable opponent this time. "Isn't it ridiculous? I just wanted to get married, and how could there be someone so powerful among the brides? I want your life, or are you willing to give it to me?" Song Zhong snorted coldly, his eyes filled with fierce killing intent. At his age, being dead, yet still marrying a wife and performing a ghost marriage. And even wanting to marry his own Gold Master. If it weren't for my ashes being potent enough to successfully refine the divine summoning talismans, the outcome for Guan Kai today would be unimaginable. Moreover, if I had been a moment later, it would have been irreversible. This made Song Zhong increasingly furious, reminding himself to refine more divine summoning talismans for emergencies. "My lord, I am from the witchcraft lineage. Please show some consideration for us. The netherworld has shattered, and even the heavenly court has vanished. The balance between the realms of yin and yang is lost. Though you are powerful, we of the witchcraft lineage are not weak either." Upon hearing Song Zhong's words, old man Wu's eyes flickered with a fierce expression, further invoking the name of the witchcraft lineage. He came from the witchcraft lineage and knew some secrets. Now that the bizarre world and the real world were merging continuously, there would inevitably come a day when they would fully integrate. By then, many strong practitioners from the witchcraft lineage would awaken and return to the mortal realm, including beings of unspeakable levels. While Song Zhong was powerful, he believed he would still have to show some caution before the witchcraft lineage. Witchcraft lineage. Are they really that influential? Why should I give them face? Song Zhong spoke in a deep voice. What witchcraft lineage? He had never even heard of it, so what if he had? Even if Jesus came today, I would not give face. The Buddha of the Joyful Temple himself had to be fought, and the monks of the Wu-Wei Temple had been killed. Why would I care about your witchcraft lineage? You, old man Wu's expression changed, realizing that he had completely torn the facade, his gaze towards Song Zhong, filled with madness and resentment. Song Zhong was indeed powerful, but he had his own trump cards. He came from the witchcraft lineage and was a corpse chaser in life. After his death, he buried himself here and set up a corpse-nurturing formation, continuously nourishing his body until he transformed into a zombie. He even took the opportunity to practice the witchcraft passed down by corpse chasers, making him vastly different from ordinary zombies. He was a zombie skilled in witchcraft. Not only was his body formidable, but he also had many means. Faced with a situation where he could not die, he had no choice but to fight back desperately. Moreover, he could discern that the bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragons behind was a precious treasure. This was far superior to the corpse-nurturing formation he had set up. With this coffin, his strength might reach an unimaginable height. Whether it was about surviving against the odds or killing for treasures, Old Man Wu felt compelled to act. In his mind, Old Man Wu's thoughts whirled in an instant. While continuously bowing, he formed a witchcraft hand seal and suddenly looked up at Song Zhong. At the moment his sharp eyes met Song Zhong's, the small old man's child's-sized eyes suddenly ignited with a ghostly green flame like a flickering candle. Kill. In the next moment his mouth opened and a nail-like object shot toward Song Zhong's head. The soul-restraining nail. This is a magical tool of the corpse chasers cultivated over many years in the corpse-nurturing formation, now amplified by his own resentment, making the soul-restraining nail's power immense. The soul-restraining nail can pin someone's soul, even shattering it, allowing the one who cast it to control the body, turning it into a corpse that obeys every command. Watching the soul-restraining nail flash by, Old Man Wu revealed a sinister smile. In his view, while Song Zhong's physical body was strong, and he had the terrifying existence of the 9 dragons carrying the coffin, his soul would absolutely be unable to withstand the surprise attack of the soul-restraining nail. As long as the opponent's soul was pinned down, it would be like a fish on a chopping block. Brothers, let's kill him together. To be safe, Old Man Wu let out a low roar at the moment of attack, causing several eerie figures in Taoist robes sitting next to Qin Jin in the yard to immediately stand up. Is this your means? And do you need to call for help? Are there many others? Then I will call a few too. The soul-restraining nail was enveloped in green flames, releasing waves of eerie fluctuations that caused some nearby eerie figures to momentarily dissipate. However, just as the soul-restraining nail was less than an inch from Song Zhong's head, it abruptly stopped, firmly gripped by a large hand. The green flames on it extinguished in an instant, leaving only the dark soul-restraining nail. Glancing at the nail in his hand, Song Zhong frowned. Initially, he was somewhat curious about the witchcraft lineage, but now seeing the opponent's trump card was merely a shabby nail, he instantly felt quite disappointed. In the next second, a terrifying aura surged from Song Zhong, and then several figures appeared beside him. Old Man Wu's face turned pale, his body shaking violently. For he had seen 4 pairs of different. The first pair belonged to a beautiful woman with phoenix eyes. Her eyebrows were like sleeping silkworms, reflecting a stern face like a red jujube. Guan Gong's phoenix eyes were captivating. The second pair belonged to a youthful boy with bright and clear eyes shining like stars, yet contained a monstrous ferocity. Nez has wicked intent to kill. There were also 2 round tiger eyes, their majestic features making it hard for any ghost to look directly. Zhong Kuei's eyes were fierce, commanding a dreadful presence. Lastly, the gaze that fell upon Old Man Wu was from eyes resembling a monkey. Yet those monkey pupils were devoid of any spirit, glaring fiercely, with an intense red shining with boundless divine light. Fiery eyes piercing through all evil. Old Man Wu was horrified by the divine light in those 4 pairs of eyes. He felt as if he were being scrutinized by 4 heavenly beings, his very soul being shattered. Crack. In Old Man Wu's mind, it felt as if a mirror had shattered the string named reason, snapping instantaneously. He initially wanted to rely on the soul-restraining nail to directly annihilate Song Zhong's soul. Yet he did not expect that before Song Zhong, the nail was treated like a toy, and besides the 9 dragons carrying the coffin, there were also such 4 terrifying existences. A wave of terrifying auras pressed down on Old Man Wu like a mountain. With the 9 dragons carrying the coffin and Guan Yi, there were a total of 5 terrifying auras. In just a moment, Old Man Wu could no longer hold on, and his body exploded with a loud bang. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Song Zhong waved at the 9 dragon corpses pulling the bronze coffin. Receiving the command, the 9 dragon corpses frantically tore at the remnants of Old Man Wu's body. His body was like a piece of soft meat filled with juice, with horrifying wounds torn by the dragon corpses, gushing out black blood. His blood had a texture reminiscent of oil, black and viscous. The sound of crunching from the chewing echoed throughout the wedding scene, causing all the eerie beings present to feel as if they had run into something ominous. By the way, do you have something to stand up for? Over here Song Zhong turned his head, his gaze landing on those eerie figures in Taoist robes, coldly saying, We just felt too full and wanted to stand up and move around. What the hell? Has Wu Junshan gone mad? How could he dare to provoke such a calamity? And calling us to join him. Had I known this would happen, they wouldn't have dragged me to this wedding. I'd rather lie quietly in my grave. A table full of strange figures in Taoist robes under Song Zhong's gaze each tremblingly sat back down. Like the old Master Wu, they all hailed from the lineage of witchcraft. Now turned into zombies, beads of sweat the size of beans were constantly surfacing on their foreheads, each one silently cursing the ancestors of Wu's family. Sitting below the stage, Qin Jin raised his cup to the scene before him with a hearty laugh. Delightful. Boss Song's actions were indeed straightforward and brutal. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed everything. Brother, can you still drink? Looking at this calamity, it seems we are all destined to be his side dishes soon. Especially you. Aren't you a zombie too? It looks like those big dragons particularly enjoy eating zombies. The weasel beside him timidly nudged Qin Jin. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, he still has to serve me tea when he gets married. Qin Jin's big brother Run quickly stopped boasting. The weasel didn't take Qin Jin's words to heart, thinking he was just drunk. When they were drinking earlier, he had witnessed Qin Jin's bragging skills, which were truly outlandish. He even claimed to have some red romantic cards saying that in the city of Linjiang, even the strange beings had to present gifts upon seeing him. Help! The weasel chose to flee directly, while the other strange beings in the yard also woke up from their shock. They went mad trying to squeeze out of the Wu family villa. Song Zhong frowned. According to Guan Kai's narrative, none of these strange beings were good. Each had stained their hands with the blood of innocent humans. Moreover, they had all aided Wu's old master during the wedding. A flash of killing intent flickered in Song Zhong's eyes as he made a decision. Since they were all no good, they should all be eliminated to prevent future troubles. With a thought, the 9 dragons' coffin roared towards the scattering strange beings. At the same time, 4 evil gods stepped out from behind Song Zhong, wielding their deadly weapons to slay the strange beings present. Qin Jin, seeing this, felt secretly pleased. Actually, reading the newspaper in the office every day isn't bad. With such a great deity overseeing everything, what's wrong with me reading the newspaper? He also didn't forget to remind them. Boss Song, leave a few of those little creatures alive. And those strange beings in Taoist robes, they are the corpse-carrying craftsmen from the witchcraft lineage, so leave 2 of them too. We have things we want to understand. Hearing Qin Jin's shouting, Song Zhong nodded slightly. At Qin Jin's reminder, he deliberately left a few strange beings and monsters unharmed. The rest were all consumed or exploded by the evil gods. After the strange beings and monsters were eliminated, the resentment enveloping Wu village gradually dissipated and the strange spiritual realm vanished. Are you alright, girl? After handling everything, Song Zhong finally turned to look at Guan Kai beside him. Since he came out, Guan Kai had been standing quietly by his side. He reached out to lift her red veil, revealing a blushing Guan Kai before Song Zhong's eyes. Looking at Guan Kai's lightly made-up face, Song Zhong couldn't help but be taken aback. It was a beauty with a heroic spirit. Originally, Guan Kai's features were quite refreshing, with a hint of uncharacteristic grace hidden in her demeanor. But with a few touches of red makeup, her slightly flushed face appeared somewhat charming, like a delicate flower holding back its allure. Truly like a beautiful woman, intoxicated, her cheeks slightly flushed. Song Zhong and Guan Kai exchanged glances in silence. It was Song Zhong who finally cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Beautiful. By the way, once you get news from them, remember to tell me too. Only when he felt that the time limit of the Divine Descent Talisman had come did Song Zhong come back to his senses, hurriedly giving a command before vanishing from the spot. I wonder if I should flatter her a bit more. Guan Kai rolled her eyes in place, murmuring softly. Then she didn't dawdle. Rolling up the sleeves of her celebratory robe, she began to participate in the remaining cleanup work. After everything was taken care of upon returning to the polling bureau, it was already late at night. However, Guan Kai and Qin Jin couldn't afford to rest. Especially Qin Jin, he was now filled with questions. Why did witchcraft suddenly appear in Linjiang City along with monsters from the Northeast's 5 immortals? Could it be that the commands of the Celestial Master's house are no longer effective? With these questions, Qin Jin and Guan Kai went together to interrogate the weasel that had been brought back. The weasel, temporarily detained at the polling bureau, looked dispirited. Though it had miraculously survived, it had lost all its cultivation. Only after Qin Jin entered did it brighten up. Brother, you should have said earlier that you have connections. You really shocked me. This way, brother, if you can let me go back, I not only have a niece, I have a few even more enticing ones at home. All of them will be introduced to you. Qin Jin, under Guan Kai's suspicious gaze, felt a bit embarrassed. Who would have thought that the nonsense he spoke while undercover would still be remembered by the weasel now? He slapped the interrogation table before him and shouted sternly, "Behave yourself. We are currently in an interrogation, do not talk nonsense. Also, I am the director of the polling bureau." Indeed. What connections do I need? In the biggest connection. The weasel, realizing that the situation was not right under Qin Jin's scolding, instantly fell silent. So this little rascal was an undercover agent. I regarded you as a brother, and you viewed me as a performance. Seeing the weasel quiet down, Chen Jin cleared his throat and began to speak. Next I ask you answer. Depending on how cooperative you are, it will determine whether you end up working the sewing machine or eating peanuts. The weasel nodded repeatedly, continuously saying yes. Name. Huang Dazhuang. I learned from your humans I must be both red and big and strong. Old brother, I really am not a bad wolf, truly. I do not eat people. Eating people may help me gain strength quickly, but it also leads to losing oneself. Looking at the chattering weasel, Chen Jin slammed the table. No need for explanations. I ask you, how did you come to Linjiang City? The descendants under the 5 immortals of the Northeast shouldn't lose their cultivation as soon as they cross the Shanhaiguan under the commands of the Celestial Masters, right? Chen Jin asked in a deep voice. This was the question he cared about the most. Under the commands of the Celestial Masters House, other unorthodox paths should not be able to exert their cultivation strength upon entering the Central Plains. However, this time the marriage of the dead involved not only the corpse-carrying craftsmen from the witchcraft lineage Wu Junshin, but also these monsters from the Northeast 5 immortals, which weighed heavily on Chen Jin's heart. After all, those 3 commands are no joke. I don't know either. But it seems that because of the strange invasion of reality, the commands of the Celestial Masters House have also loosened. Listening to Chen Jin's questions, Guan Kai beside him looked very curious. Uncle Chen, what are the commands of the Celestial Masters House? Looking at Guan Kai, who was like a curious baby, Chen Jin pondered for a moment. Then he slowly began to speak. The commands of the Celestial Masters House are actually the 3 commands set down by 3 Celestial Masters throughout the generations of the feudal dynasty, using the dragon energy and national fortune of the dynasty to suppress them. Anyone mentioned in the commands of the Celestial Masters House regarding cultivators, once they step into the Central Plains region, regardless of how profound their cultivation is, they will immediately lose it. It has remained unchanged for thousands of years without exception. The 3 commands are respectively, to use cursing to ward off evil in the South Seas. Witchcraft cannot cross the angry Dianjiang. The 5 immortals, however, are beyond the Shanhaiguan. With just a few simple words, Chen Jin revealed a crack in the fog that shrouded the true Xia kingdom, stirring a sense of curiosity within Guan Kai. Before Chen Jin could continue, Huang Dazhuang eagerly interjected, I know. The 5 immortals only crossed the Shanhaiguan Pass during the autumn hunt of Emperor Qianlong, where the daughter of Husan Tai Nai from the northeast was mistakenly killed. Husan Tai Nai wept to Qianlong and requested a title, and Qianlong casually conferred the title of Old Buddha upon her. Afterward, feeling it was inappropriate, he personally invoked the national fortune and uttered the words, the 5 immortals do not cross the Shanhaiguan Pass. Under the decree of divine words, the disciples of the 5 immortals from the northeast could only practice their arts outside the Shanhaiguan Pass. Entering the Central Plains would result in the loss of all their cultivation. Huang Dazhuang clearly articulated the cause and effect to avoid eating peanuts for another 2 years while sowing. Guan Kai listened intently, unable to resist asking, if that's the case, what does this decree from Qianlong have to do with the Tianshi mansion? Facing Guan Kai's question, Chen Jin took over the conversation and continued. It has a significant connection. These 3 sentences are essentially the history of the rise and fall of the Tianshi mansion. Little Guan, just listen carefully. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, when the Tianshi mansion was just founded, the first Tianshi was named Zhang Daoling. He borrowed the national fortune of the Han Dynasty with great divine powers, establishing the first decree of the Tianshi mansion. The Tianshi exclusively governs the Central Plains. From then on, only the disciples of the Tianshi mansion could traverse the Central Plains. However, times changed, and this decree was indeed too broad and vast, slowly fading with the passage of time. Until the Tang Dynasty, when Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji faced turmoil in the court caused by witchcraft. In desperation, Li Ji sought the highest cultivator from the Tianshi mansion at the time, Li Chuanfeng, who invoked the great national fortune of the Tang Dynasty to establish the second decree. Witchcraft cannot transcend the New River. Chen Jin paused, sipping his tea. Meeting Guan Kai's expectant gaze, he continued to speak. From then on, anyone listed in the Tianshi mansion's registry who practiced witchcraft using national fortune could not cross the New River and could only perform their arts within it. Then came the Yuan Dynasty. The downfall of the Yuan Dynasty was precipitated by a practitioner of evasion arts who created a stone man with one eye to sink into the Yellow River, forcefully clashing with the national fortune of the Yuan. The founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, sought to prevent future imitations. He invited Tianshi Lu Bowen to borrow the strong national fortune of the Ming to eradicate all dragon veins and establish the third decree. Curses and evasion arts descend upon the South Seas. At that time, the Tianshi mansion reached its peak. Yet due to the flourishing of Buddhist cultivation, it could not recreate the glory of the exclusive governance over the Central Plains seen during the Eastern Han. Guan Kai listened with great interest, yet still harbored some doubts. Uncle Chen, if what you say is true, then throughout history the Tianshi who attained enlightenment under imperial decrees borrowed the national fortune to establish these decrees. Then what about the Qing dynasty? How could Qianlong issue decrees by himself? Chen Jin shook his head, feeling a sense of melancholy. Indeed, because the Qing dynasty was not a Han dynasty. At that time, Liu Bowen overlooked a black dragon vein in the northeast, allowing Nurhaci to succeed. After the Qing people crossed the pass under the vigilance of the Han people, the Tianshi Mansion declined. The method of invoking national fortune to issue decrees also spread, transforming into a system where only the emperor's oral decree could utilize the national fortune. It wasn't until the foundation of the Xia Kingdom and the establishment of the polling bureau that the Tianshi Mansion revived once more. Guan Kai listened, seeming to understand, yet not fully grasping the subject. Chen Jin's lengthy discourse made the Xia Kingdom, as she originally perceived, suddenly seem cloaked in mist, revealing only its edges. Watching Guan Kai lost in thought, Chen Jin felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. These three decrees were immensely domineering, suppressing the unorthodox paths throughout history from emerging in the Central Plains. Who would have thought that under the strange invasions of reality a surge of resentment would seep through, causing the decrees to gather dust? This meant that in the future the polling bureau would face not only endless anomalies, but also practitioners of the unorthodox paths that had been inherited. Even those practitioners who had died would be even more challenging to deal with. Just as Chen Jin was feeling troubled, Huang Dazhuang the weasel suddenly spoke hesitantly. "Brother, I have one more thing to say. Is it possible for the indefinite to become definite?" Chen Jin frowned at Huang Dazhuang and replied, "You go ahead." "Well, before I came to the Central Plains, I heard the descendants of the Hu family from the Five Immortals spreading rumor. Their Hu family's third Tai Nai said that since the decree has been broken, there are no longer any taboos in the world. So on the 8th day of the first month next year, she plans to bring her disciples to the Central Plains." Chen Jin was taken aback, not expecting to uncover such crucial information. Instinctively, he asked Hu San Tai Nai, "What does she intend to do?" She said she wants to seek a title for the descendants of the Hu family from the world." "What?" Chen Jin felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty in his heart. Although he had never encountered the demons seeking a seal, he had heard many related rumors. The term seeking a seal refers to demons requesting a seal from humans after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Some demons, upon achieving significant progress, will seize an opportunity to speak to humans. For example, they might ask, "Do I look human?" If they receive an affirmative answer, their cultivation will dramatically increase, otherwise it will decline. In the past, Hu San's grandmother became the foremost among the Five Immortals due to a single word from Emperor Qianlong. Meanwhile, there are numerous cases where demons, having failed to seek a seal, harbored resentment and harmed others. Especially considering that demons are not like humans and are extremely petty, they might not only harm an individual, but also target their descendants. Even when a seal is successfully sought, demons can still latch onto humans, causing disturbances for generations. Fortunately, there was a decree stating the Five Immortals shall not pass the Shanhaiguan, which allowed the Central Plains to rid themselves of these demon troubles. However, Chen Jin never expected that after the strange invasion of reality, the decree would actually weaken. The Five Immortals of the Northeast once again had the opportunity to enter the Central Plains beyond the Shanhaiguan. Moreover, Hu San's grandmother planned to lead the disciples of the Five Immortals into the Central Plains to seek a seal. Of course, based on what Huang Dazhuang implied about Hu San's grandmother, this large-scale sealing endeavor would definitely not allow humans to choose their answers. Demons being inherently different from humans and exceedingly petty, if this grand sealing succeeds, humanity would be completely enslaved by demons. If it fails, it would mean total war between the Five Immortals of the Northeast and mankind. Fortunately, there is still over half a year until the 8th day of the first lunar month next year. This time is sufficient for the polling agency to make the necessary arrangements. Chen Jin let out a long breath and glanced at Huang Dazhuang, who was looking at him eagerly. After pondering for a moment, he spoke to the polling agency member beside him. "Take note and give him a chance to operate the sewing machine." As the words supervised were written down, Chen Jin took Guan Kai to the second room. This was the room where Wu Laotai's disciples, the inheritors of the corpse-raising lineage, were held. Although he had learned the reason behind the weakening of the Celestial Master's decree, Chen Jin still had several matters to clarify with these corpse-raising craftsmen. The most important issue was the usage of Wu Laotai's soul-restraining nail. At that time, after being blocked by Song Zhong, the nail was carelessly thrown in front of Chen Jin, indicating that it was meant for him to keep. Although Song Zhong did not specifically explain anything, Chen Jin could fully understand the meaning in his gaze. That was to enhance his own strength and not to recklessly rush into danger, especially at his age. What was the point of causing a ruckus every day? The most important thing was that while he could take risks, he must not involve Guan Kai in danger. These were the thoughts that Chen Jin gleaned from Song Zhong's gaze as he departed. He was certain that if he did not improve his strength and faced a similar situation next time when Boss Song arrived, he would undoubtedly be cut down. Therefore, he had to figure out how to use the soul-restraining nail. He vividly remembered the scene when Wu Laotai used it. Although the soul-restraining nail was blocked by Song Zhong, Wu Laotai had exploded. The power emitted by the soul-restraining nail was certainly not to be underestimated. If it weren't for Boss Song being too strong, he would have definitely been pinned down. Since they were all zombies, it made no sense for Wu Laotai to be able to use it, while Chen Jin could not. Thinking of this, Chen Jin gleefully pinched the 18-centimeter iron nail in his arms. Then, accompanied by Guan Kai, he entered one of the corpse-raising craftsman's rooms, which was filled with Wu Laotai's peculiar disciples. Like weasels, they had all been captured together. Thanks to the methods previously displayed by Song Zhong, the interrogation went very smoothly. Upon hearing that if they confessed honestly, they could operate the sewing machine, the corpse-raising craftsmen in the interrogation room brightened up and hurriedly expressed their willingness to cooperate. Only then did Chen Jin, feeling quite pleased, take out the soul-restraining nail and shake it in front of the craftsman. To his surprise, upon seeing the nail, the craftsmen's eyes went green with envy, their faces full of longing. Chen Jin could tell there was potential, so he quickly asked, "Do you recognize this thing?" The corpse-raising craftsman nodded, eagerly looking at Chen Jin with admiration. "Of course we recognize it. This is Wu Shixiang's soul-restraining nail. Even among the corpse-raising lineage, it's an extremely rare corpse treasure to refine. You must know that it takes 100 corpses to nurture one." Upon realizing Chen Jin's interest in the soul-restraining nail, the craftsman eagerly shared its origins and details. This soul-restraining nail was originally just a main nail for the descendants nailed onto the coffin board. Only by using a large amount of pure corpse qi can the originally corpse-restraining nail be slowly nurtured and refined into a soul-restraining nail. Once it is formed, 100 corpses will perish. The soul-restraining nail specifically targets the vital divine soul of zombies, making it immensely powerful. I remember when we wanted to take a look, Wu Shixiang kept it hidden and wouldn't show it. Chen Jin was overjoyed to hear this. Great. The better this treasure was, the more it would help him. After all, he was already in his 50s or 60s, and his body was not as agile. It was no longer realistic to improve his strength through physical means or other aspects. To enhance his power aside from combat techniques, he needed these external items. The more Chen Jin thought about it, the more excited he became, especially since his zombie form was extremely unstable and very harmful to his health. With this great treasure, his strength would definitely be able to deal with formidable opponents and even some entities at the meme level. Continue. How is this thing supposed to be used? Chen Jin asked expectantly. Unexpectedly, the answer he received left him looking troubled. Just swallow it. As long as you are in a zombie body, after swallowing the soul-restraining nail and nurturing it with corpse qi, it will automatically transform from an unowned object into a treasured corpse, just like gaining another organ. The corpse-raising craftsman said naturally. Don't worry, it won't harm you. The soul-restraining nail will continuously nourish your body that has been modified with resentment. Perhaps you might even experience a second spring. Seeing the corpse-raising craftsman making suggestive gestures towards him, Chen Jin couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Such a large object. I have to swallow it. 18 centimeters. Chen Jin gritted his teeth and finally cast a guilty glance at Guan Kai, who was watching him. I'll find a secluded place to swallow it later. After all, just thinking about that scene is very cringeworthy. Then Chen Jin cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the subject. By the way, why has your witchcraft lineage appeared in the Central Plains again? After receiving a response similar to Huang Dazwang's, Chen Jin pretended to ask a few more questions before wrapping up the interrogation. Fortunately, the witchcraft lineage did not have any intentions of coming to the Central Plains to join the fun. However, they still had to be vigilant against them. After all, Ngudiang was just a small area compared to the entire Xia country. Practitioners of the witchcraft lineage would undoubtedly continue to flood into the Central Plains, bringing back the evil practices that had been expelled. After the interrogation, seeing that it was getting late, Chen Jin urged Guan Kai to hurry back to rest. With a puzzled expression on Guan Kai's face, he pushed her out of the polling agency's door. Then he secretly locked himself in the office, preparing to thoroughly study the soul-restraining nail. Chen Jin fiddled with the 18-centimeter iron nail repeatedly. The little old man's brows were furrowed in worry. How can I swallow this? However, it did seem that Wu Junshan had indeed spat out the soul-restraining nail from his mouth. After studying for half a day without understanding anything, Chen Jin decided to take the plunge. Forget it. Let's first try stimulating it with corpse qi. Chen Jin transformed into his zombie form and activated his corpse qi to touch the soul-restraining nail. Under the contact of the pure corpse qi, he truly felt a faint connection. This is promising. Chen Jin's spirits lifted and he proceeded to stuff the soul-restraining nail into his mouth inch by inch. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 6 centimeters. Just as Chen Jin was filled with excitement, he suddenly heard the office door being pushed open. Immediately, Guan Kai's voice reached Chen Jin's ears. Uncle Chen, my little electric scooter is out of battery. Can I borrow your key? Guan Kai and Chen Jin, who had half a soul-restraining nail in his mouth, stared wide-eyed at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Uncle Chen, you carry on. With a knowing expression, Guan Kai slammed the door shut, leaving Chen Jin with half a soul-restraining nail stuck in his throat in tears. Damn it. My reputation. Early the next morning, Guan Kai returned to the Bureau of Public Opinion after dropping off Wen Xian. As soon as she walked in, she spotted Chen Jin leisurely practicing his sword techniques. Just thinking about the scene from last night, where Chen Jin swallowed the soul-anchoring nail, made Guan Kai chuckle, prompting an annoyed urge from Chen Jin. Go away. Stop wasting time looking at data. You're a young lady, and yet you spend the whole day in such a disarray. What kind of image is that? Guan Kai stuck out her tongue and walked through the bureau's entrance. As soon as she entered, she was stopped by the manager of Tiandi Group. Hey Hu. Boss, take a look at this. This was handed over during the interrogation of those Northeast monsters. They brought it as a secret manual to reduce their penalties. Guan Kai nodded and took the somewhat worn manual from He Hu's hands. The cover of the manual had 4 elegant characters inscribed Zhang Lu Jin Shun. Guan Kai looked on in confusion. She had never heard of it before. As her probing gaze turned towards He Hu, he understood and began to explain. This was submitted by a python monster claiming it had encountered a peculiar human monk who fed himself to the snake to enlighten the monster. It seems to have obtained this ancient text from the monk, which contains the methods of Buddhist cultivation. But since the python is not human and doesn't understand the Buddhist scriptures, it has kept it with itself. Guan Kai was momentarily stunned by this revelation and quickly inquired, "What about the monk?" The monk was eaten. Guan Kai's expression darkened at the news. She instructed He Hu to thoroughly interrogate the python monster to see if it was a habitual man-eater. Then she began to flip through the Zhang Lu Jinshin manual in her hands. After a short while, she felt overwhelmed. What on earth is this? Why are there so many Buddhist Zen phrases? Is this a cultivation method specifically for Buddhist practitioners? Guan Kai shook her head, preparing to toss it into the archive room. Suddenly a thought struck her. Yesterday Uncle Chun mentioned the flourishing cultivation forces in the entire Xia country, but why wasn't Buddhism mentioned? Both Taoism and Buddhism have had their glorious moments in history. Moreover, Uncle Chun had personally acknowledged the existence of Buddhism in Xia country, but why does it seem so inconspicuous? Guan Kai pondered for a moment, holding the manual in her hands, and walked into the archive room. She opened the computer in the archive room, tore open a pack of instant noodles, and focused intently on the screen. Finally, in a nondescript corner, she found information related to Buddhist cultivation. Looking at the vast amount of written material, Guan Kai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After spending the entire morning, she managed to piece together a rough idea. The 4-character summary was Buddhism in decline. Of course, it was just Buddhism in decline. After all, Buddhism, stripped of its genuine cultivation methods, has still thrived in modern Xia country. Temples that uphold orthodox cultivation are unfortunately very scarce, especially considering that Buddhist cultivation is arduous. Unlike the steady perseverance of the Heavenly Master's house, it emphasizes the profound enlightenment. The largest Buddhist cultivation center, Vajra Temple, has been closed for 20 years. The scattered Buddhist practitioners in the Bureau of Public Opinion are merely what are known as warrior monks. They are just physically fit and know a few exorcism chants. However, those who can recite true incantations and vanquish demons, the ascetic monks, are few and far between, almost non-existent. It is important to note that true ascetic monks are ordinary people before they achieve enlightenment. Once they attain enlightenment, they can directly rival the high-ranking Heavenly Masters of the Heavenly Master's house. Yet, this is not the end for Buddhist practitioners. It is said that enlightened Buddhist practitioners can continue to cultivate specific methods to sculpt their own golden bodies until they achieve the true Buddha, known as the Zhang Lu Jin Shun. However, it is a pity that there are no Buddhas in this world anymore. The Zhang Lu Jin Shun has also become a legend passed down among Buddhist practitioners. When Guan Kai read this part, her eyes lit up. So is this manual in my hands the legendary Zhang Lu Jin Shun? This is great. Just because you can't cultivate it doesn't mean my brother Song can't achieve it. If I burn this for Brother Song, will he also be able to cultivate the Zhang Lu Jinshin? The more Guan Kai thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Then she selected all the Buddhist scriptures in the archive and scanned the ancient text of Zhang Lu Jinshin, copying and pasting it to the printer. According to the materials, to cultivate the Zhang Lu Jinshin, one must understand the Buddhist Zen principles and achieve enlightenment. Only then can one naturally cultivate the golden body. So if I am to burn it, it seems I will have to burn Brother Song some Buddhist scriptures as well. Yes, that's right. Perfect to burn some supplementary reading materials to dissipate murderous energy for Brother Song. The more Guan Kai thought about it, the brighter her eyes became, secretly praising herself for being clever. However, half an hour later, Guan Kai looked at the pile of printed materials filling the room and fell into deep thought. Is it a bit too much? No matter, I believe in Brother Song. When XIN can now complete the entire set of 3 years of high school, 5 years of simulation. This pile of Buddhist scriptures is nothing for Brother Song. She called 2 employees from Tiandi Group, and the 3 of them rushed out of the Bureau of Public Opinion, each carrying 6 full suitcases of Buddhist scriptures. Chen Jin rolled his eyes at their hurried departure. Here we go again with her antics. I wonder when this girl will understand that burning paper for the supernatural is useless. If burning paper for the supernatural worked, I would have burned a whole army for my father, letting him rebel from below, and then I would inherit. After leaving the Bureau of Public Opinion, Guan Kai did not immediately burn the paper. Instead, she first went to Boss Bay's funeral supply shop to replenish some ghost money. Only then did she find a secluded open space, draw a white circle, and began her operation. The great boxes of Buddhist scriptures produced thick smoke connecting with the supernatural world where Song Zhong resided. Song Zhong was sound asleep when he felt a sudden shift in his dream. As his vision gradually cleared, a wave of anticipation surged within him. Did the benefactor burn me something good again? Wait, what the heck is all this? Buddhist scriptures? Are they trying to enlighten me, or do they want me to convert to Buddhism? Meanwhile, the murmuring voice of Guan Kai reached Song Zhong's ears. Brother Song, these are all Buddhist scriptures. Burning these for you is mainly to align with a certain Buddhist cultivation technique. Look, Zhang Luji, it is said that by cultivating according to this method, one can eventually become a true Buddha and attain the divine power of Zhang Lujin Shun. I believe in you, Brother Song. You are definitely stronger than those bald monks in the fake temples. This time I burned a lot of things, so I might as well tell you about the news I got from the Yellow Weasel and those corpse drivers. It turns out that our entire Xia country has more than just the Heavenly Master's house. The fire burned brightly, and Guan Kai spoke in great detail. Song Zhong listened intently, gradually becoming captivated. Unknowingly, he didn't realize when his consciousness had returned to the supernatural world. Looking at the lavish decorations around him, Song Zhong felt as if he had been transported to another realm. So the history of Xia country is this rich and colorful. Wait, where did those Buddhist scriptures go? Seeing the neatly arranged banknotes at his bedside, Song Zhong's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, his mind was flooded with a plethora of Buddhist scriptures. The intricate and convoluted Buddhist doctrines washed over Song Zhong's mind repeatedly. Amidst the throbbing pain in his head, Song Zhong suddenly felt his heart calm down. Then his mind became completely empty, with only 4 glowing golden characters radiating Zen, Zhang Lujin Shun. The 6-foot golden body. Song Zhong meticulously contemplated those 4 characters, as if each character was composed of countless intricate Zen words. Moreover, those Zen words were arranged in a rhythmic manner, conveying some profound truth of the universe to Song Zhong. As Song Zhong delved deeper, he became increasingly bewildered. Some of the characters he simply could not comprehend. Fortunately, Guan Kai had simultaneously burned a large volume of Buddhist scriptures for Song Zhong, allowing him to correlate the Zen words of the 6-foot golden body with them. For some reason, when Song Zhong recalled the Buddhist classics, he was able to grasp their Zen insights without any. It was as if someone had patiently dissected those scriptures for him word by word. He only needed to review them once to recall their meanings. Through mutual corroboration, he gradually understood the secrets of the technique, 6-foot golden body. The 6-foot golden body originally referred to one of the 3 bodies of the Buddha. It is the manifestation of the Buddha's compassion taking on the forms of beings in the 6 realms. High monks in Buddhism established this miraculous technique based on this story. The technique has a total of 12 levels. As one progresses in cultivation, it can refine the physical body all the way to the internal organs. If one cultivates to the 12th level, it is said they can transcend humanity and become a true Buddha in this world. By practicing the 6-foot golden body, one can gain the immense power of the Buddha. That power is vast, majestic, and embodies pure yang. Furthermore, in the inheritance of the 6-foot golden body, Song Zhong also saw the figure of a monk who had attained the golden body through rigorous training. That monk had skin of gold, a physique as towering as an iron tower, appearing as if cast from gold, with muscles that radiated strength. Surrounded by the sounds of sacred mantras, each movement conveyed a sense of great power and wisdom. Every gesture carried unimaginable strength. The 6-foot golden body is incredibly powerful. Song Zhong's eyes lit up. If he fully cultivated the 6-foot golden body, even without relying on the strength of the 9 dragons' coffin or the other powerful figures like Guan Eryi, he could tear apart unfathomable existences. Song Zhong carefully contemplated the method of the 6-foot golden body and unconsciously began to follow the memory of its teachings. The prerequisite for cultivating the 6-foot golden body is enlightenment. Only those monks who have grasped the great wisdom of the Buddhist classics can cultivate this miraculous technique. Although Song Zhong was not a great monk, through the Buddhist classics that Guan Kai had burned for him, he unexpectedly attained enlightenment without realizing it. With ease, he reached the cultivation requirements of the 6-foot golden body. Song Zhong slowly closed his eyes, crossed his legs, and began to practice according to the teachings of the 6-foot golden body. He summoned the power within his body and began to construct his own 6-foot golden body. With each breath, a faint luster emanated from his skin, and his once refined physique rapidly swelled and grew larger. The most noticeable change was that Song Zhong's height had risen from around 1.80 meters to over 2 meters. He looked like a golden statue of a seated Buddha. This signified that the cultivation of the 6-foot golden body had successfully entered the 1st level. Song Zhong opened his eyes joyfully, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Upon closer inspection, however, he noticed a problem. Why did his 6-foot golden body look somewhat different from the one described in the teachings? The 6-foot golden body refers to the golden body manifested through cultivation, but his was entirely pitch black. Moreover, his appearance was different from that of the ascetic he saw in the inheritance. Others radiated golden light, exuding Buddhist and Zen essence with resplendent Buddha light and continuous sacred sounds. Right then one could manifest the golden body at any time, vanquishing evil and demons. Furthermore, through continuous practice, the practitioner of the 6-foot golden body could be shaped into a true Buddha. Why did it feel like something was missing from his golden body? Yet it was entirely pitch black, as if forged from black gold, exuding a strong sense of resentment. However, within that resentment, there was an odd mixture of Zen and Buddhist essence, as if he were a demonic Buddha. Just as Song Zhong was filled with doubt, the 9 dragons coffin behind him suddenly stirred. On his muscular back, the bronze coffin that had been quietly depicted suddenly opened its lid. The scattered ashes of Song Zhong's former self within the coffin erupted with an overwhelming aura of majesty. Under this aura, all oddities within a radius of 100 miles centered around Song Zhong became alarmed, prostrating, and staring at his position. Especially Bai Rong and Bald Biao, who lived next door, felt an even greater suppression. They were awakened from their slumber by an overwhelming terror, involuntarily turning over and kneeling in the direction of Song Zhong. However, the pressure from the ashes dissipated within seconds, and Bai Rong and Bald Biao suddenly felt a lightness in their bodies. Bald Biao, groggy, was about to rise and continue sleeping after kneeling. But Bai Rong grabbed him, easily sprinting out of the villa. "Bai Rong, what are you doing? I'm not even dressed." Bald Biao, wearing flowery shorts, complained. He momentarily didn't understand Bai Rong's intent, but was slapped on the bald head by Bai Rong, waking him up immediately. "You really are a foolish fool who forgets pain after eating. How many times have I told you to run in situations like this? The boss is definitely about to wreck the place again," Bai Rong said, exasperated. Meanwhile, Song Zhong was unaware of the commotion he had caused. He was currently in a wondrous state. After the ashes erupted with immense terror, even the bronze coffin's efforts to resist were in vain, as it fused directly into Song Zhong's body. At the moment the ashes made contact with his body, his physique surged once more. Countless resentments swirled around, and within his towering black golden form faintly flowed red molten lava. The depiction of an evil deity transformed into dark patterns, losing its original color. Thus, at this moment, his 6-foot golden body completely lost its form from the teachings, resembling not a Buddha's golden body, but an incarnation of a demonic king from hell. Only now did Song Zhong realize that the first layer of the 6-foot golden body cultivation was fully completed. Looking at his demonic king-like self in the mirror, Song Zhong felt even more confused. How did a perfectly good 6-foot golden body transform into a demonic form? In the mirror, Song Zhong's pupils, once sharply black and white, had turned a vivid scarlet. A blood-like radiance welled from his eye sockets, trailing and coalescing into thin black flames. His gaze bore an arrogant, world-defying cruelty. If one word could capture it, it would be destruction. There was nothing in his eyes but limitless ruin. But Song Zhong looked this way and that, and could find no trace that his body had anything to do with a Buddha body. He felt somewhat troubled despite having completed cultivation of the Zhonglu golden body. He could palpably sense unparalleled might contained within his frame. His body was firmer and more powerful than before, lending him an impression of being indestructible. Yet why had a once righteous Buddha body turned into a demonic form? Song Zhong realized that whatever touched him seemed to twist into a grotesque likeness. The 4 former celestial guardians had become wicked gods, and now the Zhonglu golden body had assumed the aspect of a demon king. Perhaps he was a born seed of darkness, free of all taboos. That demon king aspect, after incorporating some of his own bone ash, seemed to grow even stronger, far surpassing the power described for the first tier of the Zhonglu golden body tradition. Moreover, when perfected, the Zhonglu golden body could manifest as a 16-foot golden form. Yet, even at only the first tier, he already stood over 5 meters tall. The gap was staggering. Song Zhong felt a vague premonition if he could gather all of his bone ash again and bring the Zhonglu golden body practice to completion. Then he could remake his flesh and descend into the mortal world without hindrance. In that light, the golden Buddha's transformation into a demon king aspect might not be entirely ill-fated. He shook his head, tossed the mirror aside, and withdrew his demon king aspect. First, sleep. Sleep was the true priority. The next morning, Song Zhong opened his eyes refreshed and stepped out of his room, greeting Guangtou Biao, the bald man wearing a hard hat and dark circles under his eyes, as if it were the most natural thing. "Morning, Biao. Off to clear the frontier. Has the road to Dongping City still not been cleared?" Song Zhong could not help but inquire about the progress of the roadworks. If the road were cleared sooner, he could reach the thieves at Wueguan a day earlier and recover his bone ash. Guangtou Biao listless answered without much enthusiasm. "Almost, boss. Right now, while we're clearing and assimilating the anomalies, we're also working around the clock to build a highway. We've probably finished about a third. Once we reach half, the pace will quicken. After all, we're effectively cutting a road through the disordered lands between Linjiang City and Dongping City." It was hard on the crew below. He was lazy by nature and disliked clearing minor monsters one by one. So Guangtou Biao had been in charge of advancing the road through the disordered lands. Do not underestimate Guangtou Biao. After acquiring the horn of Nyodo Apang, he could use it to briefly transform into a bull-headed man. With that surge in strength, dealing with ferocious deer anomalies was trivial. In any case, the highway project had proceeded without mishap so far. Song Zhong was happy to be idle. After giving Guangtou Biao a few more instructions, he returned to his room to laze about, while Guangtou Biao yawned and climbed into his vehicle. A subordinate reported that trouble had arisen during the roadworks. Guangtou Biao would go personally to handle it. The car sped toward their newly built highway. Surveying the even road surface, Guangtou Biao felt a pang of pride. These had once been ruined paths overrun by frenzied anomalies. Under his hand, they had been restored to order in astonishingly short time. He instinctively touched the horn cradled at his chest and smiled like a simpleton. Truly, the authority left by Nyoto Apang was formidable. Although he had not completed a matching pair, the residual power within the horn had already proven of immense use. As Guangtou Biao thought this, the car reached its destination. Seeing his crew gathered and waiting, Guangtou Biao rubbed his large bald head and asked, "What's the deal? Why has the project suddenly stopped?" An alert worker stepped forward and said, "Boss Biao, when we were clearing the frenzied anomalies, we ran into a strange man. He kept kneeling with a vacant expression. Sometimes he blocked us from moving forward, though other times he begged us to help him avenge himself." Guangtou Biao frowned and asked, "Then why not drive him away? Or go around him? Have you all turned stupid from road?" A worker pulled a sour face and whispered to Guangtou Biao, "When our men try to proceed, he stops them. When we try to go around, he blocks us as well. Moreover, the man's anomalous ability is very odd," the worker continued. "Unseen, he seems to influence the judgment of those who see him, forcing their minds to target only him. In short, no matter what we do, we cannot bypass his obstruction. And strangest of all, he does not injure people. He merely prevents us from passing. Why don't you go take a look yourself?" Guangtou Biao listened thoughtful. He pulled off his safety helmet and strode forward with bold nonchalance. After a few steps, he saw a young, one-armed man kneeling on the ground. The man's eyes were bloodshot and darkened, as if his eyeballs were filled with clotted blood. His features were gaunt and wasted. On his thin body, only a left arm remained, the right side empty and hot. The vacant-faced man seemed to notice Guangtou Biao's approach and lifted his head, murmuring, "Please, help me. Benefactor, help me." No, wrong. You are not strong enough. You cannot go through. Do not go through. Do not throw away your lives for nothing. Wah. Watching the man both crying and laughing, Guangtou Biao realized his crew had not exaggerated. From the very first second he looked at him, he could not tear his eyes away. Even when he thought to skirt away, his aims and actions inexplicably refocused upon the man. If one must choose a fitting image, the man was like a tank in a game, using taunt to force those around him to lock onto him. A thought rose in Guangtou Biao's mind: a mimetic-level anomalous endowed with a special ability. Yet how could such a thing look like a simpleton? He shook his head to dispel the doubt. Continuing the project was the right thing to do. He reached to pull the man away, only to find him as immovable as a mountain. He could not budge him. Damn my temper. Such a huge operation cannot halt because of one person. The boss is still eager to reclaim him. When his bullish temper flared, Guangtou Biao drew the horn of Nyoto Apang and set it to his head. With a burst of pent-up anger, his body swelled, transforming into an enormous bull-headed man. Feeling his physique amplified by the horn, Guangtou Biao nodded in satisfaction. "See that? Now that is a bull-headed warrior. Powerful. Overbearing. You puny pretenders are utterly pathetic." Just when Bald Biao thought he could easily capture the man before him, he suddenly realized that despite transforming into a minotaur, he still couldn't budge the one-armed man an inch. "Don't go over there. Don't go over there. The things ahead are beyond your capability to resist. Don't throw your lives away." No matter how hard Bald Biao tried, he couldn't manage to move the one-armed man. Moreover, Bald Biao noticed something strange. This one-armed man, although terrifyingly strong, possessed an odd and eerie ability. However, he did not attack. Instead, he merely pleaded for them not to proceed. Bald Biao wasn't foolish. A faint answer regarding the man's peculiar behavior emerged in his mind. Could it be that there truly existed an unspeakable terror ahead? It seemed he could only notify the boss. Perhaps he would have a way to bypass this man. Without delay, Bald Biao pulled out his phone and called Song Zhong. "Boss, we've encountered a tough nut to crack." He explained the situation thoroughly over the phone. Upon receiving the call, Song Zhong quickly arrived at the scene. He wanted to see which fool was obstructing his project. As soon as he arrived, Song Zhong spotted Bald Biao, who looked distressed, squatting on a small stool. 3 meters in front of Bald Biao, a one-armed dazed man was conversing nonsensically with him. "Big brother, can you let us pass? If there's anything ahead, we'll surely avenge you." "No. No way. Look at this, big brother. This is the horn of the Minotaur Apang. If there are enemies of yours ahead, I'll take care of them. You are too weak. Don't go over there. Don't go over there." Watching the man grow increasingly agitated, Bald Biao let out a helpless sigh. He had already spent a considerable amount of time trying to persuade him, yet he still couldn't get the man before him to explain why he wouldn't let them pass. Instead, he felt his own confidence being undermined by the man. Since obtaining the horn of the Minotaur Apang, this was Bald Biao's first encounter with such a troublesome situation. It felt like throwing a punch into a pile of soft cotton. Just then Song Zhong walked over, and Bald Biao's eyes brightened as he waved at him. "Boss, you finally made it. Look at him. He's the one blocking us." Following Bald Biao's pointing finger, Song Zhong looked at the one-armed reed man. The moment he laid eyes on him, a bloody scene enveloped his vision. It was the death scene of the one-armed man when he was alive. Yet this image ignited a fire of rage within Song Zhong, his gaze tinged with a hint of coldness. This bloody scene was longer than any he had encountered before, as if it were narrating a complete story. It depicted the man's originally happy family of four, his parents, sister, and himself. However, with the arrival of a hefty monk, that happiness was shattered. The monk incessantly spoke of begging for alms, yet he directly stripped off his clothes, exposing his grotesque anatomy. Chanting, "the ultimate pleasure of lust," he violated the man's entire family regardless of gender until they were all dead. The one-armed man who helplessly witnessed everything was driven to the brink of death by rage, ultimately becoming a bizarre entity of a meme level. After his death, the one-armed man's desire to bear all the suffering for his family transformed into a tangible force, manifesting his eerie ability. In the bizarre world, the man frantically sought the trace of the emaciated monk. Finally, in the land of chaos, he found the emaciated monk. To his dismay, even after acquiring meme-level power, he was still no match for the monk and lost an arm. Ultimately, the hopelessly vengeful man, tainted by the chaos, transformed into his current state. He remained here, warning any eerie beings approaching not to advance, because ahead lay the abode of that The scene abruptly cut off, yet Song Zhong felt a surge of frustration in his heart. He had watched the entire image from start to finish and finally understood why the man before him had become this way. Bearing a blood feud, yet powerless to change it. The one-armed man before him had already reached the limits of what he could do. Simultaneously, Song Zhong also understood the origins of that monk. It must be the Lust Monk from the Joyful Temple, Lust Monk. B01502, Joyful Temple, Lust Monk. Eerie characteristics: lust monks often appear frail and weak, and their presence incites the lustful desires of those around them. The only means of enhancing their eerie power is through the violation of humans regardless of gender. The more humans the lust monk abuses, the stronger they become. Power assessment: the highest known level of a lust monk is meme-level weirdness, which once caused the annihilation of an entire county. Song Zhong locked eyes with the one-armed man kneeling before him, whose bloodshot eyes were tinged with dark hues. Song Zhong understood that this was the result of deep sorrow, where one wanted to cry, but couldn't, forcing his eyes into this state. The man stared with his bloodshot eyes numbly, repeating a few phrases. "Don't go over there. Don't go over there. You can't when you should run away." Song Zhong placed his hand on the man's shoulder. The one-armed man seemed stunned, as if he couldn't grasp that he was being held down by Song Zhong with one hand. Song Zhong quietly stood before him and gently asked a question. "Do you still wish to take revenge?" "Yes, just take me there." Upon hearing Song Zhong's words, a long-lost glimmer sparkled in the man's numb gaze. Then he clung to Song Zhong's leg, raising his head and opening his mouth, appearing as if he wanted to cry out in anguish. Yet he could not produce any sound for a long time. Finally, amidst the howling wind, a dry voice cried out, resonating with sorrow, striking at Song Zhong's heart. How can I not want to? How can I not want to kill him all? Every minute, every second, every blink of my eye, every breath reminds me of my family's suffering. How can I not want to kill him all?" Song Zhong forcefully pulled up the seemingly mad man kneeling before him and said solemnly, "If you want to stand up, I will take you to kill." Song Zhong was very angry. Although living in a bizarre world, everyone had died once, and he had seen many forms of death. However, sometimes even death could not erase one's original nature and bloodlust. After seeing the cause of death of the one-armed man, Song Zhong had only one thought, which was to tear that damned monk to pieces. He directly took the one-armed man with him and continued forward, leaving the others such as Bald Biao to wait here and continue repairing the road. Because last time, when facing the greedy monk, Bald Biao and the others almost lost control of their minds. It was better to have them stand by in place. Under the guidance of the one-armed man, the two gradually approached the lair of the lustful monk. The further they went, the tighter Song Zhong's brows furrowed. As they moved forward, the severed limbs on the path increased in number. Among them were men and women in disheveled clothing, staring wide-eyed at Song Zhong and his companion. They walked up to a disordered house surrounded by piles of limbs filled with resentment. Song Zhong looked at the dilapidated house with a half-closed door and felt the lascivious aura emanating from within. It seemed that the lustful monk was inside this house. Without any hesitation, Song Zhong pushed the door open and saw the scene inside. A thin monk was sprawled over complete corpses, wriggling and gasping. Hearing the door being pushed, the monk turned his head to look at Song Zhong. "Newcomers have arrived. Oh, and one is just a remnant of flesh. Good. Today you two will serve the Buddha together." Song Zhong said nothing, merely gazing quietly at the lustful monk before him. He knew that every lustful monk had the ability to communicate with the heavenly joy. He was now contemplating how to force the lustful monk to summon the heavenly joy. Because the root of all evil must be uprooted. Song Zhong wanted to take this opportunity to trap the heavenly joy within the lustful monk's body and kill them both. After all, what stood before him was merely a lustful monk, There were countless more in the world engaging in such. However, the lustful monk seemed oblivious to the impending danger, instead radiating an aura of lewdness and reaching out towards Song Zhong. Come into the embrace of the great master of lust. You look tall and strong. Ooh, I wonder if your buttocks are perky and if your chest is firm. Just as the lustful monk was getting closer, the one-armed man suddenly stepped in front of Song Zhong. Instinct, you should die. I will kill you. I must kill you. Though his expression remained dazed and mad, there was a hint of madness in his eyes that embraced death. The lustful monk, named Sex Abuse, seemed unconcerned, grinning lewdly as he opened his filthy mouth. Kill me. Last time I let you go, this time it seems you want to offer yourself to me. Come. Let me serve you well. As he spoke, the lustful monk began to undo his pants. At the same time, an inexplicable odor permeated the air, rising into a pale pink mist. In the mist, it seemed like different men and women were indulging in day and night revelry, teasing the nerves of the brain. Just as the lustful monk reached out towards the one-armed man, in the blink of an eye, he suddenly felt a darkness overshadowing him. Unbeknownst to him, Song Zhong had revealed his demonic form behind the one-armed man. Standing 5 meters tall, his figure obscured the sky and emitted a dark golden light. Although there was no sacred sound surrounding him, an incredibly violent aura assaulted the lustful monk's soul. Revealing his demonic form, Song Zhong pushed the one-armed man aside and charged straight at the lustful monk. Each movement carried the might of toppling mountains, yet there was no hint of clumsiness. The lustful monk, witnessing everything, suddenly displayed a panicked expression, exclaiming, "Demon, you are As the lustful monk shouted, he began to retreat in terror. But how could he be faster than Song Zhong? Even though Song Zhong intended to lure out the heavenly joy with a light palm strike, he still gutted the lustful monk. Having landed a hit, Song Zhong did not continue the assault. Instead, he bared his large mouth, revealing his white fangs, and directly questioned, "Why don't you quickly communicate with your Buddha? I have a ledger of accounts to settle with him today. Today, let's see if I resemble the Buddha, or if your Buddha, the heavenly joy, does." "What did you say? You dare to compare yourself to the Buddha? When the Buddha descends, it will be your death." The monk Sei Nu looked at Song Zhong bewildered. He couldn't understand why Song Zhong was so bold as to provoke the great sage Buddha in front of the 5 desires. It should be known that each 5 desires monk can to some extent draw the Buddha's attention and receive the Buddha's bestowed power. Thus, the monks of the Joyful Temple are classified into 2 parts in terms of strength. One part is before communicating with the joyful heaven, and the other is after. Before communicating with the joyful heaven, the strength of the 5 desires monk is composed only of their practice techniques and accumulated resentment. However, after communicating with the joyful heaven, the 5 desires monk can receive the Buddha's bestowed power. In their actions, they can be imbued with the indescribable aura from the joyful heaven. Of course, there is a cost. The price is that after successfully communicating with the Buddha, the 5 desires monk will lose much of the resentment they have accumulated in the past, and it will take a long time to recover. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the 5 desires monk would not choose to communicate directly with the joyful heaven, risking a significant loss of their strength. It's not that the 5 desires monk is worried about their own decline in strength. Rather, the more resentment they accumulate, the stronger the joyful heaven becomes. When the joyful heaven truly awakens, all the 5 desires monks will return to its embrace, becoming members of the Buddha's kingdom. As fervent devotees of the joyful heaven, this is their sole pursuit. Yet this devilish man before them dares to show such disrespect to the Buddha. It's simply outrageous. Very well, let the Buddha's light illuminate this filthy place. The monk Sei Nu looked coldly at the devilish figure of Song Zhong, yet he had already made up his mind. He suddenly brought his hands together, a fervent expression on his face, chanting an obscure and difficult incantation. Saha Therni Emperor. Beseeching the Emperor, Li Pu Emperor. Unlike when he faced monk Kai Kong before, this time Song Zhong was not affected by the incantation and did not fall into various illusions. He had awakened. His resistance to these baseless delusions was now exceedingly strong. It can be said that the enlightened Song Zhong held a natural suppression over the 5 desires monk. He could simply kill the 5 desires monk on the spot while they were communicating with the joyful heaven. However, to draw out the joyful heaven, Song Zhong chose not to interrupt Sei Nu and instead listened intently. After experiencing a significant amount of Buddhist scriptures burned away by the past, he had a profound understanding of certain truths and mantras of Buddhism. While the monk Sei Nu communicated with the joyful heaven, he was also exploring the hidden aspects of the joyful temple. However, as Song Zhong listened to the incantation, he found it strange, and after pondering for a long while, suddenly realized what kind of spell it was. This was the reverse recitation of the 7 Buddhas' sin-extinguishing mantra. The 7 Buddhas' sin-extinguishing mantra is a truth uttered by the 7 Buddhas of the past, and sincerely chanting this mantra can eliminate grave sins. What effect would the reverse recitation of the 7 Buddhas' sin-extinguishing mantra have? As Song Zhong contemplated, the atmosphere around Sei Nu grew increasingly lascivious with the chanting of the spell. It was then that Song Zhong made a surprising discovery. The scattered corpses surrounding them seemed to resonate subtly with the incantation of Sei Nu. It was as if they were in a sinister grand formation and Song Zhong and the one-armed man were standing at its center. The reverse recitation of the 7 Buddhas' sin-extinguishing mantra had unexpectedly transformed into a spell to communicate with the evil formation. Sei Nu laughed maniacally, evidently pleased with Song Zhong's astonished expression. This is the 7 demons' desire formation. With this formation, the compassionate Buddha will cast more of his gaze upon this place. My power will also grow stronger. The Buddha will directly grant a wisp of consciousness to suppress you evil beings. Our Buddha is compassionate and will guide the impure world. Great Sage, Joyful Heaven. As the forbidden name was uttered from Sei Nu's mouth, ripples appeared in the space. The gaunt monk Sei Nu suddenly twisted and compressed his entire body, contorting into a flesh-and-blood wooden fish. At the same time, a massive organ protruded abruptly from his body. This club-like thing resembled a wooden fish mallet, and Sei Nu grasped the wooden fish mallet in his hand, rhythmically striking the wooden fish. The sound was not light and crisp, rather it resonated like the puffing noise of flesh colliding. With each striking of the wooden fish that struck deep in the soul, Song Zhong felt that familiar sense of spatial locking. This was a manifestation of the joyful heaven's gaze upon this place. Moreover, under the enhancement of the 7 demons' desire formation, this feeling of spatial locking was far stronger than the last time with Monk Kai Kong. The one-armed man beside Song Zhong trembled slightly. He remembered that the last time he experienced this scene, the one-armed man instinctively looked at Song Zhong. To his surprise, he found Song Zhong still calm, and even somewhat expectant as he gazed at Sei Nu. He was about to remind him when Song Zhong interrupted, "I know what you are worried about. Don't be afraid. Today you will undoubtedly take revenge for your family with interest. Do you think merely killing this one monk is enough? Don't you want to properly entertain the evil Buddha that this monk believes in?" The one-armed man, hearing Song Zhong's words, looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect Song Zhong's heart to be so grand, wanting to wait until the indescribable consciousness descended before striking. The one-armed man's concerns led him to grit his teeth. He didn't know how many years he had waited to find someone stronger. If he missed this opportunity, who knows how many more years he would have to wait. Whether anyone could rival this monk at that time was still an unknown. Since this man has confidence, why not gamble with him? Even if it doesn't work, he could just sacrifice another arm and leave with this man. With a decision made in his heart, the one-armed man quietly stood beside Song Zhong. On the other side, the monk Sei Nu, hearing Song Zhong's words, couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Revenge? On what grounds? Once the Buddha casts his gaze here, the two of you will have no choice but to become the flesh and toilet for the Buddha. Look, the Buddha's wisp of consciousness is about to descend upon me. I will become the Buddha's eye, cleansing you evil beings. With Sei Nu's loud shout, it seemed that some terrifying existence suddenly accepted something within his flesh and blood wooden fish-like body. He emanated a strange malevolent desire that threatened to corrupt the entire world. A wisp of the joyful heaven's intent had completely descended at this moment. The one-armed man looked horrified. He felt that this time, with the enhancement of the formation, Sei Nu's aura was even more terrifying than before. If Song Zhong could not overcome, he might not escape this time. The one-armed man instinctively looked at Song Zhong. Unexpectedly, Song Zhong revealed a smile as he sensed the overwhelming malevolent intent. After making me wait in agony, damn it, it's finally here. It seems like just a wisp of consciousness. Not important, let's first collect some interest. Having said that, amid the astonishment of the one-armed man and the lustful monk, Song Zhong charged directly at the lustful monk. In the form of the demon king, Song Zhong exuded a pure aura of brutality with every movement. His gaze looked down upon everything as if nothing in the world could obstruct him. Although Song Zhong's might was astonishing, the lustful monk was filled with confusion at this sight. Has this wicked demon gone mad? Feeling the aura of the Buddha from me, he still doesn't run away. It's simply courting death. The lustful monk's sunken face, embedded in a blood-stained wooden fish, revealed a cruel expression. He had already begun to plan how he would torment the man before him. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, the five-turtle demon king Song Zhong extended 9 black dragon corpses from behind. As Song Zhong advanced, he charged straight at the lustful monk. At the same time, the lustful monk sensed a thread of fear emanating from the Buddha's will within him. Fear? How could that be possible? The great Buddha actually fears. Before the lustful monk could comprehend this, the thread of the Buddha's will within him, disregarding its own injury, attempted to forcibly escape from the lustful monk's body. Too late. There was no time left. Song Zhong was already prepared. Before he even arrived, the 9 dragon corpses dragged massive iron chains and charged towards the lustful monk. Moreover, the dragon corpses did not immediately attack, but instead dragged the chains tightly around the lustful monk. Under layers of iron chains, the thread of the Buddha's will within the lustful monk had nowhere to escape, firmly locked within his body. Simultaneously, as the demon king Song Zhong surged forward, 4 divine beings appeared beside him. 4 distinct, indescribable auras enveloped Song Zhong, and upon a closer look, it appeared as though a demon king was charging forward with his 4 generals. The lustful monk witnessing this spectacle was completely dazed. He could never have imagined that four indescribable existences would simultaneously descend. Just as the lustful monk was about to struggle, he felt a cold flash before his eyes. For indescribable weapons were pointed directly at his head. Under the overwhelming terror and ferocity, both the lustful monk and the Buddha's will within him were instantly rendered immobile. However, Song Zhong did not immediately take the lustful monk's life. Instead, he communicated with the four evil gods, each pinning down the lustful monk's limbs. At the same time, the thread of the Buddha's will was firmly suppressed within the lustful monk's body by the 9 dragon corpses. Song Zhong stepped on the lustful monk's head, brazenly cursing. "You just asked me why I should seek justice for him. Today I will show you what justice truly means. Do you want to give it a try?" Turning back, Song Zhong asked the one-armed man who was still in a daze. The gazes of the four evil gods also turned to the one-armed man. Their different expressions seemed to convey the same message. "Kid, do you still have the courage to take revenge? Do you dare to step forward for revenge?" The one-armed man was stunned. He couldn't believe that the scene he had longed for had truly come to pass today. I want to kill him with my own hands to take revenge." The one-armed man let out a beast-like roar from his throat, his eyes blood-red, as he staggered towards the restrained, lustful monk. Song Zhong threw the divine punishment whip into the air. Without the divine punishment whip, the one-armed man would have had little chance of killing the lustful monk possessed by the Buddha. The one-armed man gripped the divine punishment whip, pouring his resentment into it, then struck fiercely at the struggling lustful monk. This scene had been imagined countless times in the one-armed man's mind. The lustful monk's pained expression twisted, and the mental agony surpassed even the physical pain. "Revenge, I want revenge." Another lash. The strike made the lustful monk seem as if he was about to die, and even the suppressed Buddha's will within him was on the brink of collapse. Again, the one-armed man continuously growled, the divine punishment whip descending again and again until the lustful monk was reduced to a pulp. Until the Buddha's will within the monk was completely shattered by the divine punishment whip. Until the aura belonging to the Buddha completely dissipated. Only then did the one-armed man let out a long howl to the heavens, releasing years of pent-up rage. In his excitement, his 2 blood-red eyes burst, streaming with blood tears. "Dad, Mom, Sister, today Su Xianga has encountered a benefactor's aid, and I have avenged." Su Xianga, kneeling on the ground, laughed and cried at the same time, while the demon king Xiang Song stood by, letting out a soft sigh. He knew that for an ordinary man, achieving this was already quite remarkable. Yet beneath that broken body lay an indomitable spirit that could not be destroyed no matter how hard one tried. It was important to note that his family had shattered under the torment of the cruel monk, unable to transform into anything strange. Su Xianga, however, managed to endure step by step, and even transformed into a powerful anomaly demonstrating a resolute will. Xiang Song thought this as he reached out, drawing a wisp of black fire from his eyes and flicking it towards the flesh of the cruel monk. "What sort of rubbish is this? Why leave any remains? It should be burned to ashes." "Humph. Spit." Xiang Song seemed unsatisfied, spitting out a mouthful of fiery phlegm. The 2 clumps of black fire ignited violently the moment they touched the flesh. This was something Xiang Song realized after the battle. In the state of the demon king, Xiang Song's body was enveloped by an unquenchable black fire. Moreover, the demon king's black fire would not disappear until its target was completely consumed. It would burn indefinitely. It was as if the cruel monk's mashed potatoes in front of him were being reduced to nothing under the blaze of the black fire, leaving not a trace behind. After handling everything at hand, Xiang Song, now restored to his normal appearance, called Bald Biao to come take over. Next, he needed to continue expanding into the chaotic land until a complete passage to Dongping City was established. When that time comes, he would lead the people of Tiandi Group to conquer Dongping. After hanging up, Xiang Song patted Su Ziyang's shoulder. "What are your plans for the future? Do you want to work with me?" Su Ziyang's face bore no joy from avenging his great. After all, how could avenging a great grievance be considered joy to some extent? After quite a while, Su Xianga finally spoke up. "The benefactor has shown kindness to me. This life belongs to the benefactor. But the benefactor is so powerful, I feel ashamed to merely follow you. I know you wish to carve a path to Dongping City in the chaotic land. Su Xianga is willing to be the benefactor's vanguard, clearing the obstacles ahead for you. In this way, once the road is established, I can follow the benefactor with a clear conscience." With that, the one-armed Su Xianga tossed aside his cigarette, and turned to bow deeply to Xiang Song. Then he stood up, staggering step by step toward Dongping City. Xiang Song did not stop Su Xianga. He understood that if he did not allow Su Xianga to do something, keeping it all bottled up would only damage his character. After pondering for a moment, Xiang Song called out to Su Ziyang's back, "Since you are my person, how can you go without a weapon? I'll lend you the God-subduing whip for now. Oh, remember to return it when you come back. Use it only when in danger. I will sense it. Try not to use it, otherwise your strength is not yet sufficient to wield it properly." Having finished his brief instructions, Xiang Song threw out a God-subduing iron whip of normal size, which Su Xianga caught steadily with his remaining arm. Then Xiang Song silently watched as Su Xiang's staggering figure disappeared from his sight. The God-subduing whip was his belonging. Even if taken, he could sense its location. At worst, he could just reclaim it. There was no need for undue worry. Even if he truly lost it, it would not matter. As long as he wished, he could have Guan Kai burn more, and he could even wholesale the God-subduing whip. However, using the God-subduing whip requires a certain level of strength. Forcing or overusing it could even result in a backlash that could lead to death. Otherwise, he would have long since given one to Bald Biao by Rome and every employee of Tianyi Group. Coincidentally, Xiang Song saw that Su Xianga had sufficient power but lacked a weapon for offense, so he lent it to him for a while. After all, Su Xianga could be considered half of his own people. After a while, Bald Biao rushed over, adjusting his safety helmet as he approached Xiang Song. He seemed to sense his boss' melancholy and thought to get something done. Boss, is it resolved? What about the one-armed man? Why is he gone? He left saying he would clear the way for us ahead. In the back and forth, Bald Biao revealed a regretful expression. Hey, I just thought of a good way to counter his abilities, and I wanted to find him to try it. Xiang Song looked at Bald Biao, asked, what method? Bald Biao scratched his safety helmet and chuckled. Just close your eyes and blindly strike. Trust me, boss, I've been practicing this blind fighting technique for 2.5 years. It's absolutely a solid strategy, guaranteed to work. Smack. Xiang Song slapped Bald Biao's safety helmet, laughing and scolding him. Get the hell out of here. Then he rolled his eyes, losing interest in the jester Bald Biao, and turned to get into his car. Having finished the task, it was time to go home and relax. As the vehicle started, Xiang Song felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It's still nice to slack off. Every day filled with these troubling matters had made him lose his sunny disposition. Letting out a long breath, Xiang Song closed his eyes and quietly drifted into a light sleep. Though his golden body had been misfired by himself, its power had become even more formidable. This made Xiang Song ponder that he must find an opportunity to have Guan Kai burn more of this technique. Perhaps he could become even stronger. And this is just the golden body. If he could also get the Buddha's palm, the Chaos Divine Demon Visualization Method, the 8-9 mystical skills, and the Tao Heart Seed Demon techniques. How strong could he become then? Though it sounds fantastical and mythical, since the 9 dragons pulling the coffin has appeared, why can't other things? Although his body was already covered in tattoos and could not bear more markings risking collapse, who said one could only learn a single cultivation method? The more cultivation methods, the better. Burn. Even if he himself was useless, it would benefit his employees. Song Zhong increasingly felt this made sense and decided to have Guan Kai burn more cultivation methods and martial arts for him. His employees might not be able to learn high-level techniques, but surely they could manage the lower-level ones. If not, then he could burn some ninjutsu from Naruto or the Marine 6 styles from One Piece. At that time, some employees could learn Rasengan, while others learned the 6 styles. He also wanted to be the man who became the Hokage. Yes, let's do it. Thinking this, Song Zhong excitedly grabbed the hot pot as soon as he returned to the villa. Then amidst the hot pot's sorrowful gaze, he cheerfully pulled out a few black hairs from its head to use for crafting talismans. While pulling the hair, Song Zhong murmured, for Dad's plan to become stronger, just bear with it, a little hot pot. Once it's accomplished, I'll find you a little female pot. Wang Wu. Wouldn't it be better to raise another black dog specifically for pulling hairs for blood? TMB, how can I find a little female pot if I keep pulling hairs? Song Zhong, oblivious to the hot pot's thoughts, was currently excitedly sketching a talisman. It was the dream entry talisman that could connect to dreams. Holding the drawn talisman, Song Zhong chanted, open the heavenly door, close the earthly gate, leave a human form, and observe the ghostly path. The incense altar is placed in the chest with 3 sticks of incense, offering reverence to the heavens. Disciple Song Zhong humbly requesting the arrival of the esteemed Chao Guan Wei Gong Xian Cheng. As the incantation was recited, Song Zhong found himself in Guan Kai's dream within the blink of an eye. Guan Kai, I received the golden body you burned last time. How to say? Very good. Just thinking about the misaligned golden body he had practiced made Song Zhong unable to suppress a smirk. By the way, could you burn me a bit more of those divine skill manuals or something? If you can't, just burn some manga from the Deathfire Sea or novels from Tomato. Who knows, I might glean something useful from them. As Song Zhong's murmurs ended, Guan Kai opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling. Did Brother Song ask me to burn things? Divine skill manuals, novels, anime. This would be easy. Burn. It must be burned thoroughly. Guan Kai immediately rolled out of bed, prepared to send Wen Xian to school, then ready to gather what Song Zhong requested. After sending Wen Xian off, Guan Kai rode her little electric scooter with the hot pot to the polling bureau. Oddly enough, Chen Jin, who usually practiced with a wooden sword every morning without fail, was now furiously writing in the office. He was hunched over the desk, scribbling something, and his eyes were as dark as a panda's, clearly having stayed up all night. Curious, Guan Kai peeked in and casually asked Uncle Chun, didn't the headquarters say you weren't allowed to write report? Why are you still writing here? Chen Jin raised his head in frustration. Who knows how the headquarters is arranged? Originally, they said the special envoy would arrive in 2 or 3 days, but it's been several days now. When I called to ask, they said that guy has procrastination issues and told us to wait another 2 days. Now I have no choice but to finish this month's report. While complaining, Chen Jin suddenly lit up and grinned at Guan Kai. Little Guan, do you want to give it a try? Seeing Chen Jin's eager gaze, Guan Kai quickly shrank her head back and threw a comment from a distance. No. Uncle Chen, I have things to do, you can take your time. Guan Kai dashed into the adjacent action team's office, locked the door, and drank in one go. Then she opened her computer to start searching for the manga and novels Song Zhong mentioned. To her surprise, she became completely engrossed. After all, the polling bureau's account had special authorization allowing access to any paid websites for novels and anime for free. If it weren't for the high quality of the polling bureau's members, they might have created a new certain fun pavilion. Guan Kai was thus immersed in the world of novels and anime, especially on the Tomato novel website. There was a book called In a Strange World My Girlfriend Burned 30 Million at the start that she found particularly captivating. However, the author was too short, and the comments below were all saying the author was as short as a eunuch who had been through. After giving a thumbs up to the comments and urging for updates, she also tipped some book credits, because after all, although the author was short, he worked very hard. After finishing, Guan Kai opened the office printer. According to Song Zhong's request, all these things needed to be printed out and burned for him. As the printer operated, sheets filled with patterns and text began to roll out. There were titles like The Great Love of the Heavenly Venerable Falls for the Rebellious Younger Brother, and Xiaohua, Hua's Infatuation Pursues Marriage for 30,000 Miles, and so on. Of course, classic titles like Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece were included. A stack of familiar novels and anime filled the room. Guan Kai directed the employees of the T&D group to bind each book, transporting large stacks of books and comics outside. Then, skillfully finding an empty space, she drew a circle and began to burn them. Amidst the thick black smoke, Song Zhong, who was dining in the strange world, felt a wave of drowsiness. Having experienced, Song Zhong specifically avoided the bowl of food in front of him and lay down on the table. Beside him, Bai Rong, the bald thug, quietly tidied up his things and ran outside the villa. Everything flowed so smoothly natural, as if it were instinct. In the dream, Song Zhong heard Guan Kai's practiced murmurs. Brother Song, I dreamed about the dream you entrusted to me. These are the books and anime selected according to your requests. There are a few that aren't finished yet. If you find them useful, I can. No, should I burn a paper figure of the author? I wonder if that would work. You take a look first. If it's not enough, I'll keep burning. If not, I'll go to the Tomato editorial department to get the author's information and burn a paper figure of the author. If that doesn't work, then we can deal with the editors too. While Guan Kai was burning, she kept talking. As she spoke, Song Zhong slowly opened his eyes. He was eagerly awaiting the dazzling skills from those novels and anime to appear in his mind. However, unexpectedly, in the next second, a torrent of novels and comics fell from the sky. Song Zhong twitched his eye as he looked at the piles of books in front of him, feeling his temples throb. What use are these books? What is the great love of the immortal venerable? It sounds like a mindless feel-good story. Why is it that the things burned this time can't manifest in my mind? Could it be that these things are useless? After fiddling with a few books for a while, Song Zhong gave up. It seems that things like cultivation methods must be original or genuinely useful. His dream of becoming the Hokage shattered. Song Zhong sighed and waved his hand to Bald Thug, who was peeking. Bald Thug, come here. Distribute these books as employee benefits. In the real world, the polling bureau. After Guan Kai finished burning the papers, she leisurely returned to her office to relax. After all, she had just discovered the marvelous utility of the polling bureau account and intended to make use of it. Just when she was engrossed in her novel, Chen Jin suddenly walked into her office looking somewhat puzzled. Upon entering, Chen Jin immediately asked, Xiao Guan, are there any new bizarre cases in Linjiang City recently? Guan Kai looked up, thought for a moment, and then replied naturally. No, ever since the employees of Tiandi Group arrived, the public order in Linjiang has been improving day by day. Now even the bizarre beings in the streets bargain for groceries, and old ladies dare to curse them openly. What's wrong, Uncle Chen? Is there a problem? Chen Jin brushed his white hair back, wearing a perplexed expression. It's strange. I just submitted the report to the leader, and he scolded me again. He asked me why I was still fabricating things myself and not letting the special envoy write the report. Then the two of us realized that the special envoy had already set off, and he should have arrived a couple of days ago. But now there isn't even a shadow of him, and his phone has been showing as switched off. Although that special envoy usually has a big attitude and is very slow in his work, it shouldn't take this long. Both the leader and I suspect that he may have encountered a bizarre case on the road. Chen Jin looked at Guan Kai, his expression starting to become serious. Guan Kai understood Chen Jin's meaning. Although there were no bizarre happenings in Linjiang City, bizarre cases could occur on the highways outside Linjiang City or on trains and planes. Of course, the polling bureau currently lacks the capability to manage these bizarre occurrences. Not every polling bureau can be as leisurely as the one in Linjiang City. Polling bureaus in other places handle bizarre cases daily, merely treating the symptoms rather than the root causes. They cannot rely on a large number of Tiandi Group employees for their managing tasks like in Linjiang City. However, even with a large number of Tiandi Group employees, the polling bureau in Linjiang City alone lacks the ability to manage areas outside of Linjiang. Thus, it is highly likely that the special envoy from the polling bureau's headquarters encountered trouble on the road. Guan Kai mentally reviewed the situation and looked up at Chen Jin. Uncle Chun, how did the special envoy come to Linjiang City? According to the leader, he took the highway. Chen Jin recalled his conversation with the leader pinpointing the possible location where the special envoy might have run into trouble. Guan Kai frowned prettily. The highway? That's relatively manageable, and it's an area that can be searched easily. It's just that. Uncle Chen, the search and rescue area we can support right now is limited to certain sections of the highway. Beyond that, relying solely on our polling bureau in Linjiang, we might be somewhat powerless. Looking at Guan Kai calmly explaining the situation, Chen Jin nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he said, within the scope of our capabilities, we will do our utmost to rescue him. You should lead the team just in case. Ask when Xin for a leave to join you. Guan Kai picked up her coat and headed outside. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back to ask Chen Jin. By the way, Uncle Chun, what is the special envoy's name? Tang Ying. He is the 31st heir of the Tang family's overlord Gun. My name is Tang Ying, the 31st heir of the Tang family's overlord Gun. Right now I feel utterly lost. I am completely baffled as to why I am trapped in a bizarre spiritual realm without any bizarre occurrences. Tang Ying lay in the car, his eyes vacant, feeling as if his pulse had stopped. He had been trapped in the bizarre spiritual realm for 5 days. During these 5 days, Tang Ying had been tirelessly searching for loopholes in the spiritual realm, but he couldn't find any traces of the bizarre, not even a hair. Time rewinds to 5 days earlier. As the special envoy from the headquarters, Tang Ying had set off early on the highway to Linjiang City. He knew that he might encounter bizarre occurrences or even bizarre spiritual realms along the way. Therefore, he had deliberately brought enough food and water. He also had a paper figure driver from the headquarters Tianshi mansion to replace him behind the wheel. However, Tang Ying, on the highway to Linjiang City, he had only taken a short nap. But when he opened his eyes again, he found that his car had somehow stopped on the emergency lane of the highway, and the paper figure driver in the driver's seat had exploded into heaps of paper scraps. The thin paper scraps scattered throughout the car, resembling white flowers at a funeral. At that moment, Tang Ying realized he had encountered something bizarre, but upon careful sensing, he did not feel any bizarre aura in the car. The only unusual thing Tang Ying noticed was that when he got out of the car to observe, he found that there was only his vehicle on the entire highway. Looking at the vast, empty highway stretching endlessly before and behind him, Tang Ying's heart instantly filled with alertness. Though his strength wasn't weak, he had not experienced many bizarre spiritual realms. More often, he worked in administrative roles. Because the Tang family had only passed down the male line for 3 generations, Tang Ying bore the heavy responsibility of branching out the family. Even though his bizarre abilities were not weak, his mental state urged him to charge to the front lines. Yet he was always held back by the Tang family's elders, only able to unleash his passion in paperwork. The fact that he was assigned to the relatively safe Linjiang City had a part to do with the family's influence. Thus, upon realizing he had entered a bizarre spiritual realm, Tang Ying felt a bit panicked. This was the first time he had encountered a bizarre spiritual realm without any bizarre happenings. Tang Ying took a deep breath. He began to try various methods he had memorized for breaking through bizarre spiritual realms, attempting to identify the bizarre within the realm. As a clerk who writes reports daily and encounters many reports of bizarre spiritual realms, Tang Ying possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge about bizarre spiritual realms. First, he checked his phone. Good, no signal. Next, he examined the surrounding environment. There was nothing worth checking. It was completely empty. Then he started the car, constantly searching for an exit, trying to trigger the characteristics of the bizarre spiritual realm. At this stage, Tang Ying indeed found some clues. What does this mean? Is it simply to trap me? Tang Ying gripped the steering wheel, murmuring to himself. Because during the continuous driving process, he discovered something strange. Whether Tang Ying continued to drive forward or crashed into the guardrail beside him, he would suddenly fall asleep. When Tang Ying opened his eyes again, he would return to the initial spot where the paper figure had exploded and the car had come to a halt. In a fit of rage, Tang Ying took out his derivative weapon of bizarre abilities from the trunk, a brand new 98K. Silently, Tang Ying loaded the bullets with resentment, fire burning in his eyes. Who said the Tang family's overlord gun had to be a long gun? That 98K is also a long gun. Tang Ying began firing at road signs, guardrails, and other objects on the highway through the scope of the 98K. His bizarre ability allowed him to accumulate resentment through the 98K and then fire resentment bullets. A charged shot after 10 seconds could even directly kill a formidable bizarre being. He hoped to trigger the characteristics of the bizarre spiritual realm through this destructive method, but unfortunately it was of no use. What kind of damn thing is this? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Tang Ying lay panting in the car, feeling powerful, yet unable to exert. He had released all the resentment he had within him, but it had no impact at all. After falling asleep and waking up again, everything returned to normal like a dream. After trying various methods, Tang Ying realized he was powerless to break through this bizarre spiritual realm. Even though his bizarre ability was incredibly forceful, he was helpless against the bizarre spiritual realm before him. Now the only option before him was to lie flat in the car and wait for rescue. Tang Ying lay in the car with vacant eyes, stuffing his mouth with crispy noodles. Only one thought lingered in his mind. I hope my colleagues in Linjiang City will discover my disappearance soon. Before coming here, I was full of confidence and had deliberately crafted a cold persona, but who would have known such a thing would happen, leaving me utterly embarrassed. In the real world, on the Jingjiang Expressway leading to Linjiang City, Guan Kai immediately took action after receiving the task from the Rescue Commissioner Tang Ying. Together with the employees of Tiandi Group and Wenxin Hotpot, she began searching along the routes where the commissioner might appear one by one. They discovered a strange spiritual realm filled with resentment on a stretch of the Jingjiang Expressway. Although the realm was thick with resentment, the conditions inside were clearly visible. In her eyes, the main roadway of this section of the expressway was desolate, while the emergency lanes on both sides were filled with motionless vehicles. Looking at the eerie spiritual realm before her, Guan Kai realized this must be the reason the commissioner had not arrived. After pondering for a moment, she decided to call Uncle Chun to report the situation. Guan Kai took out her phone and dialed Qin Jin's number. "Hello, Uncle Chun, we've found a strange spiritual realm where the commissioner seems to be missing. Yes, it's on the expressway, and the situation is as follows." After Guan Kai explained the scene, Qin Jin's calm voice came through the phone. "Stand by. A strange spiritual realm that can trap a commissioner is definitely not simple. I will check with headquarters." Then he hung up the phone. Guan Kai, still on standby, instructed the group employees to set up a warning line here to prevent anyone from inadvertently entering the strange spiritual realm. To love, even in death, without any reservations is not satisfying. Just as Guan Kai silently complained about how the Bureau of Investigation's responsibilities were becoming increasingly off track, her phone rang again. Guan Kai pulled out her phone and saw it was Qin Jin calling. "Hello, what's the situation, Uncle Chun?" Unexpectedly, Qin Jin's tone over the phone was somewhat strange. "The situation there is a bit odd. This strange spiritual realm only exists on the expressway. On the other end of the expressway, there are indeed colleagues from other cities' investigation bureaus currently investigating. According to their summary, this strange spiritual realm has 4 characteristics, so listen carefully. The first is that the strange spiritual realm only targets people inside vehicles. If you walk in, you won't be affected. On the other end of the expressway, colleagues have already tried driving in, and the vehicle suddenly stalled after just a few steps. Moreover, the cars that drive in will automatically stop in the emergency lane. At the same time, the range of the strange spiritual realm will expand as more vehicles occupy the emergency lanes." Hearing this, Guan Kai nodded slightly. This indeed made sense. Otherwise, as the number of vehicles increased, the emergency lanes on both sides would eventually be unable to accommodate so many vehicles. However, she had not anticipated that the strange spiritual realm would expand with the increase in vehicles. Guan Kai paused her thoughts as Qin Jin's words were not yet finished. Secondly, according to colleagues who walked in, the people inside the vehicles are not trapped. They are all in a state of deep sleep. On this expressway, several people have died of starvation after sleeping for too long. Thirdly, do not touch the people inside the vehicles. Any contact with them will cause them to be crushed into pulp as if they were hit by a car. Fourth, there is no strangeness within the strange spiritual realm. Guan Kai was slightly taken aback upon hearing this and quickly asked, "No strangeness? What does that mean? How could a strange spiritual realm be created without strange control? Could it be?" Guan Kai suddenly thought of a possibility. At the same time, Qin Jin's words on the phone confirmed Guan Kai's guess. "We suspect that the strangeness of this spiritual realm does not exist in reality, but rather it exists within the dreams of those people in the vehicles." Guan Kai felt somewhat troubled upon hearing this. A strangeness existing within dreams indeed left her at a loss for what to do. As far as she remembered, only Zhang Yunan and Brother Song's dream-invoking talismans had the efficacy to cut through dreams and dispel strangeness. Did this mean she had to trouble Brother Song again? She was not sure if what she had burned would be of any use to Brother Song. And could Brother Song come up this time? She knew it was very difficult for Song Zhong to come up. It wasn't as if just because she was burning something he could arrive in time. Meanwhile, Guan Kai instinctively touched the ghost money in her pocket. However, Qin Jin's next words lifted her spirits. "Don't panic, the higher-ups have said. Zhang Yunan will be arriving shortly." Upon hearing the news of Zhang Yunan's return, Guan Kai's face was filled with joy. Zhang Yunan, hailing from the Heavenly Master's mansion, was undoubtedly skilled both in expertise and strength. With his assistance, this strange spiritual realm might not require any more trouble from Brother Song. Thinking this, Guan Kai placed the paper money back. Buzzing sounds soon filled the air, and a helicopter covered in talismans appeared in Guan Kai's sight. Zhang Yunan rushed down from the sky, but it wasn't on a flying sword. The Heavenly Master's mansion no longer had anyone capable of traversing long distances on a flying sword. However, adding a few more talismans to the helicopter to ensure its safety was still feasible, especially for Zhang Yunan's enhanced version. The complex talismans arranged on it were something even the Heavenly Master's mansion could hardly produce in quantity. The sound of the talisman helicopter's rotor blades stirred the air. Amidst the rustling winds, Zhang Yunan stepped down from the helicopter. "Daoist Yunan, this way." Guan Kai waved her hand at Zhang Yunan, her expression a bit excited. After giving the helicopter pilot a few instructions, Zhang Yunan walked over. Upon nearing, Guan Kai was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but speak. Daoist Yunnan, your face looks so dark. Guan Kai said in surprise, examining the slender Zhang Yunnan while stifling her laughter. If you want to laugh, but it's just a bit darker, isn't it? Zhang Yunnan explained, his expression darkening again. It's merely the residual poison from the cleanup that seeped into my skin. Seeing Guan Kai immediately lightened his mood significantly. Although his stay in Linjiang City was short, he had experienced a lot with Guan Kai Qinjin and others, giving him a sense of belonging to Linjiang City. Touching the heads of Wenxin and Huoguo beside Guan Kai, Zhang Yunnan felt as if he had returned home. Guan Kai carefully scrutinized Zhang Yunnan. She noticed that apart from being a bit darker, Zhang Yunnan seemed to exude more masculinity than before. The change was akin to Bai Gu transforming into He Gu. Although the color had changed, his charm remained unchanged. Zhang Yunnan's voice was still as cold and hoarse as ever as he urged Guan Kai. Don't delay, let's resolve this quickly and return. Guan Kai immediately suppressed her smile. She, along with Zhang Yunnan, Wenxin, and Huoguo, entered the strange spiritual realm of the highway. Due to the peculiar nature of this strange spiritual realm, only those inside the vehicle would be dragged into the dream. Guan Kai and the others were unaffected. Instead, they could move freely on this highway enveloped by the strange spiritual realm, observing the conditions of the people inside each vehicle. She wondered how Wang Chong was doing. If he had driven in, would he also be affected? During their observation, they finally located the position of the polling bureau's special agent Tang Ying. At that moment, Tang Ying was lying in the back seat of a car, clutching a 98K, drooling and mumbling in his sleep. His sleeping posture was rather undignified. Daoist, I wonder if you've noticed a detail. These sleeping individuals are somewhat strange. As Guan Kai spoke, she pointed to one of the individuals in a car. For instance, this one appears to have just entered this strange spiritual realm yesterday, according to the data. Yet in just one day, they have already turned into a mummy. And this one? Guan Kai said, moving to another car. This one has been missing for 4 days, but still retains a complete physical form. He's even snoring. So I'm pondering a question, is there some kind of pattern here? Zhang Yunnan nodded, expressing strong agreement with Guan Kai's words, and then spoke. It seems this should be a kind of nightmare. Its characteristic is the ability to freely traverse the dreams of all sleeping individuals in the strange spiritual realm and absorb their essence. Thus, the nightmare won't allow the sleeping individuals to perish easily. If we attempt to touch a sleeping person, they will immediately die. After all, these individuals are the food for the nightmare. It will perceive our attempts to awaken them as a threat. To unravel the strange spiritual realm before us, we must find the nightmare lurking in these people's dreams. Guan Kai felt somewhat troubled after hearing Zhang Yunnan's words. Although through analysis, they had found a way to break the strange spiritual realm, the current realm contained hundreds of thousands of dreams. Finding the lurking nightmare within one person's dream would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Yunnan seemed to sense Guan Kai's doubts and smiled gently. Do not panic, I have a way to attract the night. Saying this, he took out a small bottle of murky yellow liquid from his pocket and waved it in front of Guan Kai. Guan Kai instinctively stepped back. The last time she rummaged through Zhang Yunnan's treasure pouch, she had seen this bottle of yellow liquid. If she wasn't mistaken, this was child's urine. What does this mean? Attracting nightmares with this. Does the nightmare like child's urine? Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Zhang Yunnan poured the yellow liquid over Tang Ying's car. Seeing Guan Kai's strange expression, Zhang Yunnan realized she had misunderstood and quickly explained, don't get it twisted, this isn't child's urine. This is a refined liquid rich in easily absorbable resentment called resentment water. Every heavenly master carries a bottle with them. With the scent of this, the nightmare will soon be attracted to this location. Zhang Yunnan said, while forming a spell to release the scent of the liquid. A gust of unknown wind blew, and Guan Kai smelled a strange fragrance. Even the group employees standing beside her, and Wenxin, who was holding Huoguo, showed a hint of intoxication. Unexpectedly, the resentment content in this resentment water was so overpowering. Zhang Yunnan, however, had an expression of not being surprised at all. This resentment water was so precious and powerful that it was a fatal temptation for every strange entity. If it weren't for the harsh refining conditions, the Heavenly Master's mansion could quickly produce a living army of strange entities. Seeing the resentment water take effect, Zhang Yunnan turned to Guan Kai. The resentment water has taken effect. Soon the nightmare lurking in the strange spiritual realm will enter Tang Ying's dream. Zhang Yunnan was about to say that they should enter Tang Ying's dream together with Guan Kai. However, he suddenly recalled the disastrous experience of bringing Guan Kai into the dream the first time. The thought of that incident made Zhang Yunnan feel a bit pained. Since then, he had been in a severely weakened state for quite some time, unable to regain his strength. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yunnan changed his tone and said solemnly, forget it, I'll enter Tang Ying's dream to eliminate that nightmare myself. You 3 will guard me in the real world. If I don't return in 3 minutes, pour this small bottle of resentment water into my mouth. After saying this, Zhang Yunnan held a well-drawn sheep-nose talisman for entering dreams in his hand. Without delay, he began to chant a spell. Open the heavenly gate, close the earth door, leave a human form, and observe the ghost path. Set the incense platform in the chest, offering 3 sticks of incense to the heavens. Heavenly Master's Mansion, disciple Zhang Yunan humbly beseeching the spirit of Chao, Guan Wei Gong, Xian Cheng. As Zhang Yunan pressed the sheep-nosed talisman to his forehead, he closed his eyes and laid down in Tang Ying's car. Surrounding him were the vigilant Guan Kai and others. On the other side in Tang Ying's dream world, the reclining Tang Ying was still unaware that he had fallen into a nightmare woven by the fabric of dreams. At this moment, he was savoring the snacks in the car within the dream, enjoying them, while watching a cached short film on. These are the words of wisdom from the senior members of the Bureau of Civil Affairs. If one unfortunately falls into a bizarre spiritual realm and can only wait for rescue, maintaining one's physical energy and a pleasant mood is absolutely essential. How should I put it? There really aren't many normal people in the Bureau of Civil Affairs. Just as Tang Ying was about to enjoy his leisure time, he suddenly noticed a distortion in the space around him. Unaware that he was within a dream, Tang Ying immediately sensed that something was amiss. With a nimble curl of his body, he sprang out of the car. In his hand, he tightly gripped the Tang family's ace weapon, the 98K. Tang Ying's gaze sharpened as he spotted a figure that had suddenly appeared where he had just been. Without a moment's thought, he summoned his resentment, aimed his gun, and prepared to fire in one smooth motion. Just as Tang Ying was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt that the figure seemed familiar. Could it be the grandson of a high-ranking official from the Bureau of Civil Affairs? Zhang Yunan. Why is he here? Didn't he say he was holed up in the archive not coming out? Yunan Daoist, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be secluded? In closed-door cultivation. Facing Tang Ying's question and the disarray of snack bags in the car, Zhang Yunan rolled his eyes. It seems that the young master of the Tang family was still unaware of the situation he was in. Zhang Yunan then explained, I am here because this bizarre spiritual realm requires a dream entry talisman. Coincidentally, I also have some matters to verify in Lingjiang City. Tang Ying's confusion only deepened as he asked, Dream entry talisman. What does this bizarre spiritual realm have to do with it? Could it be? This is all a dream. Having worked in documentation for some time, Tang Ying quickly began to piece things together. Nodding at Tang Ying's question, Zhang Yunan was about to explain when he suddenly frowned. Immediately both Zhang and Tang turned to look in the same direction behind them. Because both Zhang Yunan and Tang Ying simultaneously felt a chaotic and overwhelming resentment behind them. A thought stirred in Zhang Yunan's mind. It's here. This must be the nightmare drawn in by the condensing resentment. That overwhelming yet chaotic resentment is the best proof. If Zhang Yunan's guess is correct, the reason for the chaos of the nightmare's resentment is that it has absorbed too much human essence and the resentment of the dead in a short time, resulting in a failure to effectively transform and utilize the resentment within, causing the chaos. Although Tang Ying still hadn't fully grasped the situation, he knew that the appearance of resentment meant that the bizarre entity within the spiritual realm had manifested. The two quickly adjusted their formation. Zhang Yunan prepared to draw a talisman with a bite to his fingertip, while Tang Ying raised the 98K, aiming at the source of the erupting resentment. It was through the scope of the 98K that Tang Ying saw the true form of the bizarre entity. Amidst the surging blood energy, a blood-red dump truck burst forth. The truck was shrouded in chaotic resentment, and the entire vehicle was composed of human flesh. In the rear cargo area of the vehicle stood a crowd of mindless humans resembling piglets waiting to be fed. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of the flesh-formed truck sat a shadowy figure. The exact appearance of the shadow was indistinguishable, but the shadow would occasionally stretch out a long dark arm to pull out human bodies from the cargo area and chew them with relish. As the flesh truck sped forward, Zhang Yunan also discerned the true form of the so-called nightmare. He instantly understood the principle of the nightmare's composition. The source of the nightmare was that flesh-formed truck and the shadow in the driver's seat. The nightmare truck and the mindless humans in the cargo area were the food supply collected by the nightmare from those who had died in the dream. With a loud crash, the massive nightmare truck under the control of the shadow charged straight at Tang Ying and Zhang Yunan. However, neither Zhang Yunan nor Tang Ying showed any fear. If this bizarre spiritual realm truly had no entities appearing, that would be a problem. For the members of the Bureau of Civil Affairs, as long as the bizarre entities dared to show themselves, there was a possibility of extermination, especially for Tang Ying, who was now eager to try. The rapidly approaching nightmare truck looked to him like a living target. The 98K in his hand immediately opened fire. The nightmare truck seemed to be enraged. The shadow of the nightmare waved, grabbing all the mindless humans from the cargo area and sending them into its mouth. Amid the sounds of blood and flesh being crushed as the nightmare truck barreled towards Zhang and Tang, it suddenly twisted violently. To Zhang Yunan and Tang Ying's astonishment, the nightmare truck actually stood upright, forming a massive flesh pile. It was like a transformer. And the shadow that had originally sat in the driver's seat was now positioned at the head of the... Seeing this scene, Zhang Yunan and Tang Ying both thought the same thing. How on earth did the truck turn into Optimus Prime while fighting? Gazing at the flesh and blood pillar of heaven, Zhang Yunan and Tang Ying momentarily froze before regaining their composure. They both recognized the weakness of the flesh pillar of heaven. The resentment is still too chaotic. Just looking at it, the core of the flesh pillar of heaven lies within the shadow of nightmares at its head. Zhang Yunan watched as the flesh pillar of heaven charged forward like a tidal wave, turned to Tang Ying beside him, and asked straightforwardly, "Tang Ying, how accurate is your shooting? Can you hit that head's nightmare shadow with a single shot?" Tang Ying smiled confidently, his eyes sharp as an eagle. The shooting of the Tang family men is always on point except when it comes to having children. Every shot hits the mark. Help me stall him. Doesn't your heavenly master mansion have some true words that can immobilize others? I just need 10 seconds to conjure a powerful bullet of resentment. Having said that, Tang Ying began channeling resentment into the 98K, aiming at the shadow on the nightmare trailer. Zhang Yunan nodded in agreement. This was indeed a feasible plan. The only uncontrollable aspect was how long he could hold the nightmare trailer. Zhang Yunan calculated the speed of the nightmare trailer and then spoke to Tang Ying. "I can hold him for 5 seconds. Tang Ying knew that 10 seconds was a bit too much to ask. He casually made an okay gesture and then focused on crafting the resentment bullet. Seeing this, Zhang Yunan also drew blood from his fingertips, sketching in the air. Amidst his intricate movements, his blood surprisingly suspended in midair, forming the character Lin. Then, with a flick of his sleeve after casting the incantation, the large Lin character formed from blood suddenly emitted a ray of golden light, striking towards the nightmare trailer. 6 Jia Secret Blessing Lin. With a loud shout from Zhang Yunan, the nightmare trailer, engulfed in flowing blood-red resentment, actually halted under the true words of Lin from the 6 Jia Secret Blessing. At the same time, Zhang Yunan felt a tremendous pressure weighing down on him. After all, the invocation of the Lin character was not without conditions. While immobilizing the opponent, Zhang Yunan also had to bear the pressure of the opponent's resentment. It felt like a contest of strength. The longer Zhang Yunan could hold out, the longer the nightmare trailer would remain immobilized. Zhang Yunan gritted his teeth, realizing that with just this, he couldn't sustain it for 2 seconds. He quickly cast another incantation, pointing at himself. 6 Jia Secret Blessing Bing. This was the true word that could enhance physical strength. After the Bing character was cast upon Zhang Yunan, a surge of vigorous life force flooded his body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 6 seconds. With the enhancement of the Bing character, Zhang Yunan managed to gain an additional second. Meanwhile, Tang Ying was already prepared, countless resentments accumulating on the 98K in his hands, exuding a terrifying aura. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly pulled the trigger of the 98K. A bullet composed of resentment the size of an infant's fist burst forth from the muzzle of the 98K. It sliced through the air in a straight line, directly shooting towards the head of the flesh pillar of heaven. Puff! A soft penetrating sound. The resentment bullet precisely pierced through the nightmare shadow at the head of the flesh pillar of heaven. Zhang Yunan looked on with anticipation at the flesh pillar of heaven before him. He had long heard about Tang Ying, who was known for his poor marksmanship, yet exceptionally accurate shooting. Seeing it with his own eyes today, it was indeed well-deserved. However, to his surprise, the flesh pillar of heaven staggered, but did not fall after that shot. Instead, under the control of the injury-ridden nightmare shadow, it continued to lurch towards Zhang and Tang. Could it be that the power wasn't enough? A thought suddenly sprang up in Zhang Yunan's mind as he glanced at Tang Ying beside him. Unexpectedly, Tang Ying remained completely calm, even unwrapping a lollipop to pop into his mouth. Feeling the doubtful gaze from Zhang Yunan, Tang Ying lazily flicked his tongue and said, "Don't rush. Let the bullet fly for a bit." As Tang Ying's calm words fell, the resentment bullet that had penetrated the nightmare shadow made a sharp 180-degree turn in midair. In an instant, it shot back towards the head of the nightmare shadow. Before the nightmare shadow even realized it, the resentment bullet had embedded itself into the back of its head and then exploded violently. Boom! With a tremendous explosion after the head of the nightmare shadow burst apart, the entire flesh pillar of heaven collapsed. Tang Ying, witnessing this scene, appeared as if he had expected it all along, turning without looking at the explosion and said lightly to Zhang Yunan, "Did you see? This is the Tang family's Bawang gun style. Return fire." With the nightmare shadow eliminated, Zhang Yunan and Tang Ying felt as if the world was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Yunan immediately understood that this was a sign of the nightmare's death and the dream's collapse. At the same time, it also signified that the bizarre spiritual realm had been successfully unraveled by the two of them. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhang Yunan and Tang Ying both opened their eyes in the real world. The strange spiritual realm that had enveloped the Linjiang Expressway also dissipated into thin air. I don't know if you've ever seen someone who can survive 5 days without food or water. In any case, Guan Kai has seen one. How to put it? It was as if a living evil ghost had reincarnated. Guan Kai looked at Tang Ying, who was behaving elegantly, yet crazily stuffing hamburgers into his mouth, feeling that her worldview was being challenged. How could this Tang Ying eat so much? However, Tang Ying couldn't care less. He had been trapped in a dream for 5 days, and during those 5 days he had also been eating in the dream. In other words, in reality, he had been hungry for a full 5 days. If it weren't for the good food provided by the Tang family, Tang Ying's body would not have fared so well. He, Tang Ying, might not even be alive to see these hamburgers. Since that's the case today, Tang Ying will have a showdown with hamburgers determining life and death. Tang Ying thought fiercely while shoving an entire new giant Big Mac into his mouth. Guan Kai watched him eat ferociously, unable to help but feel a headache coming on. After Tang Ying had his fill and let out a satisfied burp, he turned to Guan Kai and said, "Let's go back to the bureau." Then Tang Ying strode towards his beloved little car. The atmosphere along the way was somewhat awkward. After all, Guan Kai did not know what kind of temperament or personality the Tang Ying before her had. She pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up. Isn't Tang Ying from a martial arts family? Isn't it said that those who practice martial arts can do various qigong techniques? Perfect. I can ask him if there are any powerful techniques in reality. While alleviating the awkward atmosphere, she could also prepare for the next thing to burn for Brother Song. Unexpectedly, after hearing Guan Kai's question, Tang Ying rolled his eyes. What qigong? Something like the lightning five-linked whip. Isn't the Heavenly Master Mansion such a large estate, all passed down and scattered? Moreover, martial arts and qigong are all just things that were exaggerated in the past. Of course there are some real ones, but either they are family legacies or they are hidden sect traditions. Do you think you have the chance to come into contact with them? Listening to this, Guan Kai felt somewhat disappointed. It sounded like something that was difficult to access, just like the secret transmission of the Heavenly Master Mansion. However, she still stubbornly asked another question. Isn't there anything that ordinary people can access? Although it was just a casual question, the next words from Tang Ying made Guan Kai's spirits lift. There is, but it depends on whether you have that kind of luck. I heard that there was an old beggar in the past who had 4 or 5 martial arts manuals, and a lollipop could buy them all. There were all kinds of techniques like the 18 palms of the dragon, subduing the Buddha's palm, the Biming divine skill, etc. Some fool bought a copy of the Buddha's palm, and unexpectedly he really managed to master it. He then realized that the old beggar was an extraordinary martial arts master. It also verified that throughout the history of Xia country there really have been people who could attain divine mastery in martial arts. What's most interesting is that the man who mastered the Buddha's palm supposedly regretted it immensely. Because among the martial arts manuals that the old beggar demonstrated there was a book called 23 Swords of the 6 Extinctions Without Self. It is said that once mastered, one person with one sword can extinguish the 6 paths. It's a pity that no one has had the chance to investigate the authenticity of that manual. Guan Kai's eyes sparkled as she quickly followed up with a question. This was related to Brother Song's matters, so she had to get to the bottom of it. Why not? Tang Ying, not noticing Guan Kai's unusual gaze, casually replied, "That old beggar is from a long time ago. He might have already died long ago. Who knows where he hid those manuals? However, with the current bizarre occurrences, if he was wronged in his death, perhaps he will return to reality." Although Tang Ying is not very reliable, he has the backing of his family and knows a lot of information that ordinary people are unaware of. In order to find more clues about the Divine Skill Manual, Guan Kai didn't stop along the way, constantly inquiring about related matters. Mindiao Bureau. When the group returned here, Tang Ying was overwhelmed by the scene in the Mindiao Bureau. Although he knew beforehand that the situation in Linjiang City was unusual, however, he never expected the situation to be this extraordinary. What is all this? I can understand the strangeness in the Mindiao Bureau. But don't you think there are too many strange occurrences in the Linjiang Mindiao Bureau? Moreover, why are these strange beings all dressed neatly, wearing suits and sunglasses? At first glance, they don't look like an official organization. They resemble a gathering place of a gang. We are the Mindiao Bureau, which monitors the strange occurrences, not the men in black regulating aliens in movies. Tang Ying was internally complaining while maintaining his composure on the surface. No matter how special the situation is, he must maintain his aloof persona. However, as he followed Guan Kai and walked around the Mindiao Bureau, his facial expression became increasingly difficult to control. Have you ever seen strange beings politely defer to one another, calling each other colleagues? Have you ever seen strange beings serving tea, cleaning floors, and wiping walls? Have you ever seen a strange being pointed at by an investigator for work issues, yet still maintaining a smile? Especially when these strange beings see Guan Kai beside him, they all bow respectfully. While bowing, they also call her boss lady. Watching Guan Kai calmly accept everything, an odd thought suddenly popped into Tang Ying's mind. In other places, the Mindiao Bureau fights wits and courage against the strange beings living life with their heads tied to their belts. But in Linjiang City, they directly fast forward to exploiting the labor force of the strange beings. Even capitalists would give a thumbs up. No wonder the higher-ups said that the main work after coming here is administrative. Thinking about it carefully, just the 5 insurances and 1 fund for these strange employees would be difficult to handle right. It seems that my visit to Linjiang City was really just to write reports. Tang Ying thought to himself, putting on a bit. He never expected that after a hard-won external assignment, it would turn out to be such a stable city. When would he truly experience being on the front line as an investigator? While he thought about this, he followed Guan Kai to the door of Chen Jin's office. Just as they were about to enter, they vaguely heard intense arguing from within. I disagree. Don't yell at me. This is the old man's intention. I'm just conveying it. Tang Ying and Guan Kai, because they both discerned that the ones arguing in the office were Chen Jin and Zhang Yunan. What is going on? In the time Guan Kai took Tang Ying for a stroll, how did these two get into a fight? Guan Kai and Tang Ying exchanged glances. They chose not to enter immediately, but to eavesdrop outside the door. The atmosphere in Chen Jin's office at that moment was extremely tense. Chen Jin glared angrily at Zhang Yunan. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunan maintained a calm demeanor, but a hint of helplessness flickered across his brow. The reason for their confrontation was quite simple. When Zhang Yunan returned to Linjiang this time, besides dealing with the nightmare case, he also brought a document from the head of the Mindiao Bureau, Zhang Shoudao. When Zhang Yunan took out the document, Chen Jin was still happily thinking it was a commendation letter. However, when Chen Jin opened the envelope, a thin document slipped out, causing him to suddenly furrow his brow. This is actually a transfer letter to the Linjiang Mindiao Bureau due to a lack of professional technical personnel in the Mindiao Bureau's headquarters in Kyoto for conducting investigations into strange occurrences. Upon learning that Comrade Guan Kai possesses outstanding investigative skills regarding strange occurrences and has strong abilities, the headquarters of the Mindiao Bureau, after a meeting, intends to transfer Comrade Guan Kai to our unit as the inspecting envoy of Xihuai Province. The transfer date is effective immediately, with the return date to be determined. Please provide support. Mindiao Bureau, Kyoto Headquarters. Signatory Zhang Shoudao. After reading the transfer letter word by word, Chen Jin looked up at Zhang Yunan, puzzled. What does this mean? Linjiang City has just stabilized with Guan Kai and the employees of Tiandi Group here. If the leader transfers Guan Kai away, won't those Tiandi Group employees leave too? Although there is a new special commissioner, Tang Ying, the current order and stability in Linjiang City still rely heavily on the large number of employees from Tiandi Group. If they are suddenly transferred, the public security in Linjiang City will definitely deteriorate rapidly. The current state of Linjiang City is entirely due to holding on to Guan Kai's support, allowing minor issues to be resolved by Tiandi Group employees and major issues to call upon Boss Song. If Guan Kai leaves, will those Tiandi Group employees still stay here? Can Boss Song still be called upon? This is not just a matter of Guan Kai, it's about uprooting the pillars supporting Linjiang City. The old man's intention is to only transfer Guan Kai when Xian and Huogua, while Special Commissioner Tang Ying will take over as the new action group leader succeeding Guan Kai. The remaining employees of Tiandi Group who are strange will remain on standby in Linjiang City to continue maintaining public security. Zhang Yunan, listening to Chen Jin's concerns, fell silent for a moment before speaking. Chen Jin was taken aback after hearing this, then suddenly slammed the table and stood up, spitting out words at Zhang Yunan. I disagree. We both know the danger level of the position of inspecting envoy. Guan Kai is currently not capable of handling it. I know you think Boss Song is helping her, but the position of inspecting envoy is still too early for Guan Kai. If something happens to Guan Kai, have you thought about Boss Song's reaction? That's something that cannot be spoken of. Do you understand that it cannot be spoken of? And it's not just one. Boss Song carries 5 such unspeakable. Also, if you only transfer Guan Kai when Xian and Huogua, will the employees of Tiandi Group not follow them? Zhang Yunan, facing Chen Jin's dissatisfaction, could only smile wryly. He knew the dangers of the inspecting envoy position and the other concerns Chen Jin mentioned. This position is responsible for investigating all strange cases in Xihuai Province. Before the strange beings invaded reality, the position of inspecting envoy was always held by experienced and powerful top-tier investigators. Moreover, due to insufficient manpower, not every province would have an inspecting envoy. Out of the 30 provinces in Xia country, only a little more than half of the areas with surplus investigators would select an inspecting envoy. Xihuai Province has long been in shortage of investigators, and the position of inspecting envoy has been vacant for many years. After the strange beings invaded reality, the situation of strange investigations across Xia country has become increasingly severe. To give an extreme example, there are now a few cities that are already in a state of coexisting with the strange spiritual realms. And this situation is gradually expanding due to the shortage of personnel in the Mindiao Bureau. Therefore, to suddenly assign Guan Kai, a half-new action group leader, to be the inspecting envoy of Xihuai Province is indeed a bit unreasonable. Zhang Yunan gestured for Chen Jin to calm down, then continued, Guan Kai's appointment as the inspecting envoy of Xihuai Province also includes the Linjiang City area. Although her strength is not particularly strong with the boss support, she is absolutely capable of handling it. After all, our current situation in Xia country cannot get any worse. Utilizing Boss Song's strength is undoubtedly a very good solution to break the deadlock. Chen Jin fell silent, because Zhang Yunan was not wrong. If Song Zhong and Guan Kai can accept the Mindiao Bureau's request, it will indeed be a tremendous improvement to the current situation. But will they agree? Just as Chen Jin and Zhang Yunan were looking at each other in silence in the office, the door suddenly swung open. After listening to a rough idea, Guan Kai walked in with Tang Ying. Looking at the somewhat dazed Chen Jin and Zhang Yunan, Guan Kai blinked. Then she spoke to break the awkward atmosphere. I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose just now. But regarding the arrangements in the bureau, I can ask Boss Song. It seems Boss Song has been preparing to go to another city. Guan Kai's brief 2 sentences brought vivid expressions to the faces of the 3 men in the office. Chen Jin let out a sigh of relief, yet there was a flicker of concern. However, Guan Kai had no resistance to this arrangement, as Boss Song happened to have such intentions. Yet Chen Jin still worried that Guan Kai might encounter danger leading to a chain reaction. On Zhang Yunan's face a hint of relief appeared. If they could indeed gain Song Zhong's approval, the peculiar investigative situation in the entire Xia country might begin to improve. Not to mention anything else, the strict discipline of Tiandi Group's employees demonstrates how strong Song Zhong's ability to handle the peculiar is. The most outrageous response probably came from Tang Ying. As soon as he heard that he might take over as the leader of the action team, the spark of anticipation in his eyes never dimmed. Happiness comes so suddenly. Isn't this exactly what he had always wanted to be on the front lines? He finally had the opportunity to showcase the brand new Tang family Overlord gun in all its glory. Tang Ying was already rubbing his hands with eagerness, ready to take over as the leader of the action team. Although the three of them had different thoughts in their minds, they all turned to look at Guan Kai simultaneously. Only she could truly determine the direction of this matter. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Guan Kai did not hesitate. She confidently took out a piece of Ming money, set it alight, and began to communicate with Song Zhong from the peculiar world. After several pieces of Ming money completely burned, Guan Kai began to murmur, "Brother Song, I want to discuss something with you." As Guan Kai burned the paper, in the peculiar world, Song Zhong was sitting in his office, excitedly looking at the previously burned Great Love, Celestial Master. He never expected that this book was a web novel classic disguised as a feel-good story. Some of the phrases inside were simply too reasonable. The only thing that displeased Song Zhong was that the author had gone AWOL, which seemed quite annoying. Just as he was contemplating whether to have Guan Kai burn the book's author, he suddenly felt a wave of familiar drowsiness. Song Zhong blinked in confusion. Recently, Guan Kai had been communicating with him quite frequently. What was this about? Could it be that she encountered another unsolvable peculiar spirit realm? Or had she found a divine skill manual? As Song Zhong pondered, he carefully placed the Great Love, Celestial Master down. Then, adjusting his position and closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found Guan Kai standing in the polling bureau's office. Moreover, there were two familiar faces beside Guan Kai. Seeing this scene, Song Zhong felt puzzled. It didn't seem like she had encountered any peculiar spirit realm. Chen Jin and Zhang Yunan were both standing there perfectly fine. Why was there also a strange man who looked? As Song Zhong was curiously sizing up Tang Ying, Guan Kai suddenly spoke. It was her few simple words that caught Song Zhong's attention. "Brother Song, because the pressure from the peculiar cases in Linjiang City is gradually decreasing, the leaders of the polling bureau hope I can assist in other cities. Didn't you also tell me before that you wanted to find the ashes? I think this is just the opportunity." Song Zhong's eyes lit up as he listened to Guan Kai's words. Isn't this like when you feel sleepy, someone brings you a pillow? After opening his eyes again in the peculiar world, Song Zhong no longer cared about reading. He directly took out the dream entry talismans he had crafted a few days ago from the drawer and began to communicate with Guan Kai. Once the talisman was activated, Song Zhong's voice echoed in Guan Kai's dark dream. "Guan Kai, it's me, Song Zhong. I think the polling bureau's proposal is quite good. You should agree to it. However, you must first go to Dongping City, as that is the next city I will be heading to. As for the dangers you will encounter in the future as an inspection envoy, those are trivial matters. I have recently crafted several divine descent talismans. Whenever you encounter danger, just burn the paper and call for me. You must attach great importance to the matter of my ashes. There should be some clues in Dongping City. My ashes have a significant impact on me, and they must be found as soon as possible." And the divine skill manual. In the real world, Guan Kai slowly awakened while sitting in her chair. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Chen Jin and the others looking at her expectantly. Especially Tang Ying, who kept urging Guan Kai. How is it? How is it? Did that person? Boss Song." Although Chen Jin and Zhang Yunan did not speak, their expressions were filled with anticipation. Brother Song agreed. He said I should first go to Dongping City. As for the employees of Tiandi Group, I will let them temporarily stay in Linjiang City. This way the stability issue in Linjiang City should not be a problem. If manpower is insufficient when the next peculiar occurrence happens, Brother Song said, he could allow more people to come up. Guan Kai said, conveying Song Zhong's intentions to everyone. Of course, she did not mention the secrets regarding the ashes and the divine skill manual. Good. As expected of Boss Song. He can consider the bigger picture. Upon hearing Guan Kai's words, the three revealed expressions of surprise, especially Chen Jin, who was overjoyed and clapped the table. With Song Zhong's approval, it represented that the situation in Xia country might gradually improve bit by bit. With Boss Song's help, perhaps the entire Xia country could restore order like that of Linjiang City. After confirming that Guan Kai was leaving Linjiang City, Tang Ying began the handover process with her. The so-called handover was actually Guan Kai guiding Tang Ying to understand the peculiarities of the action team within the Linjiang City Bureau of Public Opinion. The overall framework of the Linjiang City Bureau of Public Opinion is not much different from that of other cities. Only the action team is particularly unique. Currently, the main combat power of the action team consists entirely of employees from the Tiandi Group in the real world. Among these employees, the one with the most influence is the group manager introduced earlier, Black Tiger. At this moment, Black Tiger frowned in front of Guan Kai and Tang Ying, asking with some concern, "Boss lady, do you really not need me to send someone along?" I've heard that outside Linjiang City there are places that have already fallen into chaos resembling a bizarre world. Guan Kai waved her hand. No need, Brother Song said, you all should just stay in Linjiang City. I also think this is quite good because Linjiang City in the real world serves as the retreat for the Tiandi group in the bizarre world. Both Black Tiger and Tang Ying were taken aback by this statement, somewhat confused. Seeing their bewilderment, Guan Kai casually explained. Do you remember? Every time a bizarre invasion occurs in reality, various powerful bizarre entities suddenly awaken. And Brother Song is temporarily leaving Linjiang City to search for the whereabouts of the Wuwei Temple. During this time, if a bizarre invasion occurs in reality and powerful bizarre entities awaken and the employees of the Tiandi group left in the bizarre world cannot resist it, then all the employees of the Tiandi group can directly return to the real world, which would protect the hard-earned legacy created by Brother Song. Therefore, Black Tiger, you must do your utmost to maintain order in the real world and foster good relationships with our new colleagues. Guan Kai smiled and patted Tang Ying, and Black Tiger nodded as if he suddenly understood. Meanwhile, Tang Ying was sweating nervously. Wow. Is this woman actually normal? She's treating the real world as the Tiandi group's safe house. Can it not be so eerie? Linjiang City is rated as an advanced unit, not so you can turn it into an advanced. Feeling inexplicably, Tang Ying realized that being the leader of this action team was not as easy as he had imagined. After leaving Tang Ying to enhance relationships with Black Tiger, Guan Kai returned to her office to pack her things. Besides her personal belongings, she was also packing Wengxin's assignments and textbooks. Although they were about to move, Wengxin's studies could not fall behind. Guan Kai was also considering which school in Dongping City would be more suitable for Wenxin, just as she hummed a little tune while tidying up her belongings. Zhang Yunan suddenly pushed the door open. Guan Kai looked up at Zhang Yunan with some curiosity. What brings Taoist Yunan here? Are you leaving in such a hurry? Facing Guan Kai's gaze, a hint of hesitation appeared on Zhang Yunan's usually cold face. He then asked Guan Kai, has Boss Song's ashes disappeared? Hearing this question, Guan Kai responded with some confusion, yes, the main purpose of going to Dongping City this time is to search for Brother Song's ashes. Taoist, you don't also have an interest in Brother Song's ashes, do you? Guan Kai looked at Zhang Yunan suspiciously. Why does it seem like all the Taoists are so interested in Brother Song's ashes? Zhang Yunan looked taken aback by this question, his expression darkening, and then he helplessly explained, I'm not interested. I've discovered some strange things. Since I returned to the Heavenly Master's residence, I've been searching for information related to Boss Song in the confidential. After discovering that Boss Song's cause of death is related to the Wuwei Temple, I began to suspect that there might be some conspiracy involving the Wuwei Temple. After all, Boss Song is indeed too special, which makes one inevitably connect the dots. As Zhang Yunan spoke, his tone became serious. In his eyes, an unusual fear surfaced, as if he had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Then I discovered something strange. The case files related to the Wuwei Temple that I read in the past were not very coherent, giving off a vague feeling. It's as if someone within the Heavenly Master's residence is deliberately obscuring certain cases related to the Wuwei Temple. Especially regarding Boss Song's case, it actually states that the files were lost after the Heavenly Master's death. In recent decades, many Heavenly Masters have voluntarily transformed into living bizarre entities to communicate with the bizarre, so I suspect. So Taoist, you suspect that the Wuwei Temple's evil faction may have infiltrated the Heavenly Master's residence, and their rank is not low, capable of subtly altering the documents of the Heavenly Master's residence without detection. Zhang Yunan nodded heavily. The database of the Heavenly Master's residence is extremely cluttered, containing countless case files. To tamper with or obscure individual cases within it is actually very easy for the high-ranking Heavenly Masters. When Zhang Yunan discovered this, he immediately informed his grandfather Zhang Shoudao. Considering that most Heavenly Masters are currently dispatched to various places for stability, it would be extremely difficult to investigate, and it would be easy to alarm the snake. Thus, taking advantage of this Linjiang Expressway incident, Zhang Shoudao sent Zhang Yunan to find Guan Kai to assist in uncovering the truth. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in Linjiang, he heard from Chun Jin that there were no ashes in Song's tomb. This made Zhang Yunan even more anxious. He now had serious doubts. The Wuwei Temple's evil faction is secretly executing some grand plan. Guan Kai, time is of the essence. We should set off as soon as possible. Guan Kai looked at Zhang Yunan, who bore a worried expression and did not express much. However, the speed at which she packed her things began to quicken. As Zhang Yunan watched Guan Kai pack, he kept pondering one question in his mind. 20 years have